And then
Why would it not be there?
because of punishment, the curse.
Yeah, it's like when the curse happened, we
But does
fell, right?
does the
Woman was
Bible say
cursed, and
that?
Adam was
Does the
cursed.
Bible say that the garden was removed?
No, it doesn't. But it says that he put a guard in front of it, right? He put a
Guard
flaming sword.
on
But
the
it
east side
doesn't
of
say
the
that
angel,
when you
Eden.
go over there, the garden isn't there.
Well, whatever that means, like that's what I'm saying.
Here's, I mean, the guard, the cherubim, is also on the east side of this garden that's in the east.
I still think this all has
So
to do
all
with
you got to
Yeah,
do
but
is
it's
speak
east
up
of
from the
Eden.
west, and you're in. You're in like Flynn.
Which is this why the Pacific Ocean is a place of much mystery? They act like it's completely vacant and there's just Hawaii and maybe one or two other islands, but then there just is nothing else. But maybe there is more in the Pacific than we're aware of. The Antarctica is the red herring for the Pacific.
Well, it might be the North that they're really wanting to hide. Maybe Antarctica's, just an end. Maybe it ends or something. I don't know. I really don't know.
No, I'm just saying a distraction.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm thinking.
But yeah, I don't know.
You can't go there. It's too cold. Oh.
Well, even if it's all true, it could still be used as a distraction. I'm not saying that a distraction has to be a lie.
Yeah.
I mean, you could literally just be like, "Hey, fire is hot, and therefore, right? That's what a red herring's all about."
That's what a red herring's all about.
Yeah,
fire is hot, and it'll burn you and hurt you. So therefore, stay out of my bedroom. It's like, wait, what? Is your bedroom on fire? No.
What are you doing in your bedroom with fire?
No, it's just fire is hot.
What kinks are you into?
Anyway,
Now I'm really wondering, do people have kinks?
Sorry for sidetracking the convo. I was just making sure that I understood what you guys were talking about because it kind of got confusing first.
They were expelled. There's nothing that could be conclusively stated from the text about the status of the garden.
Now let me clarify, because we keep talking about the present status of where the garden is. I was talking about where it was in the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm talking about. I'm just talking about where it was according to the Holy Writ.
In the east, ambiguous.
Well, it's not quite ambiguous. I mean, remember, read the earliest passages of the Torah, right, of Genesis. You're given all these details about the surrounding area around Eden and the garden therein. Remember, it's in a nexus between these four rivers, which are in West Asia.
But have also been
Do you get a call mid-sentence then?
Correct. Most likely.
He was quick with it too, wasn't he? Right in the middle of the sentences. Oh, pick up the phone.
Paper Thin Globe, welcome to the live stream.
Hey.
So the question, Paper Thin Globe, is which is more elusive, the location of Eden or the curve of the earth?
That's a tough question. Oh, questions that you ask us?
That's the question of the day, every day, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Where that curve at?
That beats me.
Well, that is an acceptable answer in the list of valid answers.
Elijah, do you want to watch those videos now?
Yeah, sure.
You said yeah?
Yes.
Okay, I'll call you.
Got cut off. Is Gregory still here? He had to go.
He dipped with Elijah, but we've just had Paper Thin Globe join us. Gospel, if you want to do the honors.
Do what I can.
By the way, that Paper Thin Globe dude is was kind of trolling last night, and Helio said he would never give him a role. So just putting that out there.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well, you can only troll if you are really, really smart. Otherwise, you just are making yourself out to look like a fool.
Lucky
Yeah, he was
So,
saying some stuff like his mom and dad left him and all this crap. I
oh
don't know.
yeah.
Yeah, enjoy.
oh.
So, are you a low energy troll, or are you somebody that would like to know how you can independently and personally falsify the claim that the Earth is a ball?
I'm just more someone that likes to listen.
You're hot micing, Morta. Give you 3 seconds to mute yourself.
Oh,
No, I didn't say you. I said Morta. Okay, there you go. You're just somebody that likes to listen. We hear that a lot.
I bet you do.
Yeah. So that's all you want to do?
I mean, not entirely.
Okay. What would be the other portion of your interest?
Is debate allowed in the live stream?
Debate?
Yeah.
What?
Or
Yeah.
this
What is
just
there? What is there to debate?
well, I do have some questions.
Go ahead.
So, about 2 nights ago, I was able to see the blood red moon. I live in America.
Yeah, me too.
What's funny is that was predicted. I could, see like weeks in advance that was going to happen, and it was predicted that it was going to happen, and the exact date and the exact time that it was going to happen. And I went out on that exact date and time, and I could see the blood red moon, which, according to heliocentric, it all happens because the Earth comes in between the sun and the moon, and the moon. I don't actually entirely know much more than that because I'm not really a scientist, but how would that be predicted if the heliocentric model is false?
You familiar with what the Texas sharpshooter fallacy is?
Wait, can you repeat that?
All right. So people are shooting arrows in the forest. Let's say a group of people. I don't know how many. It doesn't really matter. And they keep hitting trees.
Yeah.
These are really skilled people. They hit the same trees in the same way, in the same pattern over and over again. Right?
All right.
over and over again. Let's say that they're not even people. Let's say they're machines. So take out the error in the equation hypothetically. It's just I'm giving you an example of the Texas sharpshooter and how this relates. So you've got these machines that are shooting arrows, they're hitting trees in the exact same way every single time, over and over again in a pattern. Well, then somebody comes along and they write their name, their company name on the arrow, and then they paint a target on the tree, and they say, Acme Arrow Company, I just made it up, all right, Acme Arrow Company, Target Seeking Arrows, LLC, right? And so then everybody looks, oh my gosh, look at all those arrows. This Acme Arrow Company, Target Seeking Arrow LLC, this amazing company has made these amazing arrows that hit the target every single time. That's amazing. Look, it's their, wow. Their target, it's their arrows, and they're always right. It's amazing. It's a silly example for the Texas sharpshooter fallacy, but the fact of the matter is, when you take data that has existed for thousands of years, and then you shape your data, or you shape your model around pre-existing data, and then you point at the model as the provider, right, or the source for determining what the data already was, well, the model starts to get credit, even though credit is due to the fact that the data already existed. Do you understand what I'm saying and the implications?
Partially. I'm just not sure how that 100% relates to my question.
All right, so Steve, your neighbor, walks out of his house every single day at 6:30 a.m. and
Right.
he gets home at 4:30 p.m. and it happens every day, 5 days a week. And you build a model, right, that you claim predicts that this will happen, right?
Okay.
And you go, look at my model. This model predicts that he's going to be leaving his house at 6:30 and coming back at 4:30. Oh, he left at 6:30. He came back at 4:30. Therefore, my model is accurate and correct.
Yeah, I mean, I get. Okay, yeah, I get what you're saying.
It's
That you
Texas
can
sharpshooter
make
fallacy.
Yeah, but the thing is, I am fairly certain that the orientations of Earth and the Moon and the Sun and how they relate to each other is a lot more complex and less evident in that example. So you would build a model around, what you can observe. And, I hear a lot of people in here saying, oh, Earth measures flat, you observe flat. Like, okay, I mean, you get it. But, I mean, that doesn't discredit the heliocentric model, because the heliocentric model, has the Earth being this huge sphere. Like, it's absolutely ginormous. So it's not like you'd be able to see curve, like, in your immediate vicinity anyway.
You know what the problem with that is? That your heliocentric religious model is inconsistent throughout the time. And the other thing is, you give us numbers, we use these numbers to do experiments, which then debunk the numbers, and still you say we can't discredit the heliocentric model, even though it's obvious that everything they give us as being correct numbers for the so-called reality is not what we observe in reality. So I don't know, like if it measures flat, how can you still think that you're living on a ball? Like if we have debunked the numbers which are given, what else should we discuss? The lights in the sky, that doesn't make it round.
Oh, I definitely want to question. I mean, I'm sure you get this a lot, but I'd like to question the procedures that you use to actually discredit the fact that there's a curve. Like, how did you do that? Did you do it over water? Like, I've heard about the laser experiment. Was that done over water?
Shouldn't we stick to the postdictions that you first brought up? Because you said you didn't even fully explain those, so maybe someone can explain that to you first.
Yeah, I'd like to cover that. I'd love to cover that since the prediction is made on the fact that we're not adjusting for curvature or spin. The Cerocycles is based on a flat Earth, so that's a flat Earth prediction, and that's why all globers will now run from that. It's not a globe prediction.
Okay.
Yeah, when you made the claim that the globe Earth model predicted this eclipse down to the minute, do you know the source of the prediction you're claiming?
What do you mean? Like, are you talking about what organization originally ran the simulation and then predicted it?
Right.
No.
So if I came in
Sorry,
and I said, hey, X, Y, and Z predicts this, and since this happened, X, Y, and Z is correct, you'd ask for the source of X, Y, and Z. Who gave that information? Where did it come from? And how is that information derived? So my question to you would be, where is this alleged prediction coming from? Who predicts it? What is the source of your information?
I would imagine that major aerospace companies such as NASA would actually run the simulations that would predict that, and then they release that information so that way, the press can cover it.
Right. So the thing that tips me off there with what you were saying is that you imagine, meaning you don't know for sure.
I mean, wouldn't that be kind of a quick Google search? I mean,
They already told you how it's done. They use Cerocycles to calculate the eclipses. It doesn't have anything to do with heliocentrism.
and is that the metaphor that I forgot who said it? Forgot his name.
Well, so if I was going to
Gospel Bearer, wasn't that what Gospel Bearer was saying?
Yeah, so if I was going to boldly make a claim that this model is predicting this, I would probably try to find the source of that information so that I know that my claim is backed up by some sort of data, right?
Yeah. But what are Cerocycles? Or how do you spell that, first off?
SAROS. It's also posted in the Livestream voice text. Not sure if you're looking there.
Is this something that's widely published? Oh, yes, it is.
It's not even secret. Like they claim the Babylonians basically came up with this.
Let me ask you a question. When we watched the eclipse the other night, and the time and date was given to you, did you assume this was a prediction of the globe model?
Haven't really thought about it that deep.
Well, you told us it was.
It's a simple yes or no question, right?
No, then.
You proudly stated that the heliocentric model predicted it. Those were your words.
Well, I'm not entirely sure how it could be predicted otherwise.
Yeah, because they're made by the Chaldeans in about 300 or 400 BC. Flat Earthers.
Yeah, you don't think they were heliocentric globe Earthers back then, do you?
So you wouldn't know how it was predicted otherwise because you've never gone into a path of inquiry as to how it was predicted to begin with, right? Would that be safe to say?
I guess you could say that.
Right.
Tell me more about Cerocycles. I'm looking at this real quick. I mean, I'm seeing.
While you're looking at that, just focus on this one word, okay? Cycle. If somebody recognizes a cycle that repeats over time, right? And then they make a prediction that cycle is going to repeat again. Isn't that common sense?
Yeah.
There you go.
So from our side of the argument, I could say the Earth is flat and stationary and the stars move above it. And with that, I can predict that in 1 year from today, the stars will look the exact same as they did today, based on a flat stationary Earth with the stars moving above it.
All right.
So is that a prediction of the Flat Earth with predictive qualities.
That would just be a prediction in general. The general extrapolation. I don't
Right.
think that
So how would that be any different from this alleged prediction of the globe model that you claimed when you first came in the room? How is your claim more specified than what I just stated?
If based on my current understanding and from what you've told me, it wouldn't be very much different, though.
It would actually
what I'd
be
like to ask
completely different, right? Because you assumed the globe model was a part of the prediction to begin with. When the predictive outcomes of eclipses date back thousands of years.
Yeah, but how accurate are these predictions?
Well, wait a minute. That's the thing is that now you're unwinding. Hold on, right? Real quick though, you're unwinding your own claim, right? You made the claim that it was predicted, and now you're saying how accurate is it? So the point is that you basically just made up a story. We're just pointing that out for you. That's all.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you're the one who brought
doesn't hurt your feelings, I hope, but you did it.
You're the one who brought the accuracy of them here. That's what you were touting when you came in. You just didn't know that this is what it was. You thought it was derived from the globe model. We told you what it was, and now you're backpedaling on your own claim.
Well, I don't think I made too many claims. I'm just asking a question.
Actually, you did.
Yeah, it was slightly arrogant in its delivery as well, right?
Yeah, that's how I noticed it, and that's why I remembered it, due to its arrogance, the presentation of it.
Yeah, and the first sentence included why are they using these globe Earth predictions? That was your statement, basically.
And now it's the same prediction, but now that you find out it's not a globe Earth prediction, you're walking it back and saying it's not accurate, or what's going on here?
That's not what I'm saying.
Well, do you realize there are irregularities in the globe heliocentric model?
Right.
So eclipse predictions are not, a globe is not a necessity for eclipse predictions. So point number one, shot down. Do you have anything else?
Right. So let's move on.
Well, I'm not entirely sure how that discredits anything. So I'm just pointing that out. It doesn't necessarily.
Well, you can hand wave
the claim, and then here's what really happened is that you made the claim, then it turned out actually no, it's based on something that's called flat Earth, which is why you're here, right? So everything's already dependent on not adjusting for curvature or spin when it comes to these predictions, and now you're saying it has no merit, that it actually complies with our claim. You're saying now it doesn't matter. That's kind of an honesty test going on.
Okay.
Am I wrong? Does anybody want to correct me? You're saying it doesn't have merit now that it conforms to our claim. That's what I'm getting at.
Even though it's the exact same thing.
Do you understand now? There's a difference between prediction and postdiction.
Sure.
So you were happy to use the eclipses and the accuracy of the cycles that we used to calculate them when it seemed like it substantiated the globe, but since it turns out that that's not what it's derived from, you want to walk away from it. It's the exact same thing, exact same prediction. It's just as accurate as you thought it was when you thought it was derived from the globe, but now that it turns out it's not, you want to go away from it. Why?
Oof.
Do you find flat Earth insulting somehow? Is that what you decided to pick one over the other using the same data sets? Is one just offensive to you, or something along those lines?
Like, why isn't it
offensive?
You thought that was a valid proof for the globe. Why isn't it just as valid for the thing that it actually? Well, yeah. Why isn't it just as valid for the flat Earth, which it is actually derived from?
Yeah, well, I mean, I looked up what stereocycles were, and it seems like it's just fixed intervals that you're predicting based off
Yeah,
of.
it's a cyclical thing, right?
That's
So,
what
like,
a cycle is. Yeah, that's the point, right? So that's what our claim was. Yeah.
Well, I think there's also solar eclipses too. So can you like explain how the Saros cycle like works to actually predict solar
Are you going to
eclipses and the
concede to
dates?
the first? But are you going to concede to your first comment, which was completely fallacious? You
Go
made
buy a
up
farmer's
claim.
almanac; it'll explain.
Can we? Yeah. I mean, you made up a claim though. We got to first, let's extinguish this problem though. You made a claim you admit now was incorrect, right?
Yeah.
And then we're going to continue to hide from what we can measure, though. That's the thing, is that I would like to turn it around to what we can prove to you here on Earth, though. I know that, that you're new to this topic, I can tell. And looking at the stars is just an excuse to hide from what we can measure here, just to be honest with you.
Yeah.
If we measured the Earth flat for 50,000 miles, what would that do to all these other magical ideas and religious viewpoints about the sky above us? It would obviously prove those wrong, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, so wouldn't you say that if the Earth measures as flat, then everything that you observe around it obviously works with a flat Earth?
I would argue not necessarily.
Really? How so?
Yes. The Earth is...
You would dispute the direct measurements of the Earth because of things that are happening around the Earth?
I would like to question the methods by which you are measuring flat. Because if the Earth are of the actual dimensions that they say, that globies unquote say they are, you wouldn't be able to see curve in your immediate vicinity because it would just simply be too big.
That's kind of not true. You'd be able to see a horizon cutoff at 1.2 miles times the square root of the observer height. So at a normal observer, 5 to 6 feet at the beach, you should be seeing a horizon 2 to 3 miles out. We consistently see a horizon much further than that, like orders of magnitude beyond what that globe would allow. So, I mean, that should be sufficient to falsify the model for you.
Are we talking about like over water or over land?
Drop over distance over water. So listen, 3 miles should be 72 inches of vertical elevation drop. 5 miles, 16.67 feet of vertical drop. 10 miles, 66.67 feet of vertical drop. Where are these drops?
Are you asking me, or was that rhetorical?
It's slightly rhetorical. Do you know what the opposite of curve is?
I don't think I've heard of that specific term, no.
Curve, C-U-R-V-E.
Oh, curve. Oh, yes, obviously.
So what would you say the opposite of that, or the antonym of that word would be?
Flat.
It's kind of three-dimensional. Think of a more two-dimensional word.
Square? I mean, plane?
No, a plane is defined by 3 points on the same. So you're still thinking three-dimensionally. It's fine. The opposite of the word curve is straight.
Oh, yeah.
So if you falsify curvature, if you falsify a curvature claim, why would you continue to make a claim of curvature? If you want to keep making a claim of curvature after you falsified a certain curvature claim, then that becomes absurd when you look at the details, when you look at the math. Would you like? I mean, are you following along, or do you need more?
I'm following.
Specifics.
I understand what you're saying.
The geometry of it, though, right? So that's the important part. When they're telling you this 1.22 and 8 inches per mile squared, all of that's dependent. All of those numbers are being derived from the claim that Earth has a radius of 3,959 miles at the equator.
Yeah.
So, based on those claims, you make observations that either validate or invalidate that claim. The claim is repeatedly invalidated. So in order to rectify the observations, that requires a new radius to get new new numbers to make it all work. You'd need to change the radius, or you'd need to say that Earth is some type of irregular shape, or rather, the features of the surface of Earth are irregular.
Right.
You could make those sorts of claims, like it's flat here and 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 here, but somewhere it's curving, and somewhere there's an edge. Somewhere it becomes a geoid.
Either way, any of those you must retreat into defeats the classical heliocentric paradigm in totality. So either way, you falsified heliocentric universe, regardless.
Am I allowed to divert into something a little different just to hear your thoughts on it?
Well, you just said the Earth is literally too big to be measured. Now you just skip on. Go on, I guess.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a silly claim, though. If you want to say it's too big to be measured, then how was it measured? Why are you here claiming it?
Well, yeah, I noticed he didn't repeat that after he heard the numbers broken down. He's moving on. I'm curious to see where he's moving on to be honest.
Okay, so on that first part, I'm just saying, like, I don't believe that you'd be able to see curve. Like, as I said in your...
Yeah, we heard you. We heard that part. Go on to your next point.
Yeah, so I've also seen a lot of discussion in the other channels about other things that are not physical, like seasons and,
Kind of
that
non
kind of stuff.
sequitur to the point, though, which is that the surface isn't curving. So if it's not curving, there's no possible way it can be a globe, and then there's no possible way that seasons or any of that other stuff that you want to reify your globe with can actually be explained by the Earth being a globe.
Are these your questions or just like a generic list of questions? Because they're starting to sound familiar.
Yeah, I'm sure you get them a lot. They're pretty common questions.
Well, no, I'm just asking, are these questions you've come up with, or are you just repeating them?
These are questions that I've come up with. Well, not on the spot, but this is stuff that I've...
Is there someone called Rocket Man DMing you questions to ask?
Rocket Man.
He didn't answer. That's funny.
Anyway, so I'll answer your question so we can move on to the next one. Okay, the answer is the same in both paradigms. And the answer is the relative position of the sun and the earth throughout the year. The end.
Yeah.
Did I miss an Elton John reference? I went and got coffee.
Yeah.
Oh, bummer.
So we moved from Rocket Man to Tiny Dancer because he's dancing around the point.
It's like trying to find gold in a silver mine.
Yeah. So what you just witnessed there, Paper Thin Globe, is irrelevant logic being thrown out as inconsequential to the point proper. So the seasons are irrelevant. So let's move on to the next question.
Redundant, but what exactly are your measurements that span the entire globe that prove that the entire thing is flat? You're talking about like...
Well, Paper Thin, the world already admits it. You 2 minutes ago just said you can't measure Earth curvature. The entire world agrees. Nobody can measure Earth curvature. Thanks.
Yeah, nobody can measure Earth curvature like with a ruler or something like that across.
Nope, nobody can. No, see, now you're adding these things because you're panicking. Yes, you're agreeing with the Air Force, the Navy, the Marines, the Trident Flight Research Center. They all admit that we depend on flat Earth in reality. The only time a globe Earth idea is shown is on your television or through media as a religious propaganda machine. It's never used in any part of reality. That's the point.
Religious propaganda machine?
Yes, the religion that you can't measure, you can't detect it, but you just believe it. Yeah, you've already admitted you can't experience it, you just believe it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's actually in the you're in the largest religious cult ever created by mankind. Heliocentrism.
Okay, and what would that accomplish exactly?
Well, we
they
don't
get
know.
to-
You're the one in it, so we don't know. We used to be in it, and we broke out of the cult. So you're talking to people who have already
Well-
been released from bondage of this mind control system.
Your
Mind
cult
control
leaders get
system.
exclusive
Right,
knowledge.
but let me
that they hoard
give
for
an example
themselves of
though
what this place
to
is.
right. So hold on, let me give an example though. The first thing again, this has been 20 minutes you've been here, and you're hiding from the topic, so it's convinced billions of people to hide from reality. I think it's doing a good job. Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Just start with the curve you can't find. You'll get there.
Yeah. Remember, we can't measure Earth curvature, right? That was your claim a couple minutes ago. Yeah. Thanks.
That's not science.
Yeah, you're right. It's geometry. And yours is debunked.
What science?
Bro, okay.
Oh, that's actually correct. I mean, measuring
Yeah.
shapes isn't science. So
Exactly.
Yeah, he was
Well,
correct.
technically it is. I mean, if we're measuring, if
How-
we're
how-
doing
how is it
measurements, that's
technically?
science.
Measurements are science, really. So if I hire a carpenter to put in a new floor, that means he's a scientist because he's measuring things.
Well, no, but I mean, you could make measurements as part of a scientific experiment, which is science.
Well, sure. You
Yeah,
would
hold on.
You would have to have the experiment, right?
You guess what else you need to do an experiment?
What?
You have to breathe.
I have to breathe?
Yeah. Like if you stop breathing, do you think that you could still do an experiment?
You should try.
I don't know how that's relevant at all. What are you talking
It's
about?
relevant because you're breathing now because we have gas pressure.
No, I'm actually just pointing out the absurdity of trying to say that measuring is science.
That's not what I meant at all. What?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Paper Thin Globe, when you said that's not science, what were you referring to?
I actually forgot what I said. If you can repeat it,
Well,
then I can...
Measurements.
So, yeah, we agree measurements aren't science. So you're invoking this other thing, science, to somehow prove that the Earth's a globe. How are you going to do that? How are you going to do it besides directly measuring it?
I would just, you're gonna. I mean, again, you hear this a lot, but I would look up at the sky and other stuff.
All right, great, friend. Let's just work with what we have on the table and see if we can have a meeting of the minds. So our other friend posited the idea that if he hires a contractor to put in his floor, he expects a floor, right? He doesn't expect a science experiment. However, when the contractor goes in, the man's going to tell him, I would like this to be a flat level floor. And the contractor says, I shall do it. Now, do you think that the homeowner would accept a contractor who utilizes calculations from the ceiling light to determine whether the floor is flat and level? And on top of that, do you think that the homeowner would accept a floor that is 2 orders of magnitude off of the measurement that it should be to be a flat and level floor? So I submit that question to you. Would the homeowner accept such a nonsense contractor?
Well, no, but how is that relevant to this? Not.
Oh no, it's just good. It's a good question. Once you find out how relevant it is, you too will realize.
How is it not relevant?
Yeah, it's the same thing that's going on with your globe.
Yeah, I don't see how that example is relevant.
Well,
okay, I'll go on with the example.
How is it not relevant?
Because a room has walls. You know how much carpet you need.
Next, the other guy. We'll get to carpet laying later. We're doing wood floors right now.
Guys, allow him to fair enough. Okay, he's confused. Okay, it's fair enough that he's confused.
No, I'm not confused.
So
I just don't see how that's well. I mean, yes, I am confused.
No,
I just don't see how that's.
Okay, dude. You're obviously confused, so we'll explain it some more, okay? And then you can ask questions about the explanation. Fair enough?
Sure. Go
Okay,
ahead. Have
so
fun.
all right, so we'll evolve the scenario. So the homeowner comes home after he hired a contractor that uses ridiculous methodology, right? And the homeowner looks at his ordered flat level floor and he sees that instead of a flat level floor, he has a huge hump of an apex curve in the middle of the room. And he looks to the contractor and says, yo, I asked you for a flat level floor. And the contractor says, yeah, cool story, but you were willing to accept calculations and measurements that were 2 orders of magnitude in error. And this satisfies that. So therefore, I have given you, according to the contract, a flat level floor. Now, would you accept that from your contractor or would you sue him?
Oh, I mean, I wouldn't accept it. I don't know about suing, but I get what you're saying. But at the same, it's not like.
So why do you accept it from the Globe?
It's just because I don't think that they're lying about that. I don't think it matters.
Well, the contractor might not be lying. He might just be wrong or stupid or something. But either way, he didn't get it right. Same way the Globe didn't.
Yes, but that's something that you can easily measure across a short distance. That's a poor example. This is like, we're talking about something that.
You don't think we can easily measure a horizon at 1.2 miles?
Oh, now he's saying it's easy to measure in a short distance. Before it wasn't the case when we notified
That's not what I
you
said.
that whenever
It's
we
not
measure.
easy to measure over a long distance. It's easy to measure.
We can
over
easily
short
measure a horizon up to 10, 20, 30 miles, hundreds of miles actually in some cases. That's not a problem.
Can you measure it physically, or how are you measuring it? That's what I'm asking.
Paper thin globe. Paper thin globe. The example was not about the amount of square footage being measured. It was about the method. It was about pointing up at the lights and determining the length of the boards. That's what the example was about.
Okay, that's not what I asked.
That's what you're doing, though.
That's not what I asked.
Okay, well,
I asked, how are you
my
measuring
friend,
it?
Paper thin. Excellent question. Excellent question. So the example laid out a threshold of tolerance, okay, within the area available to the contractor, right?
Why are
With
we
2
still
orders of
talking about
magnitude.
contractors? Can we stop
Follow
talking
along,
about
bud.
contractors?
You'll get there. You'll get
Oh
there,
my
Holmes.
God.
You'll get there.
Just let him finish, Paper.
Okay, so the homeowner agreed foolishly to accept 2 orders of magnitude off in the measurements. And that is why he got a curved floor, right? Now, obviously, if you know anything about measuring, right, if you measure a board length at 10 feet, it's 10 feet. Now, you're saying, yes, that's true, but what about longer distances? Well, when we want to make a flat level floor in contracting over longer distances, we don't use a 100-foot level, right? We use a laser transit, which we set up a laser at a particular height and we level the laser. And we set up a storyboard which receives the laser and it tells us the differential. So if we want to make a slope or a grade or a flat level foundation, that's what we do. Now, this principle of laser transit can be utilized to measure a body of water, okay, at a sufficient distance to falsify the globe within 2 orders of magnitude. That's why this example is relevant. Because if you can disprove something by 2 orders of magnitude, it's pretty conclusive that you falsified it.
Okay.
Right? So you shoot a laser from one point to another, and you look at the differential in the height of the target point and the laser, minus any error that you have with this beam spread and all of that. And what you find out is that when practically done in the real world, which we can link you a link to when it's been done, and not only that, but many more times it's been done, you find that a laser 2 meters off the ground on one side of a body of water and a target 2 meters off the ground 25 miles away, right, means that the differential of the laser being able to hit the target would be 90 meters. Okay, that's 480 feet in the air above the target, where the target is only 6 feet, which is single digits, where tens is double digits, where hundreds is triple digits. That means 2 orders of magnitude off. So if the Earth was a globe, the laser would go 90 meters over the top, but it hits the target, proving that the maximum differential is approximately, with all fairness, 6 feet to almost 10 feet based on the beam spread of the laser. The problem is that lasers follow a Gaussian profile, which means that the center of the laser has a mathematical prediction to it that you can analyze. The camera from the test shows that the Gaussian profile hit the camera lens, which means that the laser directly aimed across the water and hit the target. Not only that, but before it hit the 25-mile target, it hit 2 previous targets at approximately 6 miles and I think 14 miles with a horizontal pan, which means that all of those positions were in the same level, meaning that that entire span of water is flat, meaning that the globe proposition is falsified in totality because the globe requires curvilinear surface of water to maintain the radius that you were already told. So yes, we do know the claim of the radius, and we do have sufficient methodologies to measure it. And yes, when measured, those methodologies falsify the globe. So yes, you hired the wrong contractor, but the right contractor got the job done.
Okay.
Earlier, you said to argue, pretty hard to argue against observable distances over water, isn't it?
It's even harder when you make that step and you go outside and you try to make some observations for yourself. Then it's really hard to keep lying to yourself.
So you should ask NASA for your money back.
I didn't give them money.
Good.
No, you
You're in the
gave
clear.
them. You gave them money. Your future.
Well,
I
maybe he's like only 16 or something.
No, but
technically,
the
them
debt.
taxing you and giving NASA money is a direct.
But if you look at their debt, like 50 or 26 billion dollars every year, more than all other space agencies combined. If you took the rest of the world's space agencies, combined them, it's still not one more NASA. And then it's deficit spending. So your grandchildren's future, their destiny, is being circumvented so they can play house 200 miles up in the air with Russia. They can play some sort of weird sitcom. Like they got weird, like this ISS thing. Gorilla suits and whatnot. Oh, sorry,
but did he
Roger.
concede that the Earth measures flat? Did he concede that? Are we talking to paper
I
thin
don't think
globe?
so. I think he just said that it's too big to measure, which is pretty nonsensical.
Okay, so boats don't go over the horizon then.
He said it's a lie that's too big to be made, and it can't be measured.
Yeah, it can't be measured. Therefore, how is it measured, and why are you here arguing it?
So is this Dave's son or Professor Dave said this? The Earth can't, the surface cannot be measured. I mean, so they claim to measure an electron in a device, right? They claim so we can measure electrons, but we can't measure Earth. Paper thin globe. Is that your claim? Pretty weird, right?
Wait, hold on. What did you say?
So we can measure electrons with machines, right? But we can't measure Earth. Is that what your claim?
We can't measure.
I'm not conceding that yet. I actually do have to go right now to
Okay.
handle something.
Sure.
No
well,
problem.
come back anytime, man. So if you scroll down this server, we have tons of information, right? Perhaps you would like to dig in and get to know the arguments. That's usually a good thing. I heard somebody else talk.
Yeah, it's Morta.
Yeah, I was saying you can't measure electrons. I don't know who. You can measure the charge of an electron, and the mass.
Paper Thin is Morta's friend. He brought him to help save him, and it didn't work.
You can measure an electron when to measure something, you have to see it, and to see it, you need photons.
They claim. I said they claim. They
Uh-huh.
claim. I said
You
they claim.
said to use the machine. Please show me this machine, buddy. I would love to use it. You can't measure electrons.
Okay, well, you can't measure the Earth curve either.
Well, you can, but like I said last time, everything.
Oh, you can?
Really?
Hey, Morta, maybe.
I'm not saying there's a satellite there, and you're like, satellites don't exist. I'm like sitting there, like, what am I supposed to say?
Well, they require the radius
Satellites
that you
aren't
can't
measuring-
measure.
Satellites aren't measuring devices. Neither are aircraft or boats.
But they can be used as one.
Bullshit.
No, well, that would require the radius. That would require the radius to have first been measured to get the orbital mechanics to have the satellites in the first place. So where'd you get that?
Just take the amount of time it takes to orbit the Earth.
Morta, maybe go
No.
back to the carpet installation analogies because those you were lost on those.
Because it's a dumb analogy.
Oh, really?
No, it's
then go to the. Then listen. Then Morta, go to the hardware.
Does the Earth
Listen,
have
Morta, go to the hardware. Shut up for a second. Listen, Morta, go to the hardware store and tell them you're putting in new carpet, and you need help measuring the ceiling lamp so you know how large your floor is.
Yeah,
See
tell
what
them the wattage. Tell them the wattage of the light.
How's that's not going to
Just show him a picture of the ceiling
This
fan.
is literally I tune in for that. You guys are great. I love that.
And let them know.
Thank you
Let
for
them know
that.
you're planning on installing a dim switch.
Dimmer. The dimmer is really important in this equation.
Yeah, because you're going to need to know.
Well, yeah,
every
the carpet
about that
dimmer is
ceiling
what
light.
proves the curvature. Didn't you guys know?
You'll need to know every detail about that ceiling light in order to get the square footage of your floor right. Isn't that correct, Morta?
I'm guessing you're using the ceiling light as an analogy for the sun. Would that be correct?
No, we're using it for an analogy of what you're going to, saying things flying up above Earth are a measurement. So
Yeah, every single time.
I want you to go take that information that you just used here to the hardware store and see what they tell you when you tell them you're putting in new carpet, you need to measure the ceiling lamp. See what happens.
But why would I measure the ceiling lamp when I can just?
Well, exactly. That's our question to you.
Yeah,
why would you ever
use
do that?
That's the point.
Why would you I would use objects flying above the surface then to validate your surface claim.
Yeah, wouldn't you just go straight?
Because he doesn't know how gyroscopic equipment works either.
So we ask you a question that is about the surface, and instead of going directly to the surface of it to demonstrate your claim, you go literally anywhere else.
The Earth is big. Like if you've got
No,
a view
it's not big. That's not the claim.
If you've got a view less 6,400
Okay.
kilometers long, then please give it to me.
Okay,
Then I would
the Earth is big, therefore you can't measure it, therefore
Would you say
you
the
don't
Earth is
have
big? Would you agree with
a
me
claim.
that the Earth is big?
Let's
Morta,
walk
hold
him
on
through
a
the
second.
measurements. Let's walk him through the measurements so he can understand how not big the globe is.
Oh, because it's tiny now.
Well, he said it himself yesterday when we talked to him. He said that it's just big enough that you should have a horizon at 2 to 3 miles at the beach at a normal observer height.
Okay.
We showed him that that's not the case. We showed him
How's
the
that
Black
not the
Swan, the 10-mile horizon at the 1 foot
well,
height,
that could be
and
easily
he just walked back on his claim.
That can be easily explained.
No, it can't.
Yes, it
Well,
can.
yeah, it can.
Do you
Yeah,
know
it
what
can.
refraction is?
It's just a flat surface.
Do you know what refraction is? You know light bends. You know what that is?
It doesn't.
Okay. So you're going to invoke that. That uses your radius. So where did you get the radius from?
Okay, well, like I said before,
Apparently you can't get the radius because refraction is making it impossible to observe any curvature
So
over the
how could you
surface
get
here.
the radius?
How's that?
How could
What's
you get
going
the
on?
radius?
Well, maybe it's a good idea to let him explain what refraction is.
Okay, yeah, let's hear that.
refraction in simple terms is the bending of light or any UV radiation of that matter.
Okay,
Bending.
well,
Are you sure it's not changing the angle?
But that's what bending is.
Well, no, bending isn't changing an angle. That's two different
When you
things.
bend something, do you change the angle of it?
Not necessarily.
I
No.
don't know what you're bending, but you clearly don't have enough strength.
Well, usually when you bend things, it means that they have a curve, right?
But not necessarily.
The curve isn't the angle. So we're already like way into the weeds here, just getting you to define refraction properly, because refraction would be when light changes the angle at the boundary between two different mediums.
Okay.
That would have been the correct answer.
Okay.
But how are
Hold
you
on
going
a
to
second.
demonstrate?
Before,
Go ahead.
yo, bros, hold on. We just have to address the physical properties of reality real quick. If you bend something that's a solid, in order for it to maintain its form as a continuous piece rather than be broken, one side of the bend extends more free space than the other, meaning that by necessity, that side becomes curved. Follow?
Well, if you look at it, that's curved. Yeah, sure, but that's probably
Exactly.
a tiny scale, though. I don't know what you said that had. I don't know why that was even relevant to
Is this special pleading because it's tiny? Then it's.
I think that I'm gonna apply this. Globe Earthers' egos are too big to measure.
Look who's talking.
Tiny scale. A minute ago, you just said that it's too big to be able to measure over these sorts of distances. That the room that the contractor is working in, that's small enough, and we can work with that. We can get those measurements. But when it comes to miles, even 10, that's too much. Now it's just too small of a scale.
Okay.
Also, where do these measurements ever come from in the first place if refraction is constantly making the thing you're trying to measure invisible?
What do you mean? What measurements?
The measurements of your radius, your Earth curve, where does that come from if you can't even see it due to this refraction that you
We
claim?
won't use light, we use seismic waves instead. But then the second I say seismic waves, they don't exist because the Earth is not
Yeah, okay, look, I
No,
already
hold on.
told you that
Nobody said
satellite.
seismic waves don't exist, because I had this
Oh,
conversation with him
Yeah, I know we
yesterday.
had this conversation, and you were
Okay,
just
so what did I say about seismic waves? What did I ask you?
you were
Because I
saying
didn't say they don't exist.
That's what you said.
No, that's not what I said.
What did you say then?
I didn't say they don't exist. You brought up seismographs as a way to measure the radius. So then I pointed out that seismographs only detect seismic waves. And I posted the seismic wave equation for you, which tells you that they are modeled in a hyperbolic geometry. What does this have to do with the Earth?
The center of an earthquake or any
Right, but what does this have to do with the Earth, that we're detecting waves and modeling them in a hyperbolic geometry?
What do you mean? Well, if I'm standing on the if two observers, both with seismometers or whatever you call them, are standing antipodal to each other, diametrically opposite each other, right? And let's say there was an earthquake, and person number one.
You were just shitting all over the plate tectonics theory right now. I'm telling you.
Yeah, it's still not proof of your curvature, though.
When was this ever done?
Radius.
One second. When was this ever done? One second. So when was this ever done that one person at one side of the globe and one person at the other side of the globe measured the exact same seismic activity? When was this ever done? According to you?
Well, I don't know. Take it.
That wouldn't even be possible, because they say there's liquid in the core, right?
That would probably happen in any famous earthquake case.
So nobody, right?
Probably.
So you made it up. You just
probably.
Well,
He said probably.
Humans would be an idiot not to. You'd be an idiot not to measure it.
We'd be an idiot not to assume a story probably. Okay, that's a great argument.
That's all you got.
You call everything stories. Why are you calling everything a story?
Because it's a story. You just told us that would probably happen.
Because
you don't have a concrete
you just
example of it
explained to
actually
us. You just explained to us, right? There are two guys with a seismograph. They're on different sides of, and then you were asked, well, who has done this? And you don't even know who has ever done this.
And
you
just
said,
said
probably people do that during earthquakes. So that means that you don't even know what you're talking about when you're making a claim. Don't you see how this is a problem when we're trying to have an honest conversation?
Okay, then
don't just make things up, right?
How does Earth have a magnetic field if it was flat?
Who cares? It is flat and it's used as flat. Do you have a counter argument to that?
Okay.
You would need a radius measurement, a direct measurement. Do you have that?
But I'm asking you, how would the magnetic field happen? Because I can explain how a magnetic field would happen within a.
Listen,
you can. Can you explain why there's a 170-degree magnetic declination? That would be cool.
To be fair, I have magnets on my fridge that are indeed flat and have magnetic fields. So what's your point?
I'm saying that the reason why there was.
How could we have a magnetic field if the Earth was flat? That was what you said.
Okay. Right.
Okay, and he just gave you an example of a flat magnet.
Okay,
so
I want you. Okay.
Can you
great,
show us
okay,
a
now,
working ball magnet? Hey, can you show us a working ball magnet?
That's
Now I'd
what I
like
was
to see
going
it.
to ask. You're on
Take
it.
your time.
a working what magnet?
A spherical magnet. Do you have a
Yeah, the
spherical
one you
magnet?
just
He
claimed.
forgot already.
Yeah.
He forgot his
I
claim
mean,
already.
I don't have one on me, but no one said
No
that.
one does. Okay, go try to find one in reality. A spherical magnet with one pole.
Check your back pocket.
A spherical magnet with one pole on the top. Show us that.
Just because it has a magnetic field doesn't mean it's a magnet. I don't understand.
This
Oh,
guy, bro, you need to relax, bro.
Yeah, and just because something has a magnetic field doesn't mean it's a ball, like you seem to think.
No, it's literally.
Perhaps we should specify what type of magnetism we're talking about. Are we talking about ferromagnetism, paramagnetism, what? Electromagnetism?
You tell me.
It's all not the same thing, right? Well, I don't know. It's your claim.
Well,
You
yeah,
claimed
well,
it.
I'm claiming. Well,
You're claiming there's a magnetic field, and you're claiming that there's a magnetic field on Earth, and therefore it's a ball. And we're just trying to get to the bottom of this. Like, how does that work?
I'm claiming you got a globe, okay, and then within this globe,
Okay, do you have
these
measurements
things
for a
called-
globe, or is
No,
it
I'm-
just in your
listen to me,
imagination?
Just listen to me, okay? I'm claiming you got a globe, okay,
Okay.
and within that globe, you've got currents of just mantle, hot lava, magma, as one would call it. And
No,
this
stop.
magma is made from
Okay,
iron.
but how does that
they don't
work?
exist anymore.
Because
Damn it,
no,
man.
hold on.
Before
Sonny, hold on. He's gonna straw man us again because he keeps saying that we say things don't exist, and that's not what anyone
Okay,
said.
what was wrong with what I just said? You guys all started complaining.
Because you skipped by the radius.
firing, guys?
But you didn't even let me get onto that part. What do you mean you skipped by it?
For a second. You skipped by the initial claim, the fundamental claim of your ball is it has to show measurement of curvature. Period. You skipped by
What I was gonna say is how he was explaining that there was liquid inside the Earth.
Yeah.
Hot lava. But how does that work with Curie point? Because we know that ferromagnetic metals, when they become liquid and have high temperatures, they stop, conducting magnetic fields. So
they lose the magnetic properties, basically.
Right.
So it seems like his claim is incoherent on literally every single level.
If your claim.
Well, no, it's not. It's not. Hold on. This is not our claim, right? Just go in Google right now and type in Curie point. Curie. Madame Curie, you might know her name, physics and stuff. So basically what they found was when they heated up, magnets and stuff and made them liquid, they weren't magnets anymore. So how does it work when there's, a solid iron ball and then there's liquid around it and then there's earth and yet we have a magnetic field?
Oh, thank you. Okay, you're right. Above a certain temperature, I would say the magnetic properties stop. But if they are spinning, that's a totally different thing. If the hot metal spins, it will create a magnetic field.
Okay, so now we basically have to prove motion of the Earth. In order for this assumption to work, right?
Inside the Earth, you would have to prove that, yes.
Where's your video of a spinning piece of molten anything?
Where's your video
having
of a
this
flat
magnetic field? No, we're going one claim at a time, bro.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I don't
no,
understand.
it's called logic.
What also I wouldn't understand with your flat Earth claim is how the compass, what way is the compass pointing with your claims? The compass will be pointing.
We're trying to understand the claims that you're making. So your claim is that molten hot liquid metal, which has lost its Curie point, suddenly gains magnetism with some sort of rotation. Do you have a proof of this claim?
Well, that what's inside the Earth, right? It's iron.
No,
It's
that's
not iron.
affirming
Damn
the
it, man.
consequent.
It's not
That's a
iron.
fallacy. That's a fallacy. You're affirming the consequent.
Well, let me finish.
Okay, finish.
Right. So sporadic spastic kid. Let me finish my point. Okay. I've seen with my own eyes, right, a coil, electromagnetic, spin a piece of metal until that piece of metal reaches a certain temperature. Before that, it's actually levitating within the magnetic field.
Okay.
As soon as it reaches molten red hot, it falls to the ground.
Mm-hmm.
So Where's the validation of your claim of this spinning metal creating the magnetic field for the Earth?
Search it up. It's not that hard. But you don't believe anything on Google, so I can't tell you to do that. So
Google
I don't
tells
know
me
how
men
else
can
to
get
prove this.
pregnant, so why would
don't
I?
know how else to prove this to you. Like, do you want me to go to my science lab and somehow get a 4,000 degree
Okay, so
metal?
stop claiming if you can't back it up.
Yeah,
You
if
sound
you don't have a
stupid.
physical demonstration to back anything you say.
I've just hit 18 years old. What do you want me to do? Go to CERN?
Okay,
Like,
then don't claim stuff then if you can't back it up.
But I
Stop it.
have to claim it because otherwise, because like none of the it wouldn't make
I know,
sense.
because otherwise your head's hurting and nothing makes sense anymore, and you have to reevaluate the entire world. We know it's a painful process. We all went through it.
But the world we know it works. But you're just saying it doesn't work. Like I
No,
don't
it works
understand.
fine. It works fine, and everybody experiences
when
it.
it's
It
flat,
is
it doesn't
flat and
work.
motionless,
When it's
and they
flat, nothing
also
works.
use it as flat and motionless for practical reasons.
But when it's flat, the Earth doesn't work. I don't understand.
What doesn't work?
Everything.
Like what?
Like, okay, well, if the Earth was flat, okay, what?
You mean if what we observe is real and if what we measure is real? Yes.
The Earth is
Continue.
flat, what way would south be? Because I can get a compass and I point towards south.
Away
If
from the
Earth is flat,
center.
what way would
But
it be?
hold on. Do you know? You might not know this about compasses, right?
Okay,
Do you think that if you have a compass that it will always point north?
Well, no, I'll point true north because the magnets rotate.
Well, yeah, okay, but magnetic north then.
Okay.
Okay, but that's not what actually happens.
Okay.
Because there's such a thing, I mentioned this earlier, is magnetic declination, which means that you can be looking at a compass and it's pointing north, but it's actually not pointing north, right? It can vary by up to 170 degrees to the point where your north is almost behind you, even though you think it's in front of you because you're looking at the compass. Just look up a magnetic declination map. It's a complete mess.
Okay, but we can agree that 90% of the time it's pointing at the same place, right?
Well, no, that's what I'm just trying to explain to you.
But you said sometimes.
Yeah.
You didn't say all the
Yeah.
time.
No, you said quite often. But anyway, just out of curiosity, have you ever done any land nav with a compass?
What now?
Land navigation with a compass.
But I haven't even left my country in ages, so no, probably not.
Yeah, perfect. So once again, you're just making claims.
How am I making claims? See.
Have you ever used
for
a
example,
compass?
let me make a claim. Let me make a claim. Yeah.
I know. Go ahead.
Yeah, let me make a claim. Okay. I'm a millionaire. There you go. That's the example of a claim.
Okay. Well done.
Now, the reason why you know I'm a millionaire is because money exists. Now, is that validation of my claim?
No, because how is that validation of your claim?
Now you're
Yeah, exactly. So now apply the same logic to your claims. And let's see some of that sweet validation.
But you and your claim, you saying that money exists, but money can be in other places but your pocket. I don't understand what your claim is.
You would ask him for validation of his bank statement, right? If you wanted to truly know if he was a millionaire, right? For him to support his
I don't really know
claim,
how banking works, but yeah, why not?
you would ask for validation via like a bank statement, correct?
Why
Right.
not? Yeah.
So if his claim is he's a millionaire and his only proof is that money exists, you would say, okay, that's a claim without any substantial evidence to support it. I don't believe you're a millionaire, right?
Okay, yeah, of course. But yeah.
So do you understand what he's saying there? Because this is what you're doing, is you're making claims with no bank statement to back them up, but you're saying because money exists, I'm a millionaire.
But I'm saying, how else could that happen though? Like the claim I'm making is the only thing that makes sense.
That's an appeal to incredulity.
Can I answer that? Let me answer that.
Go for
how else could it happen? If money didn't exist, how could I be a millionaire? Therefore, I'm a millionaire.
Silver exists. There's so many. But I don't understand. But you think back? How do you think back? Like, I don't know, 7,000 years ago. What do you think value was? It wasn't in money. It wasn't something else. Like how many pigs you had.
So this topic's more to the point, listen. Morta, this topic sounds like it scares the death out of you. Do you want to talk about something else?
What do you propose we talk about?
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. Like, bro, I mean, this flat Earth thing is not your cup of tea, is it?
How would you say it's not my cup of tea?
Because you're scared to death of it. You're hiding from it. You don't even have a claim.
How am I
You're
hiding
saying
from it?
Only because you're saying it only works in a way that you don't experience.
But
That's
you're not giving
insanity,
me
bro.
give me an alternative.
Well, we
Yeah,
did. We measured the
reality.
surface
That's
of
the
Earth.
point. Hold on. I know. Hold on. Yeah, everybody already depends on flat Earth. The Navy, the Air Force, Marines, Trident Flight Research Center. Yeah, everybody else admits they depend on not adjusting for curvature or spin.
Because everyone, because what would they have to adjust to curvature?
Yep, that's what I
What would
thought.
they have to
Okay,
adjust?
thanks
Tell
for
me
playing.
what they would have to adjust to curvature.
Exactly. You don't. That's exactly right. Exactly. So you just
They
admitted
have
it
no
yourself.
minute.
Thank you.
They don't need
Thank
to
you.
base any measurement off the curvature because it doesn't affect them.
Okay,
I
Right,
rest
but-
my case, guys. Have a good one.
If I walk to school,
hold
I
on,
don't have to
hold
take
on.
into account how much there is. Do I?
That totally
Hold on,
conflicts with what you
calm
just
down a
said.
bit.
That everybody relies on the globe.
Calm down a bit. What you're now saying, if you have a plane that's flying at cruising altitude, they would say that they're flying in a straight line, correct?
Relatively, yeah. Continue.
Okay, so if a plane is flying in a straight line and the surface underneath the plane is curving down away from it,
Okay.
would the plane be able to keep flying in a straight line to follow that surface?
But no gravity would.
No, of course not. Okay, so now there are reasons why, etc. Cool, but at least you understand that it couldn't keep flying in a straight line.
But
That's
okay. So okay, nicely done. I don't understand what the point of that was.
Hey, Morta. Morta.
At least
May I,
gravity is a force. That's thank you. At least we got somewhere today. We got somewhere.
Morta, may I ask you a sincere question, please?
Honestly, go for it. Go for it. I.
Have you ever in your life come to the realization that something someone told you was a lie? Because it's starting to sound like you've lived your life and everything you've ever heard, you've believed to be true. I mean, have you ever found an inconsistency with something someone told you?
Of course, I realize people have been lying to me. But then again, why would a million people lie to me? If
Why
they
would
are
it matter?
Why would they?
Why would it matter
when
why
you
they
come
would
to
when you can
realize,
just falsify the claim? Sorry,
in your
Alpha.
life, you say, of course, when you come to realize that someone's lied to you, do you then do this whole thing? Why? How could it possibly be that you've lied after you've realized it's a lie?
Well, I'm going to ask them why they lied.
There's also another issue here. Because
what bearing?
Hold on. What he's assuming is that people are consciously lying or consciously being deceptive, which in many cases is probably not the case, right? Because, for instance, if you're told something as a child, right?
Okay.
You're told unicorns are real. All the adults around you tell you unicorns are real. They show you books with pictures of unicorns.
Yeah.
And so you leave your town, you go to another town, you tell that stranger, hey, did you know unicorns are real? You're not lying because that's all that you've ever been told. So there's no conscious deception there, right? So what do you think happens if you're in school, you're taught Earth is a globe, and then you go, you study physics, you learn even more about it.
Okay.
But you're never going to go back to question if what they told us is true. You're just going to assume that's true and carry that out and go forward with that. So so there's no deception involved there. If the teacher is telling you, look, the Earth is a globe, they're not lying to you.
Okay.
Right? They're just telling you what they were taught.
Okay. Yeah, I know.
So, but you were making the argument that millions of people would have to be lying.
The reason why kids are told that tooth fairy
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You just
it's for their own motive.
not 1 minute ago you were talking about millions.
Why do you think they say Santa is real? Because they don't want.
1 minute ago you were talking about millions of people lying to you. So I just tried to explain to you how that may not be the case, and now you're again getting upset. So try to calm down.
With your case, you're saying that a kid is taught that tooth fairy is real, for example. Yes, because it's a kid. You want the kid to be happy. You saying the tooth fairy isn't real will make them upset.
Hold on.
Lie for their own benefit.
Are you now saying?
I'll give you a really good example of this. Actually,
yeah, well, you already did. You already did just now. You gave an example of the tooth fairy. I'd like to respond to it, but
my teacher is a police officer. Okay,
the motivation behind the story doesn't matter. What is the Earth? That's the only thing that matters.
My teacher is a police officer, ex-police officer, sorry. Okay, and she was called at the scene at a really bad car crash. Okay, now there was a mother and a child involved. The child was literally dead. You could tell it was died. But the police officer, my teacher, kept on telling the mother it was alive for her benefit. People do it for the other people's benefit.
Oh, okay. So they're lying to you about the globe for your benefit. Cool story, little buddy. Can you measure a curve anywhere?
Why would they be doing it then? It's not for my benefit.
It doesn't matter what the motivation behind the story is. All that matters is if it's true. You go and check the Earth.
I'll tell you a reason why they might be doing it.
But why
they
would
might? They might. I'll tell you a reason why they might be doing it.
Okay.
Not saying that's what it is. Okay. If I wanted to control what someone is thinking or what they believe in, then that gives me a measure of control over that person, right?
Agreed.
Okay. So what they've basically done is they've taught us all this worldview.
Yeah.
And you're here now asking, well, what did they gain? Well, for starters, they gained you because you're here defending it avidly. You believe in it with what I can assume is conviction. So I would argue that they gained you by telling you their lies.
Okay, but
You're a disciple.
How do they control me? I'm not.
They control your perception of reality.
I'm listening
Is that
to
enough?
scientists, and multiple scientists.
There's no science behind this. This is a geometric claim that's easily falsified.
Name one scientist that you listen to.
What'd you say?
Name one scientist that you listen to.
Brian Cox. You heard that guy? I used to listen to that guy.
Brian Cox. Well, that's your example.
Yeah. Okay.
The guy that speaks to you like you're a 5-year-old.
Yeah. Why not?
Yeah. Hold on, friends. If you're listening to the modern physicists, then why would the phrase "gravity is a force" ever come out of your mouth?
Because I'm learning Newtonian physics. Thank you.
It was overruled over 100 years ago. Have you heard of Einstein?
Thank you.
I know Einstein, but I'm telling you, I'm learning in school. It's part of the syllabus. Did you guys go to school? Probably not.
Yeah, I learned the same thing.
So
No, I got the
Adam,
panic.
you
I
have.
did that, yeah.
Oh, hold on a second. Hold on, Morta. So adhoms is all you have after we just notified you that you're learning something Newtonian physics.
But I know it's wrong.
I wasn't even done.
Okay, sorry.
Newtonian physics. Stop it. Newtonian physics was overruled, superseded. That means replaced by Einstein's bendy spacetime.
Yeah, I agreed.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So let's hold on a second, friend. So first off, okay, I have an education degree, so I'm going to teach you something now.
In what?
So here's how it works, my friend. Check this out. Why was there a necessity for Newton to be replaced?
What do you mean? Wow, no, people just. But no, he didn't. It's not like he wanted to get replaced.
Dude, answer the question, man.
He doesn't know, obviously.
He has to make things up on the spot, and it's very uncomfortable for him.
He was wrong. He didn't. It's not like he wanted. It's not like he did anything bad. He was just wrong, so he got replaced. That's how it works. That's how science works. You have a theory.
Okay, why?
Okay. What do you mean? Because
why is he wrong? Yeah, why is he wrong?
Because whatever Einstein did clearly proved him wrong.
Wow. But how?
What do you mean?
And that's actually not the case. He was wrong before Einstein was on the
Why you asking me
scene.
the questions if you know the answer? Ask me. Can you tell me what the case? What is the case then?
Okay, so so Newton himself recognized the problem.
Okay.
He didn't have to wait till Einstein came hundreds of years later or whatever. Okay, well, the problem he recognized is that in order for Newtonian mechanics of gravity to work in the way that he described them, that the universe had to be infinite.
Okay.
And he immediately recognized that's problematic, as did Olber, okay, who posited the idea, which is validated by Newton and his math, that if you have an infinite universe, you have infinite stars, you have infinite light, therefore it's daylight all the time. We know it's not daylight all the time, therefore Newtonian interpretation of the universe is false. That is how it works.
No, because you haven't taken into account how long it takes for the light to reach us.
No, wrong. Listen, my friend. Okay, so what we have on the table here is a child claiming to be smarter than Newton and Olber.
I've never said I was smarter than Newton now, but they're fine physicists. I never claimed this.
Oh, really? So you think that they didn't take that idea of light traveling into account?
Well, okay, they did. But like, I don't understand.
So the
There's a
problem
reason
is,
why-
my friend,
There's a reason why.
that in Newtonian mechanics, there's a paradox, which is obviously makes it false, which Newton himself recognized.
Okay, but
In fact, he recognized it. He recognized it so strongly that, in his own words, he wrote this phrase:
okay.
that anybody who thinks that gravity is an innate quality of matter is not in possession of a competent set of faculties.
Okay. But you agree that everything. But you would agree that everything. Okay, let's say you agreed with Einstein physics. We're gonna use him. So it's property of space time, blah blah blah, bend space time and all that stuff. Okay. Let's say you agree with that. Would you agree that everything that if I was to, I've got a pen on my desk right now. If I drop that pen, would you agree it would accelerate at a rate at 9.8 meters a second squared? Would you agree with that?
Well, you asked if I agree with Einstein, not into a specific.
I'm asking you now. If I drop this pen, would it accelerate at a rate at 9.8 meters?
No, I wouldn't.
No, it wouldn't. Okay, well, why not?
Because that would only apply if you remove all the air, right? It's the same. It's the same reason. Hold on. You asked me a question. I'm trying to respond. It's the same reason why when you drop something from a higher altitude, it will eventually stop accelerating.
Yes,
it's called terminal velocity.
I know what it's called, but
So then why would you even suggest that things always move at 9.8 when you clearly realize that they don't?
But I thought you would have a brain to use some initiative and think that there'd be no air resistance.
You thought I would have a brain? Oh, that's a great argument, dude.
But you wouldn't. I don't know why you wouldn't think that.
You saw it on TV.
I'll tell you why I wouldn't think that, because we actually did measure this in physics in school too. And we didn't get 9.8 acceleration. We got a bunch of different results. Different kids got different results, right?
I know. I'm aware.
So why does that happen?
You can't.
But I'm saying that. Okay. Oh, fine.
Well, but this is what you were saying. You were saying if things are moving down at night. Well, they're not.
Okay, let's say it's in a vacuum now. Suddenly, I've got a vacuum pump. So there's nothing in there.
There's still air. That's wrong. A vacuum is a pressure range. That's why you have low vacuum, high vacuum, ultra high vacuum. It's not a vacuum chamber. Doesn't mean there isn't anything there. There's still air, just not a lot.
Okay, would you say it would move at approximately an acceleration of 9.8 meters a second squared?
In your imagination.
No,
not
where has this been measured?
So you're saying it would? So how? Okay, so
yeah, that's what I'm saying. If nobody measured this, then why would I say that this happened?
How fast would it accelerate?
Depends on what it is. Different things would probably move at different rates, right?
Okay, watch this real quick. Yeah, how fast does talcum powder accelerate? When I drop powder, how fast does it go? That was easy.
I couldn't tell you. You got some talcum powder on you?
Yeah, so not everything falls at that rate. Yeah, throw sand in the air. It comes down pretty slow sometimes. Yeah, dust in the wind comes down pretty slow. Weird, yeah.
Right.
So your entire religion is annihilated with sand. That was
right. And so for us to be, but hold on, this is the problem, and this is also why they only use the Newtonian stuff in high school and when they're starting to teach you physics.
Because it's easier to learn.
Because you have to pretend that the air doesn't exist.
Well, obviously that's how you learn. You learn to walk before you can run. You're not going to.
Okay, cool. But the 9.8 is assuming that the air doesn't exist.
Yeah, of course it'll be.
Okay, but we do have air, so it doesn't apply. So why would you ask? Whether we agree that things fall at 9.8 when you drop something?
They fall approximately at 9.8 meters a second squared.
So if I drop a feather, it will fall approximately at 9.8 meters per square towards the ground.
We both know feather's a crap example of what I'm trying to say right now.
Right, it's a crap example because it's not moving at the rate that you're claiming. I get it, but
you've got a block of iron.
Okay, put the iron in some liquid mercury. Is it still gonna go at 9.8?
Well, obviously not, because you got a buoyancy force upward. So why would it do that?
All right. So hold on. Now we have things going upwards. That definitely means that not everything is going down. Yes?
You just added liquid mercury, a very dense liquid, and of course you've got.
Yeah, but hold on.
Sure, you just put a very dense object in the air. So
wait a second. Don't miss this point, because he just said it. There's a buoyant force that lifted the envelope, so the buoyant force was stronger than gravity. Then, right?
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Yes or no?
The buoyancy force was stronger than gravity. Is that what
yes or no? Yes or no?
Okay, yeah, I agree with you.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
So if the buoyant force is stronger than gravity, then what is gravity? Because buoyant force is overruling it.
What? I don't understand what you.
The buoyant force overruled your gravity. I have
Okay.
several cases. The anvil in Mercury is one. Do you know what the other one might be?
Well, I know a case. I know a case, but I don't
Yeah,
know. If
drop a helium balloon.
Oh, helium balloon. Because okay, but that's okay. A helium balloon.
Where's gravity?
Well, I know helium balloon because it's light. It's less than air. It'll go up. I know that.
Oh, then where's gravity?
What you mean by gravity? It's acting down, but the massive. But
Yeah, why isn't it pulling the helium balloon down? Helium and the balloon has
if you use Newtonian physics here, that means the force of gravity is only proportional to its mass. So, and the mass of helium balloon is so light.
So light would be pulled down easier, and it would be pulled down at the surface, wouldn't it?
What'd you say?
If helium and the balloon together, they have weight, right?
Yes, but very small.
Yeah, don't say but. They do have weight.
Okay.
So why aren't they being held down at the surface?
Because I've just told you the strength of the force pulling it down is.
But you said it's lighter. It would be easier to pull down than.
How?
Yeah, it would be easier.
I don't understand what you're trying to say.
A butterfly would be slammed down to the ground because it weighs so little. It has no way to resist this so-called force that you're talking about.
What? I'm saying the force of gravity is proportional to the mass. The higher the mass, the more the force.
So helium balloons, hummingbirds, hovering drones, butterflies.
Oh, I mean, did you?
Are all
You know, it's actually really easy to demonstrate that mass has absolutely nothing to do with why something goes up or down.
Okay, I'm listening.
All right, take a small pebble and a big log.
Okay.
Drop them in the air. What happens? They both fall.
Okay.
Right. Okay. Cool.
Yeah,
Now I drop them in the water.
Okay.
The pebble, which is really small and has a small mass, is going down in the water, but the log has a much larger mass, but it's floating. So why isn't the larger mass being pulled down?
Do you know the equation for buoyancy by any chance?
Yeah, I do. Do you know why? Do you know why? Hold on. Hold on? No, I haven't. Do you know why? Do you know why they have to put G into that formula?
What you mean?
I'll tell you why. Do you know what unit force? Do you know what that represents? It's kilograms, meters per second, right? Okay. So if I have the formula and I write F force on the other side, that means that I need to put in an acceleration on the other side of the equal sign. Otherwise, I'm not going to be able to get my kilogram meters per second minus 2.
Kilogram meters second squared. I don't understand what you're trying to say.
Right. Force as a unit has a built-in acceleration.
Okay.
So of course there's going to there's going to be an acceleration in any formula using force.
Yeah, okay, I agree with that.
That doesn't mean that things are being pulled down or up, right? I mean, I can use the formula for buoyancy to calculate, say, an apple in a bowl of water.
Yeah.
And I get a force. Okay, that's really cool. But which one is accelerating down at 9.8 that I use in the formula? Is the water accelerating down or the apple? I would say neither.
What you mean
Well, the 9.8 acceleration that you have to put into the formula for buoyancy. Yeah. Which one is accelerating at that rate? The medium or the object?
What are you trying to find out? It depends. What are you trying to find the buoyancy of? The buoyancy force. So it'll be of the ball or whatever you put in the water. That's what you're trying to find the buoyancy force of. Right.
Right.
Mm-hmm. So what do you think?
Well, how does that answer the question, though?
What was the question?
Well, the question was, which one is accelerating at 9.8 meters per second squared? Is it the water or the apple in this example? Because I can determine the volume of the water. Say I put a liter of water in there, then I can weigh the apple, and I get a weight of the apple. I put the apple in the water, it's floating. I do some math, and I get a force, and I have to use a 9.8 acceleration in that formula. But where is that 9.8 acceleration in reality? Is the water moving at that rate? Is the apple?
That was the weight of that would be the apple in which if the water wasn't there. But it is there.
So it doesn't really apply to reality at all then.
But I don't understand how you can even say that. I'm
saying because I can see that neither the water nor the apple is accelerating down at 9.8 meters per second squared. That's why.
I don't understand. What do you mean?
I ponder it for a minute.
If I put my pen on the table, I can't see it even go down 9.8 meters per second squared.
No, but hold on. Now you're talking about a solid. We weren't talking about a solid. We were talking about a fluid.
It doesn't
Right,
make
but
sense.
but the problem here is that a fluid medium is what we're talking about, right? Things in air, things in water, things in mercury. We're talking about liquids and gases.
Okay, yeah, okay.
Solids are not a medium for things to
We
fall
can
up
just
or
replace
down
the
in.
buoyancy force with the support force of the table.
Okay, cool, but where's the 9.8? It's still the same question. It's conceptual. It's conceptual. They built it into the math. That's it.
Okay, if you hovered the ball just an inch above the water, it would accelerate at 9.8. That's where you're getting it from.
How would you even be able to measure 9.8 meters per second if you put it that much above the water? That doesn't even make any sense. You wouldn't even be able to measure that.
One wouldn't measure that. You just calculate it.
Right, that's the problem. We're just calculating it. We're not measuring this 9.8 acceleration anywhere. We're not seeing it.
So what rate do you think things fall at?
It depends what the object is and what the medium is.
Like I said, this pen I got from
Because now hold on. Now we're back at the same flawed assumption is that everything is pulled down, which is not the case.
When everything is pulled down, unless there's a force pulling upwards, of course, then obviously things
Okay,
will go
but okay. So let me just flip this story around. Things are pulled to the sky. That's why things go down. Does that make sense?
What do you mean things are pulled to the sky? That's
Well, like the same way you would claim that denser things are pulled to the ground, I could say that less dense things are pulled to the sky. And that would be equally valid, right? Because I can see that the less dense thing is going up. Therefore, it must be pulled to the sky.
Okay, and before you reply, my friend, before you reply, what he said is valid in relativity, according to Einstein.
Yeah, okay. Okay.
So good luck debunking that one.
Okay, I'll continue.
Right, but this is the problem because, like, when we're talking about gravity or things falling, there's this underlying assumption that there is a universal down vector. Everything is pulled down, everything is going down. Except in reality, we don't really see that. If we have solids and we drop them, sure, they appear to be going down.
Okay.
But if you change the medium they're in, if you get different objects, you can make things float. You can make things go up. You have gases which appear to be moving in all directions, right? They're definitely not being pulled down. So, it's just a flawed position to go from to say, well, okay, let's assume that we have something pulling everything down, even though we don't observe everything being pulled down. Right, and the only reason you would even I'm almost done. The only reason you would even need this downward force is if you're trying to explain how things are kept on a spinning ball. Because in reality, when you're in a rotating circular motion, right, you're not going to be moving towards the center of the rotation. Quite the opposite.
What'd you say?
So they say, well, Earth is a spinning ball. Okay, well, how does that work? How does anything stay on the ball? Well, there's this thing that's pulling everything down, right?
Okay.
So this is the problem, that gravity is essentially just a post hoc explanation to explain how Earth can be a spinning ball.
Earth is a spinning ball.
Well, if it was, then we should be able to measure some curvature or motion of the Earth, I think.
I mean, yeah, and we can, but we can. We have.
We can. We have.
Where's your bank statement?
Do you happen to know how?
Yeah, where's the bank statement for that, bro?
I mean, if can do quick Google searching at the radius of the Earth and
no, are you gonna come back with sticks and shadows? That would be cool.
I'm coming back with 6,271 kilometers, actually.
10 kilometers. I knew it.
But hold on. Looking up a number is not a method of measuring that number, right?
Okay, but how did this number originally appear? So you're saying some guy that said, there's...
Well, that's basically the question that we're asking you, is how did this number appear? How did anyone get this number?
Well, one could only assume they calculated it, right?
So, okay, so they didn't measure it, they calculated it.
But to calculate... Well, I don't know what you mean measure it.
It sucks, right?
You would have to calculate it.
No, you have to measure
hold on.
it.
This is good.
Is calculating.
No, this is
No, it
hold
isn't.
on.
Yes,
Hold
it
on.
is.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on. What do you put in a calculation?
Numbers.
Okay.
Hopefully.
Where did the numbers come from?
From the measurements.
What measurement?
What do you mean?
Measurements of what?
Oh my.
What
Measurements
measurement?
of what? What did they measure to be able to calculate the radius?
But I don't understand. I don't know. I don't know what.
You said that the
Ask him again,
radius.
Gospel Bear.
You
Please
said the
ask him
radius
again.
couldn't be
It's a great
measured, right?
listening.
Okay,
said he
I never
doesn't
said it
know.
couldn't be measured. I never said it
If
couldn't.
I'm gonna calculate the perimeter of a rectangle, I need to measure the sides, right?
Okay, yeah.
So what was measured to calculate your globe radius?
Why are you asking me? I'm just giving you
Because it's
methods
your
that you could
claim.
use. I'm giving
You're the
you
one who's
methods
claiming
You were
globe.
just
We want to
talking
know where
about
you
the
got
Yeah, I
spinning
said I'm
ball
giving you
Earth.
methods you could use, but I don't know how they actually came up with the number. Do you want me to search it up?
Okay, that's fine. Just say I don't know how they did it. I believe they did, and that's fine. We can move on.
Huh?
Listen to him typing.
Did your programming break?
How did my program break?
So you said the calculations, blah blah, and I'm just trying to expose to your own like blindness, trying to reveal to you through your blindness that those numbers would have to come from somewhere, right?
Okay, I agree. The numbers have to come from somewhere.
And where did they come from?
That's what I'm trying to search up right now.
I mean, if you don't know, just say you don't know, and that's fine.
Okay,
I
well,
mean,
I'll say I don't know.
but that doesn't really help us in determining like how did they measure this, how did they figure this out.
But
How about this? Let me ask you this question: do you think that we're not capable of typing into Google how did they measure the Earth curve or stuff like that? Do you think hold on. Do you think that we haven't already tried to find answer to these questions that we're asking?
I mean, obviously you have. You seem very enthusiastic about the subject, so probably you have. So I'm guessing you
Alright.
have tried to do that, right? Okay, what answer did you guys get? Can you
All
say
right.
these?
So next question: do you think that there's anything that you can find on Google that we wouldn't be able to find on Google?
Probably not, unless we live in countries with strict laws, and we probably find the exact.
Yeah, unless like in China or something.
Yeah, we probably find the exact same thing. I mean, I'm guessing you're European.
All right, cool. So, but then what would be the point of you going to Google something to tell us something that we already know?
Well, you just don't already know it, because then you would know that the radius is 6,300.
Yeah, 6,371. And actually, technically, it's not a single number, right? Because there's a tiny divergence between polar and equatorial
Of course,
diameter.
yeah, the Earth
but
isn't exactly a perfect sphere. I'll give you that.
Well, yeah, we know the number. That's not the issue. We know the 6371 or in miles 3959. That's not the issue. We know the numbers. What we're trying to figure out is how did they get this number? What did they measure? How did they calculate it to arrive at this value? And there doesn't seem to be a logically consistent, scientifically valid answer for that. If you can find one, then please take some time off, continue to Google it, and come back and let us know. We'd love to see it.
Find your research. You said you did some research. Obviously, I believe you. We have this. So what research
Well,
did you do?
I went outside to do some observations of my own. Yeah,
Okay,
I live
even better.
near a rather large lake, and we have some islands up north and stuff. So
That's nice. Okay. So what observations did you do?
well, I guess the same thing as everyone else, trying to determine my observer height and then distance of whatever I'm looking at, and then getting the globe math, curvature calculator, see, okay, so I'm at this height, the radius is that much. How much should this be hidden at that distance?
Yeah.
Where should the horizon be? And does this match what I'm actually seeing in reality? And it didn't. So, well, what's wrong? I mean, like, is reality wrong or is the math wrong? I mean, come on.
What do you mean the math wrong? You measured it, correct?
No. Like the math that I'm talking about is the globe curvature calculator, right? Or distance to the horizon formula, whatever. Because this is basically based on the globe numbers, right? They have the radius as 6371. That means if you're this much above sea level, the horizon should be that distance. And if something is at 20 miles, it should be hidden by that much. That's basically what they're claiming, right? As a consequence of us living on a ball with a surface that's going down away from us. So it's not like we made up this math and said, oh, the math doesn't work. It's not our math, right? It's their math. We're just going outside to check if what they're saying matches reality, and we're finding that it doesn't. So hence why we're here asking questions like, how were these numbers measured? How did they get this? How did they do this? Because when we try to test it, it doesn't exist.
Did you ever have a math teacher ask you to work your math out and show your work so that they could figure out how you came to your answer?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. So we're taking the 3,959 mile radius
I'm gonna go eat
and we're
a
trying to figure out how they came to that number because they didn't show us the math. Their claim is completely inaccurate. And what we find in reality is reality does not match the claim. So when you Google the radius of the Earth and it gives you a number, how is that number arrived at? Show us your work. Otherwise, you're going to get an F.
Well, to be fair, in some Common Core applications, you are allowed to get credit just for the answer.
I will give no credit for just an answer. Show me your work.
The guy tried, but he was dismantled in every corner. So well done.
It already happened yesterday. He came into the check-in, and Wolfgang and me were talking to him for like an hour, and then we moved him into the live stream. He went on for a little while, but it's like we covered pretty much all the basic topics already. And then today I'm listening, and it's the exact same thing again. Like, what happened?
It's not updating.
No, still processing.
Well, why would they lie? As I lie to you over and over again, tell me why they lie.
Yeah, it seems to be a problem with the updating of new information. We should go in there and adjust those synapses a little bit in that cognition area. Something's being diverted off into some other area that is more responsible for imagination and fantasy realms.
Well, this is a good example of how even though something like a search engine can be great to find a plethora of information, it can also be detrimental to your mind if you don't try to work through things critically to find the answer. It's abdicating your responsibility of actually thinking about things and allowing the search engine to think for you. It's becoming a very, very big problem in society these days. I mean, how often do you hear, even in your real life, people say, well, just Google it. Just Google it.
The modern day priests, Google. I guess this was always a problem.
Yes, there's two quotes that are salient to this point. One quote, which is, we'll know we've succeeded when everything the American public believes isn't true. The other quote is, this whole system exists to create a conditioned response to authority. So those two taken together are self-evident why they would pull a deception over people's eyes for the end goal, which is absolute authority over the individual.
Yeah, when you defer to them over your own senses to know what reality is, it's game over for you.
just wanted to say I love what you guys do.
It's bad, bro. You might want to repeat that question. Or was
Wait,
it me?
His
did
corporal.
the Globy already left?
He abandoned ship. He
Oh,
abandoned the mission.
man, I didn't even realize that.
I said he had to go eat.
Ah, okay.
Max 65 has all the answers though.
Can someone maybe explain to me why every time we come to a point where they have no arguments, that they suddenly have something very important to do?
And then
Like-
they're gonna respawn. They're gonna respawn a few hours later and just do it all again. Same arguments, same everything.
The reset. I need to quickly go for my PC and press the reset button. I'll be back in 2 hours.
Gospel, can you repeat the question that you asked him? And he was like, I don't get what you're saying. I don't understand what you're saying.
Yeah, he said, I'm sure somebody calculated it. I was like, what do you put into a calculation? He said numbers. I said, where do they get those numbers? And he went, he completely wigged out when he realized that his logic had failed him. Ooh. It was pretty funny.
He was.
Yeah, here's how we measured the globe. We pulled some numbers out of a hat, ran some calculations on them. There's your globe.
Ooh, a new role, Bingo Earther.
News update: Jimmy the Chicken left the server.
You're a Bingo Earther.
We have Ismail.
He is not a quantum eraser survivor. Yeah, he didn't survive quantum eraser.
No.
Hello, Ismail.
It looks like he exited from the entire Discord. Very strange.
I mean, their top people are being kind of dismantled in the Flat Earth server, so they have to just jump in and check out what's happening.
Mm-hmm. And they're getting damaged. I need to change.
Getting bodied.
Social damage.
You straight up flat smacked him across the server. Flat smacked him clean out of the.
Yeah.
Clean out of the
Smacked him
room.
clean out of the server.
Ismail, you've been muted, Ismail. We can hear your mouse clicking around. Do you have any questions, Ismail?
No.
Emotional damage.
No, I'm just hearing. Sorry, my English is very bad.
No
it's
problem.
not too bad. It's okay.
It's probably as good as mine. That's good enough.
Or a lot of us.
My English is as good as your mic.
Sorry?
So Ismail, what do you
So
think?
when you guys are laying it down like that and they take off and they end up coming back.
Is Corporal Mayor high?
No, he's got a really bad connection of some kind because he just keeps roboting.
Because that's kind of like I speak when I'm high.
Yeah, and I don't think he hears everybody. It might be a large delay or something, a long delay. Who knows?
I think it's some space-time curvature bending his voice.
It's bending. It's bending in your area. Hold on.
We all know it's a bad satellite connection.
Yeah, that's right. They must have a little valve that leaks out some of the helium or something. You know, they got it. They're trying to adjust that correctly. They'll get it soon. Don't worry about that.
Hey, Ismail, closer to your mic and answer this question, Ismail. What brings you to the Flat Earth Discord server?
A link on 4chan. 4chan archived the thread. 4chan.
4chan.
4chan. Yeah.
4chan, yeah.
You found a link to the Flutter Discord?
Yes.
In the fortune.
Fortune thread.
Can you share a link? Can you send me a link? Can you send a link to from where you got this link in fortune? Send it to Jamesy. I want to see that thread. I want to look at that.
On private or.
So you found this Discord in fortune. So can you send me the link where you find it?
I send you on private or on the Discord server.
On DMs, the direct messages. Jamesy.
Okay.
Oh, it's gonna be fun if the 4chan crowd arrives here.
Oh goodness! If a 4chan crowd shows up, I would love to expose some stuff to them. They are in a frying pan that they can't see. At least a lot of them are.
We're ready.
I got the link that he sent me. I will share it in the server. I haven't clicked it because I don't know, for some reason. It's right here, Wolfgang.
The paranormal thread.
Paranormal. Oh dear.
Well, that globe is certainly in that category.
Yeah, the globe is definitely paranormal.
Paranormal, metaphysical, spiritual.
The classic disc in space.
Actually, I take the spiritual part back. It's not spiritual. It's religious. It's a religious belief.
Well, someone made a good compilation of videos on that 4chan thread.
That's cool. Somebody's in there doing the hard work in the trenches, man. It's awesome.
Hey guys, can you hear me better
Yes.
now?
A little bit. You're still roboting at
All
about
right.
a 10% level. Go ahead.
So they use fear.
So now it's like 50%.
To control the population.
It's bad, bro. It's bad. It's bad.
I think it's my connection.
Talk really slow like this, and then we could still understand you.
It's bad, bro. Even though I like when Corporal Major, sometimes he brings some good points, but it's not. At least, I mean, it's not good, bro. At the moment. We do want to hear what you gotta say, bro. We just gotta get that 5G plan.
I use the new iPad and the highest speed internet for my area.
Where you live, Mexico?
On top of the mountain in Southern California.
But wait, if you're on top of the mountain, you should be closer to the satellite.
Mm-hmm.
The signal should be better.
Yeah. Apparently, that's not our real world observations are not matching up with what we're told. Something about parabolic antennas and relay stations are also considered satellites, even ones on the ground.
Hey, so Corporal, are you above like Victorville? That basin over there?
I'm above San Bernardino. I used to live in Big Bear, and that's above Lucerne and Victorville.
I know, yeah, I know the area. I used to go hiking out in the desert over there, up by Hesperia, up in the backside of the mountains over there. Hike down to this great hot spring. You ever heard of it? Well, you probably don't know.
Yes, Deep Creek Hot
Creek.
Springs.
Yeah.
I live on Deep Creek, and it goes all the way from the front side of the mountain where I live, all the way behind Lake Arrowhead, then all the way down to the hot springs. And most people, the access point for that hot springs, you could look it up, is called Bowen Ranch.
Bowen Ranch,
And for
yeah.
a couple bucks, he lets you park there, and he'll watch your car for you. So it's a good utility.
Yeah, I guess they closed the lower parking. There used to be a lower parking you could go down to, but yeah, that's cool. That's cool. You live up in that area, man. That's a great place. I can't wait to go back up there again. Last time there were like 16-inch trout going up the Deep Creek there, and no one could catch one. I'm like, give me a net. I'm gonna catch a couple of those.
Yeah, the problem is that the hot springs is nice in some areas, but on our side, they spill raw sewage into it. So, yeah, you don't want to pull the trout out when you get up this high.
Dang.
I'm convinced they do it on purpose. It's definitely poisoning out the part of the watershed right here that everybody would enjoy if they weren't doing that.
Isn't that crazy? Seems like that's what they've done everywhere. They're just destroying nature left and right. The people that are supposed to be the conservators are out there destroying nature.
Well, the actual lore of this area is just about how this area is enchanted, but it's actually, they mean cursed. And it was a curse put by the indigenous folk that were pushed out. And the remainder of the folk that stayed here ended up in an encampment on the front of the mountain, on the front side. So if you look up from San Bernardino, and you're looking at the mountains there, on the face of the mountain, there's a little crevice where the watershed goes, and you can see where the little camp area was. And the area there, the land slid out and killed a bunch of them and permanently destroyed their camp. And so it made an arrowhead shape of the landslide. So when you looked at the mountain there where it slid and destroyed the encampment, the only remaining encampment of the indigenous people, that slide that finally destroyed their encampment is the shape of an arrowhead. So they call it Arrowhead up here because of the slide, but nobody knows the lore. And
I didn't even know that. So that's where the name Arrowhead comes from, Arrowhead Lake and all of that. Interesting.
Yeah, so the indigenous people they figured out from how to make alcohol. The settlers showed them how to make alcohol, and apparently that was the destruction of their entire way of life up here, was them figuring out how to make the alcohol. It's really bad. And so this area is considered enchanted, but it's cursed by the people who lived here for the way that they came into this area, logged it, destroyed the wildlife, killed the watershed, polluted everything, displaced all the local people, and then had no care for displacing the locals and ruining their way of life and the way they ate and drank and bathed and enjoyed themselves, and just destroying everything. Like, it's a complete reduction, so that you can't even participate in that way of life anymore, because they make big avenues for them to carry their logging equipment and the military stuff and everything, and it just destroys the natural flow. They kill all the available wildlife for food and skins and everything. Like, it just destroyed everything. So
Right. Yeah, that whole California was decimated. I have thoughts that whoever these first explorers were that came here were decimating the population way before their Columbus date. They were here for a long time because they had a lot of stuff to clean up. So they had to kill all those people off so they could reclaim the territory, because that's all they were
when
doing.
they
is
originally settled here, they
reclaiming.
put the mission system in, and the mission system was to teach the indigenous people how to grow large acreage of like groves of oranges and different things, and they were going to send the oranges back on the boats because they last so long, to compete with the plague. So the way of life in Europe had become so foul that everybody was dying everywhere because everything was polluted, and so it's just disease everywhere, and so people wanted to escape. Then when they figured out that sunlight and orange juice cured the plague, the idea was to grow massive sections of oranges and then send the oranges out. And oranges last a long time when they're picked ripe, and or picked before they're ripe, I should say. And so they taught the indigenous people here through the mission system to grow oranges as far as the eye could see from the base of the mountain here. And then you had this industrialization, I guess you would say, of California. And this guy Kaiser, I guess, was heavily invested here. The same guy that invented the Kaiser health system, air quotes, health system.
Yeah, exactly. And the
Was
Kaiser
heavily
automobile.
invested here. Yeah, and was involved in destroying this area further. And so what's happened was they just have now cut all the oranges down. So it used to be oranges as far as you could see. Now it's sprawling metropolis with
So
city life.
listen, Corporal. I don't know how old you are, but when I first moved to California in the mid '70s, there were orange groves in Orange County, just like you said, as far as the eye could see, all the way to the mountains were nothing but orange groves. Over
Yeah,
20
so
years,
they've cut
they
everything down, and it's
they
so evil.
decimated.
The riverbed, Nestle has the water contract here, and they suck the watershed dry by the time it gets to the base of the mountain. They have pumping stations with these illegal contracts that they've always had, these like nefarious contracts to just pump our resources down. And so they kill the whole riverbed there that would run across the seasonal riverbed in San Bernardino down there. So it's never had water in it for decades. And it's gotten so evil that the city workers are instructed to cut the oranges off the outsides of the trees, the orange trees that remain in sight, so that homeless people won't go up and pick them.
Right,
Like
because
if you go up to the tree and you look, you can see there's still oranges on the inside and up higher. Is because they pay the city workers to come and cut the oranges off the outsides of the trees.
and they're
Like,
just wasted. Yeah.
that's their priority.
So listen, that Nestle company anyway, they're evil bunch of fucks. They took over all the local Palomar Mountain water sources here and like screwed me over. I had good Palomar water from the mountain, and then they took over without noticing. They just said, "Oh, we changed now."
And then go
And
look how expensive it is if you want to buy a contract to pop a well now too.
they were the worst customer. They have no customer service at all. Nothing was available. I couldn't log into my account. Couldn't get a hold of anybody. And their numbers didn't work. I'm like, you guys are screwed. They would get my shipments wrong. The other company would call me when they're coming or text me and let me know we're coming. We're down the street. We'll be here within 15 minutes. They wouldn't tell me when they're coming, what time. Like, oh my God, it was horrible. I'll never do business with them again. And I'll boycott every single.
Well, they
Nestle
probably just didn't care. You know, you have a utility, you got this cool contract. It's all profit. So what do you need to service people for?
Who cares?
And okay. So listen to this. Here's a flat Earth thing. So if you guys like all this talk about the watersheds and how they're messing it up, where's the water really come from? So go look up this thing. It's called prime water. So apparently there's water under everything, and we all are floating basically on a layer of water. And if everything like there can be liquefaction in an earthquake of the ground because there's groundwater. And when the ground resonates at a certain frequency, the water and the ground turn to liquid, and things that are heavy will sink or move or hit, like the Leaning Tower of Pisa, right? And there's this whole basic precept of this thing called prime water, and it's really interesting to look into that subject. Are you guys picking that up?
I just looked
Yeah,
it up.
it's
Prime
an
Water
interesting.
Corporation.
It's an
I'm just
interesting.
fascinated by it, so I figured I'd give you guys extra in
Yeah,
case you
yeah.
haven't heard of that. It's a very fascinating subject.
To Filipino communities.
It's
Yeah, so
also a name for drink by Logan Paul.
Oh no. Hey, fun fact. Logan Paul shared my fiance's picture and said it was his fiance or his girlfriend or something on the internet a long time ago. And I called him out for doing that. You guys would probably recognize the picture. I could put it in the chat. Let's see.
The one with I only date flat earthers.
Yeah. Livestream voice text.
I used to think for sure that you were Nathan Thompson. I was so suspicious. I mean, like, I don't know, man. Forgive me
No,
for that.
Nathan burns up all his bridges, so I don't do that. Let's
Yeah, now I know
see.
you're not. Will the real Nathan Thompson please stand up?
Is he on this server?
Yeah, Corporal Major, he's not a vegan.
He has been.
No, he's not vegan. He posted this one time after he was saying this thing about being vegan, and then he was posting about how he loved his new leather like Ugg boots that his grandma had bought him, and I was like, "Oh my god, dude, leather Ugg boots are not vegan, bro." And then he pulled it down. It was just kind of funny that like you're like trying to ramp about being vegan, but then you're actually not. So like, I mean, I think he really doesn't actually eat meat all the time. So it's not like, he's completely lying about that. But at the same time, if you're telling people you're vegan, you're like, look at this new leather jacket I bought. I'm like, that's definitely not vegan, bro. Like they make vegan leather now.
Okay, we ought to stop talking about other flat earthers. Let's move on.
You're right. I don't mean a harp on it.
Yeah,
No,
let's talk
I'm
about
very
real
I'm
flat
very health
earthers
conscious
like
about my
Logan
diet.
Paul.
And everybody else should be health conscious about their diet too. So I would like to encourage that. And also, this is the picture here that I put into the voice chat or voice text. That's the picture there. And Logan Paul shared that. And I wish I had the original link to whatever it was. I'm sure it's been consumed by the internet now. But he was saying, "Oh, this is my new girlfriend to get." He just does that whatever he can to get clout thing. And
He was promoting himself as a flat earther back then, and sharing this picture. That's funny.
no,
Wait,
he
so
was
how did
he
he
was
get
just
the
trying
picture of
to
your wife?
he was
Your
trying to get
girlfriend?
people riled up, and then he figured he could make a bunch of money shilling making content that turns young people away from it and mocks the subject to them. And that's surely what he did. His most recent performance, though, I can't really say much about. He did a stint for pro wrestling. He's all over the
What?
place. He did that boxing thing, and now he did a pro wrestling thing. He's like anything he can dip a little bit into. He's got into that, and I don't know. I don't know what to say about it. I know that he did this, but I mean, how would you ever get him to admit, hey, yeah, I did that at one time? He probably would deny it now.
He said that he fought Mayweather and he hasn't gotten paid. That he got scammed.
Yeah, but it's whatever they can say to make more hype. Like they just think about it so intimately. What can I say that'll just generate more interest? It doesn't matter if it's true or not. Just anything sensational. And that's what led to him sharing, this is my fiance's picture. Why would he share my fiance's picture saying it's his girlfriend? He doesn't rate my fiance. He's not on that level. He's a clown. So like, he's pretending, and he's not going to
He's
admit to that.
the definition of a pretender clown.
Yeah, he's a pretender clown. So like, he wants to play the celebrity thing that everybody is sold on because it feels good, but that's not what he really is. He's a pretender clown. And,
You did hear us say that we were going to attack Firefly.
but
He's not a flat
Paul
earther.
is not a flat
Shut up.
earther. You didn't see the mockumentary that he made where they made fun of the subject. Did you miss this?
No,
I don't have the link to it, but it's easy to Google.
I don't know. I just think it's kind of rotten to talk about a guy on the live stream unless he's here to defend himself. That's all.
Logan Paul?
So
Logan
anybody
Paul
that
cannot
has
defend himself here.
Is he on
cannot
Discord?
defend
Is there like a
And
way
I'm
we
not concerned, Charlie. I'm just saying I don't really want to talk about
can we
Any-
message Logan Paul on Discord and be like,
Hello?
yo, let's talk
Hello?
about this thing you did.
Hello?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Anyone who does anything that is ridiculous gets ridiculed. It's a natural response to the ridiculous. So some type of concept of immunity is news to me.
Yeah, and it's news to me
And
that we also have a corporal major that is the actual boyfriend of the girl that is in the picture that he was sharing. I didn't know that.
and
She's wearing the shirt right now. We're like in the kitchen, sitting by the kitchen table. She has her like comfy sweats on, and she's literally wearing that shirt.
Okay.
Like, you guys don't have the video hooked up, or I could flip the video on, but it's not enabled here. You could see it in
yeah,
real
you can
life.
do it in a different chat if you want to, like chill chat and stuff like that. Anyway, yeah, nobody has immunity. If you say something or do something that's ridiculous, you get ridiculed. Some type of special treatment club or gang mentality, or I guess actually gang mentality wouldn't be applicable because that's a different cultural context altogether. But yeah, no one gets
I'm not
immunity.
defending
Rookie.
him. I'm not defending him. No, I agree with you guys. I'm just saying, like.
You're right. I shouldn't go above and beyond to bash on people who can't speak out for themselves. I do agree with that. But we were just talking about what he did with this.
No,
this
I get it.
picture,
I
and we'll
should have just kept
keep
my
it
mouth
at that.
shut. You're right.
Is also controlled opposition.
Is he?
Well,
Like,
I'd have to agree with that.
Yes, Rookie. Yes, he is.
Are we talking? Well, who are we talking about?
Okay, so why did you say anything at all? If
No, I'm saying, are we talking about Logan Paul or are we talking about the other guy? Because I was talking about the other guy.
We're talking about you, Rocky. We're talking about you right now. That's what we're talking about.
Okay.
Talking about Logan Paul. That's who I'm talking about. Well, then why did you bring anything up at all? This doesn't even make any
He said
sense.
Nathan Thompson. I thought you were talking
No,
about Nathan.
he
He was talking about Nathan Thompson.
What?
Yeah, that was 7 minutes ago,
Forget
bro.
it.
It's like past
Anyway.
10.
Moving on.
Misunderstanding. I see.
My bad. I thought that's what we were talking
Okay.
And now we're gonna talk about Rookie.
Sure, let's talk about me. I'm cool.
I'm just here for a good time. I'm good with whatever the group wants. I'm not pushing anything. It's not why I'm here.
How dare you? How dare you?
I hope that my daughter listens to this with me sometimes, and she's younger, and sometimes she picks up on some of the stuff you're saying, and I think that's really good for her. So I want to thank you guys for what you do.
Like a back Corporal Major. What's going on, Corporal?
I'm just here. I was going to give some of my personal testimony here and there, as people are talking about things that are relevant to whatever my personal observations or experience were, and I'm just enjoying listening to the conversation here. I like how you pull people in and lay down a hard line of questioning for them so that they can think about all the things that they believe, because that's what pulled me off of it. And I was like, I should think about this more. And then when I got onto it, I was like, oh, let's all take shots at the globe together then. That's the best thing. It's so entertaining.
Well, it's really deconstructing the rhetoric that people have been carrying. It's kind of like a toxic that everybody's drank. So we're the antidote.
Well, as a Marine Corps veteran, when you become a Marine, they symbolize that by giving you the EGA, which is the Eagle, Globe, and Anchor. And so that always eats at me. So I went back and I looked how far back they actually added the globe in and why they did that and who did that, because I was curious. Well, when did they add that in? Why would they add that?
Yeah, it's in every. It's almost in every discipline. So there's not even one area that it's not. So.
Well, if they name me commandant, the first day I'm removing the globe from the EGA, and over time we'll reprint everything we have that has with the new whatever symbol they come up with, and I will put it in the statement that the globe is an insidious and parasitic brain cancer and a blight on humanity, and that's why we removed it from our symbol, and that the symbol's going to be redesigned to be more
I mean,
organic.
are you active right now? Are you active duty?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, he's a corporal mayor in the military. Corporal
Yeah, I
mayor
know.
in the
I didn't.
military.
Well, his name is that, but I don't. I mean, I don't know where people coming from. I don't know if he's active.
Actually, you cannot. Nobody can be a corporal mayor. You
There's
made
no
that up,
such
right?
thing.
Yeah, Corporal Major is just like a cartoon image that I made. I actually got out as a corporal, so I'll always be a corporal. My grandfather was actually a major in the Army Air Corps. He was a bomber pilot, like a famous bomber pilot. He used to fly the route that goes over the Himalayan mountains, and they call it a hump pilot. And so I just kind of slammed the two together when I was playing with my design application. And then when I've been deleted so many times off the internet, I just maybe this symbol will work. It really stuck in people's minds. It's my own organic design, so I've just been going with it.
Corporal, I have a question.
Absolutely, shoot.
Are there a lot of Freemasons within the military?
Oh no.
boy.
For surely.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, you got every sect of every. You have our military in America is every single
Religious
culture,
belief.
creed, and like people speak a bunch of different languages. Like this, all together in one. There's no exclusion. The military does not exclude anybody. Like it would be hard to imagine them. You'd have to be disqualified based on the fact that you couldn't physically perform whatever you were applying for. Like there's no way there's no other, like pretty much anybody can apply if you're physically capable of doing of doing whatever job they're going to put you into. And there's a whole range of that. You don't have to be infantry in the military. If you're good with computers, you could be a tech person or a comm person, right? We have a bunch of different branches with different applications. So like they have a wide range of application. Like it's hard to imagine that type of discrimination considering how large the apparatus is and how many different, I mean, so diverse, how many different people I met in the military. It's unbelievable. People talk about discrimination specifically in the military. I'm like, have you been in the military? Like, do you have family that's been in the military? Because like everybody's mixed together. There's no like, this is a group of this kind of people or this kind of people. Every unit is a blend of all different types of people.
Hey, since you were a part of the military, well, thank you for your service, man. You and your family, whoever served. Outside of that, there's a guy in here named Ishmael. Ishmael, are you there? VC verified.
Yes, I'm here.
Has anybody spoken with Ishmael?
About what? About what?
I asked him something earlier, and he found the Discord in the Fortune thread, so he shared the Fortune thread. Yeah.
Well, welcome to the server, Ishmael. And here we talk about the topic of the shape of the Earth. This forum is meant for anybody who has an inquiring mind, such as yourself, because you were curious enough to click the link, or a friend of yours gave it to you. But we introduce you to the fundamental aspects of critical thinking. So I know that sounds a bit redundant, but it is something that's important, that maybe looking at it from our vantage point could be something that could enlighten you as far as your journey in discovering what the Earth actually is versus what you think it is. So I don't know. So I'm just kind of presuming at this point until you tell me whether you believe the Earth is a globe or you think it's flat.
It's flat. It's flat.
Oh, so you come from the standpoint that it's already flat. So have you done anything, Ishmael, to discover this?
Yes, I did a test coverture 4 months ago. Sorry if I don't talk a lot because my English is too bad for talk and it's just very cringe. So I just wanted.
Yeah, you're good, buddy. You're good.
No, I'm bad.
Yeah, but we understand what I mean. We get you.
Okay, so I just did a test curvature and I verified that. So it was And just I saw a lot of video of Eric Dubai, OGG, TV. I don't know, a lot of videos, so I don't know. But yes.
Okay, which part of flat Earth made you convinced that you were not living on a globe? What were you researching when it actually dawned on you?
The fake CGI, the fake video of Wire in the ISS.
Oh,
No,
okay.
the video with Wire. When we see, yes, okay.
Yeah, the ISS is showing people, that they can do camera tricks and things with videos that we have technology we have today to kind of imitate
Yes.
like they're actually looking or handling something that's not really there. CGI effects and so on and so forth. But we've come to know them as this. It's all it is just camera tricks, and it's not beyond the realm of like possibility that people should at least consider the thought that there are just actors behind the camera, and nothing more. Yeah, so that's that's good that you come to the knowledge via that, but we stand on something a bit more. We could look at the Earth and say that its foundation is the reason why we understand the Earth is flat, because it doesn't measure to have any curvature, as per the globe claim.
Yes.
Right. So yeah, on top of all the lies that they've been doing, this one would stand out as a fundamental reason for people that believe in the globe to be not a globe for us when we start researching it. So yeah, it's important, right? Like we have to know what the ground that we're standing on, if it's curving or not. Because if it is curving, then it's a globe. If it's not curving, then it's not a globe. And it's really simple how you can find this out. I was actually talking to two gentlemen earlier this morning when I was on. For those of you who were here, we're actually going over just kind of like a line of sight test. Very easy to do. You and your friend can do it, and get an Earth curve calculator, figure out the height or elevation off the surface of the ground, and have your friend stand about 5 or 10 miles away from you, and do a line of sight test as to where the person is and how much curvature there should be between you and them. With this line of sight test, you should see that figuring out the distance and the elevation of where you're viewing from, how much Earth curve there should be present. And if you work it out, usually that's the most convincing way you can find out for yourself that the Earth is not a globe curving at 8 inches per mile squared. So it doesn't take, complicated maths. It's just simple algebra. So once you figure it out, then you come back here and tell us your findings and such. Anyway, line of sight test is a way that anyone can discover that the Earth is not a globe, because it's kind of like a line of sight test. So it's a measurement, really, because you're getting distances, right? The distance between you and your friend, the distance between how high you're going to view the point of origin to the target. So like wherever you're standing and you've got, binoculars or whatever device you're using, and use that and just figure out all those numbers, punch them in, and see where you stand with the Earth curve calculator, which you can find online. And then come back and tell us the results, because obviously we know what you're going to say, because we all have discovered this, that the Earth is not a globe as per the claim. The claim is that Earth is set size of radius, diameter, and circumference. So that's all. There's really nothing to it. It's not complicated. You don't have to go into knowing a lot about the Earth in order to find this information out. So it's really basic. It's simple. Just go and do it. Just have the initiative to go and do it, and then you'll find out for yourself. Pretty simple, right?
I had
Mic drop.
I had an experience back in 2000. We had friends from college that always get together in certain parts of the Midwest, and we decided to get together and meet at Indiana State Dunes because that was pretty close to Michigan and Chicago and where we were living. And so we went there. And I remember late July, early August, and we got there, and that's the southernmost part of Lake Michigan. And I remember getting there, the beach, and I remember looking over to the west. So
We're losing you, Jim. We're losing you. We can't hear you.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead. Try
Can you
again.
hear me? Yeah, and I saw all of Chicago, and driving it, from Indiana State Dunes up to Chicago was about 33, 35 miles. But then over the last few months, I've realized I was looking out at Chicago, seeing the whole thing from 22 to 25 miles, nautical miles straight across, from the southern part of Lake Michigan up to Chicago. And of course, I didn't think about anything back then because I was a total indoctrinated glober. So you just assumed, hey, there's Chicago. Isn't that great? Ha ha, love it. And I never thought, that, like I do now, I could hop on Route 12, which is right there, and go up to Michigan City, Indiana, and then go a little further north and hop on Interstate 94 and make my way up to Benton Harbor, Michigan, which is 54 nautical miles away from Chicago, go down to the beach or the flat area, and depending on how my eyes were doing, or if I had a telescope, which I do have one, take that with me and look at Chicago 54 miles away, and it's 6 feet. It's 6 feet observation height. I should experience 1,735 feet of curve. And Willis Tower or Sears Tower is 1,450 feet tall. There's some antennas in there. It's a little.
We're losing you, Jim.
So if you're at Benton Harbor,
Jim, we can't hear you.
can you hear me?
No.
We'll try another time.
There you go. You're back again.
Isn't
you're
it
covering up your
static
mic or
cutting in
something,
and out?
bro. Bro,
I think
I think you're leaning on.
No, it's just cycling. Listen, it's cycling in and out, Jim. So what it does is you're good for a couple of minutes, and then it goes out for about the same amount of time. So it's like a 2-minute, then on, then 2-minute off, then it fades back in, comes back in. So it's okay. Just keep going.
Oh, I don't want to bore people. I was just saying that. I was just saying, if Benton Harbor, Michigan, if you could see any part of Chicago, not to say, even to say the whole thing, then that just proves that we're not on a spinning watery ball. So I'm sorry about my connection.
No,
thanks.
there's nothing you can do about it, man.
I heard Jim. I heard that was a mirage, though. It was I think it was a weatherman that told me that it was a mirage. You're telling me not to believe the weatherman, Jim?
Tom Coombs, the ABC Channel 57 ABC affiliate, and
Well, I'm so bummed because they never get the weather right. So now that they didn't even get that right either, I mean, they're really not. They don't have a good batting average.
They must get something right, man. They're still on.
I know. Jim.
They have the right salary. I'm definitely jealous of that.
Well, there you go.
Jim, I'd love to come up there sometime and go look at that view you just mentioned. My mom lives in Chicago still, and I'd love to go see her before she passes. And but I'd love to go take those views again. Like as a kid, I saw Lake Michigan from Benton Harbor. I saw Chicago from Benton Harbor as a kid on a sailboat.
that's. I was gonna say, Sonny, that Jim has the best line of sight test, like I think of all, because of the fact that over the lake, like how far you can see. Perfect. Yeah. It's like the perfect place to have a line of sight test. If I ever knew there was a place, and I would say vice versa. No, like if you had somebody on the other side, like in a building, like you could see all the way across, like to where you're at. Now, interestingly enough, I haven't seen a line of sight test done over there, because of course, how would you you can see the lights though, right, Jim? Like I would say, like of buildings from that far distance, could you see lights? Like if you're looking
from Chicago to Benton Harbor?
Yeah.
I don't know. I think Benton Harbor. I don't know the topography and the actual buildings of Benton Harbor. I just growing up in Peoria, Illinois, and my sisters used to go to Wheaton College up in Wheaton, Illinois. We spent a lot of time in Chicago, and I spent some time downtown Chicago, and So I know Chicago skyline pretty well, but I have no idea about Benton Harbor.
Well, needless to say, that would be definitely a good line of sight test. I mean, people have heard about that already in the flat Earth circles. People talk about that, guy. What was his name?
Tom
Joshua
Coombs. Tom Coombs
Was it
is the
Tom
weather.
Coombs?
Yeah, Coomes.
Oh,
No,
Nowicki. The kid that
Nowicki,
took the
yeah.
picture.
Nowicki, yeah.
Josh Nowicki or whatever it is. Yeah.
Yes.
That's it.
Well, I mean, he's never going to tell the truth. But anyways, I mean, that's still a good place to go. I mean, put on your bucket list, even if you're a flat earther, just to go and travel. If you're going anywhere, make that a pit stop. One of your places you go and check out the line of
Monterey
sight.
Bay would be a good one too. Monterey Bay has a really good. Yeah, there's a viewpoint from Monterey, from the city of Monterey. There's a beach over there you look over
What's the
across the
distance?
city, and I think it's I don't know. I
Because
think
the
it's
distance
8 or
that
9
Jim,
miles. It's quite a distance.
the distance that Jim's working with is somewhere in the ballpark of what, 40 to 50 miles in between there.
Yeah, Benton Harbor is 54 nautical miles across.
Oh, that's lovely. Those are great. That's great. I love those numbers.
That should be 2,000 feet of curvature.
Yeah, somewhere around there. Yep. You should not be able to see the buildings at all.
What building there is 2,000 feet tall? I want to see this.
None. But according to what they say, things is looming up over the curve and via refraction, hitting your eyeballs.
How does distance, like if it's 89.59 for the circumference, then how much would like if you divided it up into 360 increments, right? The Earth, if it was of all, I'm just phrasing this out to try to get it right. And so you measured it. How many miles would be in that one of those 360 degree increments? To give us an idea of how far you're seeing on a ball. If you held up, if you showed a picture of a circle, could you show me what distance that is? You know what I'm saying?
I think the distance, Rookie, I think the distance would still be the same. You're working with the 54 nautical mile distance because it's over water, and then you're just factoring that into how far you should be able to see on a globe to the Earth curve calculator and just punching in those variables.
Right, but you know what I mean. If you were to go a quarter of the way around the Earth, right? How many miles would a quarter be? So how far it would actually be in your mind. You could imagine. Yeah.
You're sectioning it off.
Yeah. Let's say, how do you divide it out? What is a quarter of it? What is an eighth of it? So if you divide it up into increments, in miles, what would that figure out to be if the circumference is 89.59? I'm just curious. That way I can get an idea, because it helps me in my mind imagine how far of a curve. Because at some point it's going to basically be over. You're never going to see it, right? And it's pretty if you show that on a curved surface, it's more you can see it better. In your mind, it pops in your head. You know what I'm saying? So if I'm demonstrating this to someone,
you want a model.
I can hold up a ball and say, "Look, this is how far you would be going on that ball," right? So that they get an idea of how far that many miles is. You know what I'm saying?
I did it for you already.
I know I sound silly.
60 nautical miles per degree. It's 60 nautical miles.
60. That's it.
So
69.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh wow, that's good.
That's all. You know what? That range it's
30 miles. Wow.
Sorry. He's giving the nautical miles. It's approximately.
Well, yeah, I know that's different.
Regular miles.
Right. Okay, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, what I'm saying though is that that range is hitting right close to that Well, you're getting really close to it, but the range still from that distance is right about there. It's about hitting close to what 54, and it's what 60 AI. What did you say? 69.
Well, he said nautical miles, which would be the 60 number.
No,
that's
all
really
divided by 60. Just 360, all that.
Nautical miles are based on time over a certain period.
You know, Chicago is also about 30 miles wide. So, like, shouldn't the buildings be leaning away from each other if everything's curving too? Like,
Yes,
why
they
is
should. I was going to
why
say.
is every panoramic picture of a cityscape perfectly square? And
horizontal.
like, don't they plumb buildings with a pendulum? So if everything's curving away from the center point, then all the tops of the buildings should be leaning away from each other. And
Tilted
I've never
away from
seen
you.
that happen before. Yeah, like that.
Well,
when
it wouldn't be much, but it would be slight enough. You'd be able to see it and measure it.
I mean, like when
Wouldn't
they.
they?
I
Wouldn't
agree
they
with the
see all
gentleman.
their? Wouldn't they see all their plumb pendulums spinning around in a circle due to Coriolis or something?
Well, yeah, I come into the room with the ceiling fan all the time, and I have to stop the little chains from just swinging wildly all around by themselves. It's really annoying.
But see, hey guys, oddly enough, you have to actually throw that thing into motion. So it's not the Earth that starts it to spin, you do. So there's that, right? So it's not the Earth that starts it. You're the one that starts
Yeah, because
it.
if you just if you just left it laying there and held it completely still and to where it wasn't moving, it would never start moving on its own.
It's not going anywhere. Yeah.
How you know it's a spinning globe?
Because of the pendulum, bruh.
Yeah,
bro,
there's this
that's their
guy,
best
and
proof.
there's this guy, and his name was Faux Cult, like like faux, like false or fake, fugazi, faux cult, like the faux cult's pendulum, and that proves everything in the world that you need to know. You should go look at it in one of their little science buildings where they have one set up. You should go look at it, and you should listen to the people talking about how it proves Earth is a globe.
Yeah, Earth
and
is a
never
globe.
Scrutinize anything
Earth
they
is a. Oh,
say.
you're rugging. Hey, Earth is a globe.
Because the pendulum, the pendulum swinging around.
I think he's muted. He's still talking. That's weird. Although we do have extremists in here who will tell us, how the pendulum shows us how the Earth is in motion. Right, extremists?
These are not the droids you're looking for.
Ah, wrong door. All right. Let me see. our princess is another castle. I gotcha. What? Who do we talk
I
to?
don't
We
know.
already.
Why is the pendulum the only thing that dangles, that spins, and proves that the Earth is a globe? Like, I don't understand that. Can somebody explain that one to me?
Because globe.
Hey, I think if you're trying to come in, bro, we can't hear you. You're lighting up, but there's no sound.
Because Mickelson, Morley, Mickelson, Gale used the interferometers, and they said, "Oh shit! If we use those again, we're going to get the same result."
Can't do that. Wait, did I run extremists out? He left on his own. What the hell?
Nice. What a nightmare trying to prove Foucault pendulum is.
Yeah, that's we've had long discussions in here, man, a while back, a couple years. Remember the old pendulum discussions, AI?
Oh my gosh.
Weren't they fun?
Yeah, they were so much fun that I tied the pendulum around my neck and tried to see if the Earth curve would hang me.
Oh, we're all glad you're still here because there's no Earth curvature and the Earth is not moving.
Yeah, it was painful trying to get somebody walk through that whole reference frame idea. It's crazy, really. But we had to do what we had to do because at the time this whole thing was in full spotlight. Everybody wanted to know what was on the flat earthers' minds about it, so we had to bring an argument to the table. It wasn't as easy as saying, well, the Earth is flat. You had to actually get into these weed arguments at the time. The anti-flat earthers wouldn't let up. They were relentless. They would come out with so much nonsense, day in and day out. Foucault's pendulum. You got the sextant argument, star trail argument. Like we exhausted every single one of those points. We defeated them logically on every single one of them, but you know, we were in here days in and days out talking to these guys.
That's some OG shit.
Bro, like some of these guys in here, like hours, dude, talking to people about full cosmetics. Not kidding. It was crazy. Because the anti-flat earthers were real, dude. Like you got like super numpties, dude. Yeah, it's just numpty with numpty sauce. Like it's crazy. But you know, we're at where we're at now. And there's hardly anybody that comes and rivals anyone in here. They usually now what they're doing, like what was it, the dude yesterday, the chicken guy. He was not talking about something that was pertaining to the shape of the earth. Well, I'm just talking about, you know, his topic, and because they bring in these ridiculous topics, right? So they just want to talk about their subject, and you ask them, what is this evidence of? Oh, nothing. I'm just talking about this thing. You know, like what this doesn't prove anything.
Yeah, we don't want to talk about unicorns. We don't want to talk about unicorns and fairy tales. If you're gonna mention something, bring some proof for it. I know what you mean, bro. I was in fucking Geo's the other day, and it's like there was like fucking like probably like 10 globers and 3 flat earthers, and then they just start talking about quasars and black holes and shit. And it's just like, whoa, wait
Yeah.
up. You
Expand your
motherfuckers
mind,
can't
Noah.
talk about that shit. You can't talk about that shit until you prove this is a globe, dude. You fucking they go far out in the weed.
I love it.
I have a question about.
Oh.
Hey, I have a
Yeah, go
question
ahead, man.
about what was said yesterday with that one fella that was talking about specific bandwidth or whatever of red or whatever. Now, I tried to cut it off with claiming physicality of something that's observed. Is that inappropriate? That's what I want to learn. To claim physical knowledge of an observed thing, I say that that's on its face in the first instance.
Yeah, because it's not like someone went there before and then came back and said, "Yo, like this is like that." Nobody's ever been there. Like no one. You know what I mean?
And not only that, but the image that they claim to be seeing would have traveled from another location as well, right? Because they're not saying that they're seeing all the way to the source and getting information from it. Am I right? I'm not just saying that their equipment actually is determinant of actual physicality, but the image they're looking at is in their own rhetoric already traveled the distance. Am I correct?
I think it depends on what you're specifically talking about. But I don't think anything exited this solar system, even probes in their model.
Hey, it's not what I think. I mean, it boiled down to a smudge yesterday. Basically, that's what I'm referring to. These claimed galaxies and that they're actually moving, and that there can be actual physicality garnered from information. And well, really, I just say that it's on its face before you even debate any of the details. It's not possible to verify. That's why I wanted to bring it up. I thought about it today some, and I wanted to ask that.
Yeah, if you don't fucking watch these motherfuckers for like 5 minutes, they're already going off into the weeds about how they know what a galaxy is made of. It's quite fucking ridiculous. Even in their model, even if you give them the benefit of the doubt that they send probes up into space and shit, none of those probes exited this solar system in their model. So they can't, like, even if they want to claim, like, oh, we've been to Jupiter with the probe or whatever, which is also probably CGI bullcrap. I mean, they can't claim they've ever leave this place because their, like, mothership NASA has fucking said we never fucking exited this fucking place. Like, this heliocentric solar system. But they can't even fucking prove that. So why even let them go on to galaxies and shit? Why even let them go far out into the weeds in this fucking quasar, neutron star bullshit that they were talking about the other day? Like, what the fuck, dude? You can't even prove heliocentric. Get a fucking seat before you start talking about fucking neutron stars.
Yeah, that's real talk, man, for sure.
Well, before they were even claiming that they could go and do this, they were already making claims about what it was. And you can go look it up. There was a gentleman who they ran out of their thinking societies because he was expounding upon all these lies that they had made, and they knew that they were going to get caught to expound upon all these lies. This guy, they drummed him out of their own thinking society, and later on they've gone back and redacted that and then congratulated him for all of his discoveries. But the guy's name is Immanuel Velikovsky, and he wrote this series called Worlds in Collision, where he made a whole bunch of speculation about temperatures and distances and all this different stuff about the heliocentric model and the soul lure system, as you're calling it. That was before they claimed that they could send something out into air quotes space or whatever. And he was making these predictions. This planet is this temperature and this density or this size and this distance and all these things farther than what science had outlined previously. And he was drummed out for doing that because they didn't want to go further with it because it traps them in further into their lie. You're just making more lies to cover that original lie.
Why is it called the solar system?
I'll say it like this.
Lure
If they're talking about
system.
Sorry, did I interrupt someone? I'll say like if they're talking about some bullshit, first off they have to build it up. First they have to prove we're on a round. First they have to prove we're on a round shit. Then they have to prove this round shit is moving. Then they're gonna have to prove this round shit is not the center, but it's actually moving around the sun. Which I know none of them can fucking do that, let alone the first two steps. And if they can do those three steps, then I would allow them to fucking talk about quasars and whatever the fuck pulsar fucking dumb shit they can fucking.
Why is it called a solar system?
But they can't even get the first three. So if they can't get the first three, if they can't even get the heliocentrism, they can't prove that. And why the fuck would I listen to you about galaxies and fucking pulsar or whatever the fuck dumb name you come up with next?
Why is it called a solar system?
The sun. No, Helios.
What?
Helios worship the sun.
Exactly. They
Solar
can't even.
means sun.
Why is it? Okay.
Folklore
Why is it called
about
a
the sun.
solar
Soul, the sun, lore as in stories about the sun, because the cult is the sun cult, and they want you to worship the sun. The sun is a ball, right? This is what they want you to believe, and that's their whole premise. And they don't care whether you're trapped in a snow globe or trapped on a ball. And the sun cult, the oldest cult, they were murdering the globalists as heretics before they figured out that it didn't attack their original preface of everybody being misdirected by their sun stories and their sun worship.
Yeah, so we pretty much all know who Helios is, but who's Sol?
Same name. Same shit, just means sun.
So it's just a different deity from a different group of people.
It's like Zeus and Jupiter, right? It's the same fucking thing, just two different names.
Thoth and those people like the same word for different words for the same.
I think. What was it? You said Helios.
Oh, it's completely different cultures.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. As far as I know,
really.
Sol is from. Yeah, isn't Helios
in the chat?
from Greeks?
All
Sol
of
from the
European
Egyptians.
All the European cultures are based off of like Greek and Roman culture, and Roman and Greek culture are based off of like Persian, Babylonian, and Egyptian culture. It's all in the same place around the Mediterranean. It's all the same group of people, basically.
Yep. So that's the thing. It's a helio cult religion, but it denies the fact that it's a religion. Like that's part of its whole thing, is that's the part that I don't get. Like, I guess I do, because they have to deceive people in order to do this to them. They have to be deceitful. So they're going to say, no, it's science. No, it's not religion. No, we have proof to back it. And they don't have any proof at all. So it is a religion. It just takes a cursory glance at the information that's provided to us. Just look at any little tidbit of a subject area, and you find all these discrepancies. Everywhere we look, it's gotten deeper and deeper. It's really amazing.
Well, it's like a movie of what is it, like Apocalypse or whatever? And the guy's like, I'm a god. And they're like, we don't believe you. And he's like, all right, I'm going to turn the sun off. And then like an eclipse happens. They're like, oh my God, you're God. Sorry, God. It's like, that's literally what they fucking do. They're like, all right, this is, we know that there's a sun in the middle and we're revolving around it because we can predict things in the sky and talk about fucking pulsars. And everyone's like, oh shit, you know where the pulsar is? Oh my God. You are God. You must know everything. It's like, okay, it's the same fucking shit. It's the same exact shit, just a little more complicated, literally.
Yep. They're worshiping the sun and their other gods that they've labeled in the sky.
Well, they're also worshiping their ball Earth over there.
So it's interesting, though, that everything done realistically, physically over the surface of Earth, there's no need for any curvature. They know this stuff. They know that everything we fly in is over a flat stationary plane. They know all of this. They didn't seem to care at the time. I don't know what they're thinking about it now, though. Now that they've been exposed. Be interesting to know what's in the back rooms. I'd love to be a fly on the wall in some of those little backroom meetings.
Look, they know all they have to do is put Logan Paul on the next Sir Richard Branson flight up to space, and that they'll captivate all the youth, and their lie will float for another generation.
That is so accurate. That is so funny how accurate that last statement was.
They already got away with sinking all the sovereign wealthy Americans in America on the Titanic to create an illegitimate money system and then making it into a love story and reselling it to our youth, and nobody threw up red flags there, though they spent more on the movie than they were ever going to make back because all it is propaganda. No red flags there.
No, wait, what are you talking about? They made back so much money off that movie. Every time they print a new dollar, it's a new money. That's a new dollar Leonardo gave to them, basically.
Yeah, check it
There
out.
you
Probably
go.
those movies, some of the funds from those movies are probably going to the same family members of the people that sunk the Titanic. JP Morgan, that's the one. His descendants will probably
JP
get
Morgan was on the manifest of the Titanic and called in sick and didn't end up going out with the maiden voyage of the Titanic.
And how
but everybody
strange.
was actually had attended because they knew that JP Morgan was going to be in attendance. So the vast majority of people that had gone there with the understanding that JP Morgan was going to be on that boat with them. So who knows if they even told them he wasn't on the boat.
So what are the chances of all of the opponents of the Federal Reserve Act were on board?
What are the chances of them planning the Federal Reserve System for decades before on Jekyll Island at their gentleman's club and not being able to implement that plan without getting rid of those people?
Yeah.
What about the what is it called? The ISS? They said they're going to take it down by 2030, but it's too expensive to give out any of the parts to anyone. Have you heard of this shit?
I'm not saying it's a correlation, but Whitsitt was on here talking about filing a Supreme Court lawsuit against NASA for specifically the ISS fraudery. And that same day, they announced they were going to take it down. 5 hours later after Whitsitt was on here. I don't know if that's a coincidence, but it's strange.
There's no such thing as coincidence. None. And I'll tell you another thing about it. So NASA, if you guys look back, changed the actual boundary of space to be beyond the moon, so that the moon is not actually in space; it's actually within our atmosphere. And they did, yes, they did that for a legal reason, because everything's legalese in creating these fictitious fiat dollars. So all the people donating to Branson and all of these other people to go to, air quotes, space someday, and they were expecting to get something on their money. So now the lawsuits are coming back and they need to defend it in court. So in order to go into court and say that this little rocket trip that's still within our atmosphere technically is considered going to space, they move the moon into our atmosphere, say that astronauts, the farthest they've ever gone is to, air quotes, the moon. And so it was not a reasonable expectation that you would ever go further than astronauts, further than the moon, which is also in the atmosphere. So it's not about a height measurement anymore off of the ground in the atmosphere to get to space, so they can then continue to keep all of those ill-gotten gains and continue to defraud the shareholders with their little rocket flights in the atmosphere. Because
because they knew they can't fly rockets in that in no atmosphere. So
exactly, because rocket propulsion requires
it's convenient. So they can change where the atmosphere is just because it's convenient. Nice.
No, legal. It's a legal argument, because they would be then having to pay back a bunch of people who donated. Like Richard Branson's been defrauding people for 3 decades, and then he has to give them something back or some hope. And when they figure out, look, all this flat Earth stuff's going around. If you're a rock star and you're an idiot and you gave Richard Branson $2 million at some point, and you figure out the Earth is flat and he's a shister, you're obviously going to try and get some of that back, right? Or get something out of it, right?
Sounds like a serpent seat line of Cain fucking ripoff again.
Yeah, and Richard Branson over there on the wind glider with the naked girls hanging off him off his private island, like, right? All
Feel
those
bad
pictures
for the
on the
naked
internet.
girls. Feel
Yeah,
bad
there's
for
pictures.
the naked girls. Their children will be mongrelized serpent seeds. So
no, they definitely taught those women to sterilize themselves so that you don't have to worry about that, and they're happy to do it.
I'm confused. Are you saying the serpent seed is a line of baloney?
No,
serpent seed is alive and well.
I'm just using the term serpent seed because if I use a more colloquial modern term, I believe we would get fucked by some sort of algorithm. So I'm just using serpent seed.
We say
no. I either use serpent seed or sons of Cain. One of those two. You know, like a small group of people who don't produce any product but seem to be able to trade very well and get all the money. You know,
fascists?
Line of Cain. You know, serpent seeds.
Is it fascist? Won't get censored, right?
Cain was a serpent. You're trying to use code words.
No, I'd say my words are actually pretty accurate. You know, sons of the serpent or sons of Cain, one of the two. They're pretty accurate.
Yeah, but let's be clear that usually the serpent seed doctrine means that they're direct spawns of whatever personification or embodiment of Satan had sex with Eve while Adam wasn't looking, or while
Exactly.
I was participating. Right, so it's very specific.
Exactly. They fit the bill.
Right.
They fit the bill.
That's an interesting point. However, the Bible clearly says that all men were created from one blood. So you can't have two different bloods.
What was that, robot?
It roboted. You can't have two what?
Blood. All men on the face of the earth are created in one blood. That's what it says in the Bible. So I don't see how you get
No. Sir, we can't hear you. You're roboting really hard, like extremely.
Text maybe.
Yeah, you sound like fucking You sound like Megatron trying to give me a message. I can't fucking understand it.
Numpty, not a good idea.
What?
He said something like, all men on the face of the earth are created from my blood. So there can be two different bloods. If it
I
states in the
disagree.
Bible.
There's two bloodlines.
You just need to provide evidence, right?
Well, no, all I was saying was that the Bible says that God created all men of one blood. So if you're using the Bible as your source text for any serpenty doctrine, you have to address that claim within the Bible that God himself claims to have done.
Yeah, I just
So,
claim they're not
that,
men.
yeah, the counterpoint to that, fair.
Anyway, I was throwing a bunch of Latin in the chat, and then I was helping everybody understand that there's a false dichotomy. People leave one frying pan and jump into the boiling pot of water because they think it's the better alternative from dark to light. But that's the plan. That's the plan. It always was the plan. You're still robot and AI.
You're roboting so hard, dude. Like I swear to God, I have not made one word out yet.
We get it. Again, folks have their mic issues, their connectivity issues. It is what it is. He is aware. Anyway, guess what? SOL has no etymological root associated with the word SOUL. Just saying. Facts.
You're just saying they're two different roots. They're two separate roots. They're not connected.
Yeah, they're as related to each other as staple and apple.
I would have to agree there.
Well, it's what can be evidenced in the Latin. I looked up like 7 different Latin dictionaries, and most of them just repeat themselves, provide different textual examples. But the fact of the matter is, you can just look at the declension and see for yourself. Different word.
Prove it.
Did somebody just say prove it?
Prove it.
Prove what? What are we proving?
It.
What's it?
Oh, is that you with it?
Yeah.
You're so funny.
I thought he said rivet.
That's what I hear, man.
Rivet.
Yeah. There you go. Prove it is actually an utterance from a frog.
That's right.
Can you prove that?
Prove it.
I think it's. I think you proved it. No, you saw what I posted there. Let's see.
So, hi, Witsit.
Hi.
Hey, Witsit.
Hey.
What are the conditions that require a gradient of gas pressure?
The conditions that require a gradient?
The spinning globe.
No, what are the conditions that are required in order for a gradient of gas pressure to exist?
Oh, gas pressure?
There you go.
Yeah.
And Witsit. What is the thing that is required in order to obtain gas pressure in the first place?
Containment.
All
Gravity.
right, ding, ding, ding. We have a winner. That's funny, man. I thought, listen, I was dozing off last night, and I heard you say that to QE. That was funny.
You know, lumpy gas in a vacuum is in here, and he can hear you guys talking about him.
How dare you?
I mean, lumpy gas, they're kind of calling you out. They're saying that you can't be in a vacuum. What do you have to say for yourself?
I thought it was prophecy because Huey said to Betty, she asked him about gas planets being in a vacuum, and Huey sarcastically responded, yeah, they believe lumpy gas in a vacuum. So I figured maybe it would be prophecy. They might believe me. It was kind of a joke. Right when I heard it, I was amazed by that
Oh,
parallel.
that
They believe
water
lumpy.
flows like
Yeah, it's really dumb. It's super dumb. That's the point. Try to get someone to think. One time, a guy at the library, I was doing lawyer paperwork, and he saw my email because he was helping me do the facts, whatever there. Anyway, and then he read my Google name, which is Lumpy Gas and Vacuum, and then he started telling me about carbon dioxide ice on Pluto, I think, or someplace. And I just looked at him.
well,
A couple of
you know, they
problems with
say.
that is, go ahead.
I was just gonna say they say that there's like diamonds raining on fucking Neptune and shit. Like they come up with all kinds of shit.
Crazy, right?
But hey, wait, why do we have a pressure gradient on the Earth though? Flat Earthers.
It doesn't matter.
Oh.
To even claim that gases going down would be a reorganization, it would be a decrease in entropy.
I didn't make
Because
any
the
claims.
gases, yeah, you can't have gas having a downward bias without acknowledging that that's a decrease in entropy just in itself.
Yeah, but
Much
you don't
less
need
the
you don't need a downward bias of gas to have a gradient.
No. But for it
Because
to
gas
not
isn't
expand,
created up in the sky.
The only reason they can claim, and it's invalid on its face, that the gas isn't filling the volume is because it has some kind of downward bias of any variety at all.
Because the gas operates in a cycle, and it's created towards the surface.
Towards.
At.
Okay, well that's actually go on.
I'm pretty
It's
sure
at-
gas
yeah.
does have a downward bias.
No, it can't. That's a violation of entropy.
Oh, yeah.
But if you get
It is.
if you get a vacuum and you fucking shoot some gas into it,
The gas
the
will
gas
expand,
not
which is
gas
an
not going to
increase in
have
entropy.
a
It'll disorganize, not organize and fall.
It fills the available space. Anyway,
if you have enough space, if you have enough space for the gas to not interact with each other, it's going to start getting pulled down, right?
No.
Just like everything else.
Not right. Not right.
Incorrect. Yes, not right.
Yeah, that's not the behavior of gas.
There is electric pressure on the Earth, but gas itself doesn't have a downward bias. But I think that I'm asking the question because every time I ask, like every time a Glober asks it, the flat earthers don't answer. And of course, they don't have to because it's a red herring fallacy. But that's not the point, though. I mean, I think everyone here should be able to have an answer by now. So, like, you should be able to have an answer. You should have thought through this a little bit and have an answer.
Well,
We
I
have a
asked
gradient on the
directly.
Earth.
Oh, well.
I'm saying we have a gradient on the Earth, right?
It's the next story along the way. It doesn't matter.
Well, it's not. It doesn't matter in the sense that it's non sequitur to the conversation about how you have gas pressure in the first place.
Yeah.
But like there's still a reason, like because we do have a pressure gradient. I think Gospel Bear was headed down the right path. I think every flat earther should have this in their arsenal. That's why I'm bringing it up.
So
Any
we
other
have-
flat earthers? Go ahead.
Oh well, yeah.
You got it?
Fair
Yeah.
enough. Go ahead. I'll let
Well, I just
somebody
want
else.
to you've kind of already said it, so you can just go ahead. I think just all the flat earthers should maybe really listen because I consider this to be important. This is because our true objective should be to try to connect the dots for people, not to convert them or think for them, but to connect the dots for them. And when people are new to the subject and they're like, even if they're open-minded, they're naturally going to be like, oh, okay, well then what gives us a pressure gradient? And the reason they're going to ask that is because they've been told a reason we have one. So it's not like they're being dishonest intentionally when they ask that. You know what I'm saying? So I think it's good little cherry on top. Like, well, before we get into the gradient, I need you to understand this part. And then you should address the gradient. That's my opinion.
So the gases are created at the surface or near the surface, like Gospel was saying, and then they go up, they rise up to reach their specific state of equilibrium, which is a certain elevation, with the caveat of all the swirling actions that are taking place near the surface. They rise up into their level that where they've reached equilibrium, which is a different spot for each gas depending on their molecular structure.
Okay, so gases tend to find their equilibrium in certain layers of the atmosphere.
The air.
That's what I would say. Somewhere along those lines, but I never measured these things myself.
You're definitely right, because when they put up big helium balloons, they only put a little bit of helium in the balloon. It's really saggy because as it goes up and the differential, like the gradient, like you guys are talking about, it expands where it would burst the balloon if it wasn't, if they didn't leave extra space for the gas to expand in the balloon. So if you watch the liftoff from some of these balloon whatever satellites that they launch, which they're pretty open about, you can see that it looks like the balloon is like saggy, but as it goes up, that gas changes and expands, and the balloon becomes more full.
Mm-hmm.
Also, NASA controls the larger market share of all the helium that is mined or sourced on Earth. So, like, they're the biggest market trader of helium. NASA is.
Yeah, like 90% of the world's supply. So
the gas expands because of the relative environment. You could put like a balloon inside of a vacuum, and it's going to blow up. It's going to expand to the size of the vacuum,
right.
where you can put it in higher pressure and it will shrink.
Yeah, but the question is why is that environment what it is? So
my answer would be the dynamics, quality, especially temperature. That really affects the pressure of the gas or how it's acting entropically.
That's a good point.
As temperature changes.
Yeah, it would be very ignorant not to acknowledge temperature when we know that temperature and pressure have such a intrinsic relationship with one another. So that's a good point.
Sure.
We have weather patterns and temperature fluctuations on the Earth, which is obviously going to affect the dissipation of gas.
Then also kind of to think of it like when you're panning for gold, they call that stratification. And that sort of thing is what Sonny just brought up, is that they're going to natural layer, which would be what we witness everything else in creation do in a fluid-like environment. Kind of like if you're doing what's that chemical extraction method where you're using solvent and sand and air pressure? It's got a name. I can't think of it right now.
I don't know.
Plasma?
No, it's got it's for organic chemistry when you're trying to isolate different alkalis or whatever, but it's a sand and a solvent, and they use air pressure, and then each thing goes into its specific layer by color, and that's how you identify what you're looking at, and it's based on its specific gravity.
Yeah, for instance, like butane and propane, which are used on boats a lot and yachts and ships for heating and for cooking. So butane and propane are heavier gases. If they're released near the surface of the water, or let's say on a boat, they'll go down to the bottom because of the ambient temperature that they're at. They will go down and they will fill the entire bottom of the hull from the bilge up. That's why it's so dangerous on boats, because boats, when they catch on fire, if there's a leak like that, they will literally burn all the way down to the water line. Now, once the propane and or butane equalizes with the temperature around them, the ambient temperature, it will spread out laterally along the water until it reaches equilibrium. Then it will just start rising omnidirectional, just like helium would, once they reach a higher temperature.
Has it been demonstrated what the ratio of quote unquote elements or the recipe for air at different elevations? Has this been determined?
No. I would not claim that.
That's surprising.
Well, they say
Not
you guys talking
in
about
open air. It's too homogeneous.
Sorry,
You're
I
talking
am
about the mixture
primarily
from the.
asking with it.
Yeah,
You're
I'm
saying
pretty
from
sure
the
allegedly, yeah.
from the ground to the upper air column where you can breathe, the breathable airspace, what the different mixtures are of the different gases as you go up as you gain in elevation. Are you saying, has somebody measured the composition?
Yeah.
Yeah, that
with
was my question.
specificity, no.
Well,
I
there
think because
certainly has been some
it changes
measurement.
drastically
Oh my
relative
God!
to
For the love of
the
God, can you
weather.
just let Witsit answer, because he brought this topic up. I just want to hear what he had to say about this.
Yeah, there's been some measurements, but there's like huge fluctuations. It's not like definitive lines drawn in the sky that never change.
Is it not a fact that there are certain gases present at certain elevations, and also the total amount of oxygen is concentrated towards the surface as opposed to higher up?
Yes.
Okay, so my point in bringing up that question is sulfur hexafluoride. So, these are the sorts of things that we can demonstrate to ourselves. And if there is a different buoyancy relationship between these different mixtures, recipes, call whatever, the different recipes of air, depending on your elevation, then it stands to reason that each one is going to stand in a different position, just as sulfur hexafluoride does, all at the same time needing to be contained, because even sulfur hexafluoride in an open-topped container, even though it's more dense than the surrounding air, it can also be demonstrated over and over and over and over again that it will escape the container after a given amount of time. So it just stands to reason to me that if there are different quote unquote recipes of air, I'm using that term almost facetiously, it stands to reason that all of these things would behave in the exact same way, not devoiding the necessity or not voiding the necessity of a container, but also demonstrating why there's a gradient. Does anybody have a logical rebuttal to what I just said?
I don't take any contention with what you just said.
Yeah.
Is sulfur hexafluoride, is that the stuff they use to gas houses for termites and other bug infestations where they tent the house off?
No, I don't believe so. I could be wrong, but sulfur hexafluoride is used in demonstrations where you can float a solid object, specifically like a aluminum foil boat, or something, very light but solid on a gas. So if you ever want to ask a glober or whatever, can a solid be suspended buoyantly in a gas? The answer is obviously yes. But anyway, I don't know what gas they use in gassing homes. Why would that matter?
We have a glober here trying to get an unmute. Puff.
I've actually seen a demonstration of water being held up by normal breathable air, not sulfur hexafluoride, just your normal everyday thing. You just if you put it in a cup, right, and you turn the cup over, you take the surface from underneath at in a certain way, the water adhesion will hold the whole cup of water still up. That's not even a special type of water. It's just breathing air. Like I seen a guy demonstrate it. Like
in a room. You know what I mean? In front of everyone, it's possible for air to hold shit up, especially with surface adhesion, like a liquid with surface adhesion, easily. The answer is
Sorry,
actually pretty simple.
I think it's sulfuryl fluoride that I was thinking of. I'm sorry. I thought it was something else.
The answer is really simple overall. So we have gas pressure constantly being introduced at the surface level and coming up from underneath the Earth. So of course we have a higher concentration at the surface because there's more gas being produced and introduced there. So it's like if you take a chamber and you put gas at the bottom of it, as long as you keep pumping gas in there, there'll be a gradient with the higher concentration at the bottom of the container. That's why we have that. In addition, we have to take into account the temperature fluctuations. And then we have electric pressure with the downward current pushing down, which is just going to affect the overall dissipation. It's not that there is a bias where gas has any type of directional preference. But all three of these factors are just relevant. And if you can tell someone new to the conversation about how, well, did you know majority of the gas actually comes out from underneath the earth? And we have, humans and animals and trees and vegetation on the surface producing gas. So that's why there's a higher concentration there. And we have an electrical gradient on the earth. So it's high. There's no other way for it to exist other than to have a gradient. Then they're like, they don't really have anything to say. You see what I'm saying? You've kind of taken their little cognitive excuse away. They don't really have a way to try to convince themselves. Now, if you just say, it doesn't matter, no, it doesn't matter, they can convince themselves. And not that you should capitulate to their lack of intelligence or anything. I'm just saying it gives them an out. You see what I'm saying? In their own mind, they're like, see, the flat earthers can't even answer our gradient. But we can, and we should begin to do that. That's my opinion. But now,
Speaking of that,
go ahead.
Speaking of that, there's some people in the server that they were requesting the measurement or methodology for the 100 volts per meter, and nobody who was present was able to give them anything. And I think they were trying to ping you, but I can't remember if they just said your name and didn't ping you, which is pointless because we have a ping system. So everybody should use that for sure.
Yeah, to be fair, I would have missed it, but I can drop some sources. Yeah, like there's numerous different ways to do it. I will drop some sources.
Didn't Good Times for All prove that?
He did that. I mean, he talks about it. Yeah.
Well, the only thing I've ever seen from him is him just waving some kind of electric meter and saying, look, here's a difference. Not that he actually measured a gradation of 100 volts per meter or anything. I'm not saying it's not true. I'm just saying that's what I've seen.
Yeah, just a second. I'll show you what I've seen. The way that it can be substantiated that there's equipotential increase is like you can use a corona motor. Now, like as the specific measurements, I forgot the name of the methodology. That's why I'm trying to find the source. But like you can prove, like if you have a string tied to a corona motor, the higher up the string goes, the more energy it gets. So the faster the motor spins. You know what I'm saying? So like now that's not direct measurement, but that shows like if I have the string at 1 meter and then I have the string at 10 meters, when it's at 10 meters, the motor is going to spin way faster because there's more positive energy higher, and therefore there's a stronger downward electric current. So that's kind of how we can demonstrate that it's an equipotential increase. You can actually use the motor at different altitudes, but I do want to find this because I forgot what it's called, but you can actually specifically measure it from my understanding.
Yeah, so this guy in question, can't remember the field he said he's in, but he's essentially some kind of electrical technician.
Oh, wow.
Being curious about this, he claimed that he asked numerous people who make the assertion about this 100 volts per meter and all this stuff, and he says, I never get a straight answer, I never get any sources, I never get any validation or methodology.
Oh, well, yeah, I mean, you can just look up a corona motor, and you can physically demonstrate it. The motor speed is proportionate to the altitude. Or the string specifically. The motor is going to be on the ground, right? Because, so like positive goes to negative, And if it's on the ground, you have an electric current going down towards the surface, which is what makes the motor run, because you have to have a current, of course. Now, it's not super strong. You can't like power the neighborhood with this motor, but that's irrelevant. That's not the point. And the higher the string goes in the air, the more power you get.
Wouldn't that be sort of like saying that we know the Earth spins because a Foucault's pendulum does it? It's not really direct measurement, but we have this one thing that it does something, but it's still not like a direct measurement per se.
Well, no, it's not the same because there's no other way that the motor would run. So the only way the motor runs is with an electric current. So it's not the same. Like there's a million different things that could happen with a gyro.
Yeah, if you have an electric current, you have proof that either side of that wire is positive and the other side is negative, because that's the only way that the current could be driven down in a direct current system.
The only problem with that is that we're talking about electrostatics, and static electricity has no current. So it can't really power a motor. That would be kind of my scientific evidence against the corona motor theory.
It's not a theory. You can do it.
Cool. Will you post the video? I'm not arguing with you. I just haven't seen it before.
Yeah, sure. No, I know. Glovers have never seen it either, man. This is I cite Richard Feynman to the Glovers because it's like one of their heroes. This is one of the things they don't like to talk about because it is objectively much stronger than what they claim gravity is. So they just ignore it.
Richard Feynman doesn't even describe, notate, or state at all what instrument was used, part number or methodology to measure that atmospheric charge. So that's why I'm confused. I read through the Feynman paper, and like I said, I do electrostatics for a living, and measuring it, auditing it, messing around with it, and I was like, there's got to be a model number of an instrument he used to test this, and there just wasn't. So
it's okay. I think it's called a electrometer voltmeter.
You can't use a voltmeter because a voltmeter uses current to measure volts.
Yeah.
And static electricity is static. It has no current.
Well, what happens when electrostatics are in motion? What happens when you take something with electrostatics and put it in motion?
Well, at the moment you have discharge, I suppose, but there's no, you can't just take static electricity and just power a motor with it. Like that's
you literally can. It's called a corona motor.
No, I would agree with you if I could see it.
Oh yeah, cool. I'm gonna get it for you.
Roger posted something in the chat.
Yeah, those seem kind of hokey, like a perpetual motion machine. I mean, if those were actually a thing, we would see them all over. I don't know how many. I'm not saying they're fake, but every time you see one, maybe you guys agree or not, it's always iffy evidence. The guy goes, and look, I have this wire. It goes in the sky, and now this motor's running. And none of us have probably seen one in real life. I would guess.
Okay. So the reason that you don't see them everywhere is so weak.
This guy's channel says he built 2 of them and he's giving one away. You could be the lucky winner.
Well, they're also giving rides to space with SpaceX and Blue Origin or whatever. So, I mean, I hear a lot of things. Again, like all of us, I'm a absolutist on proof. And being that I mess with static electricity for a living, I don't understand how this works. And like yesterday when we had this discussion, I said, can anyone post the methodology in which we could use to confirm this 100 volts per meter, just so that it could be settled one way or the other, right? And then we don't have to argue about it. Because there's just not good proof for it. And maybe it's real, maybe it's not, but there should be good proof for it one way or the other. an experiment.
Well, that's what. Yeah, I mean, this is a physical demonstration. So there it is.
Oh, I'm sorry. I need to scroll down. I apologize.
It's all good.
There's no way that you're pulling the same voltage in the same place everywhere you go. It's just there's no way that's the way that it happens. So like there would be like a difference in different places as to how much you could pull up, like depending on where you were. So that there can't be like a schedule for that because it's going to fluctuate depending on where you are.
Yeah, and I don't mean to be rude, but that video you posted, what's it as an animation?
No, it's not.
Isn't it?
No.
The thumbnail is.
Hi, gang.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
Generating power using it.
Yeah. Have any of you guys seen a Corona motor in real life?
I think Bob and I are about to. We're going to build one and do it.
Okay, cool. Well, I guess we could hold off this discussion until you guys build one, and then I could, because I would believe you if I saw one working. When I just see it on YouTube, it's like watching a perpetual motion machine.
I also love watching those experiments pan out. So I'm also interested in that. If you're going to do that, I would love it if you'd post the results here somewhere so that we could all see it.
Well, yeah, we'll be posting on one.
Trying to get this PDF downloaded. Here we go. Analysis of corona discharge and electrostatic motor gaps. It's maybe not related. I think it's related.
Yeah, the mechanism.
Yeah, it literally talked about corona motors in this article. Here,
isn't the whole theory behind this corona motor that they're using the atmosphere as a battery, and that the upper atmosphere is one terminal and the ground is another terminal, and so by connecting a wire, you're basically completing the circuit between either terminal of the battery.
No,
and as you raise the wire higher,
you're leaving out the oscillations. They're harvesting the oscillations, is what they're saying.
Yeah.
The
well,
what?
That's
And what
vibration.
oscillations are you talking about, and how did you measure it? And also, so okay, maybe there's there's obviously static electricity everywhere. It happens. It goes up and down locally. But how do you know it's 100 volts per meter by a corona motor if it doesn't measure stuff, it just uses stuff? You could say it moves a little faster. Well, maybe I noticed in that video there's no sort of voltmeter hooked up to that corona motor to show there's no static field meter. There's no sort of measurement. It's like those rockets in a vacuum chamber where there's no vacuum gauge on there.
Yeah, but you can use a voltmeter, right? Because there's a downward current on the Earth. So the Earth's surface is negative.
Static electricity with a voltmeter.
Okay, but we can measure the electric downward currents. So we're measuring the voltage. That's what we're trying. You're asking to verify 100 volts per meter. It's electricity. Electrostatics is just the resonance when it's at rest. So
it's a static electrical charge, right? At rest, meaning it has no current.
That's right, but
a voltmeter uses the equation, with the voltage, resistance, and current to figure out each one of those as a multimeter. So without current, it can't work at all.
But there is a current. That's what I'm trying to say. It's just very weak. Well, because it's no longer technically static because it's in motion. You can measure it. That's what I'm trying to say. So we have positive energy in the air. So you'd have to say that positive doesn't go to negative for the first time ever, and that this corona motor is a complete hoax because it requires a current, and that when we get measurements with the voltmeter from the downward current, that those readings are fake. I've cited two things: a PDF.
Well, a negatively charged item can discharge to something that's grounded, right? So that would be negative to positive. It can also discharge from a positively charged item to ground, which would be positive towards negative. So it can go both ways. But where's the meter that shows the voltage on this Corona motor or any of these experiments.
Yeah, so I cited all kinds of measurements in that last PDF.
I mean, but do you have like a demonstration of this? I mean, can we, when a Glober asks us about this, can we actually demonstrate this? I mean, is this the extent to which we can go? Is it?
Well, you can use a long wire antenna, electric field meter, wire antenna, and passive antenna for atmospheric Maxwell current, electrical field, conduction current, and atmospheric potential gradient.
Okay, cool. Well, I will look through all this and check it
Field
out.
meter.
I do appreciate you posting it.
Yeah, I'm posting another one. I mean, dude, I had never heard of it, so I don't have any. I mean, I'm glad that you're asking questions. I like people that are like that.
Well, and the only reason I say it is there's like two main people, well, three, I guess, that I hear talking about atmospheric static charge of 100 volts per meter, like it's a fact and just undisputable thing, is you, Dave Weiss, and Bob Nodell. And, you know, when pressed like here, we have piss poor demonstrations for it. I mean, we have 100 videos of things disappearing over a flat surface, coins disappearing on tables. We have gas pressure in containers. We have light. We have images across water. We have everything except for this claim is the only like super hokey one that's just kind of laying out there that makes us kind of look silly sometimes, you know, when it goes into this sweet logical discussion and debate and then you know, we got this negative charge of the earth and that's what makes gas come down and things like that. And it's like, oh wow, now we're back in, you know, Religiousville. And it just seems kind of silly without any more demonstrations.
The CS
read through
sorry.
this.
Yeah, the CS110 electric field sensor and field mills in general are referred to as induction probes because the applied electric field induces charge onto sense electrodes. The amount of charge induced by a given field depends on the voltage at which the sense electrode is at. Normally, it's most convenient to ground the instrument, making the sense electrode at Earth ground potential when measuring the vertical component of atmospheric electric field at the surface of the Earth. So a specific tool would be the CS110 electric field sensor. That's that last source. And then the one above that is also very good. Now, I don't know. I haven't gone as far as to try to do this, but I will say that Bob and I have talked in depth about that very thing. No, we want to test it, but you know, the evidence seems pretty overwhelming in my opinion.
Well, I guess if we saw the evidence, I would agree.
You're reproducing the Tesla Wardenclyffe Tower thing on like a little micro level there. And you can make you can amplify it by on water source, which is going to act like a plate. Are you guys hearing me now?
Yes.
So if you attach it to the ground, it's not going to be as powerful as attaching it to a groundwater source. And the higher up you go in the atmosphere, the more charge you're going to get. But it's not going to be the same charge everywhere you go. Every different topographical area is going to make a different type of sympathetic charge. So how are you going to make a chart that measures the charge like a graph of how much charge you're going to get, how high you're going to go, when it's different everywhere depending on the topography and the elevation and the distance to a water source, and if you're attaching it to a good groundwater source, how far under the ground the water source is, how big it is, how high up your tower is going to go. You have all these different things that there's no way they can make a graph saying this is exactly how much energy you are going to get this high off the ground everywhere. That's impossible because it fluctuates.
and there's many things that are in the way. So you got trees and wires, and so houses. All this is an effect on the gradient because the energy is going to disperse relative to that matter. So like if you stand there, the field effectively wraps around you. Like it doesn't go through you. So you have to find a place with no obstruction to get consistent measurements.
So let's just say that all this, there is 100 volts per meter in the atmosphere. And we're standing, let's say we're on top of a 5,000 foot tall mountain and it's like a sheer cliff. Is the voltage, would it be calculated at 5,000 feet above the ground level? So now because you're on top of this mountain, you're up at this huge voltage, or is it above ground level or above sea level that would be this voltage?
Did you insulate yourself from the ground at 5,000 feet, or are you touching the ground at 5,000 feet?
Well, I don't float, so I would be touching the ground.
So what if you insulated a cable away from that ground that you're on at the top, and you drop that cable all the way down to the base, 5,000 feet down? Then you have a cable that's sticking up, insulated away from the ground, 5,000 feet off the ground.
I mean, there's an error bar, just to clarify. Like there is an error bar, but it doesn't mean that nothing's there. That would be ridiculous.
Right. I mean, yeah, the voltage is always in relation to ground. I mean, the atmospheric charge is the difference between the height and wherever the ground wire is connected. So what I'm saying is if you're the ground wire and you're the device and you're on top of this cliff, are you going to measure 0 volts if you're attached to the ground and you're at, say, 0 inches above the ground? Or are you going to measure thousands of volts because you're 5,000 feet above sea level?
I would say it would be drastically less because you're so close to the ground.
Okay, so then
but not necessarily
the voltage
so.
would always be above ground level.
If you found a bunch of different places that you had that same situation where there was a cliff like that and you measured them, you get a different output in each different place because of the natural topography and everything of that area that's contributing to whatever the voltage or however you're going to measure it, the electricity that you're picking up. And so you can't make a chart that's going to say how it's going to pick up in every different place in every different circumstance. And there's actually evidence. There's evidence that the topography affects this effect or whatever the same way that it affects a compass and the delineation on a compass. So when you're trying to point towards due north on a compass, if you come up to a large mountain, the compass is going to try to go either side of the mountain, not through the mountain. Like Witsit was saying, it doesn't go straight through us, it goes around us. And so it goes around these topographical features, which creates a very unique charge in every different place. So it's not gonna be the same everywhere you go.
Right. So that would be like measuring a horizon if we have refraction. Like it'd be very hard to measure where exactly it is if it's always changing, right? It's like weather. So when it's drier outside and dusty in the air, you're going to have more static electricity because of all the particles tribocharging through the air with the wind. And then on a moist, humid day, you're not going to have much static because that's one way to mitigate static electricity is with relative humidity. And so trying to measure this would be a task because you can have 10,000 volts sitting on one piece of styrofoam next to another thing that has 0 volts next to another thing that has negative 20,000 volts. So, I mean, static electricity and the charge in the atmosphere even would be localized and varying all around, just like the air pressure laterally would be with weather, high and low fronts. You know, you're going to have high pressure over here, low pressure over there, wind in the middle. One place it's cold, one place it's hot. Just think of that as voltage, and and then try to figure out how you're going to accurately measure atmospheric static charge and call it anything standard.
You just described the unified field theory.
Cool.
That's like the hardest thing for people to understand. When you discuss it and you say unified field, people think about it like a gradient, like you can measure. Oh, you're this high up, you're always going to get this charge, but it's not like that. And you described it perfectly, where it explains it. Well, you're going to get all these different measurements, and you could have this extreme measurements right next to a null. And that's the point, is once you find those extreme measurements, you can exploit that to generate power in different ways. And it's more of a kinetic exploitation, where you're not sucking the power off and powering electrical devices. They're making devices that run off exploiting the power that they can find in these little pockets here or there, or the ability to generate that with some type of commercial equipment. Hey, we figured out this process, we hooked this up here, and it's got a pretty predictable performance.
I was listening. That was interesting. Thank you.
I thought Tesla was going to start selling these home devices that generate power for your home like this. Like, didn't they make publications saying they were going to start making home power stations for
I
your
think
home?
they actually, well, I know they've literally released like pods, like little bitty mini houses that are self-efficient. Like houses, like little like mini houses. 15 grand, I think. I mean, we're going to say that Tesla was just literally wasting his time, and his Ward and Clive Tower had 0% chance of working. I think it's pretty simple, man. Like, it's not a consistent reading. It has a lot to do with surrounding matter and conditions, your position of the ground, but it is relatively consistent. It's 100 to 120 volts per meter. So, I mean, there's no way. It's like kind of like it's like, you can't say it's not there. So I guess the argument would be, can you prove that it's exactly 100 volts per meter? And how do you measure that? And I have given numerous sources for that.
Yeah, no, I hear you, and I'm going to look through all those. I really will. And it sort of sounds like, well, you can't say that gravity's not there, man. And it may not be exactly 9.8 meters per second squared, but it's always very close to that. And then it gets into like, well, except for in a vacuum, right? Or in the case of electrostatics, well, except for in a high humidity environment, or except for in this thing, right? So it's medium specific, and it's location specific, and it all is like relative density in that it's always just trying to seek equilibrium. So a lot of these things are the same in their nature, right?
I don't agree.
You'll say, it's 100 volts per meter, but I think we just need to see that like demonstrated. And I've offered too, because I have quite a bit of equipment. I've got static field meters and test equipment. And so if somebody can think of an idea on how we could legitimately experiment with this, an experiment that even QE would approve of, and wouldn't cuss me out for trying, then I think that would be really cool.
Yeah, for sure. I agree.
Wait a minute. I'm going to pre-slap you so QE doesn't have to post-slap you.
Bring it.
A measurement of something just there isn't an experiment.
Well, there you go. I'll give you that. Yeah. All right. So we're going to do a test. This will be more like a laser test. Words mean stuff, so I'll be more specific. We need a legitimate test. a demonstration of this.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, you can't manipulate the entire Earth's electric field, so you'll never be able to be a scientific experiment.
That's kind of the same problem as with gravity, right?
No, it's not, because gravity has no actual physical evidence at all whatsoever. So how is it how would that be synonymous with something that is physical and tangible? It can be harnessed. I cannot harness gravity to run a motor.
got
They're
to
calling
define
a
gravity
vector.
first.
They have a vector and they call it specific gravity, but they don't want to say specific because they want to use that term usually because it attaches to the globe lore and all that other
What?
stuff that they're like that it's a comfortable term to them rather than to say it's a
Specific
very
gravity.
specific measurement that we're making right here that applies only to this and
Yeah, but
this is how it works.
well, let's be clear. Specific gravity is just the buoyancy and density equation.
Yeah.
Electrostatics.
And then so why are you using it also for a vector that you're talking about a measurement of directional like
who is?
I mean
I think
that's
the
what
other
you're
guy may have accidentally misspoke and said that, but yeah, that the 9.8 meters per second
Yeah.
squared.
Anyway, the point of all that is that the term gravity has different connotations in different contexts, and people very rarely absolutely understand what the other person's trying to say. Even Globers, like they don't know what they're talking about when they say gravity.
Well, we all know what we're talking about when we say electricity, though.
Yep, you can.
They're not the same, man. Everyone should be able to agree that, like, the tangibility, like the verifiability of like atmospheric electricity and gravity are not even in the same ballpark. You want to talk about the causal agent of the electrics and all that? That's next. That's another step, right? But
It's like the only thing I meant with it being the same as gravity, because we can't manipulate it on such a scale that we could demonstrate the cause in an experiment, which is also kind of the problem they claim with gravity is we don't have anything big enough, right? We can't manipulate the...
Yeah, I'm not claiming a cause, though. Like, I'm just stating that it's there.
What I meant by relating it to gravity was that it was like medium specific, right? Like our argument, somebody will say, "Oh, well, things fall at 9.8 meters per second," and we go, "Yeah, what happens when it hits water?" You know, or what happens when you throw the anvil in a pool full of mercury? You know, where's your 9.8 meters per second, right? So with electrostatics, it's like 100 volts per meter, right? Well, that's cool. What happens when it hits a high humidity environment, right? And it's not there. That's how I meant it in relation, and the only way.
I hear what you're saying.
Case it's confused. Yeah.
Yeah, it's yeah. I mean, the difference is between gravity. Electrostatics works in water. You know, electrostatics is not going to disappear just because something's humid. It's not literally going to no longer be there. It's just going to be affected by the medium. Everything is affected by the medium now. Like, it's one thing to say it's medium specific, and it's another thing to conflate that to medium dependent. You see what I'm saying? Like, I don't like this exists outside the medium. Everything's effects are altered by its medium. Like everything. So it's just totally different. It's totally different. It's like I'm very careful about, I invoke things that can be physically demonstrated and verified. There's not theories in this. Like if you, like the contention with the 100 volts per meter specifically, I'll concede on that. I say that a lot. And technically speaking, there's roughly 15% error bar because of a fluctuation based on numerous variables. And it can be from 1 to 120. So maybe up to 20% error bar. But the general sentiment remains the same, and that is that there is an increase of energy up away from the Earth, and that the Earth has a negative charge typically. So it's going to have an effect. I mean, we can argue about why that happens, what gives the Earth the electric nature, what gives the background, or if there is a background, all this stuff. That's all speculation. You cannot manipulate the Earth's electricity. I mean, you could, I guess, in theory, but yeah, you maybe kill everyone, and I don't think you could. So yeah, like I'm not making really bold claims here. I'm just saying that it should be acknowledged as a phenomenon. To pretend it's just not there because we don't know exactly what the measurements are is ignorant. I think, you know.
I'll meet you right there in the middle, and I'll say that it most definitely does. Electrostatics in the atmosphere definitely exist without a doubt in my mind. And there's a number of ways that I know that because electrostatics is real and it exists, so it has to happen in the air where there's wind and particles, and so that shit's going to happen. I mean, even airplanes, you look out the side, sit in a window seat on an airplane and look at the wing. It's got these little pencil tip pointy things sticking off of it, and those are corona emitters because the plane gets so static charged going through the dust and the air and the dissimilar materials rubbing against each other, which is what causes static. And then it dissipates, it emits all the corona discharge off those emitter points so that the plane doesn't get ridiculously charged. So if it didn't exist up there, you wouldn't need them. And I've been in an airplane, and I can confirm that airplanes are real.
Yeah. So exactly. I mean, that's a good way to put it. Like, that's kind of where I'm at, bro.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. Just the specific
to add on top of that,
measurement.
when lightning strikes an airplane, the lightning pathway travels through those things you just described.
Yeah,
isn't that true?
Yeah, the way those work is that only so much charge can gather on the pointy tip, and then it just wicks it off into the air. So like a static neutralizing ionizer fan for like an electronics assembly lab, they have little corona emitter pins that are real sharp like that. And one's negatively charged, one's positively charged, and the fan blows off that excess charge, and you get an equal bath of positive and negative ions. And so if you have a electronics item that's charged to say 5,000 volts positive, it attracts all the negative ions from the fan and it neutralizes it to zero. And that's how they get rid of static. So it's doing the same thing on the plane. It's just wicking off all that extra charge. So the plane's still charged, just not as much as it would be with those.
And you know what's interesting about that? Tesla actually said the number one issue that you run into with trying to have perpetual energy is discharging the excess energy. So that's pretty interesting, right? So I don't think there's a lack of energy. It's an ability to keep the same amount of energy perpetually moving.
Sure, yeah.
Hey,
it's
what's
interesting stuff.
Do you think it's a good idea to walk around barefoot for the sake of staying grounded electronically or electrically?
I think it's good.
Yeah, I've always wondered, and it's interesting because we deal with setting up electronics and different things, laboratories where it's an EPA, an electrostatically protected area. And so they have to keep it below 10 volts of static in the whole environment, from their clothes to their shoes, chairs, all their workbenches and everything. And I always wonder if there's some positive or adverse health effect from, being completely disconnected from the static environment, if you will.
Yeah, very interesting.
Yeah, because I've done experiments with plants and made plant growth stimulators by electrically charging the soil. Putting electrodes in there and running milliamps of current between the two electrodes, and you sure as shit get bigger growth. There's experiments where they electrify tomatoes after they're harvested in a bath of water, essentially, and they increase the lycopene in the tomato by 25% just by shocking it for a couple seconds after it's harvested.
Wow, that's dope.
Yeah, so there's really interesting things you can do with electricity and plants, that's for sure.
Everyone's shoes are rubber too, so it's definitely an interesting combo.
Yeah, but you're always touching stuff. I mean, it's so weird. You could discharge and then get charged up right away. And if you had dry feet and you're walking on dirt, you're not grounded to the ground electrically anyway. So, I mean, you need some moisture.
So, like plant life?
What's up?
So, like stepping on plant material, like alive plants or living plants?
Yeah, if you were walking through like grass or something, but if you were like a super dry, like black hippie feet walking on asphalt or dirt, like a white guy with black hippie feet, that's what I'm talking about, and just all corned up and callous, like you're not grounded to shit. You're gonna need lotion, and you might want to go walk in the pond. So again, it's medium specific, right? Just like any electrical connection, you can't connect two dirty battery cables together and have it work.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, that coconut body lotion, that stuff would work pretty good.
I took a suggestion from Flatter Day Saints. I've been walking. This is something I did before he suggested it for like ligament problems in my body. But yeah, I started walking around without shoes, and I walked about maybe 1.25 miles yesterday, and I just put the shoes on at least for part of one way for a trip to like avoid some broken glass. But then I didn't even bother to put them back on the way back because I just remembered where the broken glass was, so I just stepped around it. And yeah, it felt really good when I got to the wet grass. Like I felt like I don't know, just better, But yeah, it's I don't know. I think it's a good idea to walk around without shoes on. I was originally doing it more for like posture reasons, but I think the grounding thing is a good reason too.
Dude, I'll tell you this. Like, what the best I felt is every day for a couple weeks, I would wake up and drink some water and eat or whatever would do, and then I'd go out and I'd walk on grass in the morning. And this is in Florida, so the grass is always very humid. And I'd be barefoot and I'd sit in the sun and I would like look at the sun. And when I could get up early enough to like watch the sunrise, I could just stare at the sun, and then I'd close my eyes in the sun, and I'd really like soak in the sun while I'm grounded. And I just felt better. I mean, it's just anecdotal, but I just felt like I had more energy and felt better. So I mean, I think there's something to it, but I don't know. I don't know any more than that. Like I understand the idea, but I don't really know. I can't like prove the health benefits or anything. I haven't gone that deep.
Well, what's crazy? Do any of you guys have any idea like what around the maximum amount of static electricity we can have on our body is?
I do not.
It's like 20,000 volts DC.
Wow.
So you can be you're chilling with your socks on in that dry house with the carpet, and you're probably rocking about 10 to 20,000 volts on you. So they say when you reach out to the doorknob then and it shocks. I think they say when you can hear it, it's above 5,000 volts, and when you can see the spark, it's over 10,000 volts. Just as a reference, in your daily life there.
Wow, I usually hear it. Rarely see it though.
Yeah, it's thousands of volts. I mean, if you hear it, it's thousands of volts, and just some sort of quantification, and that one's measurable too. And there's a lot of demonstrations. It's called the human body model.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's kind of wild. Like you can be grounded, right, and have 0 volts, and then you're on the right kind of flooring, and you lift 1 foot up, 1 foot off the ground, and you'll get 15,000 volts on your body. If you're wearing like those foam-soled shoes on carpet. And so it's generally like the contact and separation of dissimilar materials is what causes it, rather than like the rubbing your socks on the floor. If you take big steps up and down, you'll build up like a mega charge. In case you guys are trying to shock your friends or whatever. Go give your girlfriend a kiss. Or your boyfriend.
We're about to go eat dinner. Nice talking to you guys. I'll catch up with you.
Later.
Yeah,
Peace
peace.
out.
What's up?
Take care, Witcher.
Right, we might have Morta coming back for round 3. Trying to get him to join. Yay! So we can figure out what this sea level is all about. Right, let's go move him.
Oh.
Morta, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Are you there?
Yeah, I just moved you.
Yeah. So, how you doing? How's life?
Yeah, all good.
Yeah.
So you've come back to the server. What are you thinking? You've been here
Oh,
for
I
like
never
a
left
day
the
or
server in the
two,
first
right?
place.
You've
What'd
been
you
here
say?
for like a day. You've been here for like a day or two now, right?
Give or take about a day and 2 hours, yeah.
Okay. You enjoying it? You must be
I've
enjoying it.
learned a lot about society, how stupid we got, and all that. Yeah, I learned that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like the people who think the ground's moving at 1,000 miles an hour.
I mean, when people think it's flat.
Bro, yeah, those guys are so dumb.
I don't know
So,
how you
come on,
gonna.
what have you come up with more in your time?
No, I'm just saying, like,
You've been
how
here?
you gonna like you think the
What's
Earth is
what's
flat still?
what's the evidence that you've found in the last 24 hours?
Evidence is it was the exact same evidence as yesterday, exact same evidence as a week ago. Same thing. I was just hoping
What
this
was the
time
evidence
you
a week
matured
ago?
enough to educate yourself.
Yeah, where's the evidence?
Yeah, what was the evidence for the globe a week ago?
Yeah, where is it?
But I mean,
I think you heard what he said. It's the same as last week.
yeah, it's the same as last
Yeah, what
week.
was that? Nothing.
Yeah, where's the evidence from last week? Huh?
Okay, well then, if we don't have a globe, then how do we have a radius? I don't understand how that's possible. Or you saying the radius doesn't exist?
you're assuming that we have a globe in the first place.
Okay, but then how do we have a radius if we
You don't have a radius if you don't measure it. The
Okay,
curvature would
so
be
I'm
measured
asking
on
you-
the surface.
Yeah, that's what you
Where
were
did
asked
I'm
earlier,
asking
right?
you, where did this number come from?
Well, that's what we asked you, remember?
Okay,
And
well,
you
now I'm
didn't
asking you,
know.
Hold on, just to
that's what we're
clarify,
trying to figure out.
just to
Okay, that's
clarify,
what I'm trying to figure out. That's
hold
what
on,
I've been saying.
we're not the ones claiming a radius.
Yeah, what you mean?
Exactly, bro.
Okay.
The one claiming the radius, so it would be on you to demonstrate.
Well, could you please tell the circumference then?
But yeah, what's the circumference of the flat Earth? What's the circumference? You know that Arctic wall you have around your Earth?
Look,
apparently?
are we assuming? Hold on, are we assuming that it's a circle or?
No, but there's still a
circle.
Well, hold on. What circumference of what then?
Circumference
I
of the
don't know.
circle is
That's
the
for
same as
you
the
to
circumference
tell.
of a sphere. Do you know
Well,
what
I'm
a
not
circumference is?
claiming. I know what it is, but I'm not claiming a
Doesn't
radius
seem
or
like it, mate.
circumference of Earth. You are.
Okay, well, do you know what the circumference of the flat Earth is?
Well, no, we're still
Unverified.
waiting for
The
the
answer
globe.
is unverified.
Are you
Can
able
we
to
just say
listen
that
to
to
words?
him?
Okay,
Like, let's just say it to him.
Hold
Hey,
on.
buddy, listen. It's unverified.
Like
So what's your
3
next
people
question?
talking at the same time, guys. Come on,
Well,
like
Flat's been a thing for a long
listen,
time. Surely you guys have verified some information by now. Like, I don't understand.
Let's let Martoth speak to the guy one-on-one for a little bit, if Martoth's
Okay.
there.
What guy?
It's fine. It's kind of late here, actually.
Yeah, same. Honestly, it's past my bedtime. My bedtime was like 25 minutes ago. I got school tomorrow. Don't have
Bro,
time.
same here, man.
Bro, that's what I'm saying.
Yo, my ship's already sailed, you know.
I got like 6
All
hours.
right.
6 hours
So,
of school.
Marta, you can tell me before you have to go. Then, what would you call sea level? Remember last night you were saying, it's not really sea level though.
Sea level.
What would you what should we call it?
No, I'm just saying it's like it's right, but you're like level, like the sea level in that word is very what's that word? Ambiguous.
What is it?
That's what I'm saying.
It's no, because remember we got the definition of what level meant. Remember?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
And
then,
what was the definition again?
I don't know where the definition's gone, but the level meant like flat or something like that.
Yeah. So, what's ambiguous about that?
But no, it's just that in the word. Okay, well, it's obviously that sea level isn't all this. Obviously, we know for a fact sea level isn't all the same height. You can agree with me on that. It's gonna.
So, what does level mean then?
It's
They're
gonna differ.
tide. They fucking destroy your sandcastle. You know, fuck you, tide.
So what's the how is it like not level if it's level?
Well, obviously,
because
sometimes
it's the level of the sea.
Well, because obviously at high tide,
All
the
right.
level's going to be higher than it is on the other side of the earth. Would you agree?
Is it going to be sea level?
Yes, because
Well,
it's
it
the sea.
depends. But sea level's relative.
Right.
Like I said, sea level's relative to the sea around it.
And level you said was flat.
Yeah, but I don't understand what you're trying to say. If you got the moon on one side of the earth, it's going to be pulling that water a bit more than it is on the other side.
That's not how that works.
Well, why wouldn't it work like that?
You get
Bro,
high
that's
tide
what-
on
bro,
the
that-
side of
that's
the
what
earth
I'm
where the
saying.
moon isn't.
So what would you call it then? It's not sea
But
level.
my concept is still it's still there, it's just on the opposite side of the earth. Then, so how come on the other side of the earth where the moon is there, you get low tide?
I'm
No,
talking about the
that's
moon.
just
I'm
the way
asking
it's
about
served.
sea level.
That's what
You
you just
know,
said.
flat doesn't. I've just thought about this. Flat doesn't necessarily mean like straight, because flat just means it is either flat on the surface of something and not necessarily straight.
You're
as
so
I said.
whacked out on the copium now that you're going to flat means curved.
No,
Honestly, bro, like stop coping.
you could put a piece of paper and then flatten it out on a ball. Like you could flatten the piece of paper out on a ball.
Yeah, so you're so
But it
whacked
wouldn't
out
be
on the
flat.
copium that you're going to flat means curved.
No. And I don't want to start an argument.
Bro, Central be preaching though.
Right. So
I think that's what he's trying to
just
get
trying
at.
to redefine what level means. Is that what you're saying, Morta?
I'm not saying define what level means, but I'm just saying like
Okay, but level means flat. Remember?
retard a couple of years ago didn't mean what retard meant today. You know, words change. That's all I'm saying.
So you're saying sea level is like saying retard.
No, I didn't say that.
That's what you just said.
No, I said words change.
No, he was
So
comparing
what word
the evolution of language.
What word has changed?
Well, I'm just saying it's like if we got a let's say
In sea and level, which one of them has changed?
Okay, but when you say level, do you mean level to the ocean around it or level to something else? Because level doesn't have to be level is like
Even.
What does
to the
level mean again?
Well,
What was the
actually,
definition?
I think the way you find you use the median of low tide and high tide to get the medium of the sea level, and therefore you have a constant sea level. That's how you get it. I just remember.
Okay, and what does level mean?
No, the constant level.
Like what is a level? It's a certain
height.
freaking latitude.
Yeah, no. Like
Not a level. What does level mean?
median of both. You take the medium. Like literally, just take the low tide level and the high tide level. Like it's
That was a
height
joke,
difference.
by the way.
It's literally that's all it is. It's a height difference, and then you take the medium of those and put like that. There you have it. There's the water time. It's like that's in between.
Okay. You might need to try again when you come off of the copium because you still haven't shown us a curved sea level.
You know what? That's true. Central, keep going.
That's still not what I was talking about, but okay.
Well, that's
Can
what you're
anyone
trying to
show
do,
us the sea
basically.
level isn't level?
But
No.
you haven't showed us a flat sea level.
Yeah, we have, and you hand waved it and said it was curved, even though
where's it gone?
it's measurably not.
Where's it gone?
Remember the picture with the oil rig?
Yeah. But where's it gone?
Where the horizon was measured to impossible distances on your globe, thus proving that there's no evidence of curvature?
How do I get
Why
this?
is that?
Okay,
How do I get
ever
this?
stop talking?
Also, Central, with those like Facebook photos that you keep sending, how can you verify that yourself? Like, can you go onto Google Maps and like show me the distances of the actual
It's a
oil
still
rigs?
from a video, and the guy has quite a few of them on his channel. If you dispute that, then I guess you're not in reality, but that's to be expected.
I know, it's just kind of weird
And
that
it's
most of these photos.
replicatable.
It's just kind of weird that
Can
most
I
of
ask
these
you,
photos
buddy,
happen over
the
water.
guy who just asked that question, ask you, is this replicatable? Can you go to a body of water with long range optics yourself? Can you do that? Is that possible?
Yes.
Yep, definitely. That's why I'm saying, like,
Okay.
if I
Yeah.
could
Now,
go,
quick
you know,
question. Quick question after that. Hold on. A follow up question. Can you go to the vacuum of space?
can't go to the
No,
vacuum
you
of
can't.
space itself.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to say is this is testable and repeatable, and you have no reference point to use to figure out if these quote unquote pictures of space are real or not, because you've never been there, so you have no reference point to use to tell whether or not they're real or not.
I mean, we can still create vacuums on Earth, and there are certain experiments that can prove, like for example, gradients and stuff like that.
We can create a vacuum
with
on Earth.
containers.
Yeah,
with
and
containers.
In a closed
You know why you
area.
need a container to contain a vacuum? Because there's an atmospheric pressure on the exterior of it.
Bro, that's crazy.
No way, you're lying, bro. You're lying. No way.
No. There's an exterior pressure.
What's that pressure pressing off?
Us, everything.
It's just the weight of
Well,
the atmosphere itself.
I would say gravity, but you
what's
guys
the-
don't really
what's the
believe in
pressure
that.
pressing off? Because pressure has to press off of a container.
What do you mean? It can just.
You mean off of a surface?
Off a surface. It doesn't have to be.
Yeah, because the definition of gas pressure is the force exerted on the walls of the container by the particles of
Well,
gas.
what would
Yeah.
you say if the wall of the
So
container
when you're talking about the
other
pressure,
gases around it?
what container is that pressure pressing off of?
Other gas particles in the atmosphere that are
No, it needs a container, bro.
But it'll be pressing on us. I don't understand. Why
Volume.
you say gas pressure, but no one even mentioned the word gas. We're talking about atmospheric pressure, which it does include a gas.
What is
right,
that?
about that? But all it is because of the
So it's
the
gas
molecules
pressure.
above us and the force of gravity just pushing the molecules.
Yo, by the way, gas pressure is the force exerted by gas molecules colliding with the surfaces of an object. It doesn't have to be in a container.
I know.
Correct.
It's force
So an
per
object.
area. It's per meter squared. It doesn't have to
It's
be.
an object.
Is gas
The surface,
omnidirectional?
like we said,
Is gas omnidirectional?
What do you mean, like all directional? Is that what we mean? Like omnipresent?
Yeah, up, down,
it
left,
applies
right,
pressure,
forward,
like
backwards.
Are you saying it applies
Guys,
pressure in all directions?
we're trying to talk to three people at the same time now. We were originally talking to Mortar, and now Puff and
'cause I got
Lucas
my
keep
homies to
jumping
back
in.
me.
All right, cool, but it doesn't really make for a very coherent conversation
That's a fair point.
to either
Agreed.
participate in or listen to. So
You know what?
can we
I'll let Mortar talk.
pick the smartest of you three guys to talk about
Yeah,
that?
well, if you had
I was
the
going to say that,
you
right?
guys, none of you would speak because all you guys
More Puff and Lucas. Which one of you is the smartest?
what do you mean by smartest?
Yeah, definitely.
What? Who allocated?
Smartest? No, he's not.
How
Don't
many
tell me that, Puff.
Glovers does it take to measure curvature?
How many? What now? How many? What?
Lucas, are you smarter
Oh,
than
he's
these
got the
guys?
jokes. Wait. I want to hear the punchline.
Listen, I know
You
a
said,
thing.
which guy said the gas was omnidirectional?
Mortar.
Which guy started that joke? I want to hear the punchline.
I know a thing or two, but I also know I'm shit at explaining, so I wouldn't be the guy for that.
Okay, Lucas is probably the smartest one out of the three. We'll go with Puff though, because Puff is kind of like him to chime in at the moment. So you just gave us the definition of pressure, Puff, and you said it presses off of an object, yeah?
Gas pressure, yeah.
Right. So what object is the gas pressure that we breathe
surface.
pressing off of?
Us.
Surface. Everything around it. What? It's a surface.
Right, but the container for the gas
No,
pressure.
there does not have to be a container. It's pressing off. It's the force exerted by gas molecules colliding with the surface.
Can I just get a quick example?
Yeah, sure.
Can I just get a quick example of which gas law does not use a volume?
Wait, which gas law does not use volume?
Most of the gas laws
What? All gases have
Right, and see this
all
this
gases
right.
have
This is the problem. This reaction you just had, like what's he saying? Gas that's not in the volume. This is exactly the problem. Because
No,
what
I
the
don't
globe,
understand
what the
the
globe
question.
claims is that we have an infinite
We're
volume.
not saying that it doesn't have
No,
a
I
volume.
literally just didn't understand the question. So,
Meaning you have to define it in another way, so it's understandable.
So it wasn't understandable. Okay, which of the laws that they have made up to deal with gases and calculate things and measure things,
well,
etc.
what laws are we talking about? That's the first
Like the
question.
Can I help you, Marta?
You saying
know
the
what you're
laws is
talking
not
about, right?
specific enough.
You don't know which gas laws there are.
There
Is
are a
that the
lot of
issue?
gas laws.
Okay, which one?
There's like
which one of
Boyle's,
them?
there's Charles, there's
Exactly. So which one of them does not use volume? Was my question. That's it.
well, I believe. Wait, okay. Let me just make sure
I'll tell you right now. All of them need a volume to.
Yeah, because they specifically have to do within a container. They like the laws
would
are.
that be?
All right. So which formulas do they use without a container or volume?
I'll see that for you. I just give me a second.
You know what? You could literally take a very dense gas and put it in an open container. Like literally, you can pour the very dense gas into an open container, and it would float like as if it was not literally water.
Yeah, and it dissipates after 1 hour. Lucas, what you just described, it dissipates after 1 hour, so that doesn't work.
Does that
notice that again? You said container.
Well, it works
Yeah,
for
we're
an
waiting
hour.
for the example without the container, guys.
Yeah, he was talking about a container without a top on it, though. But again, that doesn't work because that other gas, it billows out after 1 hour. So that example does not work.
And your
But also
analogy is
the thing-
exclusive to dense gas. Is helium a dense gas? Why isn't that dissipating away into the vacuum of space?
Well, because there's hardly any helium on Earth. That's why.
So it's all gone, went out into space, I guess.
Well, helium's
Actually,
NASA took it.
if we were to go far enough back, the fucking entire, but you don't believe in this, but the entire universe was filled with helium, and it was shining blue everywhere. But
That's a really cool
How
story.
do you know that?
That's a really
How do you
cool
know the
story.
universe
That's
is
why I
shining
don't want to
blue
go into
everywhere?
topic, because we could argue for hours on this, but I don't want to go into a topic on that.
It's not an argument. We're just listening to belief.
Can I go back to gas pressure with puff and it being omnidirectional?
Yeah.
So the reason why I was bringing up the fact that gas is omnidirectional, as we were talking about how gas pressure requires a container, is that it requires containment omnidirectionally. So what I'm saying is it requires a physical barrier to have gas pressure from the direction of up, down, left, right, forward, backwards. You know, if you puncture a hole in the container, then the gas pressure leaks out and finds its equilibrium. This is the second part of the second law of thermodynamics.
Yeah, but
High
wouldn't that
pressure
just be-
moves to low pressure every time. So you see, the thing is, when they tell us that there's a 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum of space above our heads, a vacuum of that power, of that, extreme power, if that existed, and if it existed with the near infinite size that they say it does, the vacuum of space, and at that power, if gas pressure 14.7 psi existed here on the surface of the Earth at sea level, next to that, without a solid barrier, without it finding its equilibrium, in other words, the gas just getting sucked up into space and finding its equilibrium with very little air up there and very little air down here, if that existed next to this gas pressure without its finding its equilibrium, that would violate the second part of the second law of thermodynamics. So what I'm saying to you is the laws of physics are just fine. We don't need to rewrite them. The vacuum of space simply does not exist.
Okay, so well, how are you saying the vacuum of space doesn't exist when you literally just die? If you go
It doesn't exist because if it did exist, it would violate the second law of thermodynamics. Violations of the second law of thermodynamics do not exist. That's magic. That's fairy tales.
The thing is,
you do realize that the only reason why you'd say vacuums suck is because the ones here on Earth, they're surrounded by the
You
atmosphere.
didn't say that, so your straw
didn't
man
say
can just
suck.
stop right there.
Didn't you just say that it would suck the atmosphere?
No. I said that the air down here, or I might have accidentally said it, but if I did, let me correct myself. It would find the gas pressure, the gas down here would find its equilibrium up there with entropy occurring. Do you understand that?
So basically, you're saying there wouldn't be a gradient.
No, there'd still be a gradient, but what I'm trying to say is there wouldn't be a consistent 14.7 psi at sea level here if the vacuum of space existed the way that they describe it being. This air down here would not be here.
Okay. And you're hung up on this gradient thing. A gradient is a variance in pressure. In order to have that, you need to have pressure in the first place. In order to have pressure, as he just explained to you, you need to have containment.
Yeah, if it helps you to understand a little bit better, the most powerful vacuum anyone's even claimed to create here on the surface is 10 to the negative 6 torr. And to the best of my knowledge, that vacuum chamber was collapsing in on itself when they made that. They claim that up there is 10 to the negative 17 torr, something we haven't even replicated. And they say it's practically infinite. They don't claim it's actually technically infinite, but it's over millions and billions and trillions of miles, and it's that powerful and it's that big, but yet somehow the air stays locked here to the Earth. And hey, I'll be honest, I would believe in such a place. I would honestly believe that it exists if someone could just simply demonstrate gas pressure without a container due to gravity. If you could demonstrate 36 psi around the rim of a car without the tire due to gravity. If you could do that, then I would believe it when you tell me that the vacuum of space is a real place.
But by up there, do you mean like what 30 kilometers up or like a light year up? How far do you mean by up there? Is negative 19 Tor?
Well, I would acknowledge that the second law of thermodynamics is wrong then, if you could demonstrate that. But you can't demonstrate that, so the second law of thermodynamics is just fine. You're just talking, it's just a bunch of fairy tales and nonsense with this gas pressure caused by gravity.
I just have a question. So, like, if we're let's say there's a world where this was true, what would you say would happen to our atmosphere? It would just like dissipate into space?
Yeah, exactly. We wouldn't be able to even exist here to begin with.
Okay, and that would be because the air is trying to find the equilibrium.
Yeah,
yes,
second
the
law of
gas pressure
thermodynamics.
would find its equilibrium up in the vacuum of space. Yes, and there'd be very little air up there, very little air down here. Bacteria probably wouldn't even exist.
The thing is, once it's found that equilibrium, the forces of gravity would literally pull it back down and compress.
Okay, how's it going to do that in the midst of a vacuum and also demonstrate gravity?
Because gravity will pull, as I said, it would literally pull it down and pressurize
That's
it.
a really cool story. Why don't you fire up a vacuum chamber for us and demonstrate this gravity coalescing gases into balls?
They don't believe in gravity, by the way.
Forming gas pressure adjacent to the vacuum.
It's literally not
You
gonna
can't
end
explain
anywhere.
anything to them using gravity. They don't believe in it. You have to use
Hey, Morta.
You have no
Morta, can I
experimental
point out
evidence
something, Morta?
Because
Morta, don't you think it's strange that you're using the word believe like that? Like you just said they don't believe in gravity. Doesn't that sound kind of like a silly religion? They don't believe in something? Why would we want to believe in anything? Wouldn't we want to know something to be true? You know, so what I'm saying is I would know that gas
It's
can
because
continue
from
in
your
gravity if you could demonstrate it.
from your perspective, if it's not true, then you wouldn't believe in it.
No, I have no demonstration of it. I have no evidence for it. If I have no evidence for it, why would I believe it to be true? That's silly. That's like Santa Claus. I have no evidence for Santa Claus. I don't believe in Santa Claus.
And yet, 60% of the 40% of the world's religious. So what do you got to say to that?
Well, it's more like 100% if you look at you guys.
Well, look at you guys. We're talking about us. Look at you guys. We've got a whole.
Well, you're the ones who have convictions without any evidence.
You guys have a Discord cult or something like that.
This is a cult. Empiricism is a cult. Taking measurements of the Earth is a cult.
I mean, it's something like that. I mean,
I think you guys just mostly repost these Facebook things, but
you guys are the ones who came in here espousing your beliefs with absolutely zero evidence to back them. That is the cult.
We have literally
Those are the cult antics that are going on here.
I thought humans evolved over time, but clearly they don't. They just
that's another cult belief superstition that you have.
You're not. Excuse me. Excuse me.
I feel like Morta's about to get bit.
Everybody, can we like? Hey! Can we get back on like an even footing here? Like we're turning into an argument.
Chill out. No,
right?
Lucas,
We don't want this to turn into an argument. Okay, we need to keep it calm.
Chill, you know, bro.
It's late. I'm gonna go sleep. Yeah, good night, guys.
I think by definition, this is an argument.
Oh well,
right.
I
but
mean,
there isn't an argument because the globe side would have to present an argument. They still haven't. Saying I believe the Earth is a globe is not an argument.
Well, religious claim.
Wait, I forgot. Like, how do you guys explain? How do you guys explain like the phenomenon that we call gravity? Like, is it like electromagnetism or something, or like buoyancy? I've heard. Could you just get that explained to me? The thing that we call gravity.
Cause or an effect?
The thing that we call gravity, the force.
Yeah, so you invoke invisible deities, leprechauns, and fairies, and say that's the reason why things fall to the earth, and then you drop something, it falls to the earth, and you go, oh, look, I proved my story about invisible leprechauns and fairies. That's what you're doing with your gravity reification story. It's the same thing. We all observe that things fall down, that high-density things settle to the bottom in low-density mediums, and you're just ascribing a cause to that cannot be confirmed.
I was asking
just
you.
To answer your question, no, I don't know. Nobody knows why things fall down. No one ever claims to know why things fall down.
Okay, that's what I was trying to get clarification on.
People who say it's gravity don't know what gravity is. That's just a word. And the word is not a reason.
Yeah. Here, let me point out something that might help you. So it's not that it is known. It's not that anyone's claiming that it's impossible to figure out the answer to your question. But the thing is that we'd have to conduct a scientific experiment with an independent variable that we could manipulate, and we don't know of anybody doing that so far. So by all means, if you ever do find someone who's come up with a scientific experiment where they can manipulate the independent variable that would take, for instance, make a soccer ball fall down or a baseball fall down, and then somehow remove that problem, remove that independent variable from the picture and observe the soccer ball floating and then put it back in and watch the soccer ball fall down. If you could ever find someone that comes up with some kind of a scientific experiment, we would be all ears. But yeah, to the best of our knowledge, it's just unverified. It's unknown until you can prove it.
The best thing that's been presented by the globe side so far is wooden rods and balls, a parlor trick from the 1700s. Do you have anything better than that yet?
Yeah, I know the Cavendish experiment.
Yeah. Do you have anything better than that yet after all these hundreds of years? Like, where's my hovercraft?
Do we have anything better than Salad? No, we don't. And it's been.
So does anything even fall in Cavendish? No, it doesn't.
Hey, is there anybody that know why the lie is muted right now? Why the lie? Why is it muted? Him or her? I don't know. Sorry to interrupt the conversation. I'm just trying to figure out why he's muted.
Looks like he's only got a listening pass rather than voice verified.
All right, I was gonna unmute him because I didn't know. All right. Hopefully he's not disruptive. All right. We want everybody to participate in this conversation. That's all I'm trying to get to. So as long as they're not disruptive and they got a good back and forth, it's all good. Sorry guys, continue.
No worries.
Yeah.
So the thing is that gravity is a reification for your globe, which has been falsified by the lack of curvature. It's a story that you need to explain things existing on a globe, but the problem is, fundamentally, is you don't actually have a globe.
Oh, okay. Just give me a second. I'll be right back. Okay.
Please come back with curvature. Thanks.
Yeah.
Bring some more people in here, Puff. Get some more folks in here. Sorry, Chad.
Yeah. Any discussion about gravity.
I'll be honest. I literally just met those two guys that came in with me. So.
Oh. All good.
Yeah. Any talk about gravity is just a red herring. It's got nothing to do with Earth curvature. I mean, I don't know why anyone would think it was. I mean, what have things falling down got to do with the Earth being a ball, right? I just don't see the connection at all.
I mean, the connection is that if gravity existed, then obviously all the mass of the Earth would collapse in on itself and become a sphere.
Okay, that's pretty non sequitur though, because you can't actually measure or demonstrate the Earth to be a sphere.
Okay, I was just telling him how that connects to the curvature of the Earth.
Okay, but like I said, it's just a reification story for your globe, which has been geometrically falsified in reality. So we don't need that.
He was asking, but okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I know what the story is, but I mean, has anybody ever seen a globe form out of mass attracting mass? Has that ever been seen?
I mean, you obviously need enough mass for it.
No, I just asked you a question. Has it ever been seen?
Like a very...
Yeah, did you observe that over the billions of years?
I answered your question. Now you answer the question. Has it ever been observed?
Of mass attracting mass?
No, of spheres forming from mass attracting mass.
I don't believe so.
Sounds like it's a religious cosmological fairy tale.
So that's not scientific at all, is it then?
Yeah, the first part of the scientific method is observation, right? Who observed that?
So you're claiming that things falling down imply this thing that nobody's ever seen happen. It's just nonsense.
They take pictures.
Yeah. Who observed gravity forming the Earth into this thing that's never been seen or measured? I think that's about it.
I think they've tried to model it, but they're unable to do it because it just takes up too much computing space.
I've heard Indio talk about it, and he says that using Einsteinian gravity, that spheres don't even form in the simulations.
No, they wouldn't use Einstein. They would just use mass attracting mass. Einstein's way too complex.
Yeah, maybe I'm remembering it wrong, but I just remember that the simulations don't even result in globes.
No, they can't do it. It's just too much information.
So, Puff, do you understand that dropping an object to the floor doesn't tell you what Earth is?
I think he might have stepped away, Wolfgang.
Right. Understandable, to be honest.
Where are the other chaps? They left?
We got Paper Thin Globe.
Oh.
Yeah, Paper Thin Globe. What's up?
Who's Chad 2000?
He's an OG
Chad?
flat earther.
Oh, my bad. I'm not.
He's new. Let's get him. Let's get
I have
him.
to do
He's
a bunch of things before I can click on his name.
Googling for that observation of things forming into balls. He's like, where's all this ball forming at?
I like how they make space-time look like a fabric. That's pretty neat.
Testicles, bro. They're like oblate spheroids.
That's pretty funny. Yeah. It's a fabric of wool that they pull over your eyes.
Yeah, I'm back. I just have a quick question about what was it? Oh yeah, so there's that photo of the oil rigs right over the water. Could I get the original
Yes.
video to that?
Are you in? Do you see the Livestream voice text channel?
Yeah.
I'm just about to post.
And remember, it's not just a photo of oil rigs; it's a photo of the horizon being where it can't be if the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, I know. All right, thank you.
Enjoy.
Mm-hmm.
Never look at a horizon the same way again. Globies don't trust a horizon.
Horizon be lying.
Say, are you the physical one? I don't know which one you are. Amorta's coping pretty hard, eh? Comes in losing his mind about the term sea level. Then starts being like, I didn't know we were so retarded. No, there was a guy, Morta, who was in. I was just asking him about sea level. Showed him the definition of what level means. Listened to him say that sea level is like saying retard. It's evolved.
What the?
We know better now than to think that level is level.
It's so funny that the word he picks to like base his argument on is retard.
Yeah. It's evolved.
Of all the words. But yeah, And then he's like, "Phew, I didn't realize the human race was getting so dumb. Sea level means, well, it's like an offensive term." Like, dear me. Puff quickly figured it out, though. Morta dragged him in, was like, "Hey, come and help me make fun of these dumb flat earthers." And Morta's like, Puff's like, "Morta, gas pressure does actually need a container. Morta, that horizon is actually behind the oil rigs. But yeah, dumb flat earthers."
What you been up to, Wolfgang? I haven't seen you in a minute.
Yeah, no, I've just been busy. You know how it is. So I haven't managed to get on voice much lately. But what about you? How's things?
Yeah, doing all right, man. Yeah, I'm working from home now, so able to have a lot of time on here.
Oh, nice.
They see me a lot more in the server.
Yeah, that's decent. I've been missing you around, so hopefully we get some globies in.
I pop in there every now and again. I'll hear a guy going off the rails or somebody calling somebody dumb.
It's just rare to get one with stamina. So, I mean, as much as Morta's kind of a laugh, I mean, he's been on it for like two, 3 times, good hour stint, just getting wrecked on every argument, but coming back for more. I actually respect it.
We had a hand wave in Sophis the other day. Jimmy the Chicken. He likes to hand wave all the things, even though your arguments are logically consistent. He'll just hand wave dismiss it because he can do it. It's his. Yeah. He stands by absurd claims because he just wants to. There's no really rhyme or reason why, but because I told him he didn't have any evidence for the curvature of the Earth, and he can't demonstrate that the Earth is curving. Therefore, he can't make any assertions of anything that has to do with the globe. Or otherwise, I'll hand wave dismiss everything that he's going to present to me. And he's like, "Well, that's logically a fallacy." I was like, "No, it's not, because you're claiming you know what the Earth is and what it does, and what's happening on the Earth due to the fact that it's of a globe nature. So if it does not a globe, then it can't have anything that you think that it has, as far as like what you think it is as a globe, flying around the cosmos. Like, this is not going to work. Your cosmology is completely destroyed if you can't provide the empirical evidence that it's curving." And he just stood by his assertion that it's a logical fallacy. Which he just keeps repeating himself. He doesn't give a reason why it's a logical fallacy.
Yeah, they think observable reality is a logical fallacy somehow.
Yeah, but I mean,
it's quite
he's a sophist, so he just wants to hand wave dismiss that and say, but anyways, and like he wants to launch into his explanation. I told him, I was like, "Dude, you're just gonna be up here preaching. That's all you're gonna do. We don't want to hear it. If you don't have any evidence, then just don't say anything, because it's not useful."
Just a fancy nuh-uh.
Yeah.
I do like to hear them try to answer these questions, though. It's comedy gold.
Well, Jimmy the Chicken was an astronomer hobbyist, so he was, partly believing because that information that was given to him was something that he was indoctrinated with, and now he's looking at the sky, thinking that everything he's viewing he's looking at it through the lens of what they've told him. So now he's kind of telling us what's going on in the sky because of something that they've told him of how to interpret the things in the sky. So we're listening to him tell us things about other people telling him information that he doesn't know anything about. So that's how that goes, right?
Yeah, it's just the usual claim. Who did that? Another claim. Who did that? Another claim. Who did that?
Yeah, it doesn't end with those guys, but like, it's easy for them just to say "nuh-uh" and then continue saying what they want to say. Which, at what point do we say, "Look, dude, if you don't have the evidence, we can't move forward. That's just the way it is." I know you want to talk about all these things, but because you don't have the evidence, we cannot. Until you do, please come back. But for entertainment purposes, we have to let Jimmy the Chicken say what he's going to talk about spectroscopy and all kinds of other stuff. But yeah, you were right, man. You don't get the guys that come in here with a lot of zest anymore. They usually shy away from the claim. Well, I'm not talking about that. Like everybody has that same attitude nowadays. I never said the Earth was a globe.
Yeah, well, I think because I think they're trying to stick us with proving making flat Earth the positive claim. They don't want to be given the burden of proof. They're going to say, "Oh well, I'm not sticking up for a globe or claiming a globe. I just want you to prove flat."
Yeah, that's what Puff was doing earlier. I was listening to him. Well, I did hear you say that, Puff. So you were asking for the flat earthers to tell you the evidence that the Earth is flat. It's not. It doesn't work that way. You have to provide the evidence that the Earth is a globe because that's the positive claim. Nobody here is claiming that the Earth is a globe except for the ones who stand by the claim. So the people that have taught us that it is, it's already like in the books and all that. So that's the claim. Now the claim is the Earth is a globe, so there has to be evidence for that globe. And that's all we're saying is like there is no evidence. But yeah, they wind up doing a lot of that.
What do you mean? I keep hearing about the overwhelming preponderance of evidence. What do you mean they don't have any?
Well, what do you? I'm going to ask you like they asked me, what do you accept as evidence? What do you accept as evidence? Well, let's see.
I accept hearsay from supposed experts and scientists.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense. I'll go with that.
Yeah. No experimentation needed, just a degree.
An observation, that's all. Just observing things. Now, QE crushed that guy last night on the spectroscopy argument. What she usually does, he dismantles their freaking. I don't get into those deep conversations. He's really intelligent when it comes to like going back to like sources that he can cite.
Yeah, when it comes to some of the more technical conversations that we get into, like with light and stuff like that, there's only a few people in here I think are really qualified to talk about it. I was just kind of waiting for either like Indio or QE to come in, and sure enough, QE came in.
Yeah, when they come in here, it's good. Like let them have it out because they've actually studied these things. So we don't have any more prideful globers anymore. Well, like these young people, I think what it is with those guys is that they just barely heard about the information and they think it's kind of fun to come in here. They come in packs of 2s or 3s and try to rile everybody up. And then they try like, well, then tell me how does this work on a flat Earth? And everybody's on the defense trying to like, you can have to answer that. Just say, dude, we're not gonna. No, you're gonna have to provide evidence for the globe first. Is there any? Okay, then. Off you go.
Someone in Cogdis just said, it's sad that some people need a support your claim, in quotes, when you say the Earth is spherical. Proves the devolution of human knowledge.
Devolution? Wowzer.
Devolution. So it's sad that you need to support your claim when you say the Earth is spherical. Imagine thinking that. The Earth is spherical. How'd you know that? Well, aren't you just sad? I feel sad for you. crazy. It's sad that some people require evidence for this story of being on a ball that's spinning at thousands of miles an hour. They must not have TVs. Puff, have you watched that video yet?
Yeah, I'm looking over his numbers, trying to calculate it myself.
Okay. What are you coming up with?
Well, I was kind of having a hard time with the measurement tool on Google Maps, so.
Well, have you gone on to Google and typed in distance to horizon calculator yet?
Oh no, I'm trying to figure out like my numbers first, and then I'm gonna. Well, yeah, I have looked up the distance for the curve and stuff.
And what did it say that the horizon should be for the 1 foot observer height?
I have 5 foot, but well, this guy said that at 1 foot it should be. Where is it?
1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
Yeah, 1.225 at 1 foot.
So that'd be 1.22 miles. Yeah. 1.2 mile horizon is what the globe model says. Says that, yep, that's where your boats are going to be going over. That curve of the ball. But where do you see the horizon in the image? You still there, Puff? Guess not. Obviously, the horizon's beyond the oil rigs, beyond 10 miles. So, not where the globe model says. I don't know. Is the horizon line? Or is Earth not a globe?
Why would the horizon lie, Puff?
The horizon would never do that to me.
And if you're looking in Livestream voice text, Puff, I'm assuming you guys are talking about the Black Swan, right?
Yeah, they're still on that.
I just got home from work. You guys probably just talked about it right before I got on.
No, he just asked for the video, and we sent him it, and I just asked him there what he was thinking. So we've not really went over it, so feel free to go into it.
I was just giving another picture there that helps to visualize top down the distances that we're talking about. So there's those three concentric rings. That innermost one is that 1.22 miles horizon that the globe predicts to see. That's where you should start seeing. Well, that's where you should see the horizon. That's where the Earth should start dropping away, and you should start losing the bottom of those rigs and everything, right? The next ring is the distance to the first rig, and the next ring after that, the third, is the farther rig, the 9.41 miles or whatever that is. Yeah. Pretty big difference.
So are you saying, Lou, the leading edge of the sphere should appear at 1.2 miles and it does not?
Better yet, if he asked for that video, This one right here is basically the same thing, but a little farther. In that video, you can see some land behind those rigs in the distance. That land is these two islands that are approximately 29 miles away. That's where I'm placing the horizon. I can't say for sure, but that's about where I place it after analyzing that video.
I don't know if you guys have the numbers or not. What I'm trying to figure out is the height loss over that because basically what was being said is, when I looked it up, you can see about 3 miles away at a 5-foot height off the ground. So after that, how many feet? And let me try to rephrase my question.
You're looking to find the hidden height?
No, I'm trying to figure out how many. Bro, I literally just had the words.
Your answer is in the question.
You want to have the elevation drop at the distance. What distance are you talking about?
How many feet do you lose for every mile after that?
8 inches per mile squared.
It's a
So what does that mean?
parabolic.
8 inches for every mile after that?
No. It's a parabolic, whatever curve.
Last time I checked, the Earth is in a parabola. So
to a certain distance.
That's a simplified version of it. It's accurate up to like 1,500 miles, pretty much, which is plenty enough for any of our observations we're making.
Okay.
But the thing is you're asking how much drop am I supposed to see, right?
Yeah. After that threshold.
Okay. Yeah, but you would have to have that threshold to have the drop.
Yeah, so 3 miles away at 5 feet up is apparently, according to Google, how the farthest you can see.
That's where that horizon would be, the one that's supposed to be at 1.2 miles in that picture. And that's the thing that would be obscuring everything after it, like the oil rigs with the drop off, right? But obviously that drop off isn't happening because that horizon is way back there.
Well, that's what I'm trying to figure out, how much height you're losing for every mile after that.
Well, 10 miles, it should be 66 feet, and then accounting for whatever observer height, 1 foot. I don't know, a little bit less than that.
Okay, let me just see this then.
He said he literally just had the numbers, or the words.
Oh no, I already asked my question.
Okay, cool.
Are you following what we're trying to explain to you and putting the pictures up there for? Have you been looking at that and following along?
Oh yeah, I'm seeing the pictures. I'm just trying to see if I can come to my own conclusion.
You're having a geometry problem there.
He's crunching all the numbers right now and seeing if they add up.
I am. I'm actually trying to figure out what equation I can put this in.
It's 3,000% mistake.
It's orders of magnitude off for the globe radius. I'll post something that visualizes that for you.
Changes the radius to over 200,000 miles. That's 16,000 more miles.
On that example.
Yeah, for that horizon to be geometric at that distance, the Earth its radius would have to be about the size or the distance that they say here to the moon is. I don't think it's that big of a ball, do you?
No. And no disco ballers either.
What does that make their circumference? Well, what's the distance around the equator if the ball is that big? Like, that ain't happening.
Over 1 million.
Sleeping Warriors in here. I haven't seen that dude in a minute. How you doing, Sleeping?
And then we'd have to be spinning way faster too.
Yeah, that too.
Or maybe moon. It's 2 million miles away.
Yeah, let's just keep pushing the goalposts.
Yeah.
The sun is now 1 billion miles away.
Yeah.
Well, the universe is ever expanding, so it changes every day.
Is the globe ever expanding?
I don't know. I imagine it would be if we were an expanding universe.
Yeah, it's
I'm
all
using my
expanding
imagination
together.
here. Yeah.
But you can't measure it or observe it because it's constant.
Right.
You can't tell. Yeah.
The silence is deafening.
Hey, so I got a question. Whoever's right here on the chat, who's a flat earther, she's been in here like the longest, like a couple years or whatever. Have you guys ever witnessed a glober who comes in and he argues back and forth for like set amount of times, like say a week or longer, and then over time you eventually give them that one gem of information, that aha moment, and then now they're a flat earther and they've been on here for like months or years that you can witness? Has anybody ever bared witness to anything like that where you feel it's genuine?
Yeah, there's a couple, really only one instance. If you're talking about like the anti-flat earthers switching over, like the really
like what I'm saying is somebody who's been coming on here for like, let's say 2 weeks or more over time. Maybe not 2 weeks.
I would say the
best
example of that is probably Reasons, who switched his name after he became a flat earther. What is he going by now? I just forget what is.
Riven. R-I-V-E-N. Riven.
Yeah, Riven. But yeah, we fought with him for a couple of years probably. He was a glober, and then all of a sudden it was like, no, I'm gonna change my mind.
Really? And how long ago was that? Do you remember?
That's probably been a couple of years now.
And so and after he became a flat earther, have you kept in contact with him? Like at least maybe once a month, heard from him on the Discord or anything?
He still stops in once in a while, but I don't know. Some people think he's
He's on Nathan Oakley show quite often.
Okay. Yeah, and he's on there like very like in accord with Nathan.
Well, he was here like a month ago.
Okay.
To a degree, I mean, he obviously has his eccentricities, but I mean, you could go back, and if you wanted to, you could go back and listen to him. He's just been there within the past week.
Okay. His name is what?
Riven.
Riven? Okay. Like given, but with an R instead?
Yes.
Okay. So that's one, like, that's a rare example. In order for me to verify it, I'm gonna have to go and listen to him talk and everything. I'm just doing, basically I'm taking polls, you know what I mean?
He's legit, man. Like, I don't know, he does a good job flat smacking, like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you said for years he was coming in here like arguing the way that a lot of the globers do.
Yeah, we fought him pretty hard as one of those Gem Panda goons.
Yeah. Interesting. And now he's been a flat earther for how long?
Probably at least a couple of years.
Yeah, but to be fair to him,
example?
To be fair to him, he kind of had this attitude where if he heard a glober saying something retarded, he would try to get on their case. Not that it would, it's hard to explain. Like he kind of had to be there. But he didn't just have this carte blanche attitude where he's going to agree with all the globers around. Kind of like the globe mentality Pac usually does.
Yeah.
So there was definitely a spark of scrutiny. Hank Hill.
is not quite as radical an example because I think he was more open when he arrived.
Yeah. Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, he
Wow,
always
ask
said
him
he was
about it.
like on the fence or whatever. He didn't, right? Like he was just on the fence forever and ever and ever.
Yeah.
Like, how long do you think he was on the fence for?
Better
Oh,
to
man,
have
long
him.
time.
I'm sure he'll be on. He's on like every day pretty much. You can ask him.
His name's Larry now. Don't get it twisted. If you say Hank Hill, you're in trouble.
I actually had a really good talk with him last night. Cool. Ironically, it was about. This is going to sound weird. I'm not going to go into any further details, but we had a long talk about his wife's gynecologist appointment, and I'll just leave it at that. It's not nothing like weird or like perverted. It was actually just strictly for entertainment and informational purposes only. But it was a good conversation.
Actually, you do music and stuff. I've got a song saved that he did also. He did a Flat Earth song that you probably haven't heard yet.
Probably haven't. I hear new Flat Earth songs all the time. I'm like, this has been out. How have I not known this? But it's not on the top 500 or whatever they call it. So
Let me find it. I'll play it for us.
you still making rhymes?
I
Off
just
the
did
dome?
the one song. I am probably ever doing more. I'm not good at that, man. I did pretty good on that song, but it was a lot of work and it just doesn't come natural to me, man.
Yeah, I don't think it's something that can really be taught or learned, as far as that goes.
Well, the thing is
Like,
it turned out all right after MIDI helped me to frickin' auto tune and all that shit. I'm terrible singing. You should have heard it frickin' raw. It was bad.
I suck at singing too. Like, I've tried to hit a high note here and it just sounds horrible. You know what I mean? I don't think rappers, singers really. I think it's super rare when somebody can rap and sing. I don't know. I don't really see that too often.
Elijah's really good at both. He's a great singer.
Yeah.
Yeah, Eli's good.
Where's the
I've heard some of his songs. His raps isn't like his flows are more like I don't know how to say it. It's like a different style. It's like more sing-songy, you know what I mean? I guess that's not really I don't know how I'd say it. It's more melodious, or whatever. Melodious, is that the word?
Kind of thing.
Melody?
A lot. Yeah,
I guess so,
melody
yeah.
in the action of melody or the capability of producing melody would be the word.
Okay, yeah.
No, I mean, that's not the word. I'm trying to figure out if what you said is a word.
I don't know what I see. Like when I rap, I'm going like this with my hand, like karate chopping, like this, dun dun dun. Like how I have to have my hand when I'm doing it. I'm seeing the words come out of my mouth and I'm chopping them like that. So it like really help. I have to have my hands moving when I'm doing it to really be to really get into it. And so I've tried to do make my rhymes like sing songy kind of, and I can't do that with my hands. It doesn't come out right. So I don't know. That sounds really weird, but it's like the difference between like chopping something solid like butter, or then like trying to chop up like whipped cream or something. I don't know if that even makes sense. But
When I play bass, my whole body will start to move basically to the rhythms that are happening. Yeah, that sort of thing. But chopping it out like you're talking and being able to keep your rhythms tight and your accents tight, that's a
I'm
it's a
seeing
mystical
the
thing
words
that
come
helps
out, and
me.
I'm like it's like in front of me is a touch screen, and I'm able to like move these things around like that. If that makes any sense, and it's hard to explain.
It's like the rhythm of life sort of thing. Or like circadian rhythm.
There are some really good words nowadays, more than ever, that are just screaming to be rhymed with. Seriously. Every day that I don't make a rhyme, I feel like these words are looking at me like, man, you fell off, homie. You know what I mean? What are you doing? You can rhyme all these things with all these things. The number is like infinite possibilities of things that rhyme.
Ironically, though, globe is a word that very few things rhyme with. Maybe probe, earlobe, what else?
Robe, job, flobe, hobe, nobe. You can enunciate things too, though. Yeah. Like globe light, strobe light, nose eye, rose
I guess there's more
thigh,
than I thought. So I
go
was wrong.
fly. Yeah.
Stand
Ho
corrected.
try. Yeah. Faux fries, which are like fake French fries. So fly. So fi. I'm so fly. The zone I'm in is a no fly. So go by. The globe lie.
That's a good one.
I'm not sure. I think reasons or whatever, Riven might have taken that song down. His channel, he does boxing and stuff too. So I think his channel is.
Oh.
He's
Did he come on? I think did he come on here like saying like I got my new channel one time like a couple months ago, like making announcements to everybody and saying like telling them he's almost at 1,000 subs for a subscriber. It might have been him.
I'm not sure how many subs he's got. Let me look.
Like he does like MMA fighting style shit.
Just like regular boxing, like I believe.
Okay. Like he does it himself though, like he fights and stuff.
Yeah, he's
okay.
A big dude.
Oh yeah. Okay. Shot goes out to Plain Decoded.
But yeah, it looks like everything I'm seeing is on his channel is because I'm not finding him on my playlist that I had made. So I'm thinking he might have pulled it. Now everything I see on his channel is all boxing related. So like,
yeah.
Man, I got to be honest with you. By his voice and his attitude from the past, I imagine him as a 98-pound soaking wet nothing.
No, you should see him. Hold on. He's big. Let's see. He had a pretty good. I saw he had a freaking really good fight that he put up not too long ago. Just knocked this guy out first round, I think.
Good fight. That's almost an oxymoron.
I'm not sure if this is the one I'm thinking of, but he's Tommy Hench.
So he's basically the only example, and then maybe Hank Hill, and other than that.
No, there's others. I just think like he's one of the more known ones like that really like argued, they argued for the globe pretty hard, like, or he did.
Yeah.
I don't know if really anybody else coming to mind that actually really argued hard for the globe then switched.
Yeah. Everything I've ever bared witness to is like and I'm only speaking from my own experience, so it's probably a pretty biased experience, but like pretty much once people have been exposed to this knowledge, that it usually clicks in right away. Like if it clicks in as far as like once it clicks, I don't know. I don't even know how to explain this right. A lot of people that I've talked to about it, after I told them about it, I think it took a while to resonate, but they were never arguing the globe after that, or like continued arguing the globe when, I don't know, maybe I'm not articulating this right, but like it seems like once that lightning strikes, or like once the scales fall off, it's almost like a split. It's almost like a split in your life. That's I don't know. I just don't see how people could be presented with so many facts and then argue the globe continually over and over again, unless it's something that's artificial.
Dude, try arguing in religious forums against atheists.
Yeah, right. I think I'm gonna put together a questionnaire with like 30 questions that I'm gonna post up in the next couple days that are gonna be questions like, and they're gonna seem like they have nothing to do with anything, but the way my mind works out, I'm trying to formulate something is like questions of like your favorite colors that you prefer, like favorite types of drinks as far as like non-alcoholic drinks, like if you prefer carbonated over non-carbonated, like different things like that. I'm trying to formulate some type of pattern. I'm trying to create some type of pattern recognition that would all the people who are flat earthers have that I don't know. I think there's got to be some type of pattern, and I haven't been able to find any type of rhyme or reason for it though. But I know there's got to be some type of pattern. And maybe there's not though. Maybe it's all like on a spiritual, metaphysical level where we're not able to discern that type of pattern yet. Stuck in these vessels that we're in, you know. We only have so many capabilities.
Well,
and our limitations
absolutely.
are vast.
And once we quantify human probability for accepting a proposition, we can assess them and eliminate them from the gene pool before they have a chance to reproduce or infect anyone else, right? See the problem?
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's good the way you think. I like how you think. You cut right to the chase,
people
bro.
try to create these things, right? And it always leads to the same conclusion, is that a group of people are alienated, ostracized, and belittled, and even killed sometimes.
Yeah. 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 Yeah, I'm not just going against the grain, I'm coming against the grain too.
That kind of sucks, though. I liked his song. Can't find it.
I came through like a leprechaun.
If I'm not mistaken, he used to be on the Friday night fights we used to have in the arena as a globe proponent.
I think that might be like when he kind of switched. Actually, it was in the arena days.
I can't even imagine what it would have been like had I been like a teenager or like ever been in any type of school setting, knowing what I know about the Earth.
Huh. The amount of shit you'd be giving your teacher.
Oh my god, bro! Because I like my friend, I have a friend who I've been friends with for a long time, and he said he's always thought the Earth was flat, but didn't know too many details. So I flat smacked his whole family. Now his kids are in high school; they're flat earthers, and I even gave them some flat Earth hats and everything. But they're not like representing it, right? So, I told them like, you guys, oh man, you guys are in you have such an opportunity to shame these Helio teachers like to the fullest, like. You know, these because really their job's on the line, so like you can just break them down and have the kids like what little respect they may have had, it will never come back. I was like, you guys could change a lot of things, but it's just like it's hard to explain the way the kids are, even if I don't know. It's just like this just like attitude of like if it's like you can't get too excited or show too much interest in anything. It's just I don't know. I can't even put my finger on it, but it wasn't around like this like 15 years ago, 20 years ago. This is a new spirit right here, you know. I guess the word is like people have such like the majority of them. It's a lack of passion. That I guess that would be the best way to describe it. They're not really passionate about anything. You know, it's just like and it's like really cool to not be passionate about stuff, and to be passionate about stuff is made nowadays to look like freakish and like weird, and that's not the cool thing now. You don't want to get too passionate about anything.
That's right.
Mm. I mean, every single rap video, every video now, there's stacks of money and they're like putting in like toy boxes and like shoe boxes and under it's like every rap video, they're like, let's figure out a new place to put stacks and stacks and stacks of money. And they're like, okay, we'll put it in here now. That's what every video is like it's like a pirate movie kind of like where they're going to find their hidden treasure, but in modern day times.
Yo, Flatter Day.
What up?
When you gonna drop those hats?
Who's that?
The same dude from yesterday. I need those
That
hats.
Leo?
Flatter Day Saints. I need everybody to know about this.
What up, Leo?
Yo, what's up, man?
How you doing?
I'm doing just fine. Just hearing you talk about
Yeah.
the world, how it's fucked up.
Well, you know, in so many words, you know. I mean, it's all in the eye of the beholder. I guess to people in Australia, it would be FUCK down, right? Up here it's
Yeah.
effed up, but down there it's
You want,
F down.
you want to know who did this? The Freemasons did. The Freemasons did this.
The FMs did it.
Yeah.
I mean, they're part of the movement, but I don't think them alone. You know.
Yeah. That's right.
Mm-hmm. I always can tell when I'll talk to somebody and I'll ask them if they're that in which you just said, and they'll be like, "No," they'll be like, "I couldn't be that because I charge for everything I do." Yeah, you convinced me.
In the kindest way, though.
What was that all about?
That was a scientific experiment of gas pressure without a container. Well, you gave it a good try, but you failed.
You got him? Yeah. I was just about to get him when he dropped. When you must have tagged him.
Hey, Leonardo. Oh, he's gone, huh?
Leonardo's server meter, that wasn't him though. It was that Sean G guy or whatever that was in here that was doing that sound.
Sean G.
Or Sean something. It looked like
he's not on anymore. He went off.
No, he left. I think before he get grabbed, unless AI got him.
Okay.
I'm her. I got server muted. Yo, what's up, though?
Leonardo.
Yo, what's good, man?
Hey, what up?
What's up?
So I was gonna ask you is have you ever played my songs for any of your like friends? Obviously, they're heliocentrics. Like people, I'm sure people of your like nowadays they don't consider themselves like heliocentrics. They know the Earth's a globe and like they don't classify themselves as that because there's no other really option that they really think logically about.
I can't show them. They're not open minded. They're retarded. They watch rap videos, so they're brainwashed.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm just wondering if you did show them any of them, if as soon as they heard like if they understood what I'm rapping about, then they would shut it off instantly. But I'm just curious, like if they hadn't and they were just like bobbing their heads listening to it. I mean, that's all I'm asking.
Yeah, of course it bopped their heads. It slaps. You can't deny greatness. You know what I mean?
Well, thank you. But yeah, so
if I had the Flatter Days hat, I'd wear it until I died. And then, of course, they'd have to know.
You know, there's that rapper called NF. Have you heard of him?
Yeah, NF Doom.
Because before I'd even seen his logo, I had already made my FN logo like a backwards F, so it's flat against the N, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like the F, because his is NF. Mine's FN. You know, like flat nasty.
So is what you're saying? He copied you?
No. I was just not aware of him until recently. I'd never heard him, and then I was scrolling through something, and I was like, I never clicked on his video, but then I seen it was like, damn, that one video has like multi-millions. So I clicked on it, and I was like, I was just watching, like listening to some of his songs and stuff like that. He appeals to like the people that are always like, oh no, another disaster, another this or that. Like he really appeals to that's the majority of the people. He appeals to them well,
Yeah.
Yeah, liquor store one. Have you seen the one in the liquor store thing where something bad happens in a liquor store?
Yo, honestly, man, I'm just trying to be the best Flat Earth rapper, but you got me beat by like 10 miles.
You could be the best Flat Earth rapper, especially if I got assassinated, bro. Your chances would increase exponentially if something happened to me.
You're right. Yeah.
But are you even a Flat Earther, though?
Of course. You got me into this.
I don't ever say I did. No, I didn't do anything, bro. Come on.
You got me into this. I was just listening to you talk, and I was like, man, Flatter Days is just making points left and right. So then,
well, I mean,
like,
I don't make anybody believe anything.
I was like, Flatter Days might be right.
I mean, like, I'm just everything I'm saying is just a succession of things I've heard, and I just rearrange them and put them in, in different ways. That's all everything is. It's just you're repeating everything you've heard, and you just rearrange it, But I mean, I hope that like if my music could reach somebody that otherwise wouldn't, and then like through the lyrics, then they could understand, or like bring them to this room where somebody could explain it better than me, because I'm not the best at like explaining. I don't know very much about science or like testing the earth as far as that's concerned. I just understand logic. So, but if I could use that as a tool, but that's cool though. I'm glad you're a flat earther now.
Hell yeah.
Have you told? But you got to flat smack people. Well, you don't have to, but it feels really good, like your friends and stuff.
Nah, I haven't.
So I liked when Flatter Day when you did the Flatter Day Saints versus the Latter Day Saints.
Flatter Days took my virginity.
Yeah. Every time I don't see them very often, but when I do, I'll park my car as quick as I can and just take off running after that. I don't think, I just jump out and do it. It's like a natural instinct.
Yeah. Those one guys you asked if you could go to their Bible study, and they're like oh, I don't know. Like they didn't know how long you would go in. They're like, can you speak Spanish?
I can learn real quick. You know what I mean?
Spanish is not hard. I feel like that's one of the easiest languages to learn.
You said I speak flat Earth.
Right? Yeah. Yeah, they don't walk in front of my house anymore. Like it's like they've told the other ones about me, and they won't do it.
What?
But I mean,
What? The Masons?
Mormons.
Oh yeah, the Mormons. I
Yeah.
mean, yeah, I saw that Mormon video.
The main problem I have with them is when you type my name on YouTube, it's Latter Day Saints. Quite often it'll just go reroute you back to Latter Day Saints, and I'm like, no, like even with the F, it'll be, are you sure you didn't mean Latter Day Saints? I'm like, one day I want to change that. So you type in Latter Day Saints and I come up. That would be dope.
Yeah.
But
man, I just farted
yeah.
and it stinks.
I'm trying to get them to change their name or something. Like it's just too close to me.
How about you buy the copyright to the name and they can't have it no more? How about that?
Yeah, right. The copyright. Yeah, that'd be funny. I notice how I leave an S at the end of my name, meaning like this isn't just a closed chapter. I'm not the only one. Like anybody could be this, you know, if you
Yeah,
wanted to be that.
I want to
You
be
know?
Flatter Days.
I'm sure there was ones before me, you know.
Arthur Leonard.
So, Leonard, did you ever listen to Eminem?
Mic check. My mic not working.
Yeah, we all hear you loud and clear.
Dave, your mic's working.
Ask Leonard a question. How long has he been a flat earther? He's BC verified.
Oh, my bad. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Leonard, how long have you been a flat earther?
Who the fuck is Leonard?
Leonardo, whatever your name is, man.
I've probably looked into it like about 3 months or so.
What's the radius of the claimed globe Earth?
I don't know, man. The fuck?
Alrighty then. Somebody else go.
What's your stance? Flat or small?
The Earth is not round. That's what I know. Flatter Days.
What up?
Tell them how the Bible talks about the flat Earth. Tell them.
Sometimes when I bring up the Bible and this actual thing, though, people they're like, you know, they don't want, you know, don't get too much into like the Bible and everything. So like, I try to respect the elders on here, like Glatt and a couple others. They're like, just they don't want me to. They're not me personally, but they're just, I don't know.
No, don't worry about that shit. Here, you want the answer? You see the Livestream voice text? Do you really want the answer to that question? Hello?
Leonardo.
I didn't ask a question. What?
Are you saying you asked me personally the question, or did you ask it in general?
No, I said tell them how the Bible talks about the world being flat.
Oh, yeah. I guess that wasn't a question. I can't argue with that.
Yeah, I'm about to post it. I think all my pictures are out of order. Might take me forever to find this now. I got a new phone, so.
You read the Bible, Leonardo?
Yeah, I'm a Catholic.
You consider yourself a Christian?
I'm a Catholic. I wouldn't say I'm a devoted Catholic because I don't go to church. So, I don't know. I don't know what to position myself. I'm not a devoted Catholic.
Right.
What about you, man?
I'm not into religion at all. I just consider myself a born again flat earther. You know.
Yeah.
I'm a 1491er through and through. My blood bleeds 65, dog.
Because Christopher Columbus didn't really discover America. He raped everybody, right?
Yeah, so I'm like pre-Columbus, 1491er through and through.
Yeah, I feel
you.
Hell yeah, you got that shit tatted on the knuckles.
Hell yeah, you know. Just in case I don't feel like telling somebody, like where I go, I can't be like this. It's a good. They'll just be like, what does that mean? I'm like, I'm glad you asked. That way, my girl's like, don't bring up flat Earth. I'm like, but if somebody asked me, I won't bring it up. So I got the conversation pieces right here always. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh my god, 200 IQ. Fuck. That's hilarious.
It's taken a lot longer than I thought it was going to take. I still haven't found it.
Oh, my weed
pictures
plate.
are all here.
Hey, Larry, somebody was asking how long you were on the fence. Wasn't it like 3 or 4 years?
No, I think it was like a year and a half, 2 years.
2 years, okay. Was it you, Flat or Dave?
What did I say?
You were asking how long Hank was on the fence or something, weren't you?
Yeah,
A little while ago.
Before, like how long? Well, not on the fence, but like how long was he coming in here? Like my question basically was like from the time somebody first comes in here, VC verified, you're pretty sure they've never been under a different name or anything like. But then they're like going back and forth, and like they're questioning it, and like not questioning it, but like as like with innocence and humility. But like a lot of the people who come in here and they're really snide and like like it's like almost like this low key like passive aggressiveness. I'm just saying, like, did Hank have any of that in him?
Yeah, man. Tell us about Hank.
I guess Dave has to answer that because he's an objective viewer. So
No. What I'm saying is, like, Hank, when you first came in and you were on the fence, were you on the fence, like, as far as like
I
when
think
you ask questions and everything?
you're misunderstanding the story. So I was one of the first flat earthers in 2015 to start debating. So my first video was challenging anyone anywhere to a flat earth debate. I think this must have been about May 2015. So I started debating shortly after that. And I was just like wanting to hear the debate, and no one else was doing it like to my standard. There was like some people who were debating, like Stefan Molyneux, but if you go back and you listen to that debate, it was absolute garbage. Like the guy who was opposing the flat earther had to coach the flat earther to make a coherent argument. He couldn't even make a coherent argument by himself. So I was already consuming like copious amounts of flat earth stuff from everybody. I was watching like Tato's. I was watching, a lot of stuff like what is it? Bulbus? No, not Globusters. Yeah. So Jeranism, Mark Sargent, Rob Skiba, and then eventually I found what's that guy from Thailand or Taiwan? The 200 proofs guy.
Oh, Dubay.
Yeah, Dubay. So I like didn't have like a group of people that I was like listening to. Like I would listen to everybody.
Yeah.
And then eventually I like started listening to like Nathan Oakley and then people on the other side of the pond. And I like wasn't never really like 100% convinced because where I'm at in Texas, in East Texas is like nothing but trees. So I've never seen like a real horizon until I was like 14 years old and went to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame Museum in Cleveland, Ohio, and I saw like the lake. That was the first time I ever saw like a horizon that wasn't blocked by trees.
Damn.
So yeah, so I didn't know, like what the truth was, but I was like, there's something to this because, like, every time I go on debate, like, I'm not a exceptionally brilliant person. I've always considered myself to have like average intelligence, IQ, etc. And I was noticing like these debates, they were like too easy.
Yeah.
So after a while, I was debating like for the AE model, and then after I realized that, there's problems with models, like I was like, okay, so we're not really debating for a model, right? And then after that, I kind of went like back to geocentric where I started. So I never went heliocentric and come in here and debated against the flat earthers. If you were to listen to my debates back in those days when I was on the fence, I would be debating people at like Flat Earth Court, Issa's channel, maybe Flat Earth dudes. And if you listen to how I talked back then, I was still talking like a flat earther, debating like a flat earther, but claiming ignorance because I had no first-hand primary knowledge of measuring the earth itself. So that's what on the fence meant to me. Like I was pretty sure it was geocentric. I was pretty sure that this place is special, but I had no knowledge. So I claimed, agnostic on the shape. And that label kind of got me the label on the fence in this server. And I would kind of come in and wait for a debate to pop off. And you can ask anybody that was here. Anytime I was debating, I was debating against the globe, against the heliocentric globe.
Yeah.
So eventually I went to, before that, I just started coming back in the server like all the time. And I was doing research. It was like, eventually it's like, there's no way it's a globe. Like, it can't be. Like, eventually. And then shortly after that, in 2019, I think, John came up, QE came up with the Black Swan. But I was.
You know where that came from, though, right? The Black Swan?
The guy in California?
Yeah, it came from Code 69.
Yeah. So, that's kind of my story. I was in here for like a year and a half, maybe a year before I was just like, looking at all the stuff that Flat Earth is providing. And I was on the fence because I couldn't like be intellectually honest and say that I knew it was flat if I had never measured it. So shortly after that, I went to Corpus Christi, North Beach, and I made some observations for like the 2 days that I was there. During the day, I could see the reflection off the white building, and during the night, I could see the street lights. So if you can't measure curve anywhere, what is it? Obviously, I need to go back to the beach.
So you're a very rare.
Quick, I listened to your debates since 2016. I never once heard you argue anything for the globe. So I'm just saying.
He's just saying, though.
I never once heard him make a sincere globe argument. I've listened to a lot of his debates. So.
I think that's such a weird word, globe. It's such a weird word.
I'm just saying.
Whenever I hear the word globe, it makes me feel uncomfortable. Like somebody, like I don't know, like when a parent does or says something inappropriate with their kid, and everybody like looks, but then nobody says anything because it's not like illegal. That's how I feel whenever I hear the word globe. I'm like, it just doesn't sound right, dude.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Mm-mm. I mean, flat earthers and globers could all just say the word Earth, and it would actually have more meaning than saying like globe or like. It's obvious that you don't even need to say flat Earth. The Earth is. It's like we find these truths to be self-evident. You put it inside all of us to understand things through our own senses. It's self-evident. You don't have to tattoo it on your knuckles for it to be real.
The reason this, live stream appears to be like against the Bible, it's because you don't need the Bible to prove it true, right? We tell people to go outside and look at the earth itself. So in that sense, we're not really against the Bible. We're just saying you don't need the Bible, right? Go outside, look at the earth. It'll tell you its measurements if you know how to look, right? And all we're trying to do in this live server, this channel, YouTube channel, is to convince people to think for themselves long enough to question authority long enough to go outside and look and see how the earth presents itself. with an Earth curve calculator and a few simple devices, and a little bit of time, a little bit of gas money, you can find out for sure if it's a globe, if that's what you want to do. But don't be disappointed, right? And I hate to say I told you so. When you come back here and you're like, couldn't find the curvature.
Dude, we should put like a warning up or a disclaimer saying if you do see the truth, like you could have major headaches from now on.
Let's clear this up, okay, for the slow kids. The Bible's a historical document, okay? Whether you believe it accurately represents facts is irrelevant. It exists. People know about it, right? Just like any other document that exists throughout antiquity. Referencing the Bible, right, isn't foreboding here, okay? But occupying the live stream chat with biblical, theological, doctrinal discussions when it's not focused on flat earth takes away from the content of the live stream, right? So it's not like anybody's forbidding anyone from referencing the Bible or using it in an argument string, right?
Okay.
Now, to be fair, some people don't like certain religions. And so they take a little more offense when somebody's talking about something that they think goes into some kind of quote unquote religious territory. But let's be clear, I mean, the whole proposition from a philosophical level to a impact level has to do with the religions of the world, one way or the other.
Did you
No
say
matter how you
empath?
slice and dice it. Impact.
Like path or pact?
Impact, like the effect.
Okay. I'm sorry. I just clarifying.
Yeah, so somebody asks somebody, like, obviously, I mean, yeah, whatever, but you get my point. Like, the idea that,
no,
hey,
absolutely.
what verses in the Bible, claim that the earth is flat? And then somebody rebuts, oh, we're not supposed to talk about religions here. It's like, dude, I'm just asking what a document says within its pages about the earth.
Yeah,
I mean, get real. Anyone take offense to that, I mean, they need to check themselves in the mirror, to be honest.
Yeah. Maybe I just use that as an excuse because I didn't have a good answer, but I wanted to sound like I knew what I was talking about,
Oh, so you're busted now?
Yeah. Well, no, I'm not busted. I'm like giving myself. I'm like I'm guilty. I'm here. Like I did it, or didn't do it.
Also, I think Rob Skiba has a collection of verses that may be similar to the ones that I posted. Testingtheglobe.com, Bible verses that support a flat Earth on his website. So if anybody were to be still curious and wanting more, that's a good place to start too.
Here, that's a flat earther. If you're a globalist, I don't love you.
You don't love them globes. You out the dough.
We don't love them globes.
Like by the bookshelf. Under the blanket, I guess.
Somebody trying to talk, or are they hot micing? Hot micing.
Well, it sounds like somebody's hot micing.
Hot micing.
Hot micing, yum.
Any new people on here? New Fang has no roles. We want to try to unmute them. Puff is on deaf, and now he must be examining that black swan.
Black swan.
The black swan. The latest iteration of CB is curved box. How you doing, sir?
Well, I have this box, and it's all curved. There's no flat here.
A curvy box. That's like it's like a curved horizon kind of thing, isn't it?
Maybe tomorrow I'll try cornered ball.
There you go.
Maybe cubed ball.
Well, it's the only new person I see right now is New Fang. If we want to try to talk to them, this is me shutting up now. Oh, I gotta say real quick, I like Twad's new name, Twadstronaut. Hilarious.
So I broke the rules and I muted. Actually, let's see, what was his name?
New
Fang.
Fang. Hello, New Fang. Welcome to the server. What can we do for you? You're the next contestant on The Earth is Flat.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next person shall be New Fang. As soon as you are ready to speak, allow our ears to hear your voice, sir. We'll hold you place forever.
Fang playing the music?
No.
Who played the music?
No.
You already
That was,
know, Hank. You already know. It's your boy.
Curve box.
Automatically muted him. I put him back on unverified because I thought that was him. All right, I'll try again.
How dare you?
I think the word New Fang actually is from an old word where they refer to those newfangled things. I don't like those newfangled things, like shoes.
All right, you got your VC verified back. New Fang, you should have control of your mic. What brought you to the server?
And he bounced. Now he's back. Hello, New Fang.
How's it?
Oh, it's our old friend.
The drinker?
You talk to him, huh? Yeah.
Oh, drinker. You can't keep doing this.
Thank you.
What happened, bro? How did you get kicked last time? You're breaking server rules, bro.
I'm just trying to figure out why you guys think the Earth is flat.
Shit. Here we go again. Hey, listen.
I've yet
we
to be
are
convinced.
willing to accept your final form, where you evolve into a completely normal dude. So when you get there, you'll no longer be banned.
Where
But in the meantime,
is the flat Earth?
Where is it?
In the meantime, it's FE time.
Where
Exactly.
is the flat Earth?
Right here, bruh.
I can't find it. That's the problem. I looked everywhere.
Might need to get out of the
Check
shower
check
first.
the ground beneath your feet, sir.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. But everywhere I look, it's deviating from planarity.
Well, maybe you need to smell for it. That way you don't have a deviated septum.
But I'm saying, why is it deviating from planarity if it's supposed to be flat?
What kind of shit is that?
What might help you is looking at the sky. You know, that might help you.
Why would I look at the sky? I have eyes. I can look at the ground, dude. I'm looking at the ground. It's deviating from planarity. I can't explain why this is occurring. By definition, we've got curvature, and then we've got a room full of fools that think it's flat. So why is that?
What?
What shape do you think it is?
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
He does have a point.
What shape would you say it is, Newfang?
Well, all I know is it takes the shape of its container.
It takes the
So
shape
I
of
guess
its container?
no, I'm saying the Earth takes the shape of its container, so therefore it's got to be. If you want to know the shape of the Earth, I would say it's got to be the shape of its container, correct?
Are you the one that brought up the four corners of the Earth one time?
I mean, you're going into the Bible, but I mean, I don't really want to go there.
I'm just asking if that was you.
I mean, how many corners does a sphere have?
Oh my God. That's not the question. You're answering a question with a question, but that's fine. I understand the logic and what you're saying as far as answering questions of questions. I won't be easily deterred, though. You won't throw me off what I'm trying to say. So was that you who said about the four corners?
I'm just trying to figure out why people think 3D
It's just a
objects
yes
can
or
be
no.
flat.
Now you're okay. So it's just a yes or no question.
In
Was
what
that you that brought
reality
up?
can 3D objects be flat?
Because you're asking me, you're answering a question with a question. Do you realize that? I'm not going to get past this. I asked you if you're the one that brought up the four corners.
I wasn't
Was
the
that you?
first one to bring it up. I wasn't the first one to bring it up.
Okay, but that was you that brought it up.
What did you say?
I said, did you? You were the one that did bring it up, though, correct?
I was one of the ones, yes.
Okay. All right. So I remember you then. Okay.
Bruh.
So you weren't really going anywhere with your point because you made a point that you made your point, and said so the object of you making that point could only be one, you're trying to say that you believe that point and you're trying to show us what that point is and we don't see it. Two, you know that it's just going to cause confusion and that's what you're trying to do is cause chaos. Or three, you were simply putting it out there hoping that from enough feedback you could ascertain or get your answer or something may snap off that may come to you. But you said it wasn't any of those three. Because when anybody says anything, it could only be for a number of things. Like could be your motives in doing it. So I was trying to break it down like the least likely until I was left with a likely answer. But this is about all the time I'm going to put into speaking about you and your beliefs right now. Because I'm on a diet and I got to work on my waist. So peace with that. And he's muted anyway. Think I said all I have to say about that.
He does have a point, though. But you see, I have a 3D
He
object
does.
in my hand that has flat surfaces.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So 3D objects can have flat as part of their property. Right? That doesn't mean that they're flat in total. But he is also correct that Earth really isn't flat in that many places. Except maybe if the abyssal plains, the salt flats, etc. There's topography, undulations, etc.
Yeah. So have you ever talked to that that gentleman Newfang and allowed him to, like, given him enough rope to either, corral it in or hang himself. And so if you give him that rope, he'll just keep going and going, and he gets to I think the object of what he's trying to do is he's trying to say, like, that the earth is like sand and stuff isn't a solid and it can be leveled out like water, and that there's a bigger container containing the earth. It's just like, so it gets into like all these like, pseudo speculate. Like, you could just go down that road forever. It's like Colored by Numbers. The next Star Wars movie just goes on and on and on. Sure. And you watch the whole movie just to find out that he's not his father or whatever. I mean, man, it's like a paternity test. You could have found out at the very beginning and saved us all this trouble. So it's just like, it's just going down that door that of forever pixelation. That's what he's trying to do. I believe he's trying to do it.
Infinite regress fallacy, right?
You what?
No, not necessarily.
Well, I guess it doesn't exactly match up, but how are we supposed to know what is contained in the earth all around all?
Yeah, exactly. But he's
Why
not
does there have to
saying
be anything?
not saying definites. He's saying propositional logic is off. So, for example, if you have a Earth surface that has topography, undulations, some smooth facets, which you would refer to as flat and horizontal, right? Could that surface be contained within a container of any permutation of shape? And the answer would be yes. So at that point, you can then fancy yourself any shape you prefer. Mm-hmm. And propositionally, it'd be valid. I mean, it wouldn't be proven.
We can't invalidate it.
Exactly. So at that point, you're just playing. Okay, let's just think about what it could be. Okay, fine.
Yeah, at that point, you're just playing Color by Numbers.
Well, I mean, yes and no, but at that point, you're just entertaining ideas. It's not like
like a Star Wars movie, basically.
Knowledge. Well, no, it's not that absurd.
It's not that absurd. No, but you can just go on forever and speculate forever.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's absurd. No, I think it's wonderful for people to make speculations like that and do like soundboard off of each other, and like that's where you pick up ideas. Is like a think tank.
Well, look, there's an idea out, and I mean, obviously, people have seen the old. There's one. I know there's more than one, but I just know of the one that's the Hebrew cosmology, where it essentially is a circle image.
Yeah.
And then it shows like an underground, and then it shows the earth, and then above that's the sky, but it's all enclosed in a circle.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah, and some of the ideas he posits are kind of leaning towards that kind of concept, where you're in this big container, where the earth occupies like the bottom portion of the container, the sky occupies the top portion of the container.
Yeah.
And there are people that think and have posited the idea that quote unquote container, which is roughly spherical, that we're within, is actually separating us from essentially an infinite ocean or an infinite body of water. There's all kinds of ideas.
Yeah.
Now, some of those ideas are plausible, right?
Yeah.
But what's not plausible is a globe with no surface curvature.
Right. Yeah.
And that's verifiable. That it's not. You know what I mean?
Or it's unverifiable. The lack thereof, huh?
I don't know, Newfang, whatever you're doing, man, you should devote a lot of your waking hours to being here. So you must have some interest in this subject.
Newfang?
Yeah, the truth is very important, Dave. Yep.
Okay, I agree with that.
What's the bot say? The truth shall make you free, or something like that.
Who says that?
It's on that music bot or some shit.
Oh, that's actually a scripture, but you misquoted it. But you weren't quoting a scripture, so therefore you didn't misquote it.
Know the truth, and it shall make you free.
And ye shall know the truth, and it shall make you free. Something like that,
That's the thing. After you get like some proper education, right? Not the bullshit that they teach us in schools where they take God out of it and everything, but like a proper education, like the 7 liberal arts. And I'm not talking about like the modern shit that they're doing in college. I'm talking like you sit down like
You're roboting.
Hold up, Larry, you're roboting. Give it a second. Get back under the satellite.
Yeah, I guess you can hear me now. I was saying that basically, if you learn like the 7 liberal arts, right? First thing you learn is like 5 different languages. So right now, like I can only learn stuff that I can read in English, right? So if you had like 5 different languages, like Greek, Latin, Spanish, French, English, and Mandarin, like if you had that much material to learn from in your lifetime, like it would be a totally different world. So after, you get all that sponge state, right, and you start developing, right, then they teach you logic, which is completely left out of public school system in America, in the West, I believe, for the most part. And then after that, they teach you rhetoric. So if you can read, write, think for yourself, like you are a powerful man or woman, mankind. Like you are extremely powerful. In fact, what is the limit? Right? Because people don't have ideas, ideas have people. And if you can like share ideas, and if you're sharing the truth, it's going to resonate with people, and you're going to have like an army of truthers following you, or not necessarily you, but the truth, right? And that's just the first 3. I don't remember the exact order of the next 4, but yeah, it's something like I don't even remember. I can't believe I'm giving a mini lecture.
On point there, Larry. I mean, and it's obvious, goes without saying that those were intentionally removed from the educational system, in my opinion. They don't want people thinking they want to tell people what to think, not how to think.
because I haven't looked at this in a while. Yeah, I know the Earth isn't solid, bro. The bedrock is. All right, so grammar, logic, rhetoric, numbers, I guess that's math, geometry, math, music, and then cosmology. Now, why would they teach you cosmology last? Right, because you need all of your adult faculties, right, and education to be able to think clearly about cosmology. And I would definitely recommend music before you get there. Like, seriously, if you haven't studied any of these other things, and it's like, look, Timmy, welcome to Earth. Good luck. You haven't learned to wipe your butt yet, but we're going to teach you about cosmology today. Timothy's not ready for cosmology. He's nowhere near ready for cosmology. So that's why they do it. It's to brainwash you into their cosmology. So, the modern Prussian system is literally meant to make you a good employee, citizen, worker, slave, automaton robot. And this system of, the seven liberal arts is the ancient way for children to become, thinkers, movers, shakers, people who were like changing the world forever. Like Joan of Arc. One little maiden, changed the world forever because she stood up to them. And then when she did it, everybody else was like, well, I'm not going to let her do it alone, right? She's just one little maiden woman. She wasn't even a woman, just a maiden child, right? So it was like, if she could do it, then we could do it, right? And it was kind of like these individuals, right, that decided like this, this line and no further, right? They changed the world forever. And that's what we're here to do, I think. We're supposed to like not be complacent and not be so apathetic, right? We're supposed to get passionate and find something to do, like the big weld philosophy: see a need and fill a need, right? And it doesn't really matter, like when you die. It matters how you die. So, like if you kill yourself from drinking too much, such to be you. Or if you kill yourself from eating too many sugary products, such to be you. But like if you give your life like serving mankind and you actually like make a difference, there you go. Maybe you'll get a level up, right? Maybe you'll get to proceed to the next level.
That was a good rant, Larry. Congratulations. I concur.
Thanks.
Yeah, I'm with stupid.
Thanks.
We do have a VC verified it here named Hero. We talked to them. Can he be the globe hero? Can you talk, Hero? Alrighty then, they have the right to remain silent and the ability. Back to you, Larry. Here's your next rant.
Yeah, I don't got it all figured out. Maybe there's a better way to educate children, right? But I believe that the reason why they call it the seven liberal arts is because after you learn these, right, you can't be a slave. Like mentally, you don't make a good slave.
Hey, Larry, tell us the difference. Tell us why an empty propane tank costs less than a full propane tank. Can you explain that to us?
Why it costs less?
Yeah, is there some kind of difference?
Of course, it's easier to stack on the shelves.
Gee whiz, and I have my sights set on being the best slave ever. Just kidding. Thanks.
Yeah, me too.
Thanks, Larry. Thanks for that I came in and I heard that. It was I like listening to you actually.
Yeah, that's an old rant.
He's on point about the education system, especially like, you know, when whoever did this, when they started restructuring the education system, they're like, we got to teach them this when they're young because before they can critically think. I mean, we all know this. They couldn't go away with such absurdities if they waited until they were teenagers or whatever. They'd be like, get that glove out of my face, kind of thing, you know. But you put it there in the kindergarten. There's where you live, Johnny. Oh, really? And gravity? Oh, cool.
Yeah, I'll be honest.
Never think about it again.
I'll be honest. I didn't really do too well in the slave system, and I used to beat myself up for it all the time, most of my life. You know, I mean, there was times when I did very well, like in the service, I did really well. But yeah, I never. Then I learned that being perfectly well balanced in an absolutely insane system is not healthy. So I started giving myself more credit for my individuality and my own intuition and the things that I like use to help me survive in the roughest situations, you know, like so I don't know. I still beat myself up because now I'm a lot older. I feel like I should have done better. I think you guys are doing much better than I did or my generation did. But I don't carry the weight for my whole generation. That's a good thing.
When they put a globe in every classroom, I have no idea when that happened, but when they put a globe in every classroom for every student to see, it was basically over. It was just a matter of time. It's sad that. What's that?
No, I was saying I would have imagined the globes were already there, and they just saw them there, and they built the classrooms in the schools around where the globes are, already there, and they built a classroom around it. You know.
Oh, because they're like a natural phenomenon.
Yeah, I mean, like a tree in the middle of the house.
When they started doing it in mass in all the classrooms, it's in the mid-20s, I think, somewhere in there.
Yeah,
like
I think
the Rockefeller education system, when it was fully implemented, it was in the mid-20s. I could be wrong, but I think I remember that.
I think John D. Rockefeller and Carnegie took over medical in 1902, started in 1902, and it looks like John D. Rockefeller proceeded to take over education in 1920, and it was basically firing people that didn't agree, buying equipment and new books and classrooms and university boards and hospital boards, and it was Rockefeller's job to take over education and medical, and so he's done a good job, and the family continues to this day, and it's just interesting. One thing that you would get brainwashed about John D. Rockefeller is he's famous for giving away dimes to people. He'd meet somebody on the street and give him a dime, and it was just like that became famous. That he wasn't such a bad person, but he was actually a psychopath who had an agenda, who was told what to do, and he did it.
Maybe when he gave people the dimes, he gave them choice, and he said heads or tails, and like that style of giving away that dime, like old country for no man style.
It would have been worth like $10. Not exactly, but like we say a dime, like, oh, a dime. Like, oh, okay, that's funny. It would have been worth like a chunk of change back then.
It's you got it. Once you meet him and he's telling you that, you have a 50-50 shot of walking away from that conversation, basically. Unless he lets you run it twice. You know what I mean? Hey, does anybody here play Texas Hold'em poker?
Sometimes, yeah.
Huh?
I play some online sometimes. Why?
So you know all the like, you know all the terms when they say like you're under the gun, big blind, small blind, you're on the button.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Okay.
I played some live tournaments too. I haven't won anything real big, but I've held my own. But go ahead.
There's different terminologies in poker that I know they got straight from the Bible, like the blind leading the blind. Because in poker, the blind is literally leading the blind. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Like the small blind, the big blind. Yeah, I hear you.
Yes. Yeah.
So now you're gonna how you gonna relate poker to the flat earth subject?
I was just saying that they got that terminology had to have been from the Bible. I'm not relating anything to anything.
It's like we got pocket aces and the Glovers have a 7-deuce offsuit, and they can't even call with the 7-deuce offsuit. They're not even in the game. There's my analogy.
Yeah. I think more along the lines of you're playing in the middle of the game, and then you look up and the dealer's asking you, "Would you like a hit?" And you're like, "What do you mean a hit? Do I bet?" And they're like, "No, stay or hit." And you look down and you have 3 cards. You're like, "What?" I didn't know this was blackjack. You know what I mean? And then it gets around, and then and next thing you know, it's the rules are pie gal. Mm-hmm. And they have real quickly people coming in there and switching everything. So if you don't pay attention, you'll get felted.
What happened? I mean, here's some hit us with it. There's 10 minutes of rookie wisdom.
You're glitching.
Hey, you're a robot, bro.
Am I still Samuel J. Robot?
Samuel Jackson. You're good.
We were waiting to hear a 10-minute monologue from Rookie. Go.
Oh boy, my turn. No, I'm good. Go ahead.
You do like to hear yourself talk, that's what you say.
Yeah, I do on occasion. Right now, it's just not one of them. I'm busy doing something.
Your character is that's Wordsworth, isn't it? Is that it was Wordsworth, right? Or is that Mongo? Isn't it Mongo or Wordsworth?
Who are you talking about?
I know it's not his rookie's icon. I'm just trying to remember what character that was. Wordsworth, Mongo. It wasn't Riff Raff. It's from the Garfield cartoon. He's like one of the bad guys, but like the kind of the dumber bad guy. There's Riff Raff, Mongo, Wordsworth, and then one other one. I can't remember if it's Riff Raff or Wordsworth.
I was thinking it was like Manila Gorilla or something. I could be wrong.
No, it's from you're talking about Grape Ape. No, it's that the character he has is from Garfield or Heathcliff. I'm sorry, Heathcliff. It's either Wordsworth or Mongo. It's not Riff Raff.
It's Mongo, and it's from Heathcliff.
Yeah. Every once in a while, these things between my ears works. Not very often, but I try to keep them up to date. Thank you for the update.
It's always nice when your brain cells fire the right synopsis together, isn't it? Sweet.
Right. My chick the other day was trying to tell me people only use 10% of their brain. I'm like, speak for yourself. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know if that's true or not, but like, why would you choose to believe that? You only use 10% of your brain. Like sometimes I use 110%. And like somebody else, I'm walking with somebody, I'm like, hold this. I can't carry all this at once, and they have to help me. But y'all be using like up to 110% at once with somebody's help. Never at 10%. Even when I'm asleep, I'm not at 10%. That's crazy. Why would you just settle for that and just be like, oh, I'll just accept that and not believe that I'm using 10%? You can believe that if you want, but
it's the same thing when somebody says that we're in a universe and that humans are just a speck, in that universe, and it's just like, speak for yourself, will you please? It's just like, leave me alone. That's
right.
Glober, leave me alone. That is a really incredible meme that Northern Rebellion put up with the kid, and the color indoctrination with the dinosaur and the space shuttle and the globe and evolution and the Apollo 11 guys. That really is a good meme.
I need a cigarette. Where? Oh, they're right in front of me. Well, if I would have seen them, I wouldn't have woken you up. Sorry, thank you.
I'm very proud of myself. I had a good time, bro. Just went to the store, and I was going to buy some hamburgers and make Swedish meatballs for dinner. And saw a sale, and it was 94 cents a pound for a hamburger. So I bought 35 pounds of it.
Tell me more.
I would have bought the whole store out if I had more, but that's all they had.
Should we start your GoFundMe, Rookie?
What's that? Like, where you people send you money or something?
Yeah,
No,
you
I said
said you wanted to buy
I
the whole
just bought.
store.
I would have bought the whole all the hamburger they had, but that was all the hamburger they had was like 35 pounds. I bought every last bit of it for $1 a pound. You bet your ass. We got a big deep freeze. I was just happy. I got lucky. It's not something you see every. All right, I'm bored. How can there be this many people in the room when we talk?
I figured I'd be a robot if I talked right here.
No. There.
All right, so we got to take our educational system back. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, bro.
What did I do?
I was going to tell Rookie he needs to go to another server and recruit a new person and bring them over here to talk to us. Go.
Good idea. It actually is a good idea. The only thing is I only go to like 3 or 4 servers, and I'm sure that there's nobody in there you'd want to.
Try not to get an anti-flat. Try not to get an anti-flat earther. Get somebody that has an open mind and actually accept new information. Maybe somebody like that. Yeah, that'd be nice.
Yeah, there's the problem is there's not a there's a what do you call it? There's a lack of that for some reason. I remember when it used to be like you could walk into a room of people and say a few words, and you'd get a few intelligent words, and you could get a conversation between someone intelligent in the room who would stand out, right? Nowadays, it seems like everybody just turns their head and looks away. It's like they don't pay attention anymore. The conversation is always like, what's going on in politics and what's going on with this thing going on over there in another country, and why we wear diapers and all this other stuff. That's all anybody wants.
That's part of the overall strategy. Generally speaking, it's part of the dumbing down strategy. Less attention span, shorter. People don't have long, involved conversations about anything anymore. They just talk about sports or the weather, and that's it. And then they got their phone.
What's that?
Yeah. Their phone occupies most of their day, right?
Well, that's true about me too, probably. But I do spend a lot of time on my phone.
Well, I do also, but I use it for work too. So it's not like I'm using it to make money. It's different to me.
You got an excuse I don't. I just use it to go on here. That's about all I do. And I play a few games, games to kill time, but other than that. I also do some gardening today. On the weeds and got some of my first personal crop. Got a zucchini that was probably the size of let's see what compare it to. Yeah. Well, it was big. Maybe the size of a 2 liter of soda, maybe a little bit longer than that, but about big around as a 2 liter of soda. That's about how big it is. And I didn't
That's
even
a
notice the grown, or I
huge.
would have picked it. Monster. They get bigger than that, dude. I've had them be like 4 feet long before, and just big around, like 6-8 inches across. It's insane, like elephant zucchini. But if you cut them when they're early and they're nice and short and dark colored, but man, they get huge in a matter of days. That's what's weird about it. Is like I'll literally not go out and pick, and check for things to pick for like 2 or 3 days, and then I'll go out and there'll be this huge, gigantic fruit, and I'll be like, "What the heck? Where did this come from?" It's like you could almost watch the stuff grow, bro. It's insane. Does anybody else grow anything besides, the things you're not supposed to grow, like vegetables?
I grow a few medicinal plants that should not be mentioned here, but you probably know what I mean.
Man, I wish I could go hang out with Dave. Like, I don't even smoke right now. Like, I've been clean for like, I don't know, like a month and a half. I would love to go get blistered with Dave.
Nature's medicine. They ain't telling me what to do. I just saying what I do. It's whatever.
I think I heard someone say that, like, it was either Terrence McKenna or one of those people was saying that the right way to smoke pot is to quit smoking for like a month and then get as high as you possibly can once your tolerance is like at 0. And then that's the real experience. That's what marijuana really can do. But for people that smoke it every day, they don't get that experience, but maybe once or twice in their life. But for like the past, I don't know, like 15 years,
You don't
I quit
smoke what
smoking for
we
like,
do.
what?
Because you don't smoke. You never smoked very much of it, did you?
Well, yeah, I did. Like, I used to buy QPs
Yeah,
once I
that's what I
was
thought.
legal in Colorado.
That lasted me
Yeah,
about 3 weeks.
exactly. Yeah, about 3 weeks.
Well, maybe not
Everybody
all
snitching
the
and
time.
snatching. But yeah, I always take a break for like a month or two, and then the first time I smoke, man, I'll be smiling and cheesing so hard my cheeks hurt. I'll be rubbing my cheeks
I
like,
know.
stop cheesing.
Yeah, acid's better for that. First time I tried an acid, I laughed and giggled so long that literally the next day my stomach hurt for like 3 days from the soreness. I'm just giggling so much, laughing and smiling. My face hurt, and my stomach hurt for like 3 days. It was the weirdest thing. I was like, how can you have a hangover from being happy?
All right, back to flat Earth off of drugs. Anybody new on here?
Can't we just make up somebody? Let's just pick somebody to be a Glover for the.
I can be a Glover for about 5 minutes. That's all I can do.
But you'd be a better Glober than any Glober we've ever met.
Probably. I would at least have a coherent argument. Sort of.
I was going to say, how are you going to do that when there really isn't one?
But I thought about it after I said that. It's like that Stephen
He suddenly
Wright
realized,
meme.
wait a minute, that's a fool's
It's like
errand.
that Stephen Wright meme. I used to think I believed I lived on a spinning oblate paranoid zipping around for nothing until I heard myself say it just now.
I seen that video too. I don't know where they came from, but I remember.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna start using that. Instead of when they say atmosphere, I'm gonna say, isn't it atmospheroid? Spheroid. It should be
Atmospheroid.
atmospheroid.
Atmosphere, that's an oxymoron.
Kind of shaped like one of my
Gases?
girlfriend's boobies.
But if it's a pair, now they have to show where it goes outward. They They have to show that part. Like, where can you tell us where that is exactly? There, Neil.
It's where the bump is. It's just a little chubbier, you know. It's just a little chubbier. It's not a big
I
deal.
know. Does it all? And
I
does
swear,
it only?
it's like why do they always use porno terms whenever they say stuff like?
Does it only do that after lunchtime? Is what I'm trying to figure out.
Is that called roughing the passer? I guess he didn't get that football joke, did he?
I'm just gonna pick a random person on the panel and see if they'll play a Glover for 5 minutes. Let's go with Napalm. You're on the globe. Go. What's your best globe group? Napalm. Pick somebody who's not on his mic. That's my luck.
He's probably working.
Cutting grass right now, man.
Oh, there he is.
I already can't talk right now. We got Quincy Cardle. You're a Glober. Give us your number 1 globe proof, sir. Cardle, I picked somebody else that can't talk.
That's okay, robot, a little bit, but I could hear you. There's someone with listening pass named Why the Lie.
Yeah, I saw that.
Are they the only ones? Let me see. Anybody else new here?
Yeah, usually listening pass means they don't want to talk, but you know, you can try them if you want. I don't know.
Well, we'd have to give them
I know
VC Verify.
there's a lot of new people in here, though. I haven't seen a lot of these names before. I know he's VC verified hero. We're talking in there, right? Kamuri.
I don't know. Did we talk to Hero?
Who's Kamuri too? Kamuri too. I don't know.
Katsura, you mean?
No, Kamuri. Comurey.
Oh, CO. Okay.
He's a
I don't
silver
recognize
player.
person. I know.
Yeah.
I know. I was just wondering. I've never seen him or talked to him before.
There's a Glatflobe Glober. Glatflobe Glober.
Punk.
Can you be a Glober? Can you be a Glober for a second? Give us your best Glober, Glatflobe. He's AFK also. What luck.
Go slap him, KJ.
Morvis Ordo Sacrorum. Sacrorum, are you can you be a Glober today? Wow, what's up? What's up? The count. Count. I will count the miles of the radius. I will walk the 3,959 miles around the radius. Not. No count, you won't.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, everyone.
How are you doing today? I see you're bored. You're looking for some some globe earthers to convert.
No converting going on here. We're not in the converting business.
No, we just want to pick. We just want somebody to pick on them. But honestly, it's kind of boring, guys.
Do you know it's actually impossible? It's actually impossible to convert anybody from anything, or to convince somebody, or to change somebody's mind. For one person to do that, it's impossible to do that. Change another person's mind. I don't care what you say to them, do to them. You could torture them and make them do things. You're still not changing their mind. Whatever they did of their own volition. So it's a fallacy to think that anybody could change anybody's mind about anything at all. That's a fallacy. Or convert somebody from one thing to another. That's another fallacy. It's not possible.
I always thought it was more of a figure of speech. But okay, I got you.
Yeah, better than saying converting is like help people think for themselves and just supply information, right? That's kind of wordy, but I don't like it word convert
Converting.
either. Convert makes it
Convert.
sound like
Yeah.
a
What it
cult. We're definitely
means
not
like
a cult.
you reverted it to begin with, and you had to be converted, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I like the term. I like the term deprogramming. That one fits better. Actually, it's more realistic because that's what we're helping them do is deprogram themselves.
Helping them unplug from the matrix, right?
Yeah, all we can do is say, "Here you go," and then you have a blue pill or red pill, and what is your choice? It's just like the movie. That's all we're able to do. Blue pill, red pill.
The movie?
The Matrix.
That movie gets more and more like relevant and deep by the year.
Doesn't it? It
By the years,
does.
it's like
So does
I think it's profound at the
1984.
beginning.
Go ahead, Rick.
When he first meets what's her name.
What'd you say,
He
Rookie?
says Jesus. You know, in the very beginning where he meets what's her name in the club after he sees the white rabbit on the girl's shoulder,
Uh-huh.
and he goes and he meets Trinity. You know what the first thing he says? He says, "Jesus Christ." He goes, "Yeah," and then he asks her a bunch of questions. Literally, she presents herself as Jesus from the very beginning.
Oh my! I didn't
Someone
even.
told me
I
that,
didn't
and I
even.
was like, I went back and I watched that like 16 times. I was like, no way, dude. I mean, yeah, it's just like, it just happens to be the way it is, the way it's cut. But, you know, it was planned. You know, everything's choreographed in a movie, right?
Mm-hmm.
The
Go back
first
and watch it
movie.
again and tell me you don't see what I'm talking about. I think you can look it up. If you just look up the scene, I think it pop up like in YouTube.
No, I believe you. I
You
just
can
didn't.
take
I
it
never
apart.
connected. I never connected those dots. But thanks for bringing that up. Because
No, he's clearly supposed to be
Well, then
Jesus.
he gives you the red pill and the blue pill, and he gives you a choice. It's you know, it's duality. I mean, that movie has everything. It really does. It's like a combination of, I mean, those brothers who came up with that idea and all that, whatever, if they're the ones that wrote it, it's a really good idea. But I'm
They
not really sure if I know exactly what the movie really means, because every time I think I do, I watch another person's version of, you know, what they think it is, and it's always different. And I always think, wow, I didn't see that either. You know, like it's like it just gets worse.
They actually
I remember
stole
when I first seen that movie, though, I was in awe. I just stared at the screen and went, "Wow, that's possible!" Right? I thought, "Wow, that's scary." Because that could actually happen. You know, like if you think about the technology that we've got, and if it keeps advancing, it's like it's feasible, right? So it's kind of scary that, you know, maybe that could happen to it. Of course, I don't think that machines would keep us around at all. I don't think they use us for batteries because we're not very efficient on that. Then again, maybe I'm wrong.
They actually stole
But
the script from someone for the first movie.
yeah, I'm sure
So
they did.
whoever wrote that is in the know.
Right. That was probably a wise person, right?
But the next two they wrote, that's why the next two were kind of shit. But the first one is a masterpiece. I mean, it really it's so deep. Like the allegories, it just gets more and more relevant.
Yeah,
You
the
know that
swimming part and you know, the, what do they call those? Synchronicities, like when he sees the cat go by twice and that kind of
Yeah, the
stuff. Like,
deja vu.
like deja vu. Well, it wasn't deja vu; it was a synchronicity. But I'm saying, you know, like it's like that kind of stuff. And he's like, that's why he said deja vu. And he's like, what do you mean deja vu?
That shit happens, dude. Like, I mean, if you know this, like that shit, like literally happens in real life. Like some like weird glitches. Like you've all probably experienced something like that, right?
I don't know.
Like maybe not like
I've had people
two
tell me
cats.
lots of things, but I mean, I've known people that were Wiccan and all these other kinds of things, and they all seem like nice people and normal, except when you ask them about Wicca. You know what I mean? And then they got kind of weird and talked about weird stuff. But other than that, they were, you know, like it seems to me like everybody seems to be normal on one side of it, right? It's always
Did you say?
that part of.
Wait, did you say Wiccan? Sorry, I just didn't hear you.
Wiccan, yeah.
Like the
I guess
witches?
it's some kind of religion. Yeah, I guess they're witches. They always tell me, every time I've ever asked them, well, what does that mean? They're like, well, we're good witches. I'm like, okay, well, I thought a witch was a witch. And they're like, no, I assure you, there's good witches and bad witches. I'm like, okay. Like, I thought witch meant evil, like evil spirit, like, or evil, whatever, evil entity. I didn't, you know, like a djinn, you know, like if a djinn exists, it doesn't sound like something you want to make friends with.
Yeah, you don't.
You know about
right? You know
about yeah, actually about jinn. me as a Muslim, like what we believe in jinn is basically, if you allow me to just like shed some light on it, basically another creation like us, evil and good among them, is like exactly like us. So there's those who believe in good and work for good, and those who don't, who are evil.
Right.
So, but yeah, I agree with you. It's like funny how like people say, I'm evil, but I'm the good evil, not the evil one.
Yeah, so
Well, it
Luciferian.
insinuates that any kind of black magic is good magic, right? And it's not. Black magic
Yeah.
is, at the baseline, is evil, right? It's basically in support of Satanism, or whatever, however you want to look at it, right?
It
Am I wrong?
pretends to be good. Yeah, it can pretend to be
Right.
good. Like
Yeah,
it's
that's the reason why a lot of these clubs do nice things for the community, like
Right.
hold things and let them do free things in the banquet halls and all that kind of crap. Yeah, I know. I understand how the basis works. It makes sense to me, and I've only seen it from the outside, and they've shown me their church. Like I've got some friends that I don't really hang out with them or nothing, but my wife knows them, and he, the husband, he's a Mason. I don't know how far up he is, but it seems like every time we go to something at that hall, like crab feed or whatever, we'll go in support of it because they go, and so we like to hang out with them. They're cool people. But like every time, his son always takes me up and shows me the thing. I've been told that that's an invitation for me to join, but I'm not hitting on it. I'm like, no, I'm good. I just want to go look around. And every time I go up there, I ask different questions about the stuff that's in that room. Like, and they showed me that I was asking the kid, he's one of my friends' sons. I've known him since he was like, I think he was 8 when I met him, and he's like, he's 30 now or something. I've known him for 20 years. But it's like I didn't even realize that they were involved in the Masons. But to me, it seems to me like he doesn't seem to know anything about beyond what just the church part of it. That the religious part of it. Where he goes up there and they all sit in their little chairs and they talk about the things for the day or whatever they do up there. Their little things, and they read from the Bible according to him and all this stuff. But it's like a 1611 Bible, of course.
Right.
It's like the Bible is older than the area. Like, and this is Martinez, California. So, like I don't have nothing against them. I don't see anything like just from on the surface them being deceitful. But for all I know, you know what I'm saying? There is something going on there that I don't. But I don't think they're ever going to talk about it.
You're seeing you're seeing the exoteric part, right? But when they believe that they have to do good and evil equally, that's why they have this black and white checkerboard kind of motif on their floor.
Part of it.
So they do a lot of philanthropy.
Which is true. I mean, in a way, that makes sense. Because without evil, you wouldn't understand good at all. So it is a necessary thing. Evil is necessary.
That's
in this
what
world.
Think.
I mean, how do you counter that though? I mean, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you don't agree with that, then what do you mean? Like,
we know good and evil. We're endowed with the knowledge of good and evil because of the so-called the original sin, right? I mean, that's like what that story means.
To an extent, yeah, but I think there's a lot of things that can be sinful in a way, and we don't understand it that way simply because it's not presented to us.
Subconsciously.
Like wearing your shoes and not wearing your shoes, or going out in public with no shirt on, or going, that kind of stupid stuff. Where does that come from? Where does it really come from? It comes from people that are obviously think they're upper class or whatever. They think that a dirty, person with a sweaty armpits and walking into a store without a shirt is disgusting, and they don't want to see it. So they somehow they've gotten together and they've made a vote on this thing that everyone else in town's got to wear a shirt so that way they're not offended by it, which is really kind of a silly thing when you think about it. Like, you know what I mean? If it's hot outside, like, what, like, give me a break, man. I'm peeling the clothes off. I don't care. You know what I mean? I'm putting my swim trunks on and I'm going around nothing but those and flip flops.
Right.
When it's hot, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't understand where that would come from, but this uppity class thing and this city type of mentality, it seems nuts to me. Like, I'm from the country, like where when I was a kid, like things were different, even though I grew up mostly in California, I got to go back home to Missouri all the time, and I got to experience that too, and I got to see what the people were like, and they're different there. People like don't lock their houses, they like leave their cars unlocked. They park, you don't have, like at least when I was there, when I was a kid, that's the way it was. Like when you were in a small town, you didn't really have to worry about that kind of stuff because people looked out for each other. Like your neighbor would see it happen and they would tell on the person, and the cops would end up catching up to it because everybody knows everything.
Yeah,
But
there's
that
various reasons.
so.
Yeah,
But when you
I
get
mean,
into big city, it's like the opposite. It's like everybody in the
right.
town is out to get what they can, and nobody cares about anybody else. They're all like, "Shut up over there!" But then when they're having a party, it's like, "You shut up, leave me alone. You were making this last week." It's like
Yeah,
everybody's like at each other's throats all the time. Well, maybe
right.
not all the time, but you know what I mean. Like my neighbor and I, we get along good, even though I'm a kind of a weird neighbor. You could probably tell I'm kind of a strange person, but like that doesn't seem to bother anybody because they know that I'll defend the neighborhood like I'll defend their stuff like it's mine. Like that's just the way I am, and so it's
I don't
because of
think
that.
you're.
My
I don't think you're a
crazy.
strange person. I think you're just like an empath. So you just are sensitive to the way, some people aren't nearly as sensitive as you. Like they won't think about the things they do. So yeah, you're in the big city, you'll be around people who are kind of, doing things more brusquely or more
Yeah, they'll
selfish.
walk by and they'll present their conversation like speaking it out loud with their on their headphones, right? And they'll be yelling just like I do when I'm sitting in my yard. I'm talking to you. There's people could walk by and hear me talking, but they walk by and they're like cussing and cursing, and you can hear them like berating someone. And then I look over the fence and I'll be like, "You all right?" Like thinking they're fighting or something. And they'll be like, "Yeah, what?" And then they'll just look at me all weird. Like I'll be like, "Oh, I'm just making sure you're all right, bro. It sounded like you were fighting with somebody." And he's like, "Oh, no, 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 I'm talking to somebody." I'm like, "Oh, all right." But I
If
was
you
just letting
say,
but then notice he got really quiet after that. And I made him realize that he was being noisy, and I actually got his attention. And so when I
if you,
popped over the fence, suddenly it dawned on him, "Hey, I'm being noisy," and this guy's probably like, "Hey, what are you doing cursing over here?" But I
if
didn't
you
have to say
ask,
that.
yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
right.
I gave him the impression without. Anyway, go ahead. What were you going to say? I'm sorry.
Oh no, I was just gonna say, like, if you say you're all right in some cities, in some parts of some cities, like that's gonna start a fight. Like that's how people are just so like I don't know, like cynical, or they're just like aggressive
Oh
or
yeah, it can be considered
like
a sarcastic
it's
thing to
kind of
say,
like a
but it depends on who you are. Like depends on what you're doing with it. But if you're cursing and I'm just talking low to you and I make you literally go what, like put your phone down away from your ear and then listen, then I got your attention, right?
right.
And people don't realize that, but that's huge. It's just like hypnotizing someone because you snap them into a mode that they're not expecting, but they go along with it for some reason. Then you can do that to people all the time. You can do it to any kind of big, no matter how big or tough they are, or how offensive or violent they seem to be. There's certain tricks of the trade that you can use in order to get them to like ramp down and take a breath. And then you get them on a little more level head, and they're not as angry and if they think you're talking bad about their mother, they're not apt to like want to hear what you have to say after that, right? But if you
Yeah.
can slow it down, or if you can get them to take a couple of breaths and think about what just got said, and then explain yourself or whatever whatever it might be, you might be able to dodge the conversation just by getting them to take a couple of breaths of air. Oxygen
Right.
help. Even though I don't take too many.
But actually, I want to go back to Comer. Oh, Comer is about to talk. Yeah, I was going to actually ask you about the jinn to just go back before you have to
Go
probably
ahead,
leave.
man.
So yeah, I always thought it was interesting. Like, so in the Quran, I mean, first of all, in Islam, there's like a prophet specifically for the jinn, right?
No.
No, I thought there was. Okay, there's a chapter in the Quran for just
Yeah,
it's like on the jinn, right?
you're right.
But it's like it's weird how like I don't know. It's like they're like acting like somehow like they're a Muslim jinn, right? It's like they're also part of the religion.
That's true. Yeah, what's fun?
Yeah.
What's like interesting when you read? Sorry, go ahead. Someone wanted to say something.
No, it's okay.
Okay, don't worry. So basically, when you read the Surah Al-Jinn or chapter Al-Jinn, it's funny. Oh, sorry, not funny. It's interesting how when they speak about what got their attention, which is also flat Earth related, is that they used to go steal hearing, from the heavens, go like ascend to the heavens and hear the angels. Suddenly, one point of time, or in time, they started being attacked by the guards of the heavens. In the Quran, they are described as like the planets and the stars, the shooting stars, basically. So the Islamic narrative is whenever you see a shooting star, it's actually attacking those jinn kind, trying to steal hearing from the angels. So Basically, that point of time when they start being attacked, the jinn had experienced that before. Whenever there is like a new message, a new heavenly message, they got attacked from the heavens. So for anyone trying to like ascend high up. So when they saw that, they said like, okay, there's a new prophet somewhere. They started looking for him, and suddenly they heard him. So when you read the chapter Al-Jinn, you would read their story, how they got to meet the prophet and talk with him and listen to the Quran for the first time. And then they went back to their people, said like, okay, we found him. This is like what he's saying about God and etc. And I want also to like talk about, you know, this like good harmonic village. It's like, it's sad how nowadays in reality you have, if everyone is living like very good harmonic life with each other, you know, like peaceful, what have you, all good. All it takes to destroy that is like one thief, something missing from someone's house, right? And then like everyone is suspecting each other, and it goes downhill from there. Like exactly how in airports, right? For like one, let's say one terrorist, one like madman having a bomb, like bringing a bomb on a plane, suddenly everyone is suspect, and we need to like check everyone. It's like, and people are stupidly good, so everyone is like volunteering. Yeah, please check me. Okay, check my luggage. Yeah, I'm not a terrorist. Like, please go ahead. Yeah. See, I'm not a terrorist. Like, what? It's just like weird. But
virtue signaling.
Yeah. But sorry if I derailed. If you had any like other questions about jinn or like something, please go ahead.
Is there like explicit flat Earth in the Quran? I mean, I read it, but I forgot. Sorry, go on.
Yeah. Actually, sorry about the search I did is I found like 8 or 9 verses strictly forward about flat Earth. So in the Quran, it's described that in chapter 88, verse 20, for example, one of the best, clearest forward meanings of flat Earth. It literally means, if translated to English, and on Earth, how it's flattened up. That's it, basically. And there's like many other descriptions, like it's made flat like a carpet. It's made stretched out. So many other meanings like that. So, and yet, you know, there's like cognitive dissonance even in the Muslim world. You have them like so straightforward the meanings are, yet you find some people saying, you know, no, it's not really that, but it's like means something else. Like, what the hell are you talking about? It's very straightforward.
Because they're blinded.
Yeah,
it's like
sad.
What Scripture says, they're blinded. God sends them a deception so that they don't see it.
It's really sad.
It means it's happening. It's Armageddon. I mean, I bet. Maybe I'm wrong.
Do you have the verse that if you go up to the heavens, to the firmament, you'll be hit by iron rods if you try to break out of earth?
Yes.
There's a verse on that. I don't know if you know about it.
Yeah, I agree with you. You're right. There's many verses talking about the sky is being protected, and the amazing thing about it is like you see those like planets, especially planets, what we call as like the wandering stars, right? Those are actually guardians for the heavens in the Quran. It's like also straightforward. Like there's no need for any interpretation. It says those are shooting those planets or wandering stars are shooting those jinn kind trying to steal a hearing or like ascend up to listen to the angels. And when you compare that, even that, like another cognitive dissonance with the Muslims, like, okay, let's compare that to the science, right? What are planets? So basically those like solid, dark objects, you know, with so-called gravity, right? And how do they ever shoot anything out? They are not even living. But when you go read in the Quran, no, actually those are like another creation who has like a kind of consciousness of their own, have a specific job to protect the sky. And it will be interesting if someone has a camera or something to look for those like shooting stars, the origin, like where does it start from exactly, with high zoom or high magnification and slow time, or like fast imaging.
I know historically those shooting stars, asteroids, those are always taken to be omens, like in astrology. But I don't know if it's similar.
I thought they were predicted on.
Yeah. No, it's not like necessarily they're bad omens, but yeah, they would like predict something.
No, I mean I thought that the cycles of the eclipses and all that. I thought that scale actually predicted the meteor showers, because I know they talk about it in the Farmer's Almanac, like as if it happens the same spot all the time. Like they predict it every year. It's like, so it must be on some kind of a scale.
Yeah, that's what I hate about like Globers. Like they say, oh yeah, like we can predict all these eclipses and stuff so accurately. It's because we use the globe. It's like BS. It's because it's
we had one yesterday. I said, get yourself a Farmer's Almanac and you can read the same stuff. It's
yeah, it's like
down for years.
Yeah, like 1735. Yeah,
right, exactly, and they just keep repeating the same stuff every year. Like it goes through a cycle, or however many years it goes. But it's based on evidence from they've taken like literally data over the years. Farmers kept track, and they put all the stuff together. Supposedly, I don't know if that's true or not, but it makes sense. Like you can count on it. Like I planted my tomatoes early this year, like it tells you to, and dude, my tomato plants they started out slow, but now last year I planted them way after I planted like 2 weeks from now. But by the time that comes in 2 weeks from now, my plants will be about the size that they right before they start to go really big. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like there's this part like when they grow slow at first, and then once they get really rooted in and they're getting lots of water, they just take off, and they just get huge. And if you just keep the water just right, they'll just get huge. They'll keep growing and growing, just like everything else I grow. I've had tomatoes that were like literally almost as big as one of those small jars of mayonnaise. That's how big a tomato I've grown, and it's literally tastes like you wouldn't believe the flavor of it. That's how ripe and delicious it was. It was like eating an apple almost. They were sweet. Oh man, you could just eat them raw. Huge. I got pictures somewhere.
I have a question about. I have a question about those like how are those like shooting stars considered as an omens?
I don't know. Maybe because whenever it happens, certain things that you would do, like if you were raising animals in a farm or whatever, or planting certain vegetables, I guess they claim that it has to do with astrological signs, or planet alignments or whatever. Supposedly means something on a grand scale. I guess it has to do with magnetic fields and whatever. I don't know.
So etymologically, the word disaster, you guys know what this means, right? It literally means there's like disorder in the astro, like in the sky. So
like it's being tampered with.
Yeah, exactly. So if a star, like they thought those were falling stars. So if a star fell, that signified that there was some like huge upheaval in heaven. So this would surely have some influence on Earth, or is a sign of something to happen on Earth. So I mean, there are plenty of historical examples where there was some astronomical phenomenon before some big disaster or some big change. So I mean, this was something the ancients definitely believed in.
Yeah, it's interesting when you think about like why did it originate that it has to do something with the celestial bodies. If you think about it deeply, it will lead you somewhere. Do you know where?
Let me see if I understand your question. So to think why they think it originated from the celestial bodies, thinking about that would lead somewhere. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, kind of. Why does it correlate? Sorry, or what's the relationship between like something happening on Earth with something happening in the sky or the heavens?
Oh, I see. Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, yeah, I mean, maybe I'm not the most knowledgeable person on this, but they probably thought there was some between what's going on outside the firmament and what's going on below the firmament, right? I mean, either maybe it's like a
And of course,
reflection.
what the firmament's made out of, too.
Say it again?
It also would matter what the firmament is. Like whether it's solid, whether it's a liquid, whether it's gas, what it is.
Yeah, I mean, so I just know Genesis where he says, there's the firmament and then there's the waters above and below, right? So,
Right. And all that.
so that verse
Yeah.
of Genesis kind of makes it seem like there's already some connection between those two because they were both from the same water and then they were divided somehow. But
Yeah, and it's also symbolic because when you're born, you come from the water of your mother, and you
oh
come
yeah,
into the world. You know what I mean? There's a lot of symbolism that you don't realize. I'm sure you've heard that before, but I'm saying I think that's important to consider.
yeah, it's a good point.
Will said.
Like, what if we literally are like on a spaceship of some kind, or inside the body of some kind of a thing that's delivering us to the creator? Like literally, like, you know what I mean? Like it could be something odd like that,
Yeah, how would we know, right?
And how would we know exactly what I'm saying? Just throwing it out there. So
Yeah, actually, that's very good way to look at, like, to correlate everything together, like the similarity, like as the water above, the water below. It's like you read it like clearly in the Bible. You also read it clearly in the Quran, and when you compare that to the womb, right? You live for like 9 months in the water of the womb, like, and you go out of there, and even when you think about it, like physically, if
exactly.
let's say
maybe when we leave this place, maybe whether it be physical or spiritual, maybe when we leave this place, that's when we get the answer to all that, right?
Yeah, actually, this is very interesting point. There's like, you have some people when they talk about the heavens or the unseen world of the angels, or like above the heavens, they think of it as like, it's like it defies physics somehow, or like, no, actually it
Or
doesn't.
it's some kind of mystical, magical stuff from 2,000 years ago, right?
Yeah,
They don't
exactly.
think about it as if it's still be going on today, right? They think of it like it's past, it's the history, it's not happening anymore. That now things are different, right?
Yeah, but actually when you look at it, you see like water is like, it just maintains itself. It's like a self-representing, element. Anywhere you find it, it's like it just like screams out like, yeah, I'm water. This is what I do. So you go up to the heavens, you go that, like even on Earth, like very similar. So actually, this is like when now I have kind of understanding why some people, when they look about the Quran, or the Bible, or especially like atheists, they say like, okay, fairy tales. Actually, I think they are kind of right about it in a way. How when they see some movies, fantasy movies, like, okay, those angels, with wings, what have you, right, with swords. Actually, this is like rightfully depicted, like literally those angels. For example, the description of Gabriel in Islam, he has basically 600 wings. With one flip of his wings, he ascend from earth up to the seventh heaven, like, which is in Islam the highest one, which is like, if you consider the heavens as like domes, and this is actually depicted in Islam, like literally. So 7 domes, one above the other.
Now you're starting to hit it.
Say again, sorry.
Now you're knocking on heaven's door, so to speak. That's exactly what I was thinking. Is maybe that's what it's about. But maybe there's 2 ways to transcend. Maybe you could actually escape through the waters above, and maybe you have to die in order to get there. I don't know. But I mean, it does make you wonder, right? Like, and which one's the deception and which one's the truth, right? It's really hard to know.
Exactly. Actually, this is also like literally depicted in Islam, that when those angels like go up in the heavens, they have actually to knock on the doors of the heavens. Like one after the other, and the guardians of those like heavens, or those doors in each heaven, they will ask who's there, what are you doing here, do you have permission or not, and so forth, so on and so on and so forth. This like
What's the password?
not really password, like, but like they already, let's like give it an example that they have a like a list or something in a confirmation piece of information in their hands, and they see like, who are you? Okay, I'm this one. Okay, you are like permissible to pass. Go ahead. Yeah. So the like. When I asked the question about why do people like also always look and are afraid of the heavens, is because of the angels. Basically, if you read in the Quran, and I'm sure there are very similar, super similar stories in the Bible as well, and other heavenly books, angels used to punish people on earth, or mankind or jinn kind, for something they done, like let's say transgressed against God. So, and the angels, when they came down, they would have like some kind of appearance as like, let's say, a storm, or kind of a natural representation.
And I want to say, if you actually, at least in the like the more Christian tradition, want to learn more about the angels, the Bible is not the best place because it doesn't say very much. But the Book of Enoch basically talks about all these angels, and it's more similar to how the Quran describes it than you might expect. And it's said that the Book of Enoch was actually written in the angelic tongue originally. So you can also read the works of John Dee, where he actually rediscovered this language of the angels called Enochian. Sorry, just a bit of a digression.
Yeah, thank you. Actually, I appreciate that. So when you look at those like movies, right? When we talked like earlier, when you talked about the Matrix, so those who are behind, let's say, Hollywood, or those who always like referred to as like the ones in control of the world, actually the way of making mockery of the real stuff is by like representing it in a movie or a novel, and people will read that, say, oh yeah, Harry Potter, right, or the Matrix, or let's say Gods of Egypt, right? So the movie, basically, they look there. Okay, oh, look at the angels, how they look, what they do. Oh, that's fantasy, and this is what they take out of the movie. They take home from the cinema, right, or the novel. Yeah, it's a fantasy. It's a movie. Like ha ha ha. Actually, that's why you see like, if you see the like atheistic movement, how it's like spread out so insanely nowadays, is because of those like modern novels, movies, games.
They turned them into superheroes, like all these gods. Like they just like modern day superheroes are basically like the gods of consumerism, right? Like people worship like Captain America, Iron Man, the Hulk. Like those are their gods now, basically, right? That's the mythology.
100%. This is like the like kind of a give me an alternative type of thing. So okay, angels, God, what have you, Judgment Day, heavens or hell, what have you. All those like fantasy. Okay, what's the alternative? Oh yeah, Superman, Batman. This is what we can one day maybe be, right? In control of everything, like unlocking those like doors to this like superpowers, or like gene mutations turning you into something like Spider-Man. No, not really. It's like, this is how people like fantasize about it. It's like, yeah, one day I hope to be Spider-Man. Especially like kids, with insane, beautiful imagination, unlimited imagination. All of us, like as kids, when we saw those cartoons or movies, or oh wow, this is amazing. I want to be that one day. So basically, like setting up examples for young generations to look forward to.
Yes, exactly. It's part of this transhumanism. This kind of basically transhumanism is basically the philosophy that man can become God. right? With enough work, with enough knowledge, they can actually become God. It's literally the lie of the serpent in the Garden of Eden.
Yep. Also, this is like, if I would
Yeah,
refer
that's
you,
not true.
not true in what way? Sorry, or what is not true?
But I was agreeing with him what he just said.
Yeah,
He's
I
saying
agree.
it's not true. We can become gods. Yeah.
I agree with you as
Right.
well.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't agree with that at all. I mean, maybe we're part of God in some essence, but we're not gods ourselves.
We are definitely not
I
gods
don't think.
ourselves. And
Well, I
anything
mean,
ever,
you can believe what you want, but that's just what I. And maybe
absolutely,
it's based on all bias, but hey, that's just what it is.
anything ever
But we don't
telling
have to
you that
talk
you
about
can.
that. We could change the subject back to flat Earth. That way, we don't get in trouble.
We could actually. I was gonna do that. So,
Yeah, that's
Kamari,
where I was going to. I'm sorry. I kind of let it go a little bit. My bad.
yeah, it's good to like. Yeah, I mean, it's easy to get drawn into these other topics, but we should probably stick
Well,
closer to
it's
like.
easy when somebody talks in a calm level and they're not arguing with you or trying to make you wrong. They're just interested and they're just having a conversation.
Yeah, I mean,
That
we're all
helps.
friends. We're all
You
friends.
know, yeah, exactly. I think, yeah, most of us are, I believe. There's a few of us that aren't, maybe, but
But
yeah, I hear all the giggle in the background. Yeah.
QE isn't here, so we're good. No, I'm just joking. QE, don't kill me.
Yeah.
No Star Power isn't yet.
Go ahead.
So you said in Islam there are at least seven heavens, right?
Yeah, but before we go there, can I just like
Sure.
follow up on what
Maybe we should
Rookie
just go
said?
back to the how it's let's stick to the flat Earth part of it.
Well,
Yeah.
I was gonna ask.
I'm not trying to be rude. I'm just saying, like maybe we can steer it back towards the flat Earth, stuff that's related to flat Earth directly, not just our infatuation. What could be, because we can take that somewhere else.
I was gonna ask if there was some correlation with the planets. I mean, if there was some like explanation, there is some connection between the planets and those seven heavens, and if we also think that there are also like different layers of the firmament, not just one, but maybe that's not close enough to flat Earth. So
that's actually that's very good and interesting question. In the Quran, it's mentioned that those like seven layers, the firmament as referred to in the Bible or in the Quran, it's only visible and they live or exist only in the first heaven. That's it. As a guardian, also a stars to navigate with, or like heavenly guidance.
I see. So the answer is no. Basically, all those like celestial bodies are just in the first firmament.
Yep, and also to follow up on what Rookie said, for me, so let's say discuss it or like look at it from a atheistic perspective, right? So you wake up one day in this world looking and suddenly discovering that you are living in this like humongous room or chamber, right, or realm. So you have a solid roof above you and a solid ground below you, flat earth, right? So okay, what next? Do we just like stop there? For me, when it comes to like what, for example, Rookie said, let's bring it back to the flat earth. Actually, flat earth is like one of the signs that takes you to the creator, to think or to question about who created you, the creator, what about him, like why do we exist here? So for me, actually, it's like what is it? I'm looking for the correct word to use.
Evidence.
A sign, yeah, evidence, exactly, evidence. Thank you. So evidence or sign, just to like question or like dig deeper into the reality of things.
I mean, I think a lot of people here share that view that basically, one of the big motivations for promoting the globe Earth is to hide any sign of the creator, right? It's to just make it seem random and like arbitrary, and we're not special. Yeah, I mean, so that's one of the main motivations for sure.
Exactly. Like, for example, when if we also like look at it from another like angle. So okay, so Earth is flat, and yeah, definitely there's someone who like exerted or like spent some time and efforts on like flattening it up and decorating it with all of this stuff like animals, plants, stars, what have you. That's it. And he just like got bored with it and moved away somewhere else. For me, it's like that's a silly idea, you know. Like, no, it's not really. Like all this like insane like design, you know.
Yeah, the design, the order, the logos of it. It's just there's no way it would just come about randomly. I mean, it violates so many like laws. Like I mean, there's just no way this all arose from nothing, right? The second law of thermodynamics says that you can't just have entropy going in the other direction, decreasing randomly, right? So it's like you think I was insane if I just said like this glass, like I took a glass of water, I said this just came out of nowhere, right? You think I was insane, right? But then you look at the whole universe and you say this came out of nowhere. This is just random atoms colliding. I mean, like these people just cannot like think objectively at all. Like they just basically pick and choose their own standards, proof whenever it suits them.
Yep. It's like, imagine like another good example to consider is like, so you find a painting in front of you, it's like so insanely designed and artful and all whatever you imagine about it. It's like, is it about the image or the painting itself, or is it about the one who made it? So usually people get stuck in this trap or fall into this trap and spend so much time and waste their entire lives into like, oh, this painting, amazing, look the color, look the details,
Right.
look the design, and they ignore the one who like let's say drawn the painting,
created it,
yeah, basically, exactly, created it. Did he have a message to deliver through that painting, or just like was like a random act of, you know, being bored maybe? No, it's not.
Yeah.
Of course it's not.
Yeah. People they want. I mean, these like the globists, and basically they're synonymous with atheists most of the time. I mean, they worship the creation, right? They worship they call it science, but they're really just like worshiping this like model, right? They try to remove any kind of higher logos.
Yeah.
Sorry.
It's so basically this is like my take on flat earth is like, it's not to stop at it and like waste your life about it or on it. Okay, wow, amazing, what's beyond the southern ring or the Antarctica, or what's in the North Pole? The fact that it's actually flat 100%. Basically imagine you have like some cloth, right? Cotton cloth.
Yes.
So if you want to iron it, you need to like exert efforts and care and attention. So this is very similar to the flat earth. Why would you iron the cloth? What's behind it? It's a like a evidence that you care or you want to like represent yourself in a way that
Sure.
maybe tell a story to someone in front of you. So this is what I think about like the flat earth. It's like a sign to dig deeper into. I know this like highly controversial word, religion or faith or whatever for some people, because sadly it's like being heavily manipulated nowadays in the media, and it's like considered, if someone say I'm religious, it's like kind of a sign for some people that, hey, I'm stupid, I'm believing into
Yes.
fairy tales. That's
Exactly.
it, ha ha ha. No, it's not that. It's not really. So that's why I'm not scared of being like, no, actually, I know it means that, like, maybe have a stupid meaning that someone is religious, but yeah, I'm religious. I will teach you the correct way of what religious means.
All the smartest people in history were religious. I mean, this is actually a well-documented kind of trend, but maybe this will trigger some people here, so maybe we shouldn't get into it. But yeah, I mean, people, they also hate religious people because they believe in something, right? And most people now today are kind of just like soulless, they have no purpose, just are wandering blobs, NPCs. So like, if they see someone is passionate about something, actually has some kind of higher belief and ideals, they'll just attack it sort of by instinct. I mean, it's really the crab bucket metaphor applies here.
Yeah, and also I respect all the people in here, and yeah, sometimes it gets so like heated when people start like crossing each other red lines. So yeah, maybe I'm a Muslim, you know, or maybe I'm an atheist, maybe I'm a Jew, maybe I'm a Christian, maybe I'm this or that. Yeah, this is what I believe. I'm not forcing you into. I'm not like forcing it on you. It's like take it or leave it, up to you. But some people say, I think for some people they don't want to hear about it, and they start like or maybe they want to disagree in a heavy or like aggressive way. That's what starts the heat. It's not about the subject itself, it's about people, you know, not taking it like how they should.
A lot of those people probably they have their own, you know, personal experience which led them down that road. So we, you know, yeah, I mean, we should be as not as little judgmental as possible, right?
I agree.
Like,
I agree. Yeah, if I said it like, thank you for like just like maybe
no, you said
correcting
it
me on
right.
this. Yeah, I agree with you. It's like, yeah, actually, if someone says, yeah, screw God, this God, you know, swear on God, okay, that's you, but why? Can I know why? What's
Well,
behind it?
it's
Maybe
not
he,
our place to know why necessarily. So people can be angry at God, and this can just happen because of things that happen in their life, and that's up for them to, you know, work out. It's not really our business. So it's like, you know, if we push, it's kind of like we're being aggressive, right?
yeah,
If
of
we ask,
course, I agree with you. I'm not like into like pushing or like infiltrate my way into it. No, but if they are like willing to talk about it, yeah, let me talk about it. Okay, now I understand your point of view. So now, can I say something about it? If he says no, okay, fine. That's your business. You know, good luck.
yeah, it's like, yeah, I understand. Like, even when you're not being aggressive, some people will just like they'll just try to find an excuse to attack your beliefs. So, I mean that to me that always is a sign that they just have something, you know, happen to them in their life that made them sort of be defensive against, you know, the notion of God or spirituality or whatever religion you're espousing.
Yeah, you know about flat Earth. I like about 12
We
years
keep
ago.
going off. Yeah, let's go. Sorry,
Yeah,
go.
yeah. It's like for me when I say about flat Earth, it's about the Creator. You know, it's like it's just like a kind of a good way of a circular argument that bring you back to the same question: why are we here? That's it for me. So basically, about 12 years ago, I became atheist. You know, like and just following on the like footsteps of NASA and those like space agencies. Like, oh, so one day we will go to other galaxies. You know, establish new civilizations. And guess what? There you would have no God, no Mecca, no, you know, what is it? Like so I forgot
Jerusalem.
about the city.
Jerusalem.
Yeah,
Vatican.
Jerusalem, and also in Vatican. Thank you. Yeah, Vatican. So exactly, no Jerusalem, no Vatican, no anything for anyone. You know, it's like a new human civilization somewhere. So that idea like struck me like, okay, then we will not need God because we would have the science and maybe those like movies, right? The about like human replication or like gene manipulation and you know modification, what have you. Yeah, will be a thing at that time, and yeah, we will not need God anymore. And this is maybe a how the like primitive humans needed it. It's like as a like kind of a teddy bear before sleeping, you know, hugging it to just like comfort you. That's what I
Well,
took out of it.
I mean,
And flat Earth actually the one brought me back to believe in the Creator. And now
yes.
whatever I do or think or get angry, maybe let's say about the Creator, or because I hit that low bottom in my life, it's just like, but I cannot escape the fact that there is someone created this place, and there's no
Exactly.
escape out of it.
Well
And
said.
that's why
Well said.
people are so defensive. Oh, sorry,
Yeah,
go
but
on.
no, I was just saying to the gentleman that was just speaking, that was very well said. It did the same for me. Like once I realized the Earth was flat, it almost reaffirmed my belief in a creator. Because then it like snapped me back to reality. I was like, I didn't fucking grow up from Pond Scum, Big Bang, like you know, like and like even as a kid, I knew that didn't make any sense, but I was so busy, I didn't have the time to pay attention to the fact that that made no sense. You know, so it's like when I pulled myself out of that and I took the time, I was like, oh yeah, of course I'm a big deal. I was like, and then the flat earth actually taught me, not only am I a big deal, I am the biggest fucking deal. We are
Exactly.
all the biggest fucking deal. And that's what they want to make you forget. You're the biggest fucking deal that exists on the earth, just as they are. But remember, there's a subjugation aspect to this. Someone doesn't want you to remember that, so thus you'll work for them.
Exactly. Yeah, they
And
want
then
to.
you'll be a slave.
They
You'll
want to
be a
replace
slave.
God.
And the thing is, it'll like I see it went from like a physical war, like, you know, shooting bullets, killing people, and they're still doing that because that still incites fear in most humans. But at the end of the day, if you really believed in a creator, you'd realize not only are you malleable, you're recreatable. So it's like we're just we're experiencing life for a certain period of time, but like once people realize like I'm willing to die for what I believe in, then they'll snap out of their days. You see what I'm saying? And like
Yo,
most people do
preach,
not
man,
want
preach
to.
it.
Most people don't want to come to grips with that reality. Should you be willing to die for what you believe in? All of this changes instantly, because they be like, wow, that's why, like, you know, I do believe like a lot of people, you know, in the Muslim world have some right intentions, but they're willing to die for what they believe in. Now remember, they're still going off of a book which was written by another man. So, and remember, their countries are still lying to them as well. They handed them that book to, you know, to create the conflict in the first place. But at the end of the day, the conflict, it would have been subjected should you understood the earth was flat and you've been lied to the whole time. And if you perceived all of the lies, you would say, hold on, you'd be way more skeptical. You'd be like, hey, this book here, who does it serve? Does it serve me or does it serve someone else? And when you see the structures that are created, you start to realize, like, oh, the structures are here for a reason. Every king must have a priest. Because remember, once you get people to self-police themselves, the king gets to just sit back in his chair. He already told you, you don't kill, you don't do that, you don't do that. The king is chilling, just living off of your God-given energy. Because you're following the priest that he had hired in the first place to put you in motherfucking place.
But you know, put this into perspective. And what's up, Sir Vagabond?
Chilling,
What
bro.
I did,
What's going on?
what I didn't, yeah, what I didn't know is these people already had their theology. You know what I mean?
Of course.
Like back
Of
back
course.
back then, even if most of them couldn't read the Bible in Latin and all of that, like that's what the Pope was for. Is like, yo, bro, tell me what the good word is, and I'm going about my way. And certain people found out, wait a minute, you guys are trying to create a new calendar, trying to tell people that we're moving around the sun, all this other stuff. We don't know where this stuff is coming from. What's
Of
going on?
course.
Get
But
out.
yeah,
Get
but
out. We just want to know where it's coming from. Oh,
I
okay.
understand, but
The point that I'm trying to make, because you said priest like about 3 times, so let me just make the
yes,
point, then
yeah,
you
okay,
can
yeah, of
finish.
course, go for it.
These were specific people. The people who came up with this whole heliocentric idea. They're on paper. They've sent letters to each other. All of that is documented, right? And they're specifically wolves in sheep's clothing. These are people who already had power, who hijacked the idea of God, a specific theology to be specific, and fooled people to this day because we're still under that same calendar. Not that it was the theology itself. They hijacked it. These
No,
priests.
I agree. Like, so I grew up in the Catholic Church, the Roman Catholic Church. So I grew up in church. I
Exactly.
went to church every Sunday. I used to shine my own shoes, bro. So like, I used to shine my own shoes to go to church. I used to look forward to church. So like when I used to sit in the pews and like I got my first communion, I'm sitting in the pews, I'm listening like the other knucklehead kids aren't listening. I'm listening. I'm actually paying attention to every fucking word. And what I said to myself was like what I had come to realize when I saw the Pope, I don't know when it was, you know, you can find the video of it. but I saw there was a pope, and I think it's the pope that actually currently exists. But he was like amongst the crowds, and people just wanted to just kiss his hand or be close to him. And he like snarled and smacked their hands away. I was like, this could not be the pope. I was like, something is off here. This is before I learned about the flat Earth. I just saw how he treated people
That's
that just
because
wanted to kiss his
these
hand.
people. That's because these people look. They're God haters, and they hate God's
I know
people
this.
too.
I know this now.
And him snarling and doing all of that is indicative of look, bro. Because people say, "Oh, why would they lie?" Well, the they in that is the people in the Roman Catholic Church at the time, and on top of that, their teachings over the generations have somehow birthed atheists. So we have priests whom, with their teachings, have birthed atheists. If that's not enough, if I have to say more than that, then
No, that's so true. It's so true. 'Cause I think that was the dynamic in the first place. Because remember, it's like, and like, remember, I'm not here to shit on the fucking Bible. Like, when the Bible beggars come, like, listen, if you knew how religious of a child I was or how much I believed, you would never come test me. You would realize, like, I'm not coming from left field. I'm coming from as a kid that believed wholeheartedly. I bought the entire thing. And like, I will say this much. The truths are wrapped within the lies.
Yep.
No, that is the true statement. The
No,
truths
not
are
you. Sorry, I'm trying to get in my door. My bad.
okay. Yeah, but I'm trying to say what I had come to perceive is that the truths are wrapped in lies. So there are true statements that the Catholic and Christian Church and Muslim, the Quran, all of it. There are truths wrapped within the lies. So what people have a hard time discerning is the fact that there are truths that are undeniable that will serve you well in life should you just follow them. And like, there's no denying, like, alcohol and drugs and fucking too much, and like, all of this shit, being overly sexual, all of this, it will lead to your destruction. It will. And the church is touting that. But they're also slipping in there the shit that serves them and the king and the establishment at the same time. Hence why I never like fully bought into any religion. I was like, you know what? Let me just observe from the cut. Let me just observe what they're talking about and make my own mind up. Should I like, to digest a myriad of different, perspectives? And that's what I did. I just sat in the cut, just like, okay, well, I don't know anything, but I know I'm trying to figure this out. Like, I'm a good guy. I treat people well. I know I shouldn't get shat on. If like everyone I interact with, I'm getting hugs. I got people kissing my hand when I go out, kid, bro. They're kissing my hand. And I'm just like, well, why are you kissing my? I was like, listen, I'm just trying to tell you what I know. Like, I just know a little bit about what you may be dealing with at the moment, but I give a fuck about you. I don't want you to struggle with what I already struggled with. It makes sense. That's what Jesus would have done. So that's why the whole Jesus narrative becomes so powerful within people's minds, because they created a concept of a person that is so righteous and so perfect and so fucking undeniable. They were so able to slip in so many harsh and destructive lies, because you can't get mad at someone that gives a fuck about someone else more than they give a fuck about themselves. There's no way you can hate that guy. How could you? You're not willing to do it. You know what I mean? You're not willing to do it. So most people are not willing to do it. So then they're faced with their like fragility, and thus they fall for the lie. But if you just stood up straight and just paid attention, like, hey, listen, I don't know anything. I'm just trying to figure it out, and you just took it from like a 5-year-old's perspective and just asked why? Well, why? Like 5-year-olds can't be stopped. It's like they'll ask you why till you're fucking red in the face and you don't have an answer to the why. And then you gotta make some shit up. So like I never lost the ability to just ask why, and I think that's how I found the flat earth. Through the Catholic Church, which is extremely difficult to do because it's so ingraining upon you. Because you see the world melting around you and you see the word of the Bible actually playing out in reality. And like what I thank myself for is like finding the server, because I learned the concept of the Hegelian dialectic. I never heard that phrase before I got to the server. Problem, reaction, solution. I was like, oh, so someone just hands you a problem and they can predict your reaction because, problems have only certain reactions because it's a problem. You're fucking dealing with it. And should someone hand you a perfectly fucking, presented solution that solves all of the problems that they just fucking handed you, of course you'd go for it. Any moron would go for it. So that's where we are right now. We're living within the Hegelian dialectic, but no one can perceive it. And to try to explain it to someone is near impossible because they feel like they're just following their emotions or their logic or their reason or whatever. That's why when people come to the server, they always fold. Because remember, we're just dealing with math and logic and science and like tangible shit we can all grasp onto. That's when they come here, they fold. Because they're still operating in some fluffy, mental state, which is fucking fake in the first place, and we crush their emotions and their logic, and we're trying to bring them back down to reality, but most people don't want to come back down to reality. They want to live in their delusions because it feels better. Knowing what we know doesn't feel good. Like, I don't know if anybody disagrees with me on that fact. It doesn't feel good. But I think it's like, should you just go through the painful process of understanding, it's not going to feel good, but it'll serve you better long term. Like, deal with the pain, Dick. Deal with the pain, and then you'll come out the other end and you'll be all right. The world will be your oyster. Because now it's like, I ain't afraid of shit. I go outside and like people are like, yo, Jerry, you seem mad comfortable. I was like, I'm beyond comfortable. You have no clue. And they don't know why. I know why. They don't know why, but they can perceive it now. That's what I just hope everybody catches on to. Live your motherfucking best life. Make everybody else sweat. You're not. If you're on this server and you're regular on this server, you're not supposed to sweat anymore. You're supposed to be kicking your fucking feet up, bro. You're already here. Yeah, sorry for ranting on you guys. I just had to drink and a smoke, so obviously it's fresh within my mind.
Yeah, man, I feel you. You not in here often. It's always good to hear from you and all the OGs.
Yeah, bro. Like, I'm never gonna leave the server, kid, because I realize these are the smartest kids in the world, and once I found them, I'm not gonna let them go. I'm not gonna act like I don't know these kids are the smartest kids in the world, and everybody else are fucking morons. Because I'm just grateful that I figured it out before I died.
That's all I'm
Yeah,
grateful for. Well,
I'm
I
great.
agree.
I'm
exactly.
so grateful.
I agree with you. Like being in this server is like kind of a therapy. It's like, oh wow, finally I found those people who can actually critically think. It's like, oh, like me. They know the truth. They are looking for the truth. This and so on and so forth. Yeah, it's like
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, and like it's crazy. I used to see the server on YouTube, and like maybe I don't know how much time had passed. Maybe a solid 6 months or 9 months.
If you
Like I'm doing
find
the research on my own, but like I was
any
afraid to
good
come to the
connections
server.
to departments or anything, let me
Say it
know as
again. Say it
well.
again. Wait, say it again.
I think he's talking to someone else.
Okay.
Yeah, but Sir Vagabond, what do you refer to yourself as for now? I thought I think I heard you saying you don't believe in the Bible, not the Quran, not in a lot of things.
So what do I refer? How do I refer to myself in terms of like my understanding of the world with respect to religions?
Yeah.
I just see myself as a
Go off
child of
muscle
God.
and
Well, no, I wouldn't
have
even
like
say God.
5,000. You're like,
I would
no,
say I am a child of the Creator, and that is enough.
yeah,
I
I
am a
got it.
child of the
I feel
Creator, and
stuff.
that is enough. He gave me my ability to feel and think and see. All of my senses were given to me on purpose, not by accident, on purpose. Now I have to use those to my Creator's benefit. My Creator gave me these senses, and I don't know what to do with them because I'm, lost in the world, whatever the fuck. But I just respect the fact that He gave me these senses, and I'm gonna use them. and then the world will just fucking turn out the way it turns out. Listen, I'm literally at the breaking point where it's like I'm just gonna start spazzing and start letting it rip, and then like I know I'm gonna get a lot of flack and a lot of heat for it, but it's like you see how QE melts people on the server. I'm just gonna start melting people in reality. Because I'm like, listen, I don't even spend enough time here to like perfect all of the arguments, but I know enough to melt the fucking laymen and the morons that exist in the world. I don't, I spent enough time, and like the thing is, I did it on purpose. I didn't do it by accident, because I already knew this is my destiny. I'm supposed to fucking shred reality, burn all of this shit down, and then like people will catch the fuck up, and there's gonna be a divide that's created in the world. The smart kids are gonna catch it, the dumb kids won't. It's gonna be a war against the smart kids and the dumb kids. But the smart kids will always win. Because the smart kids will always be planning and strategizing, and they have foresight to see into the future. The dumb kids are acting off of emotion and like, no logic. They will always lose the war. They will always lose the war.
I see where you're coming from, but do you think it's a good idea, like stereotyping everyone and like treat everyone aggressively if it's like
No, I don't treat
it's a
anybody
good way?
aggressively. No, that's an assumption. I don't treat anyone aggressively, actually.
Yeah,
I treat
I'm just
everybody
like,
I'm going to tell you directly. I treat everyone with the utmost love and respect, as I would like to be treated. So, tenet that I picked up in the Catholic Church, do unto others. But I take that to an extreme. I treat people amazingly. If I tell you how many people buy me beers when I go outside, your head would crack. And I'm just like, because I'm not worried about where I'm at or what I'm dealing with. I'm going to be exactly where I want to be. Like, I'm looking at the world. I'm like, Jerry, get a fucking multi-million-dollar house on the water, Atlantic Ocean access. Get like a $16 million boat. I already know. I'm going to get a Mangusta 165. Go Google it. 15, 16 million. I didn't fucking just dream that boat. I've been wanting that boat. When I was in third grade, my pops brought me to buy a chain. You know which chain I bought? I bought the gold chain that had an anchor on it. Because I like the water. So, like, I've been on jet skis, I've been on boats, all the entire time. So I was like, oh, Jerry, look how it comes full circle. You see how the world is burning around you. Should you not get your fucking boat? Should you not get your fucking captain's license? Yeah, you shouldn't you? Remember,
Bro,
everything in this
I'm
world
right
that's
there with you,
valuable,
man.
they make it extremely hard to acquire. Everything that has value, they make extremely hard to acquire.
about
Now, you have to think
water
about
is like.
that.
Go ahead, sorry.
No, you're fine. I'm just trying to say, like, because they know, like, I follow this other guy, and like his theory of the world, like it's really starting to make way more sense. He takes into account the sun and the moon and the precession. He's basically saying that we live on a way larger Earth. We live in a little crater. Like the moon is basically reflecting to us the map of the Earth, and like if you just hear what he says, I'm like, wow, that fucking hits so hard. I'm like, I think he's actually right. So what he's saying is that how like they're touting climate change, it's a half truth. It's not a lie actually. It's a half truth. So what's gonna happen is that the floods are gonna come. You know how the Bible predicts floods and famine, and we're already in famine times. Most people don't even catch that part. We're already in famine times. All of the food in the supermarket is inedible. You need to go back to a farm. Find a farmer that has, livestock that are on pasture in the sun, eating grass. Chickens, cows, lambs, whatever. Eat that, and your biochemistry will change. You will feel no fear anymore. You will feel no fear anymore. That's why they fucking direct us away from that shit. They have statins, cholesterol lowering drugs, and then I found a myriad of doctors that told you, if you just studied history, the cultures that lived the longest and they actually were the strongest, literally physically, they ate red meat and cholesterol in abundance. They ate no grains. Grains are a slave food handed to the slaves to make them energetic to do the job, but deaf, dumb, blind, and stupid. I'm not a slave. I would never eat slave food. Now that's how they get people. They've convinced you that slave food is good food. No, you have to go back to studying your biochemistry. Go back to knowing thyself. Have you actually studied your biochemistry and your neurochemistry? And most people will fall short on that lesson because they realize they have not. But I did. So I know that I did. So I'm looking at people, I'm like, wow, fuck. I was like, even though I'm like slamming burgers and drinking beers, whatever, I know beers are crushing my life. But it allows me to speak freely because I'm such a hyper introverted kid. Do you know what I mean? So it's like, I never speak like this in reality. On the
it's just
server, I'll let it rip for you guys because I love you guys and I know we're on the same level. But in reality, I'm battling my own demons to find my own voice to speak this confidently in reality about complex topics. See what I mean? I already know I have the ability to, but you know, the ability and the articulation and the confidence have to go together. Now, if your biochemistry is off and your fight or flight mode tends to go to flight instead of fight, you'll never get the words out properly. You see what I'm saying? You'll never get the words out properly. And like to sum it up, my father had named me Jerry Hitler Crisfanti. So thus, I must be studying Hitler. And how did he find the voice? How did he find that voice to resonate so well that he started melting the fucking world? And like when I start to study this shit, I'm like, you know, since third grade or so, like they told me like I was the most evil person in the world. And now that I discovered the flat earth, I was like, I don't feel evil at all, actually. I actually feel like I'm the good guy. You guys are just dealing with so many evil people, you can't even discern evil anymore.
You know, that's sad. It's really sad nowadays. Like, with like after they divided us, you know, and conquered us, like everywhere. So me being like a native Arab, you know, like suffered from the like let's say all those like wars against my land, basically, or my people's land.
I'm very sad about that because I see what they did to the Muslim culture, the
No,
Arab
no, wait,
culture.
wait. Actually, wait.
They're,
Don't like sympathize with me
they're
yet.
trying to
Like,
stop your voice. That's what's going on. They're trying to stop your voice.
yeah. So basically, so I differentiate. I learned after all what happened. I learned to differentiate between the actual people and the government. So even among the let's say the U.S. Army, UK Army, European, basically NATO, the Russians, the Chinese, all those people who attacked our countries, stole our stuff. Actually, we kind of, I'm not justifying it, but we kind of like deserved that because we
You're
departed away.
unprepared for the war. You're unprepared
Not
for
only
the war.
unprepared, we actually started living the secular the secular way of lifestyle. So
I
yeah,
understand. But let me bring you full circle. Let me bring you full circle so you understand. So do you know, you understand? You've heard of like Haiti gaining their independence in 1804, right? You know this was Napoleon's army that they were dealing with. So that means Napoleon had conquered so many European countries. And then they fled from Haiti. Doesn't that make you scratch your head and ask why they ran away? Doesn't it make you scratch your head?
yeah. Well, people stood for
Very good leader.
themselves.
No, I figured out why. Because remember, I'm Haitian, born in Haiti. My grandfather's a voodoo priest, like in the military, high grade. I understand why they ran away now. And it's going to make people uncomfortable, but I understand why they ran away. Because what happened is they understood biochemistry better than the French did. So the French army that was there trying to dominate and enslave the people that were free the whole time, enjoying themselves, having babies, living their best life, those people observed a certain factor about the French. Because they were civilized, what happened is when they came to the land of Haiti, they don't understand that. The voodoo priests understood that. The blood within your body contains every mineral that I need for my survival. So just as I can kill a lion, a tiger, and a giraffe, and a deer, and a cow, and a chicken, and I eat that animal, raw by the way, not cooked. When you cook it, it changes the biochemistry behind it. I can eat you. So now, if slaves are starving and you destroy their livestock, and you start to become the food, how quickly will you fucking get off that island? Because you realize they look at you like food now. You're running off that island. You're getting the fuck out. It doesn't matter if you've got guns. And what happens is, I'm gonna take you a level further. What happens is, because our dark skin, we become like a solar panel. Because if you put white people in the sun for too long, they'll burn, and they'll be burning through their literal energy, and they'll have to go take a nap. What happens with black people, if you put them in the sun long enough, they actually will be fine. Literally, they can just soak up the energy. That means they can break night. That means when you as a soldier get tired and you need to sleep, and me as a fucking worker on the field that is black, I've got all the energy in the day to break night. I can stay up all day. That means when you sleep, you're food now, kid. So they had to leave the island because they knew you would get eaten here. 3 in the morning, 4 in the morning, we're slipping in your door. You're food now. We're hunting you.
Now I know why
So
they
then
left.
we
It's a
so
scary
then
idea.
we win. Now you know why they left the island, right?
Yeah.
You get it? You get it?
That's it.
That's why
it,
they
like,
left the island.
they
Are
will
you
never
people
come back.
fucking high?
Say it again.
Are you high?
I'm actually not high. I'm actually fully
Jeez,
focused
oh,
and fully on
man.
point. You need to fucking keep up with the diction, bro. You need to
Yeah.
keep up with the diction, bro. I'm actually dropping gems on you right now. I'm actually dropping gems on you.
You're
Should you be able to
dropping something,
digest
but
it?
it's not
I'm
gems.
dropping gems.
Don't overtalk
is
me.
what I'm.
Don't overtalk.
I'll overtalk anybody I want to. If I'm dropping gems and they can't.
No, you won't.
Yeah, I disagree with what you said. You don't overtalk anyone. Whenever you want, it's disrespectful.
You won't overtalk anyone. No, you won't. Sonny!
Yo.
How long are you going to let this go on?
I was just waiting to see how long it would go. I mean, I listen. I don't mind. I listen. Some days I listen for most of the day today. I was out for a few hours, but I come back and listen. I just been listening more. What I'm doing is I'm working on myself to combat this urge to jump in and try to I don't know, interject into the freaking conversation when maybe it just needs to go on the way it's going on. So that's what I'm yeah.
All right.
It can. I mean, if people can moderate the conversation, as long as it's, sensible.
Well, I see it. Listen, I see it kind of I know where you're coming from. I think QE, I do. I see it sometimes. It's just like a letting off steam and like a little fireside chat. But I understand the purpose of staying on point. Also,
Yeah, sidebars are cool every once in a while. There's a point you go to that you say, okay, let's wrap her on up. I would say.
Vagabond's been part of the server for a long time, and he's
all right. I'm sorry. Please forgive me.
But do you follow the logic, though?
Holy fuck! Did you even think you're?
Oh my god, he's still talking already. Oh my god, Vagabond, what the hell, man? I literally. I think you're high, man. Take it easy.
I'll take you off mute, man. Sorry, I may have been harsh. I'm sorry. Maybe I woke up on the wrong side of the bed today.
No, it's cool.
Right.
I mean, it's just hey, I just started listening again as well.
I do sometimes, but I asked you a question, QE. Should you end up...
I don't feel like answering questions. I get asked questions constantly, man. Sometimes I just want to float. Cool.
Energy. That's what I think. Why are solar panels black? Answer me that question.
You know
Why are
what? Ironically speaking, some guy just
Yeah.
knocked on my door today. No, I'm not kidding. Some guy knocked
sell
on
you
my door
solar
today.
panels?
Would you wait? Shut the fuck up for a second. Some guy just knocked on my door today. He's selling solar panels. I'm not bullshitting.
Smart man. Smart
Yeah.
man. They understood.
Yeah.
They understood the power of melanin now.
Yeah. So
Someone's got to bring him up to speed, Kiwi. Why not me?
No, I gave him the floor. I said, okay, because I like the idea.
Did you buy? Did you buy?
Not yet. He's going to make a presentation for me tomorrow on the cost savings. So I'm going to give him his due.
You got to. You got to.
I will.
It's only fair. You got to. It's only fair.
I know. Yeah.
Yeah, my brother had solar panels installed on his house. I haven't gone over the details with him if he's had. It was a couple years ago. He had the solar panels installed on his roof.
Kiwi, before you buy, make sure you discuss this with your shareholders.
Shareholders?
Tell Whitson I'm coming for him.
Tell Whitson
the world is round. Like the world is round.
Who said that?
The world is round.
Wait a minute. Hillel said the world is round. Is that like a pizza?
No.
Like a frisbee.
Hold on for a second. Is that the one who said telling Whitson I'm coming for him? Is that Hillel?
No, that was Goat Users. He dipped right away after he said that.
Who still believes that the world is like spinning and shit? Who
that
still
was pretty
believes
damn
that
funny,
stuff?
by the way. I just have
Are
to
there
laugh.
still people here who believe that the world is spinning in this?
Yeah,
Floating in
morons.
space.
Morons.
Yeah, that's pretty ridiculous.
Yeah, you gotta listen. You know what? You know that statement. If a fool is deceived, let him be deceived. I agree with that statement wholeheartedly. If a fool is being deceived, you must let him be deceived.
They're supposed to
Because
be.
you can't change. They're supposed to be. That's what they're there for.
They're here for a reason, just like we are.
They're here for a reason. Exactly. Yeah. Well said. Well said.
Why would we want to change good and evil when if one didn't exist, you wouldn't know the other?
They're here to give us content.
Did you guys know that this was the Energia Planet? It's the Great Delusion.
The Great Illusion? Yeah, the planet is the Great Illusion.
The Great Delusion. The Great Delusion.
Oh, the Great Delusion. Thank you.
Like the Grand Delusion is Energia Planet. Energia Planet.
If you guys are you implying that that someone's mind or spirit can't be changed about the idea? I don't think so, because I used to believe the Earth is a globe.
It doesn't mean they can't be changed.
No. What you have to do? What you have to do is you have to tell them the truth. You have to give them the truth in the hope that God will grant them repentance that will lead them to the acknowledgement of the truth.
Perhaps. But I think it's like, when you start to do the math, like I'm just a mathematical kind of person, when you start to realize how many years have been stolen from you, if you don't get angry off of that, remember, time is the commodity. Someone stole a portion of your time, believing some bullshit.
Don't talk to QE and myself about that time.
But do you agree, though? Like, someone stole a portion of your time believing bullshit. Now, I'm angry about it. I don't know if everybody else is angry, but I'm furious, bro. I'm furious.
Really? Hey,
and I'm not going to let it slide. I'm not going to let it slide.
Hey, Sir Vagabond. You sound pretty young, man. So, like...
I'm 41, bro. I'm not that young.
Okay, so that... Okay.
You're still young.
How long did you live before you discovered this flat Earth truth?
Yeah, I figured out maybe 5 years ago. 5 years ago. 5 years ago.
So you were like 37 or something?
37, yeah, somewhere in that. Yeah, 36, 37.
Well, guess what? I was 58 years old.
Okay.
What?
Yeah. When I discovered it 5 years ago.
Who's talking right now?
But are you not angry? That's my question to you.
Oh shit, are you kidding me? I went through, yeah, I still do. You hear me on here sometimes. And it's not the Globus, it's just all that pent up stuff for all those years, and then it brings it back up and like rubs sand on the wound a little bit sometimes. And I have to watch myself because I can get really freaking aggravated and just upset. And I have to calm myself down. That's one thing I've learned, how to calm myself down, in life. And I appreciate that about you, Sir Vagabond, because you seem pretty calm and you're direct. I like that about you, man.
I'm very calm. 99.9% of the time, I'm chilling. I'm just trying to have fun, enjoy my life. But when I start to digest some of the bullshit that I overlooked, which my father didn't catch this either. Obviously, he would have known. If he would have known this, he would have been said it in the house. He didn't know any of this stuff. He was just, mired in his like school bus driver job every day, 9 to, whatever hours. And like, he didn't digest any of this, and he got handed a shit hand. You know what I mean? Eating garbage fucking food. He used to be glued to CNN. And I saw how fucking stressed it made him, how anxious it made him. And I was like, I'm not going outside like that. I was like, I never watch the news.
CNN.
I was like,
I watched
CNN is the worst.
I watched the moon landing on TV. I watched the moon landing on TV. I remember the day. I remember what the weather looked like. I remember how blue the sky was. I remember it. There was no CNN. There was none of it.
You know what these people are telling us? Come on.
There was no internet.
Evil corporation.
There was no internet.
What?
There was not even portable radios when I was growing up.
They are saying you cannot fake the lighting on the moon. You cannot fake that lighting. What they had on those videos, you cannot fake it. The lighting, it is true. The people landed on the moon because you cannot fake those lights. Like the lighting.
Cannot fake those lights. Are you kidding me?
That light doesn't look like sunlight.
No, this is what they were telling me.
Oh, I see.
It's what they were telling me. You cannot fake those light things.
So at first I couldn't tell if you're being sarcastic or not, but I see you are. That's funny.
No, it's what the people were telling me. You cannot fake the lighting. Like they're watching the footage.
You can't fake those. Wait a second, hello. You can't fake those crosshairs, huh?
No, they are saying, you cannot fake the lighting. You see, that lighting, it can only happen on the moon. It can only happen if you went the moon. Like,
anyway,
I cannot even tell you how these people reason. They are like like they study photography and what do they call the other thing? Like how
CGI.
you make pictures on the computer, man.
Yeah, CGI computer graphic images.
Something mind blowing for me is like about those like space suits, right? So if they have like a normal, breathable human pressure inside the space suits, and there's zero pressure outside, how come it's like they still have that flexibility to move their limbs and walk around? Like, what's happening here? Like what kind of material is that? Like,
yeah, it's like in New York City when they go. These guys will laugh when they go down the street with all those big blown up characters. It's like that. Is it the Goodyear man or somebody like that, all blown up? Bloop.
Yeah, when you think about it, like compare the like a car tire, the pressure inside, it's like how many times is it? Like 20, 30 times the atmospheric pressure, and yet it's so hard, so hard. And now imagine the intensity of like this space suit with like a kind of I'm not sure about the pressure inside, but let's assume it's like normal pressure on sea level, or maybe at Himalaya or something. So it's zero outside. So how many times it's higher than outside? It's like infinite times.
Yeah.
Yet it's so flexible, so soft. It's like something wrong is
even the
something wrong.
temperature difference, even the temperature difference in the shade of the moon, and when you are in like full sunshine.
Yeah, and if people want to like complain about like, hey man, you're comparing this like hard like rubber of a car tire to this like NASA cloth, you know, scientific kind of what is it, the word, like fantasy. I don't have the exact word now, but like this, like, yeah, magical NASA cloth used in space suits. It's like, okay, let's compare it to the softest rubber we have, like in kids' balloons, right? So like if you put pressure inside, so much pressure, you will end up like turn so hard, you know, like you can like it's hard to brace against. So yet like it's just like mind blowing, and people just bought it, you know, like, okay, yeah, it's fine.
Me, I was having the footage of them faking it with Stanley Kubrick. And the people from NASA were even saying that there's a lot of problems that they have to solve to get to the moon.
Hey,
but
hello.
let's just imagine. Let's just imagine.
Hey, hello.
Yeah.
Are you Romanian?
No. I'm Namibian.
Namibian. Okay, sorry, I was a little far off there geographically, wasn't I? Okay.
I'm African. Maybe Kamure too is Romanian.
No,
wow,
I'm from the Arabian world, man.
I misplaced your accent.
Yeah. Romanians, they sound like you know, Jan Blachowicz from the UFC. From the UFC.
Yeah.
Yeah, Romanians, they sound like that.
Yeah, so basically going back to the like topic, they are not that smart. They missed on so much details, you know, about the like the moon landing hoax. It's like, okay, what about, as Hillel said as well, like what about the temperature difference? It's like, what kind of system do you have, like just like to regulate the like the temperature difference between the like
people just lie
Latin side and the like side in shadow of the sun? It's like, what about the pressure
you know
inside?
You know how I knew the world was flat? When my brother was talking about Kama people being upside down on the other side of the world, he said that is impossible. I was taking a nap one day, and then my small brother came here. He's talking about people landed on Mars. They landed Kama a rover on Mars. And then he was telling me about people being upside down on the other side of the planet. Like that is impossible. Like literally, you cannot have people upside down, clinging to the side of a pole.
Hey, attention in the room. There's someone named Zafida saying they have that curvature exists. Would you like to speak on that, Zafida? Oh, that's right. Is that your response to globe proof? Oh, boy.
Interesting answer. Okay. Was that a meow? What was it? Like you can use your words, you know. You can use your words.
Bro,
we're not judgmental here. We're chilling.
Safida, show me people upside down. Show me a plane going upside down.
Maybe somebody somebody's got an Instagram account and they can go on his link and see what he's got on there.
Okay, Zafida's a guy.
Zafida, yeah, and that's in the live stream. In the live stream voice text at 31 minutes after he put the link.
We got a cat picture by his profile. Okay, VC verified.
And it says Hitler didn't die. Hitler didn't die in Berlin. Epstein didn't kill himself. Nigeria is a country in Africa, and Earth is a globe. That's what he has about me.
Well, yeah.
He was correct until he said Earth is a globe.
Hitler
Earth
did
is
not
not
die
a
in
globe.
Berlin. That's my name. I did enough research to know Hitler did not die in Berlin.
I agreed with him until.
Yeah, he's got like all the conspiracies right, except for the last one, the most important one.
Which one? Which one? Oh, he's not a flat
Yeah.
earther?
No, he says Earth is a globe.
Oh, this fucker. Okay, let him in here. Yo, you get everything else right. You get everything else right and get the fucking most important part wrong.
Sir Vagabond, you need to slow down, bro.
Sorry, I'm at light speed right
slow
now, bro. I'm at light
down.
speed.
That's the one.
I can't
that
turn it
just
down.
meowed. The one we heard meow, that's them.
That's him. Okay.
Hey, Zafaida, maybe it's funny the first time, it's not funny at all now. So, are you going to speak up?
Yeah, listen, we're all friendly here. Don't be a stranger. Don't be antisocial.
Yeah, it's okay. It sounds like he got all those conspiracies right. Well, maybe, possibly, but about the globe, why don't you talk with us in your human voice, please, and tell us about it.
Hey, Vagabond, I sent you messages, by the way.
Say it again. You sent me what?
I sent you a DM.
Okay, I got it. Thank you. Got you, Helio.
Okay, no response from Zavida except for a meow. Can you use your big boy voice?
Whoa.
Oh, okay. Now can you tell us what you have in mind about this globe? That you're claiming.
Honestly, you guys have too many arguments that the world is flat, and I don't have that many arguments that the world is a globe, but I do believe the world is a globe. And
okay, good. Show
I'm
us
just
one.
gonna
Show us one single irrefutable proof of your globe, like curvature over distance.
Yeah,
that
well,
is
I mean, if you
irrefutable.
fly high enough and you take a picture of the Earth, it's round.
No,
That's
no.
the simplest one.
Where, when, and how is it round?
Take a picture. Wait.
I mean, enough people have done it.
Wait,
Done
in
what?
outer space.
So just cite
As we
one.
cannot
Then.
independently verify that.
Okay, just
we
tell
cannot
us one.
independently verify that.
Hold
shit.
on,
If
hello.
the Earth was flat, someone would show a picture of it to prove everyone so that they could get famous. And
Yeah,
make a
we
lot of
do.
money.
Every picture of the Earth shows that.
255 miles infrared. That's impossible on your
That's all
globe.
I have to say.
Yeah, just see any picture of the Earth.
Any picture of Earth, yeah, exactly. They're all flat Earth pictures.
Got him! Got him!
What was that?
God. You don't know that meme? Got him.
CB's back on. Oh, dude.
Dude, the picture Miguel just posted, if you look really closely, there's not much there, but there is a curve. It's not flat.
Really?
Okay, then why was it never measured? Documented.
It has been measured and documented. If
Oh,
you
really?
look into
Where's
it.
the document then? Where's the document?
I don't know.
The document that shows that they actually did a direct physical measurement.
Yeah, I was
Measure
going to ask,
by
like,
which method?
when and where and how did they measure the curvature?
Pretty sure Galileo, not Galileo, the other guy.
One of those guys. Okay. Sounds so specific and scientific.
And if it's so easy to see for yourself when you go up high, why does NASA have to doctor their pictures to show way more curve at 100,000 feet than actually exists, which is none?
All the guys measured it, the guys which never had a metric system.
You gotta let him finish answering. You gotta let him answer before we talk again.
Yeah, like if this is a thing that just exists in reality, you can go up high and just take a picture of it. Why do they have to doctor their photographs to show it?
But yeah, let's see. I'm curious what he has.
You know, fighting.
That was for Zavida. Hold on. He just asked a question to Zavida. Flat Earthers, stop talking when we're waiting for an answer from someone else.
I'm not going to give any more answer.
You're not going to give any more answers? Oh.
No, I'm not in the mood.
So no proof, no answers, no nothing, huh? Then why are you here, Zephido?
Fighting the flesh is
Wait,
pictures
Sonny.
of the cat.
It's to be honest, because it's interesting and it's funny.
It's funny that you don't have any measurement of curvature, you mean?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, that is kind of funny. We laugh about it all the time. It's hilarious.
Sonny, can I tell him something, please, to
Oh,
Zephido?
yeah, man. I'm not the boss.
Yeah, it's okay. So, Zephido, if you're saying that you're not gonna give any answer when we asked you for any proof, empirical proof, documents or method, then it means that you blindly believe this, which will make you a fanatic. Am I right?
He's a zealot. Zealot. Spider, you are a zealot.
So,
globe
You
zealot.
shamed him into silence.
So Spider is a globe zealot. Blindly believes. And he's even willing to kill for his fucking.
yeah, but when someone tells me something like this, I'm open to listening and actually to ask questions. I'm curious, to understand why, I would have questions.
These people don't even they don't even know that the what the pictures from NASA CGI. They will defend those pictures from NASA to the death.
But it's has to be.
They don't even know that is Photoshop. They will defend those pictures to the death. They're like a.
Hey, Zephido, would you like a cup of coffee? Don Pettit, can you tell us about the coffee? Don Pettit, please? Are you there? Are you there, Don Pettit?
We'll be recycler.
A toilet that you use, and then a machine that goes chugga 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 chug, and then you go to the galley and you make yourself a cup of coffee, and that's exactly what you are thinking it is.
Would you like a cup,
This coffee
Zephido?
smells like shit. It is shit. It's a bit nutty.
Oh, my. Oh, beehive. What happens if you get a leak in that thing?
Really?
What happens if you get a leak on
killing
then you have a leak.
That's it, man? That's it?
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
What about the O-rings? It's called real good engineering.
Very good. That would have to be really good, wouldn't it, Get?
Yeah.
Do people seriously come in here trying to make points like the Earth is a globe? Do people come in here and trying to make points like the Earth is?
This latest guy didn't even really do so much as that.
No.
If you had a road with 2 lanes and you're driving your car on the middle of the road, so 2 wheels of your car are on 1 lane and 2 on the other lane. Now, 1 lane is like 500 degrees Celsius and the other lane is minus 200 Celsius. How far can you drive your car?
Till the wheels fall off.
No car left.
Yeah.
Car's in a melted heap.
Well, both tires break, fail.
One freeze to.
Two will burn and two will break, just like glass.
This globe story is retarded.
Yeah, well, this is how ISS is driving, supposed to be driving, you know.
But 500 years ago, people used to know that the world was flat, that the Earth revolved around it, and that the sun revolved. What happened? Was it these fictional stories of Galileo and what the guys, Copernicus?
All the
Those are
priests.
clearly fictional stories.
Well,
those are clear.
Are they fictional stories? Quantum? Are they QE? Are those fictional stories? We don't know.
What fictional stories?
I guess all we get are the books they gave us. So yeah, really, honestly, the whole thing could be fabricated at this point. Is that's my premise now. Who knows?
You know what actually got me is this who was the person who came and sailed around the world. He started at one point and then he came back at the same point. He sailed around the world.
Captain Ross, Captain Cook.
Columbus, I believe.
No, who's that?
Well,
he didn't go around the world. Magellan.
Oh,
yeah, he's one.
I will say Copernicus.
The person who sailed.
Copernicus managed to read the Kabbalah, and nowadays even pseudoscientists like Mikio Kaku still make big claims in the media that all of our science lines up with the Kabbalah book.
I had Michio Kaku say something like they don't know anything. Science doesn't prove anything.
He said that all this universal perspective that we have today, heliocentric and infinite universe, is actually rooting in the book of the Kabbalah. All this information.
Hey guys, like maybe I can promise you this. Like, try to send Mike Tyson, Bill Nye, Michio Kaku, those guys somewhere near our countries, and hopefully we can like kidnap them and force them, put a gun on their heads, and force them into this server, and then we can like properly talk to them.
I did laugh.
They will.
All this time we thought we lived on a round planet. Huh? We have no fucking evidence to believe that we're on a round planet, only by people telling us. But we really don't know where we came from. Who the fuck is our purpose here?
I'm not gonna go there. You're not gonna tell me that on a round planet, though.
How do you know that?
I was reading the definition of evidence the other day. Like evidence is like the body of facts or information indicates that something is true or false. Now,
I like how all Mike Tyson had to say is, "How do you know that?" And they're just like mind blown.
yeah. It makes you wonder.
Mike Tyson was hit in the head. Mike Tyson was hit in the head. Mike Tyson was hit in the head enough times to know the truth.
They never even asked themselves that question, though. Like, how do you know that? That's just as simple as just asking them that question. And they're just like, whoa, yeah, how do we?
Imagine we live on a flat fucking world.
They're probably only open to it because it was Mike Tyson saying it. If it was any of us, they would resist.
Yeah. Yep.
First, I thought that was CB talking, and I'm like, God, you got a voice changer or what? What was I going to say? A couple things, man. I should take notes because I forget. One thing I was going to say from a while back is that isn't it interesting that all these people like Hollywood and the music industry and all this stuff, they claim to be such rebellious people, like they're outliers, they're like the cool kids, they're anti-Christian, you know, like cool man, like devil horns, you know, and all that stuff. Like great, they're going along with the same people that put this globe thing together, a religious group. Huh.
They get inducted. They are part of a secret society or some shit like that.
So they don't even know it. Well, some of them, they probably do know it, but their audience definitely doesn't know any of this stuff.
Matthew McConaughey, I think he said something like the world is flat. One of his like live streams or some shit. You guys, you know Matthew McConaughey?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he did say something like the world is flat. What? But all those people they know the world is flat. It's just that they get inducted into the indoctrination program. Like they believe that most people don't know, so they don't need to tell people. Or maybe they don't believe it themselves. You know, like
they made a lifelong multi-generational industry of deceiving, and their pocketbooks, their investments are all related to this lie.
That is what acting is like. You are lying to people about who you are, what you do. That's the whole acting thing. You are acting. You are actually just lying. Acting is actually, you're just lying. Like the whole acting game. You are just lying.
Funny because the mainstream media often portrays as a judge and as a criticist.
That's the
And
danger of the
Yeah.
word normal. You know, what is normal?
Yeah.
So it's like majority decides what's normal, right? So
But it's actually the mainstream media that portrays the normal, and they criticize everyone on TV, and the whole mass of people watching, they take that as their own judgment and their own criticism.
Get big. I've seen people. I've seen people on TV say that the world is flat, and then the host of the like the TV show, whatever they call it. What do they call it? Like the host will immediately just jump in and say no. But people around the globe, they know that the world is round. Like immediately after the person said that the world is flat.
Yeah.
Hey, Elijah.
Then the person.
Sorry. Hey, Elijah, are you there? Oh, you're hot micing. Do you know you're hot micing, Elijah? All right, we'll just put you on mute. He can unmute himself. No worries. A courtesy mute. All right, go ahead.
you know, my sarcasm about like that joke about like kidnapping those like pseudoscientists. It's like how do you make them or force them or like bring them to talk, you know, seriously with us, like to really allow us to test their knowledge, their evidences, you know, to just like to have a proper like conversation with them, like okay, here are a real flat earthers, okay, so what do you have against us? Let's talk about it. Okay, can you convince us that, bring us back, you know, to the sanity of the like what you call as science? Okay, like educate us about it. Okay, let's talk about it. What do you have?
Well, do you know what happened when
Wait,
A person
wait.
tried to question a
Kamire.
religion.
What happened when people questioned the religion?
Yeah.
Yeah.
When a person is questioning a religion, what is happening?
It depends on, like, basically they like get terminated one way or another.
No, they are called heretics.
I mean, okay.
Which is considered a crime.
Yeah.
Wait,
yeah.
Kamire, you were saying about a joke about the kidnapping pseudoscientist.
So that's exactly how they will treat you. They will not accept any debate with any of us in the mainstream media.
Yeah, they are the like globe priests, right? This is what we refer to them like many times in this.
I was
this
watching ODD. I was watching ODD like right in that day when he got interviewed, you know, on mainstream media channel, some US network, yeah. And I saw it like a back door. That's how I perceive it. I said, oh my God, these journalists are really that dumb idiots. They have no clue what they are doing. I knew that they will present this in the news channels, yeah, make a show on TV on a subject which has to be actually censored. So,
but you know the problem with these people. They believe that they have the evidence to show that the world is revolving, it's rotating on its axis, that it goes around the sun. They think they have the evidence, but when you ask them what is this evidence that you're talking about, they don't know.
How about like, do you ever think of doing like stealth interviews with like professors and ask them things like air pressure without containment, stuff like that?
Yeah, I think that's a much better way of like talking to those people than my joke. Like seriously, if you like go to those like, let's say Mike Tyson, right, and like.
Come here, I want to hear the joke, man. I want to hear the joke.
What joke?
I want to hear the joke.
You want to hear a joke?
The joke that you said.
The joke I said before?
Yeah,
No,
the one with
let's not talk about calls to action or doing anything to anybody else they don't want done.
Yeah, man. I think that was clear. I agree with Gospel, what he said. Like, yeah. So, like, we should really like as a community flat earthers, like, it's a huge, right? And like nowadays, like, very, very connected. So if we spread that word, like, hey, how about like making a stealth interview or maybe questioning those people like in a stealth way and put them on record without their knowledge, you know, it's like in a public way where it doesn't violate any laws anywhere for anyone.
Right.
So yeah, it's in public place, and let's say some of us have like that, like Bill Nye or any of those like crazy priests. Okay, how do you explain a pressure without a container? You know, it's like, if he says it doesn't exist, like game over, it's done. Yeah. Look what he said, you know.
Right.
Well, you are assuming that you have no knowledge about true science, you know, and that's wrong because they do know. They do know that the only thing they have is nice stories, yeah, to bend and twist science. And yeah, even if you do like they were doing in the 50s, they were making these TV shows about science, about gas pressure, about a lot of stuff. They were showing true science on TV. because those were other times. It was times when that's all people had, like basic science, scientific stuff. And they were not very religious. So the mainstream media had to approach the people by showing them scientific stuff on TV. Now people come into agreement, okay, we get real good information from the mainstream media. We accept the mainstream media as a preacher, yeah. And decades later, mainstream media shifts into pseudoscience and stories and fairy tales, yeah, and entertainment. And now people got hypnotized by it, so they stand no chance against it. If you bring today Bill Nye or Neil deGrasse Tyson, whatever, on TV, and a flat earther, they will smell those trap questions from 1,000 miles. And when Neil deGrasse Tyson would actually respond to that question, the flat earther will not be allowed any kind of debate after Neil deGrasse Tyson gives his tooth fairy story.
Well, haven't you heard the highest priest when he went like publicly in front of the White House and stated, we don't have time for the flat Earth community or society? I think, sorry. Yeah, he was
flat
like
society meeting.
Society.
Oh, you mean
yeah.
Obama?
Of course, I mean Obama.
Even,
So he actually
even
was
Tyson.
setting the rules. Sorry, I'm not finished. He was like actually making a rule for everyone, like especially his priests under him, like, hey, don't discuss it. It's like no go zone. Don't go there.
We don't
That's
have
it.
time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Society.
Yep.
Yeah,
So he
but
wasn't joking.
Even Neil deGrasse Tyson himself, he will not debate like anybody like Dubey or Thompson or Whitsitt or anybody, because he knows he will get flawed. He will get flawed.
Okay, but how many of the people in here or the YouTube real flat earthers are actually registered members of Flat Earth Society?
Not me.
I think 0.
Yeah, exactly. Because you see, if I say I'm a flat earther, they will automatically classify me as a Flat Earth Society member, which I am not.
Yeah, this like exact problem reaction solution used again and again and again. So for me, like being a Muslim, right? So like around the time of 9/11, so even Muslims got scared. When I saw that on TV, I said, God damn it! I knew what's happening after it will be crazy. So similarly, it's like, let's use that again. So okay, we have the real deal, flat earthers. Okay, how do we scare everyone out of them? Okay, so let's create the flat Earth Society, and well, people got scared of it, like, oh, those clowns, and thinking some unscientific, or following the unscientific. Talking unscientifically about evidence about flat Earth and make joke of everyone, and that's it. Now no one is interested in Islam or flat Earth or And of course, when I said 9/11, that I think just to clear it out, that Muslim did not involve in it exactly as similarly real flat earthers did not involve in flat Earth society. So it's just sad reality.
It's very easy actually to find out who registered Flat Earth Society website, and search who that person is. Look it up.
Somebody needs to WikiLeaks it, man.
Oh.
Flat Earth Society is very old. It's
No, we're talking about Flat
it's a
Earth
very
Society.
old thing. Yeah, the Flat Earth Society is a very old organization.
Yeah, I
like
know.
the like the people who were trying to prove that the Earth is flat. It's come from a long time ago, from Botham and all those people were trying to prove that the Earth is flat, and they proved it. All those experiments that they were even trying to prove that the Earth rotates. What was it? Morrison? What? Those
Michelson
experiments.
Morley. Michelson
Whatever.
Morley.
Yeah, Morley experiments. All those experiments, they just prove that the Earth is flat. Like what was the other one? The Robotham one.
Sagnac and yeah.
Yeah, but
where he sent
Hillel, those people does not or did not obviously involve or get involved in the modern so-called flat Earth society. They have nothing to do with it.
No, but those people, they were like in the 1800s.
Yeah,
and then there was something to counteract it, to counteract what those people were trying to prove. Like these people even wrote books that the zetetic zetetic what. And then the establishment has to come up with a plan to counteract. To counteract what the people are trying to bring to the masses. That time they were not even like public schools. Public schools did not even exist. People used to be educated at home to learn how to read and write.
The schooling system, vast majority of today's people, they have no idea, or they just simply ignore that the educational system, the schools, roots in the church. So back in the days, there were no schools, but people will send their children to the church because the priest was the teacher, was the person that knew the books, was a literate person, able to educate children, learning children.
Exactly.
Yeah, so
exactly.
And I see teachers in schools today saying to children that back in the days there were no schools and people were dumb, were stupid, which is actually not true. The form of education, the educational system, was totally different from what it is today. But it's one and the same thing, and the schools have got born from the church.
Yeah, sadly, this is what's happening. Like, it's highly unjustified when you have those like governments who divided us, who are all like in one team against us, allowing such people to exist or such like websites to exist, like Flat Earth Society. Like it's funny how like when they like force democracy, it's like only when it suits them. So like Flat Earth Society is someone who's mocking Flat Earth, right? Made a website, just like making fun of the entire thing. And now it's a legit thing. It's like there's no escaping it. You cannot like shut it down. It's like rightfully owned by someone. Exactly so. Like if you go, for example, to wikiislam.net, actually it's made by not a Muslim, you know. So it's okay. How and why would they allow it? It just serves their plans, just like to deviate and lead astray people from the truth. So it's just sad. Like imagine if I, as a like atheist, maybe I'm not an atheist, but like imagine me being an atheist, opening a school to teach people about Christianity or Islam, or me being like a, let's say, a in the field of art, teaching people about, let's say, something heavily unrelated to art. It's like madness, and people agreeing to it by their silence. I mean, by remaining, you know, calm about it, silent, not doing anything against that. So it's like, yeah, it will continue, and it will lead to disasters.
Well, the worst thing which mankind did was to actually give the root access to online internet servers or to big networks in the hands of ordinary people, you know. This led to the creation of people creating some networks, small networks in the beginning, where all other people joined. And now this owner, by having the root access to this server, he can see everything that all other people communicate. He can see all their human input into the internet. And this is a good example of Google, Facebook, Twitter, you name it, any social platform. This kind of power, a man to be able to see out there all other people naked, is a godly power which should have not been allowed to any person to have it. So I blame the governments for releasing the root access to internet. They were supposed to create a operating system which where you can actually register these websites, yeah, but you never get root access to a server, online server. So you are the owner, but you don't see what others communicate, like Mark Zuckerberg does, you know. And you also do not have the power to delete someone's comment or speech unless it is something illegal. But this job, judging whether a online comment is legal or not, this job belongs to the governmental institutions, not some Mark Zuckerberg or Twitter owner.
I would say that job belongs to nobody.
It belongs to us, to mankind, but yeah, it has to be created a institution where we have civil laws, penal, all these sets of laws. We have judges hired, yeah,
Right,
prosecutors
but
and everything.
words, whatever you say, cannot hurt somebody. So nobody should say you can't say something. Really, that to be honest, I mean, they can say you can't do something, a physical act, but to literally say something, that's kind of a stretch, man.
You take it into an extreme side, which I didn't mean that, and it's my
Okay, I misunderstood you. I'm sorry.
yeah.
I just don't think anybody should. Even if I said, "Hey, man, you know what? You hurt my feelings, and I'm going to get you back for that in a bad way someday." That should, even if I said that, that should not be something that is put under
Well,
any
according,
scrutiny.
look, the Civil Code, that book explains like insults. Yeah, when we commit an insult to someone, we can find out by consulting this book. Yeah, and yeah, if
Because, like, when I
I
grew
did
up,
that,
I got insulted all the time in school. And, it was just,
yeah.
hey, that's the normal thing. Kids, in my opinion, this is my opinion, today,
Well, yeah,
the
exactly. That's
children,
the problem,
they
because
are way too sensitive with, their feelings getting hurt here, there, and yonder.
oh, yeah, they tell you, oh, if he insults you and you feel hurt, then you are too sensitive. That's how they mask. That's how they actually f- give you the excuse, give an excuse for that person who committed the insult, something illegal,
Is
you know.
insulting somebody
Yeah,
illegal?
yeah, yeah.
No.
No, it's not.
Wow. I'm like, what
Yes, it
world do
is.
you live in?
Wait,
Not
which?
America. Not America, obviously.
Because
Uh,
literally, if somebody says, "Hey, you
you
look
can
like a
say
fat,
Latin
stupid
America.
idiot,"
I give you that. Yeah.
that's an insult. But that's like, okay, just move on. If that hurts your feelings, move on. Don't harp on
Well,
it. Like,
Yeah, but threatening is different.
swearing at
If
someone is also an
you're
insult.
threatening somebody's life, that's something else. That's different.
Yeah,
yeah, that's totally
if you're
different.
threatening somebody, that's illegal.
Wait. I'm not talking about how we treat this like between us. I'm talking about what the civil code, that book, says.
Okay. So in the civil
Yeah.
code, insulting somebody is illegal. Right?
And
Yeah, it's
give
an
me
illegality. It's not.
give me an example of insulting somebody that is illegal.
Oh,
Just to put it in context of what you mean, because I mean, maybe I'm losing something in translation here.
yeah, in Romania, I know many cases where people committed some insults in the mainstream media, and they've been judged and they had to pay fines. You know,
Are you
it's
talking about
just like
slander?
hitting
Oh, are you
someone
talking
in the
about
face.
Are you talking about slander?
Yeah,
Maybe.
probably that. Yeah.
Okay, because like here, if you do say something about another person that's not true, and it actually causes them like to lose their
Damages.
job or damages,
Monetary
yes,
damages of some sort.
then yes, that is illegal, and they will have to serve charges and pay restitution or something in that sort. But as far as like me just calling somebody something, like, okay, a liar, that is slander. If I say no, that's a lie, or whatever, that can be slander. But if I just say, well, you're just a stupid fat idiot, or you're a stupid skinny idiot, whichever one you are, that is an insult, but that's not a grievous thing that could be lawfully charged.
It's not
in my opinion.
It's not a false statement of fact. So therefore, it can't be charged. You could have the opinion that he's fat, and he's just mildly obese
or skinny. I could be like, you're just a skinny, railed little stupid, puny piece of crap.
Right, and he's actually. And if he's actually obese, then the judge will be like, "Hey, hang on a second." No, I'm joking.
You see what I'm talking about, right? Is that there's a difference between that's what we in America call an insult, and the other thing is actually what we call slander.
Liable.
And you're liable when that comes to, but yeah, like these issues are actually getting a little more difficult the further progression our society goes to the insane clown world.
You can't call what's happening as a progression. It's a regression.
Okay, that's right. I'm just saying as the regression progresses.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll know it.
It is getting more difficult to draw that line of what is acceptable to say, because literally a year ago, there's things that you can't say now that you can say a year ago, which was perfectly acceptable. And now it's like, no, it's getting
you
insane.
have to stop allowing other people to compel your speech, whether to not say it or say it. The only thing you can't say or have to say is the only thing you can't say are things that are illegal, such as libel or threats of violence or something of that.
How do you say your name? Duesvult?
Yeah, Duesvult.
Duesvult. I do not allow anybody to control my speech. To be honest, I'm an unfiltered person, but I grew up
as
that
soon
way.
as we allow people to say, "Oh, you can't say this, you can't say that," but it's in the song. I can't say it now. It's in the song. You're playing it on the radio.
Yeah.
yeah. I am 100 in agreements with you. My son, he grew up where that was taught to him. It's just because it's in the song don't mean you can say it, because that's not your word or whatever. I didn't grow up that way.
You don't own a word, and as soon as you make it foreboding for somebody else to say, is as soon as you've given it power.
Right. It's really stupid. It's a stupid argument, and I don't even know where y'all started this conversation, because I kind of jumped in the middle of it, and I apologize, you guys.
No problem. It started from Mark Zuckerberg having access, full access and control to see what hundreds of millions of people talk.
Well, that only happened because in his whole shebang, that big long thing you got to read before you accept it, it tells you. So he tells you, listen, we're going to be using this for this, this, and this. If you don't want to do this, then don't come here.
But wait,
it is a privatized. It is a privatized company. And he's using it to sell your information.
Wait, who is he that he can actually remove the comment of a United States president?
It's his company. If I have a restaurant
No, if you have a company, you must obey commercial law.
I'm not saying I'm not saying I agree with it. I'm just saying if I owned a restaurant and somebody came in my restaurant and started talking about stuff I didn't agree with, and it upset most of my customers, I would tell them to get the hell out of my restaurant.
Right, but the thing is
no,
Twitter.
wait.
Twitter is not a restaurant. It's a public forum.
Yeah.
And you
A
can't.
restaurant is
Twitter,
a public forum.
No, it's not.
No, it's not a public forum.
It is
In
a
a
public
restaurant,
forum.
Hang on,
you serve
really quick.
food. You
Hang on.
provide food. Yeah.
Let me
go ahead.
finish this. And Twitter also stated 6 months before they kicked Donald Trump off the platform that to an African country that kicked Twitter out, that Twitter was a human right. It was a human right to be on the platform. Therefore, kicking anybody off is dehumanizing.
Yeah.
Listen, I'm not trying to stand up for Twitter. Please don't misunderstand me.
The thing is when people say, "Oh, it's a private company," that's not the truth. We regulate private companies all the time. I love people who say that, and then as soon as you say, "Oh, so you think it's okay that this company over here pollutes or pours trash into the water, that's fine." Oh, no. Why is your right to speech or to hear speech less important than the environment?
Okay, there is only a few defining differences between what is a private company and a public company. Let's put Walmart up, for instance. Walmart is not a private entity because it's public, because it takes subsidies from the government.
And it's a public accommodation, therefore it cannot be biasly allowed some people in, or you can't have discrimination because it's a public accommodation, such as a restaurant. Now there are noise ordinances, just like we have freedom of speech, but you can't go yelling down the street at 10 o'clock at night, all bloody murder in the middle of a city. We still have that. So I mean,
there are guidelines in this whole idea that we're talking about.
Exactly.
So when I say if I literally own a restaurant, it's mine. I don't take any subsidies from the government. It's mine. I can kick somebody.
Yeah, you can kick somebody out for being disorderly, and that's what you're talking about when they're saying something you don't like. It's disorderly if they're offending people. But
Walmart doesn't.
It is.
I mean,
that restaurant
they still
is a
have
public,
that.
It doesn't matter because it's a public accommodation, just like the restaurant. They can still kick people out for being a public nuisance.
Yeah, well,
the rules apply different. They apply a little differently from different companies. Just saying.
I saw ladies in a restaurant, and they were actually working on strip chat. So they were placing the phone and showing things and doing things in the restaurant, indecent stuff.
Well, that's indecent exposure right there. Kick them out.
Yeah, you see, the waiter or the restaurant owner didn't saw them, or the clients, but the video is out there on the internet, and it is proof, evidence for public indecent exposure. Nobody is doing fucking nothing about this trespassing. So,
right, it depends on the target.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That's funny. It's not funny, but it's true. That's just true.
Yeah.
But listen, I don't think that Trump should have been kicked off Twitter. I don't think anybody should be. I mean,
me neither.
Unless
I don't sympathize Trump, but hey, if you own Twitter, you're not the god of this world. Trump was a world one of the greatest nations in the world, the most powerful nation in the world. He was the president, yeah. And you're just a MIT student with a online internet social network, yeah. And you have the power to silence a president.
Yeah, that's
You
pretty
ban
crazy.
him. You remove him from this social platform, which actually is registered officially. Yeah, it is bound to commercial law, and when you register a company, you have to obey the country's laws. It's a public service, so
it's a public
you
service, and we
you
have the
can
freedom of speech.
you cannot just choose who you want to have in your network, or you don't. You know, when you do such a public service, everyone is entitled to come and sign up in your network. Yeah, because they have a sign up page for everyone. If you want to create your online social network private, then yeah, you go person to person and you ask those people, convince them, yeah, to sign up in your network, and you have that small bubble network which you create for yourself with the members of your choice. But when you make a sign up page, yeah, which is exposed to the whole public, everyone can see and can access and sign up, then you cannot uh, choose who you want to have and you don't. That's discrimination.
Yeah, and Twitter was not set up that way. It was set up for everybody. That's how it was set up, and
Yeah,
I
yeah,
agree with you 100%.
yeah.
It's
So,
not right
yeah,
that they should censor anything unless, like you
yeah,
said, it's
yeah.
criminal activity or something.
Yeah, if
You
it's
know,
a criminal activity, something, yeah, really serious, yeah, then that account, you deactivate that account, you ban those people, you do the stuff. But you also sue them, bring them in a trial and punish them,
I was
you
gonna
know.
say if it is a criminal activity, it should go through
Yeah,
the same guidelines as any other
yeah,
law. It shouldn't just be you get banned from
yes.
Twitter. You should
Mm,
be persecuted and go
yeah.
through a trial to be proven whether or not you are literally breaking any law.
Well, in the beginning, like 10 years ago, you saw in the news media how Facebook helped police investigators to provide with evidence for their crimes, yeah, and Twitter and whatever net social platforms. That's how they arrived, you know. Oh, this is Facebook is this social platform where we can join and we share information and knowledge, and we help bettering our community, our villages, our cities, whatever, we fight crime, we fight discrimination and whatever. But then, yeah, once they seduced all the people to join, now I'm choosing exclusively which people I want to keep and which the ones I want to silence and just remove. Yeah. Whether they are committing a crime or not, despite that.
Well, and that's why I
So,
said I think
yeah.
that's a very slippery slope of them deciding who's committing a crime and who's not, because a lot of the things that they consider a crime is just somebody's personal opinion. That we're talking about opinions. We're not talking about laws being broke. We're talking about, well, that goes against my opinion. So they, that's a slippery slope of, that's why I said.
And one more thing, you see, on a Facebook or on Twitter, if I have activity on Twitter, it means that I make comments to a lot of stuff. That is my own intellectual property. Now, the owner of Twitter, on Facebook, I upload images, pictures that I make. It's my own intellectual property. Now, Mark Zuckerberg decides to close my account, because he doesn't like my face, and I lose everything, all that information, which I struggled for years to create it. I took picture every day, I uploaded it, so I built a database with thousands of pictures. And now, in one click of a button, Mark Zuckerberg deletes all that, without asking me, hey, you should download all your information because I decided to close your account, and you have 3 or 4 days, 1 week to download, save all that information that is yours, and then have your account closed. No, they don't do that. They just simply close it without any notification, or actually they send you the notification, but right in that millisecond, your account is also deactivated. And guess what? PayPal was doing the same thing. And in PayPal, it's not just pictures which don't have, they're not only sentimental value. In PayPal, you have money. And now, just because Elon Musk doesn't like your face, he's going to close your PayPal account and your money are blocked. They give you a message that it's blocked, and they put you through a process to get those money out, which is so complicated and hard to do, that you're never gonna get back those money. But when the governmental IRS asks PayPal, okay, I see that
Oh yeah, they're
in this
gonna want you to
account,
claim it.
I see that in your account you have $100 million, which are unaccounted. And Elon Musk says, oh, well, those are the money from the accounts, suspicious accounts, which are frozen. We are not using those money. Those money will be returned to their owner when they solve their issue with us. And how do we know that Elon Musk didn't took those money or not?
You don't, but you still got to pay taxes on that money.
Yeah.
And listen, this is why I've never had a Twitter account. I deleted my Facebook like 10 years ago. I haven't had a checking or a banking account in like 15 years. I don't have any credit cards. I've never had a credit card. I don't work like most people because I just don't want to be subjected to just exactly what you just said. I don't want all my stuff to disappear. So all of my stuff is literally in my hands, if you will,
But are you hired?
Yeah.
And you get your paycheck, like cash? You get paid in cash money, or?
No, my husband, he works a full-time job, and he gets
Yeah.
paid with a check, but he cashes it at the bank that the check come from.
Oh,
So he
yeah,
doesn't
that's
have to bank there. He just cashes it at the bank it comes from. And as soon as he
yeah.
gets paid, he cashes it, has
In
cash.
Europe, in Europe, we can't do that. You need to have a bank account where they wire transfer your money, your pay, your
Yeah, see,
salary.
I
Yeah.
I last last year I worked for Dollar General for about 6 months, and they
Yeah.
did that. But I still didn't have a bank account. They gave me
Mhm.
a pay card, and when I got paid, they put it on that card. That's the only card I've ever
Oh,
had.
yeah, yeah.
And
Okay.
as soon as I got that money got on my card, I went to the ATM and took all the money out of it.
Yeah.
Because I didn't like the idea of my money being
Held
in
by
the
an entity, yeah, which
I didn't
it's a
like the
rob.
idea of my money being in a something that was not in my hands.
Yeah.
So I would just go pull everything out immediately.
Yeah.
And I did that for 6 months, and and then I put my 2 weeks in and told them to shove it, because working for Dollar General was the worst job I've ever had in my life.
Yeah, now pretty much everywhere you get hired, it's a shitty job.
Yeah, I mean, because I understand that they pay the least amount they can pay, and they want the most amount of work they can get from you. I get that. That's just entrepreneurship. I understand that. But I can make way more money on my own with individuals, with my set skills, and do my own thing. And
Yeah.
it's just way easier for me to do what. And I'm not like a whore or nothing.
Yeah.
I'm not that kind of skills girl. I'm talking about, like I like to do yard work or housework and stuff like that.
Mhm.
And people pay good for that kind of stuff. So that's what I do.
Well, you can still do it, but in the coming future, it won't be possible to do such things anymore. Because when people will have to make a payment, it will have to be electronic, regulated by machines.
Oh yeah, those people will have to pay me in groceries and
Yeah.
stuff. That'll be that, and they will and all of the people I work for.
Oh, don't worry. All the products and even the seeds we produce in agriculture, they will have barcodes, and everything will be registered. And if you get caught with a grain of rice, which you don't have a receipt for it, yeah, a way to prove electronically that you actually bought it, it will be considered theft.
Unless I can prove that the person that bought it gave it to me.
Yeah, well, this giving won't be legal.
That's
You
really
can't.
super far.
Yeah,
That's super far-fetched
yeah,
in the future, for especially here
yeah,
in
yeah,
Texas. They're not
yeah.
going to go for that kind of crap here in Texas, because even still today, people are very into bartering. Bartering
Well,
is a huge thing here
we
still.
just took the first steps towards this kind of society, and it will take about 20 years to. Every year is going to be enforced more and more gradually.
Oh,
It won't
I know,
be
man.
happening overnight. Yeah.
I know, because like they're literally, like you said, putting their it's like nanotechnology barcoding crops. And that way they can track them. If there's an outbreak, they know exactly where it come from. They're putting this system in place under the health guidelines. Otherwise, people would, if they said it was for tracking it so they could tell if you're bartering or not, people wouldn't go for that shit. So they're putting it under the guise of for your own health. You know, they always use health as a way to bring in.
And you know what? Let me
Something
tell
like
you
that
one
shit.
funny thing. Let me tell you one very funny thing. When you eat rice, which has been sprayed with some nanometric crystals, which make that barcode, which machines with lasers, they read it and they record it in a database. Now, we eat that rice, and those nanocrystals, they will come out from the body. So what will come out can also be read, and they see that you have eat the
At the
certain
water
stuff.
plant, they're like, hey, we sold this rice over here to this person that lives over here, but now it's coming out of the toilet over here and this and that. Yeah, I know. Man, I know. This is
It's
this is
crazy.
crazy. And most people have no clue what all this shit is. Most people are actually, a lot of your average people think this is a good thing because they're like, well, it'll be a really early detection of, you know, if we have an E. coli breakout in some lettuce over here, you know, so they can shut that down and do away with that lettuce. This is not what that's about. This is not about health at all.
Yeah. So the doctor now becomes like the big policeman. When you go to the doctor for a medical exam, he's gonna see that you ate something which was bought by someone else. You know?
Well,
and he's
how
gonna
are
ask
they
you,
going to explain?
how did you
Do
get
people
to eat? Yeah.
do people not go over and eat at other people's houses in this dystopian future you're talking about?
Yeah.
I mean, I really don't see how they could actually
Well, if you eat
enforce
someone else's
this.
ratios, that's like stealing. You know? Yeah.
Oh, man, this, like you said, this is pretty far in the future, but I can totally see it happening. I can, but I promise you, where I live, it's not going to happen peacefully at all.
It will. This will.
No, I don't know. I don't know where. What's his? Vault. Where are you from? But if you live in America, Texas is not going to let nothing like that go down with ease.
Like what? I'm sorry. I was lightly listening.
Like not letting me eat my neighbor's food because it's their ration, and they're going to throw me in jail because if I eat somebody else's food, or somebody's.
No, they'll secede from the union before that happens.
Texas is going to go down with the fight when that kind of shit breaks down. I'm just saying, it's not going to.
The Texas Constitution has a clause of secession in it. Upon any reason or for any reason.
Any reason they can secede.
Yeah, they will secede.
And if they try to force that on us even after we secede, it will be a fight. It will be a fight.
But Texas is the only state in the union to have its own military, so.
Does Bill Gates own any land in Texas?
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. But
agricultural land.
If he does, the people will just. If he comes over there and tries to do any of his shit, they'll just shoot him. They will.
Well, you see, this thing, it's actually.
I don't
Texas
think
is
he
one of the
actually
places
owns.
where they start doing this thing.
I actually don't think Bill Gates owned any land in Texas because I've looked at where And I remember thinking, well, at least he don't own any land in Texas. I'm pretty sure he owns no land in Texas, but.
Well, what do you think about like what do you think about the wildlife reserves? Like, don't you notice within a number of the states that exist, internationally and domestically, don't you notice that like they carve out a portion of the land that's wildlife, air quotes, wildlife reserve? What they do is like they concentrate people because it's like they're way easier to control when they're concentrated. If people were spread out, and you had to drive an hour and a half or 3 hours just to fucking discipline someone. You're really not going to remember. You're going to miss the crime that's going on across the state because you had to drive so far. So they concentrate people on purpose.
In Texas, they have what's called aquifer recharge zones, where you're not allowed to build or have anything. And
allegedly,
that's kind of like the wildlife reserve of Texas.
It's bullshit. It's bullshit. Yo, China, if you look at China fucks people the worst. There's so much available land in China, but they hyper condense people in China. Like they do it to such an extreme extent, it's like mind blowing. You're like, why don't you just go out into the country and like build a house? Like you won't have to be dealing with all this bullshit.
Yeah,
but,
you won't have to live in a 4x4
Exactly,
they literally live in like a box. Like,
well, that's what
but they
Tibet
don't
tried
get
to do.
it.
Look what happened to them.
They don't see it because they remember you have to earn money to survive, right? So it's like if you pull yourself out, you better have a supreme operating mind and a fast internet connection and be able to produce from a remote location. Now that's extremely hard to do. That's why most people don't do it because they haven't figured out how to do it yet. But I think as time goes. I mean, cocaine fields? What is that? What does cocaine fields have to do with having a hyperactive, intelligent mind?
I thought you meant produce at a high rate.
Produce ideas. Produce ideas.
Not even necessarily ideas. Just you've got to have the wits and knowledge about you. If you go, because literally, if a person maybe goes out into the wilderness and just sets them up a little something, and gardens and permacultures, whatever, maybe they can make it, and never be noticed.
Yeah, we used to have words or names for those. They were called recluses.
Yeah, the recluses. Yeah, well said. But remember, that's probably why they termed that phrase in the first place. To be honest, like you're gonna find your most like think about the monks that like go out into the mountains to be by themselves. You think the monks are stupid? You think people become monks because they're stupid? No, they're not stupid. They realize if they're able to pull themselves away from society, they get to find themselves. They get to feel the best that they could possibly feel. You know what I mean? Because like they're amongst nature, they have no stress, they have no like, pressures upon them to pay bills. There's none of that. So like, even though I have not gone to the monastery myself, I can at least observe someone that does it. I'm like, well, what benefit does he glean? Oh, pure peace of mind. Now, how do I find my peace of mind and still live in the middle of New York City? That was my question.
Yeah, that's
How do you do both? How do you do both?
No,
I
that's
have a question for you, and
hit me with it.
I may not be able to even say. I don't know if it's okay to say Ruby Ridge. Is that okay to say?
Ruby Ridge? I don't know what that is.
Well, you should look it up because it's kind of
Ruby Ridge.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll look it up. Hold on one second. I'll look it up. Ruby Ridge. I don't know. I have no clue what you're talking about. I promise you. I'm not even faking.
Ruby Ridge basically is a family that kind of tried to do what I'm talking about.
Okay.
And they were killed by the FBI.
And the ATF and, all the alphabet, people. Literally.
They said they had too many guns.
Yeah, I think technically they broke it down to they had a shotgun that was too short.
Okay. So it says Ruby Ridge was the site of an 11-day siege in 1992 in Boundary County, Idaho, near Naples. It began on August 21st, where deputies of the United States Marshal Service initiated action to apprehend and arrest Randy Weaver under a breach warrant after his failure to appear on firearms charges. Yeah, remember, the court system is never like pegged to be on your side in the first place. Remember, the court system is meant to keep the system going. So anybody that would challenge or go against or present a threat to the establishment as it currently exists will always come under fire and come under trial.
Okay,
now,
but listen.
even if you are right logically, you're always going to lose that debate in court because you have to lose that debate in court for the system to stand.
Can you imagine? Can
It's
you
a losing
imagine?
situation.
Can you imagine any egregious thing that this family may have done to where, okay, they shoot their dog, their 14-year-old son runs out to the dog, they shoot the 14-year-old boy, the mother comes to the door, literally holding her newborn baby, they shoot her, kill her, baby drops to the ground. Okay, this was our government to American citizens.
But most people don't understand. Like, the human mind is fickle. Should you like point their minds in a different direction after a treacherous incident like that, they're like lemmings and sheep. Like, their mind will literally get pulled to the next new thing. That's why the news is so powerful and so destructive, because like they can take you from like Black Lives Matter to the war in the Ukraine to like the political drama. Like, they can literally just keep pumping this shit into your ears where you literally don't even realize you didn't even give a fuck about the topic that you gave a fuck about 2 days ago. Now you're on to the next thing that you give so many fucks about for another day, and then another thing that they pumped into your ears that you give a fuck for another week, and they don't even realize it's been going on for so long that you don't even know that you don't give a fuck about any of it. There was no emotional connection.
That's not everybody, but that is your general person.
No, I agree. It's not everybody, but it's your general person. I agree. Well said. Thank you for correcting me.
Because I remember hearing about Ruby Ridge, but I don't remember it exactly. And I remember looking it up later in life. But I grew up in Texas. I remember Waco was on my TV 24/7, and I never forgot about Waco. And I never thought whatever happened there was right, no matter what those people believed. I didn't care because they can believe whatever the hell they want. I always thought Waco was a horrid.
So obviously, I've heard about Waco, and I've looked it up, and I remember I digested the story maybe 10 years ago or so, but the details are fleeting my mind. Like, could you just just remind me just a Cliff Note version of like what happened in Waco?
Okay, Cliff Note version.
Yeah.
Cliff Note version. David Koresh, they say he's claimed to be Christ or something.
Yes, I remember that.
And he had all these people following him. They went to a lot of gun shows, bought guns legally. They had tons of guns and ammo. It was all legally purchased through the right. It was all legal. And they had a ton of people living at the compound. I don't really know what set the government off, except for possibly they're just like, these people are crazy and they have too many guns. Okay.
I see it now. So I had this conversation with another gentleman on the server, and it was Battlemod actually. Me and Battlemod agreed on a very specific point. We started to realize the structure of society and the fact that should men just breed as they were intended to breed, what would happen is we would breed large families. And what would happen is, should we train our families and not take shit? What happens is, like, if I've got 30 kids, 40 kids from like 5 or 6 or 7 wives, and my neighbor has 40 kids, 50 kids, and remember, think about an entire
That means
neighborhood.
nobody's going to screw with each other. You're going to keep
No one's going to screw. No, of course we're not going to screw with each other, because remember, should you all teach your kids how to shoot from like 5 years old, and you have an arsenal within your house, not only are they not going to step foot on your land, Number two, the police that environment. No, not only
They're not going to
I
come
like
into your
I like
area.
no, you're not gonna you wouldn't dare. My kids don't fuck with you. My kids fuck with me. I feed them. They don't bite the hand that feeds them. We're animals at the end of the day. So me and Badama was like, should strong families be built and the strong families build neighborhoods and those neighborhoods be fenced off? Police know better than to walk there with any type of attitude. That's why they're killing our babies. That's why they do not want people to marry and breed.
Because there's no family.
There's no protection in singularity. There's no protection in singularity. There's protection in groups.
Now,
and
see,
if
listen.
your fam blood is thicker than water. My son will kill for me quicker than he'll kill for you, Dick.
When me and my family just recently had a get together, there was 46 of us.
46, yeah, that's a nice number.
That's just my mom and dad's children and their children. Okay,
like it's a nice number though.
46 people got together, and we weren't even all there. A couple of husbands were missing, a couple of grandkids were missing, so we weren't even all there. I got a big family, and my mom and dad have a
family. Huge family. So like I understand the power of a huge family. Now most of my family, I'm not gonna lie, which breaks my heart at the end of the day because I'm on this server, so I know better. They've all digested the narrative. So they're all mentally slaves. They're all lost.
Mine have not completely. A lot of them are here, there, and yonder. You know, I'm not gonna. But none of them are like. Most of them, I would say, if not all. I don't think one of them has got the jabby jab. They're very questionable about that. My whole family's been very questionable about that sort of thing as long as I've been alive. So
yeah, this makes sense though. Like if I feel amazing today, I go outside, breathe in fresh air, like I feel good. I wake up in the morning, my dick's fucking stand up at attention. Like I don't need anybody to tell me to shove some shit in my arm. Like I feel amazing today. Like I need no help in terms of just existing. Like I don't know what's in the jab, and like when I start to research the doctors to tell you all of the different compounds that are technically available in these vaccines, and I'm like, well, all right, well, Jerry, look at each individual ingredient and say like, hey, what is the effect on the human body? And I'm like, oh, detrimental. I'm like, well, it doesn't really take me too long. Like, well, I'm good. I don't really need it. I'm gonna forego it. It doesn't take me too long to figure that out. But I realize most people aren't even willing to look through the requisite research to figure out, is it beneficial or detrimental to you, Dick? And like, I almost want to scream it at them, but I was like, they're not going to hear me anyways.
Guys,
I know they won't.
Guys,
wait, you don't believe that?
You're getting too close to the stuff we're not supposed to talk about.
Oh yeah, I forgot.
but when it comes,
I forgot. I'm sorry. It's my fault. I apologize.
When it comes to politics, though, my family are very into politics, and when it comes to flat Earth, they think I'm a nutball. So
oh for sure.
So they're definitely not awake to a lot of stuff. They do recognize the government is not your friend. They can't see
the flat Earth is too much for them.
Picture. No,
they can't see the big picture. I understand. Yeah. Oh my. Yeah. I've only told a small sect of my family about the flat Earth.
Oh,
you know what I mean? Because I realized I realized I parsed them out. I literally observe their level of intellect as they present their intellect to me, and I'm just like, you're not smart enough to catch this, so I'm not going to waste my breath on you.
I leave it to all of them, and I have
no. You can't. You're gonna shoot yourself in the foot.
We get together. We literally all get together at the same time, and my cousin, he's got a little girl.
He's passionate.
She's like maybe 9 now, but when she was like 4 years old, she was right there listening to me talk to her daddy about flat Earth, and I would say it was like 3 years ago. So it was like she was like 7 maybe. She gave me a rock. She was like, Shanna, I found this rock in the river. And it was like kind of a flat rock, like one you could skip across the tank real good,
the smooth ones.
And but it was blotchy, like it had different spots all around it. And she said she saved it for me because it reminded her of me because it looked like flat Earth.
Okay.
Which I thought was cool because she was 4 when I told her daddy about that stuff. And
yeah, but
now,
it's one of those things. It's like, like there's so much information because remember, like we're like I do believe like we've already transcended actually from like a physical war where people like die by bullets, and that still happens because remember there's still people that are afraid of that. But I think people should be more afraid of like the mental war that's going on. The mental war, the war for your mind and what you think and your beliefs and your ideas and how you think and how you focus your attention, that is the real war going on. And it's not a nation by nation war. This is a global war for your fucking ability to think clearly. And the thing is, I think we're like the last bastion for like intellectual clear thought. And think about how few of the population we are to be able to think clearly and be like, oh, that doesn't make sense. I got a question. Because, like, I'd be in class and, like, I'd be the first to be like, my hand would shoot straight up. And the teacher would be like, fuck, this guy's going to crush me, right? And I'm like, yeah, I'm going to crush you. Because I only raise my hand when I know I'm right. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not one of those kids just raise his hand, like, ask questions all day. I'm like, no. I raise my hand when I know I'm right. And the whole class is like, ooh, that makes sense. I'm like, yeah, I know it makes sense, Dick. That's why I asked the question. To catch you fuckers up. And the teacher knows if my hand goes up, you're fucked.
So Vagabond, what I thought was really cool is that she remembered that for that long, and
that's nice.
And it gives me a little bit of hope that she retained that information.
And this is your niece?
Basically, she's my cousin's, which my cousin is my cousin's daughter.
Cousin's daughter. Got it. But remember, you can't force that on your cousin's daughter because remember, if your cousin has a different perspective, it's going to be a conflict within the house as well. Remember, this is a lonely road. Let's be honest. This is a very lonely road that we're walking.
Her mama was right there when she gave me the rock, and her mom and dad were homeschooling her, and her brother was like 2 years older. And
I know.
And
I was like,
I was like, hey, that's really cool, Harper, that you remembered that. And I said, now your mama's not teaching you that the Earth's flat. And she was like, no. And I was like, okay, well, but what do you think it is? She's like, I think it's a kitty cat.
A kitty cat? It's not a viable answer. It's not a viable answer.
Anyway, I just
kitty
thought
cat
it was.
It's not one of the 4 choices. Kitty cat. Kitty cat's not an option here.
She was only 7, so
I understand, but it's like I would hate for you to to breed discord within funny we're on Discord, but it's like to breed resentment or like contention within your family because you're trying to push upon them a truth that their mind is not ready to accept at that moment. So I would say I'm not telling anybody what to do, but I would try to say this much: the Socratic approach to things is so beneficial because what happens is that you're never telling anybody anything, but you're just asking very strategically placed questions.
Right.
And see, I would start with
overhear a conversation between me and her dad.
Of course. Yet, I'm not judging. I'm just trying to say me having a very stubborn family, I'm like, yo, Jerry, just do this Socratically. And let them paint themselves into a corner where they cannot answer the why question. But just go back to 5-year-old state. Well, why? And then they're going to run out of answers eventually. Most people don't understand. They're going to run out of answers. And then you fill in the answers that they can't fill in because you already know the answer. It's a way more powerful position because you already You already burnt through their brain. Their brain is already toast. You already told me you don't know the answer, and I'm going to tell you the answer now. Now you got to think about whether my answer is right or wrong. And then you can ask them why if they try to refute that. But it's so much more powerful because like you force them to think, which most people don't want to do because thinking is hard. Thinking takes brain cells, it takes energy, it takes focus. Most people don't want to think. Force them to think by asking why.
Most people don't want to think, to be honest. Like
They don't want to think. I know.
They'd rather just go through life meanderly.
Yeah,
but that is
zombies.
something beautiful about my family is they are thinkers. I come from a family of thinkers.
Nice.
I've told y'all many times. My dad is a freaking genius. He's got a couple of patents on some stuff that's pretty wild. And even though, like I told you, they think I'm the crazy person in the family.
That's gonna happen, of course. I've never met you
but at the
before. What is
same
your
time,
name?
Shanna.
What is your name? Shanna? I've never met you before, Shanna. Nice to meet you, Shanna.
I've never met you before. It's very nice to meet you.
Very nice to meet you, my love.
Even though I'm the crazy person in the family,
You're not clearly you're not crazy. Obviously, I'm not crazy, so we're in the same room.
They actually don't think I'm crazy. They like
Do
my
you
mom.
think you're crazy?
No, and
Exactly.
they actually don't think I'm crazy either because they glean a lot of information from me. Like right now, I'm helping my mom plant her garden and get stuff going because I'm good at it and she knows I am. So, because I do all the good stuff to help the plant. I got a super green thumb. Super green.
Is you're detail oriented, Shanna. Detail oriented.
We're all good at something in my family. My sister's really super good at numbers. She's a number cruncher. My dad is he's just good at everything. Super good at everything. But he just can't get over the whole ball thing. And I listen, him and my mom got married in 1969,
Okay.
They watched
when was the whole they watched the space
they got married in July, at the beginning of July. They watched the whole thing, you know what I mean?
So their brains are fucked. Their brains are fucked. Yeah. Their
Yeah,
brains are
I
fucked.
know.
And remember, they had the whole ticker tape parade and shit. Like, think about the emotional tie to that. You know what I mean? Like, I remember I wasn't there during that time, but I can imagine, should I have been in that time? The media's pounding. We're competing with Russia, and we won. And we're the shit. How can you
compete with that indoctrination?
How can you compete with that indoctrination? Exactly. Well said. Well said. You nailed it. How can you compete with that? You can't. You can't. Hence the Socratic method. You have to ask questions.
And I've literally said to my dads a couple of times, I'm like, "You're so freaking smart. How can you be so stupid?"
Hey Shanna,
And
let
that's
me tell
just
you
in
what
the
you
heart of the moment of conversation,
Shanna, I understand completely. I promise you. I've said this before. But I would say to you, Shanna, I was like, what I think you need to start to observe is the fact that when someone's pushing back on accepting new information, it's not that they don't want to know more. Everyone wants to know more because you remember, think about that aha feeling when you figured out some shit you didn't know before. You're like, wow, I feel better. I've had that aha feeling hundreds of times now. Obviously, I'm in the fucking flat earth server. So it's I'm trying to say is that feeling feels good. If you can get people to reconnect with that feeling state, then you don't have to sell it anymore. Now, the best way to do that is to make them figure it out on their own. Because you can't tell them. What I do, I grew up in the projects and I realized I was surrounded by a lot of I'll be very honest. I'm in the server. My friends aren't here. I was surrounded by a lot of dumb kids. I mean, dumb.
Yeah.
So if I'm around a lot of dumb kids and I have to explain something complex to a dumb kid, I never tell the dumb kid what he needs to know. No, I would never. And I've been doing this my whole life. What I realized is I would literally furrow my brow and scratch my head and I would act like I'm the dumb kid. Remember, I'm not the dumb kid. But if I act like I'm dumber than you and I make you explain it to me, but I ask hard questions in the process, remember, you don't feel uncomfortable because you think you're explaining something complex to me. I'm the smart kid
I
here.
get it. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Okay. I'm trying to tell you that method works very well. It was like dumb kids can never see it coming because you're smart, but you have to really like play the dumb role well. You have to really like.
Yeah.
You gotta
because
really like act
after
it
you
out.
play
Like
that really
scratch.
well,
I mean,
you
like
just
scratch your head.
you leave them
You gotta really
scratching their head. Like
I mean, like drop your shoulders, like bow your head, like scratch your head, like really look confused. I mean, like really sell it. Like
but you're gonna leave them. You're gonna leave them in that position, literally.
yes,
And
exactly.
that's a good position to be in. That's actually a wonderful spot to be in because
Because at
now
least they're thinking.
that's right. At least they're freaking thinking.
Exactly. Because you have to think to answer questions. You can't answer questions without thinking.
Yeah, I've got my niece. My niece, she's like 24, and I've got my niece kind of there. She's like, 'cause she likes to call me, and I call her sometimes just to see if she's lonely because her husband works the night shift, and she's a hairdresser. So I'll call her in the evening sometimes to keep her company, and she starts asking me questions about conspiracy theories because her husband's kind of into that kind of thing, and we'll go off on tangents and stuff, and sometimes we'll come back to flat earth, but she's very into at least asking questions about it.
But that's fair. Like that's a sign. That's a sign of extreme intellect. Somebody that asks a lot of questions, like that's a curious mind. A curious mind, and I'm not trying to get biblical or whatever, but like, I grew up in the Catholic Church, but I remember that phrase that they had, pounded into my head, like, seek. What was it? Should you, seek and you. Should you seek an answer? Seek and ye shall find. Exactly. That's what I was looking for. Seek and ye shall find. That shows you how long I have not been in church. Seek and ye shall find.
I
And I
haven't been to
realized that
church
wasn't
in 5
true.
years, man.
But you reminded me of the statement I was looking for. Seek and ye shall find. And I realized that is a powerful statement because should you just be a seeker and just be curious, even if you don't know the answer, should you just keep seeking the answer, you will find the right answer. Because the right answer also comes with the right results.
And any question you can ask, generally, I would say, there is an answer out there. If you really diligently seek it, you're gonna find an answer.
I agree.
And that I'm talking for any kind of question. Like it might take you to the day you die.
But should you just keep seeking, you will find the answer.
Right, and I full-heartedly believe that is a great teaching. And
me too.
My husband, that's where he started, because he's the one who woke me up. He started with like he was really puzzled by like JFK, and
Sure.
he started.
Yeah.
I
studied that a little bit, but like I realized there was so many fucking rabbit holes around that I was like, all right, Jerry, study the top tier, second tier, and third tier level, and then let it go. Like you're not gonna figure this out.
I would say he probably was doing that for about, I don't know, 3 to 6 months, but then that got him to the moon landing thing, and then he was like, we never went to the moon. And then, that led down a couple of different tangent rabbit holes, and then flat earth. And I was listening to him watch all this stuff the whole time. And then one day he came to me because I am a biblical person, believing. And he was like, baby, I know you think I've been watching all this crazy stuff and this and that for like a year, And I was like, yeah, I don't care. What you do whatever you want, it's your time, your freedom. I literally didn't care. He could do, I didn't care. I didn't think one way or another about him. I didn't judge him. I was like, if you want to believe that, that's cool. But he asked me to read Genesis 1 again without thinking about anything I've been taught. And immediately, I'm not kidding you. Immediately, me not even into any kind of conspiracies or anything, I was like, dang, the earth is not a ball immediately.
Exactly.
And I had quite a bit to drink that night, and I made him.
That's okay. Well, luckily I'm not judgmental. I'm not judgmental.
I made him load me up in the car. I was like, I gotta go talk to my daddy right now.
He had to load you in the car. Like, I'm picturing that. He had to literally pick your legs up and your arms up, put you in the seat.
No, I loaded myself up, but I was like, you gotta take me to my. I was like, you gotta take me to my daddy's, and he was like, baby, are you sure you want to do this right now? And I was like,
She's like,
me.
yes.
Because he's not going to tell me no. I was like, no, you're taking me to my daddy
right now. It's in the Bible. Let me shred it today. Oh, it's fresh.
And this conversation did not go well with my dad. Because my mom and dad, they're like, they go to bed like 9 o'clock at night, and we're talking. We didn't get over there till 9:30. We didn't get over there till 9:30. I'm drunk. I'm like, listen, Dad.
You spill your strawberry daiquiri all over the ground?
That's hilarious. So you rolled up.
I didn't spill my strawberry daiquiri tonight.
So you rolled up to your Christian parents' house, fucking drunk, probably high, past their bedtime to set them straight, did you?
Yeah, totally. It was really, really bad.
Okay, yeah. A little aggressive, I would say. A little aggressive.
and I was bawling.
What I would have done to have been a fly on the wall in there.
I was bawling halfway through this conversation, like bawling, not
like a roly
crying. Like I was.
Hold it. You didn't even hold your line. I was like, focus. You had something important to say. You folded.
I was.
No tears allowed. No crying. There's no crying in baseball. No crying in baseball.
I was crying with anger that my dad did not understand what I understood. Because I was like, you're way smarter than me. How do you not
should have spoke to him in English, Shanna.
There's no crying in baseball. No crying in baseball. You fucked it up. Because once the tears were shed, he was like, she's clearly dealing with something. She clearly can't speak to me rationally and logically. No, you always have to go there with the supreme confidence, supreme comfortability. Sit back in your chair, cross your legs, lean back, and like puff your fucking cigar and start shredding. Don't ever fucking cry.
You're talking. I was like, I literally.
And metaphorically.
Brand new to me. I was a baby. I
understand. I understand. Listen, I learned this the hard way.
It hit me so emotionally. Yeah. Trust me, I learned the hard way. Okay.
Literally.
Yeah. Yeah.
But it hit me so emotionally, and still to this day, I'm very emotional about it because I do feel it's very important, but I do understand there's other things that are important as well. But
I'll share
the
statement. Yeah, but I'll share the statement that I picked up, and like it was just random that I caught this and like I latched onto it so strongly. But it was this one rapper that I liked the most when I was growing up, and I was like 14 or 15. He had this one line within this one song. He said, "Emotion conflicts with intelligence and common sense." And I was like, "Whoa!" I was like, "That's a powerful line." And I thought about myself, and I was like, "Wow, my emotions do conflict with my intelligence and my common sense." Because when I'm emotional and I'm reactive, it's like I'm like scorched earth. But when I sit down and I think, I'm like, well, Jerry, what's the best position for yourself to put yourself in? Like, which direction do you actually want to go in? Where are you trying to go? What are you trying to do? That takes more thought and planning and direction. But my emotions are just like a fire that burns out of control. It's like there's no control there. So I was like, when he said that shit, I was like, fuck. I was like, he's right and I'm wrong, and I was emotional. So I had to eat myself, I had to like digest the fact all the times that I was fucking off the handle with no logic, no fucking reason, just like trying to spout what I feel. No. Reason and logic always wins.
Well,
emotion always gets refuted.
I don't bring it up anymore unless
why not?
unless if they bring it up, then
They're
I
not
bring
gonna. They're not
no,
gonna.
they do almost every time we get
Do they?
together.
Do
Yeah,
they? Oh, that's
almost
nice.
every time we get together, somebody brings it up, and
Do
it's
they?
usually yeah, and it's
That's
usually
good then.
though
That's good.
it's usually somebody making a joke about something, to punch
I
at me.
see.
But that opens the
See, but
door.
look,
I'm
but
like,
look.
but
Now,
listen,
now
that
you're the
just means
butt of
it's
the
on their
joke.
mind.
No. But like you're the smart one in the room. Do not ever let them make you the butt of a joke. Shred them.
I do.
Shred them.
I do. I'm
Shred
like,
them.
What rapper
Don't
said that,
ever
bro?
let them.
when
Hey,
they make me the butt of a joke, I actually make the joke.
Cormega.
Cormega?
Cormega.
Oh, Cormega. Okay.
Who is that? You're funny.
He's from Queensbridge. He grew up where Nas grew up. But he was like, I'll say this much.
Who's
You know
that?
how
You're funny?
Nas. Okay?
Wait.
Do you know Nas?
Yeah.
So if you know Nas, Cormega is actually Queensbridge's favorite rapper. Nas got famous. Cormega never made it. But
Is that a
Cormega
one
was
word or 2 words?
one word.
Oh, okay.
Cormega. He was the person that
Okay.
everybody actually loved the most. They expected to win, but he wouldn't sell out. Nas made more money because he did what he had to do, but
Because he sold out.
Cormega
what
would
he had to
not
do.
sell out.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
I'm a fan of Cormega more than Nas.
Cool. All right. He's your favorite rapper's favorite rapper.
Exactly. He's my favorite. He literally is everybody's favorite rapper. That's a rapper.
Yeah,
Cormega doesn't fucking lie. He never lies. He always tells the truth.
All right. I'm gonna have to check him out.
Yeah, he's good. You should listen to Testament. That's one of my favorite songs from him. It's a song called Testament.
Okay, for sure. I'll have to check it out. I'm always checking out different rappers all the time.
Trust me, it'll crack your head wide open. He paints a very vivid picture.
Yeah.
I think EMF, the song "Unbelievable," I think that one has real potential.
Say it again.
That song, the things you say, you're unbelievable. Oh, like that. That thing has potential.
Yeah.
About
that. Yeah. Okay. I'm just playing.
The things you claim.
You're unbelievable.
So, Hannah, have you given your son any food for thought?
Throw it on the bot.
Have I done what?
Have you given your son any literal food for thought lately?
Lately?
Lately meaning like within the past, 2 weeks since we last talked, 3 weeks. You said he doesn't eat and he's happy, and you want to talk to him about flat Earth. I said give him some literal food for thought.
Well, the last time I was over there, we planted 2 tomato plants and like 4 bean plants, and just
Hey guys,
had
I hate to cut off the conversation, but I'm gonna unmute Matthew Learns because we've been talking to him this whole time.
No, that's cool. Thank you.
Bullshit. All right, Matthew.
Yeah, I'd be happy to answer questions. But
No. You said it's an explanation. You said it's an explanation.
That's the opening statement.
What's up, Matthew? How's it going, brother?
Hey, how's it going?
Chilling, man. How's the night going?
Happy Tuesday to all you guys. It's going well.
Happy Tuesday, brother. What you been up to today?
I'm trying to
hung out with
have
some
a
friends for
conversation.
lunch, working, reading.
Matthew, you said it. You said it's an explanation. I asked you very specifically. Do you have any evidence that the Earth shadow, or that is the Earth shadow, or is it pure speculation? You said it's an explanation.
No, that's a good question. Generally, with observations like that, everything is pure speculation, and then you make a guess, and then you say, "Oh, well, if it's the Earth's shadow, what would we expect?" And kind of see if a certain model or explanation kind of.
So so you're begging the question.
No, it's like if you don't have
you're
any...
begging the question. The question is
Matt, you sound really sketchy, bro. Come on, man. Solid, bro.
Helio.
Yeah, Matthew, Explain.
Stand up. I mean, with spine, bro.
Guys,
Stand
do
up with
not
your
jump.
spine.
All right. You can't scream at each other to make the conversation flow. Helio, you can't scream at people to make the conversation flow.
I would love to
Give him
hear
some runway.
Matthew.
Give him some runway. Like, let him, like, get it out. Like, don't worry. He's going to come full circle. I got faith in Matthew. Don't
Yeah,
worry.
I will mute
Matthew.
you too. I'll mute every single one of you. I really don't care.
I'm really looking forward to Matthew's explanation.
Shut up, please. Matthew, that is a begging the question fallacy. You are assuming the shape before you look at the evidence. Before your observation, you're assuming the shape and saying, "Well, if it's a globe, then I guess we'll see this." It's a begging the question fallacy. I asked you for evidence, any evidence whatsoever, that the Earth is a globe. You gave me a guess on an observation with a begging the question.
The shadow of the Earth appears to be circular.
No, you don't know that that's the shadow of the Earth. I asked you for evidence of that. You couldn't give me it. You said it's a guess.
Yeah. So
you're
there's
begging the question.
Something happened to the moon.
Listen. I asked you very specifically for any evidence of your claim that the Earth is a globe. You said, I see more evidence that the Earth is a globe than it's flat. I asked you for any evidence, and your only evidence is a begging the question fallacy, the guess, and an assumption.
Oh, well, I mean, the biggest evidence is we have pictures that show it to be a globe. But
no, you don't. You don't have any pictures. You have images.
Okay, so we have images that I count as evidence, and you don't count as evidence, and that's
You have
fine.
pictures? I have pictures too.
No, you have images. They are not pictures. They're approximations. They're images. They are data collected and interpreted. How you interpret it is based on your worldview. It's a begging the question fallacy. Your images are a begging the question fallacy by interpretation alone.
Okay, so what would count as evidence?
Listen, evidence would be any scientifically conducted experiment supporting a hypothesis.
And
or disproving a hypothesis. Either one would be acceptable.
Yeah, I'm having a hard time figuring out what would count in your mind in given that definition. So,
well, check this definition out. Is the Earth a cultic?
We're not going back to the moon. It's already been thrown away.
This is the moon. I mean, I thought we were
not
talking
going back
about
to the moon. It's already been thrown away.
Yeah, the moon is pretty damaging to the flat Earth idea. It's a good idea to stop talking about it.
It's not damaging at all to the flat Earth. You're making assumptions with the begging the question fallacy. What is damaging about that besides your ability to comprehend what evidence is? You're only damaging your own persona, not the flat Earth. Nothing damages an idea.
Thought we were talking about the lunar eclipse.
We've moved past that
recently. It's pretty important.
God damn it, Helio! Fuck off.
Fuck you. Isn't that what he was talking about? Or?
I thought that's what he was brought in was to explain why he said it worked a certain way.
No, I asked for any evidence of a globe Earth like he said he had. He said he saw more evidence for a globe Earth than a flat Earth. I asked for one. He gave me a begging the question fallacy with an assumption and a guess. I said that's not evidence. Evidence is observable, scientifically collected data from an experiment supporting or disproving a hypothesis.
Needs to learn the scientific method.
That geometry.
Matthew, I unmuted you. You came in here. Answer me. You said you
Okay.
have more
Eyewitness
evidence. Give me
eyewitness
one.
testimony and images, photographs.
This is not a court of law. This is a court of science.
Okay.
I already told you your images are a begging the question fallacy because they are data with a presupposed worldview. They're already a begging the question fallacy because they're put together with the idea of a globe already. It's a begging the question fallacy. Your images are a begging the question fallacy. How do you not get that? That data can be interpreted in a multitude of ways.
Taking a picture with
It's
a
not a
film
picture.
Matt, they're not taking a picture. They're taking ribbons, right? Ribbons.
He knows this shit.
Yeah, I know he's acting dumb.
I don't know why he
but
keeps
just going
because the image I posted
pictures
doesn't
into it.
fall
Yeah,
into
because
that
you're a
category.
dishonest piece of shit, Matt. But anyways, for the streamers, we're going to explain. They take these ribbons, these like little slivers of the Earth, and then they craft them together to fit into a globe. Do you understand? I guess audience members, not Matt, because clearly he understands this. He's just pretending he doesn't.
No, I understand that. Sometimes
Matt, the difference between an image and a picture is a direct photograph of a thing. An image is data compilation, right?
So what if we took a film camera up into space, took a direct image, developed the photograph, and
get past the second law of thermodynamics.
Okay,
Get your bosses on board.
That's what I posted at 35 past the hour.
Bullshit. You can't see from 35,000 feet. Yeah.
You can't see that from 120,000 feet.
Get the fuck out of here, Matt. Like, Jesus.
I thought he was asking for direct evidence. I understand if you don't believe my evidence. That's fine.
A CGI composite is direct evidence?
Your evidence is not evidence, Matthew.
Don't play stupid. You're smarter than this, right?
Right, and so I know what you're talking about with composite images. That's why I posted one that's not a composite.
Oh, that's the one that they claim that they got from the Epic satellite shots.
This one's from 1972 on film, like a color film camera with a regular.
The moon landing fakery. Okay. Yeah, it's not pear-shaped.
What the? Did they forget to? It's a pear-shaped spheroid. Like, what's going on?
Yeah, it's always got that perfect spherical outline, even though it's oblate and not a perfect sphere.
I think it's off by a few pixels. It's not a perfect sphere.
Well, remember how you said that the continents
maybe
morph
it's just
depending
the
on the
angle you're
camera
looking at.
angles that they're using to take the pictures of those
the model
from space?
Yeah, simple photography and perspective, right?
Right. That's simple photography and perspective. But why does the outline around the ball, which you say is oblate and not perfectly spherical, always perfectly spherical? No matter the angle. It's always like that. It's always this perfect circular outline.
It's not perfect. It's off by a few pixels.
Yeah, but you know what? Your model makes it more than off by a few
That's
pixels,
what you guys are
right?
talking about when you say it's an irregularly shaped sphere. It's a few pixels off.
Right, exactly.
It's not a few pixels off.
That's not even worth mentioning.
Oh, you're such a clown, Matt. Oh my god. I hope you're doing stand-up right now.
I haven't said anything that is outside of mainstream science. Everything I'm saying is directly in line with what everybody
Appeal
else
to
is.
authority.
Well, anyway, the Earth doesn't measure to be that thing in your picture, so it's definitely a cartoon.
Hey, Matt, I asked you for evidence. You haven't given any.
I haven't given any that you accept. I'm explaining what I account as evidence.
Do you know what evidence is?
I haven't given any evidence, period. Not that we haven't accepted.
Do you know what evidence is, Matt?
I don't know your idiosyncratic definition of evidence, no.
So you admit you don't understand
Scientific
basic
definition
science.
of what evidence is.
I don't know the QE version word for word. I know he has something that we all need to buy in if we're going to get the right definition.
The QE version is the 5th grade definition. It's like, what you should have learned. I don't know how old you are, probably 50 years ago. I don't know. 40, 45.
Yeah, it's about right.
Or maybe mentally you're still around there, but yeah.
Yeah, so the Earth doesn't measure to be the thing that you're showing us in your cartoon picture. So it's just a cartoon, obviously.
Right. We can't measure the curvature, but we can calculate it.
That's interesting. How do you do a calculation without doing any measurements first? If I wanted to calculate the perimeter of a rectangle, I would do some measurements first, right?
Yeah, so you measure some things, and you measure something directly, then you use that to indirectly calculate.
Okay, you just said that
so
you
you
can't
do
measure it.
something.
Oh,
You do measure
we have
something.
a measurement. We got a measurement.
Yeah, you can measure sticks and shadows directly.
Nope, not valid.
No.
Begging the question, assumes a curved surface, assumes the location and size of the sun.
Right, you
Can't
have
do
to
that.
assume that it's a ball before you can measure it.
No, you just have to measure drop over distance directly. That's what you have to do. But you can't do that, so you're doing all this other silly stuff instead to reify that idea.
Nobody can directly measure a curve over...
That's because it doesn't exist, so yeah, we know.
Oh, I'd say you can't measure it because it's too hard. It's not because it doesn't exist.
So if I gave you a ball, you can measure the curve over the distance of that ball.
Well, I mean, the same way that we can't measure... We can't measure the height... We can't
You're
measure
not
the
getting
height
away
of
with
Mount
that
Everest.
with me, Matt. Not
so
working,
you can't
Matt.
measure a ball.
Yep.
Please.
Wrong, Matt.
It depends on the size, just like we can't measure the height of Mount Everest directly. It doesn't bother me.
It'd be easy to measure it. The horizon would be at 1.2 miles in that picture that I've shown you like 1,000 times.
Right, but I'm saying that just because something can't be directly measured doesn't mean that we can't calculate it, like the height of Mount Everest as an example.
You'd have to directly measure some drop over distance. You can't measure any. So all you can do are these hypothetical calculations. So
yeah, I would say that calculations are good enough.
We're just going horizontally over the Earth. There's no elevation consideration, right? You should just easily be able to see a curve just based on your model, over a few miles, which still has eluded us.
Or is all geometry wrong, Matthew?
Yeah.
No, geometry's right. It's complicated when there's atmosphere in the ball.
Oh, I guess. Okay, so
Matt,
like fifth-grade geometry is
It's complicated. It's geometry is complicated and it's hard to build back.
I'm lost, you guys. I'm sorry. I thought that
Go ahead,
there was a
Shannon.
set height to Mount Everest.
Right. I'm saying you can't directly measure it by taking a yardstick up there.
Who cares? You can see it. Who cares? You can see it.
Let me ask you. So let me. Yeah, exactly. Trust was exactly where I was going to go. You can see Mount Everest and calculate the height, but have you seen the globe? To calculate the globe?
You can calculate it like Eratosthenes did.
Well, by presupposing, that's not
right.
Really.
But you can't calculate Mount Everest. Are you?
So if I've never seen Mount Everest, and I say, well, it has to be about what 10,000. It's not 10,000, right? But let's say if I say I want to suppose see mountains. Mountains usually about 10,000 feet up high. So Mount Everest has to be about 10,000 feet. Would I be correct on that?
No, you'd be wrong.
As a viewer from a distance, you would have no clue what Everest is. And to bring that in is totally non sequitur. We need direct Earth measurement, and it should be apparent.
You can see Mount Everest. It's a total false equivalency. We can never see this other thing that he's saying that he measured by doing
right.
By assuming.
Yeah, and you can never see the exact height of Mount Everest. You have to calculate it based on trigonometry. So what's wrong with never seeing the curvature but calculating it based on trigonometry?
Yeah, because you're assuming one thing and actually seeing the other. That's the whole point.
No, Matthew, we do calculate the curvature with observations.
Right.
We clearly do. We do. That's why we're not finding any.
Eratosthenes found some.
No, he didn't.
He found an
He
angle
did not,
that is
and you know it.
He did the same thing you keep doing, beg the question if he existed.
Oh, yeah, he was measuring the curvature, not...
Any evidence that Eratosthenes existed, Matthew?
History and...
history. You understand what's wrong with the experiment, right?
It doesn't even matter if he existed or not. He's begging the question, one. And the assumption is that the sun is far away and the light comes parallel. That's an assumption. There's no validity to that. There's no validation So can you
The thing about
validation?
the thing about Eratosthenes is it's a fucking story, a story that they made up.
No, but even in being the
Eratosthenes,
story,
Even
being
in
the story,
even if it's a sorry, go ahead.
even in being the story, the experiment has faulty premises for the reason Elbow TV just said. Is that they're presupposing the sun is extremely far away, extremely huge, and that the light's rays are coming down parallel and perpendicular to you. Yeah.
Well, that's what I was going to say. Is in even if it is a fake narrative story, even in that story, we're told in history that there were many people that disputed it because they said, okay, well, on your assumptions, if the sun's that far away, yes, it will work like that for you. But what if it's here and it's flat? It still works the same way, either way. So
Here's the thing. Here's the thing about the sun being presupposed. Here's what the deal is. The sun is the very thing that is making the shadow. You're taking the very thing that's making the shadow itself that you're claiming is proof of some curvature, and you've presupposed the distance to the sun and parallel rays, the very thing that causes the shadows. It's overruled, thrown out.
Perfect.
On its face.
Perfect.
Right. Eratosthenes does not prove that the Earth is curved.
Well, then why the hell do you keep using it to prove that?
Oh, I don't. I say it's a measurement.
It's not.
No, it's not. It's not.
So, assuming the Earth is a globe, then we can measure the size.
Yeah, there's the problem right there. You said it yourself.
Right. I recognize that you don't have the same assumptions.
And it's not a
that's not a listen. In any fantasy realm, that's not a measurement. Matthew, are you out of your mind, bro?
You're allowing him to bait you with an apocryphal story of a man whom, if existed, all of his work burned.
No, but as a teacher, mixing these words of like presuppositions now equals measurement is so fallacious. It's like, oh my god!
Even calculation equal measurement. That's
it's the second time he's done it. It's not surprising.
I'm not. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to mix those.
It's the second time you've done it.
Yeah, you are,
Matthew.
You're trying to blend them together.
Well, Matthew, you said that you have evidence for your claim of what the lunar eclipse is, and every single time your so-called evidence just boils down to you making assumptions. So, do you have any actual evidence?
Not in that definition, no.
Oh.
And
okay,
literally,
so you have assumptions that you keep calling evidence. Okay, got it. It's a problem with semantics. You're using the word evidence when it means assumptions. Okay.
Do you not see a problem here, Matt? Your entire worldview is that you're living on this globe, right? All your science, your entire career, your whole work as a human being is based on this, and you don't have any evidence for it. You just have some stupid fairy tale story that clearly doesn't even follow like the first precepts of a scientific experiment.
You're right. I don't have evidence as you would count as evidence.
No, you don't have evidence. You have assumptions that you keep calling evidence. Just call them assumptions.
He just has faith, man. Let him. He has faith.
You're a fraud.
To have faith. No, he has a religious belief.
Define a fraud. How am I a fraud?
No, you just have religious.
You're a liar. You pretend you're so little, and you think scientifically, but you don't even get the first steps correct.
You have so little.
I'd be okay with you saying that I'm incorrect.
You have Matthew,
anyone
you so little
teach
Matthew,
should get his money back. You have no right to call yourself a
sleepy.
Scientist.
Shut up, please.
All right,
Matthew. You have so little understanding of the scientific matter in which we're speaking that you called the definition of evidence as it pertains to science an idiosyncratic ideal.
Right.
You think it's incumbent upon me, but it's a worldly term accepted amongst everybody, not an idiosyncrasy. How small do you have to be to think that? Accepted worldwide, correct? The scientific definition of evidence. And you think QE made it up?
There are lots of different ways of describing evidence.
No, there's not. There's one way. in the scientific method. There's one way. It's gathered through an experiment to support or disprove a hypothesis. Period.
So is there any evidence about marine biology?
I'm not going to allow you. I'm not going to allow you to gish gallop there, bud.
Because there's no experiments in astronomy or marine biology. So according to that definition, you would just have
Astronomy
no
isn't science.
evidence.
Astronomy is not science.
There you go.
There's no experiment you can do.
Astrophysics, not science, too.
So therefore, there's no such thing as astronomical evidence. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Precisely.
And therefore, looking at the moon during a lunar eclipse would never count as evidence because you're just
listen. I don't care where you do biology; it's still biology. I don't care where you do physics; it's still physics. If you try to do physics where you're not, you can't do it. Period. Correct?
So, what are you gonna get with observing the moon? You just saw it.
Oh yeah. So I was saying I was just wanting to get things straight in what you were saying, that if evidence only comes from a scientific experiment, and if you're not doing experiments in astronomy, then there would be no such thing as astronomical evidence.
No, empirical evidence comes from it's scientific empirical evidence of the natural world.
Right.
Comes from scientific experiment.
And the cosmologists are off by 10 to the 120, a factor of 10 to the 120. So yeah,
not when they're looking at the moon.
Yeah, they're probably off by something even worse than that.
Curvature.
Yeah,
they're
because they're
assuming curvature every time they triangulate. They're
just
assuming curvature, so they're off exactly what Sleepy Joe said.
He thinks that it's a physical thing. He keeps implying it's a physical thing.
We don't know what it is. We have if it is a physical thing or if it's not. We don't know.
It looks
but
physical.
You don't know that, Matt. You cannot claim to know that.
I look at it through telescope and it looks physical, so I'm assuming it is.
Wow.
There you go. Assuming.
I look at my TV and the things on it look physical,
that's how
therefore
science
they
works.
are.
That's how science works for this guy.
You're a teacher, Matt?
I'm a teacher. I teach young kids this stuff.
Teach them what?
Terrible.
I teach them that the Earth is round, and I teach them how, in history, the distance to the moon.
You're an indoctrinator.
I'm going to say it. You're an intellectual masochist.
That's a lie.
You're an intellectual masochist. You deserve that too, Matthew.
I indoctrinate college kids with geometry.
Now you're just flat out lying, because I thought you were a math teacher.
Yeah, we teach geometry, and I use that as an example.
Use what as an example?
Buy it?
You should use the black swan as an example.
Hang on. Use what as an example, Matt?
The stories of Eratosthenes and
do you have any evidence of Eratosthenes?
No, I use it as an example for trigonometry and the usefulness of geometry.
And you tell them that they presupposes something that was unverified, which is
I indoctrinate them into the globe.
Not only something that was unverified, but something that is falsified.
Yes, falsified.
Yep.
Even by your own priest.
Well, I according to me, I don't think it's falsified. That's why I have no
even
problem.
By your own priest.
And
Neil deGrasse Tyson said
well, according,
I thought y'all just
to you, evidence is just assumptions. So
I thought Matthew was a new person, but he was here the other night.
Dude, he's been here for years.
Yeah, I was gonna say I've been seeing him a couple of times, so this is not a new person that just got brought in. I thought,
I know this stuff.
Oh no,
just sort of
and he's doing it in our face.
Yeah, he's just here to polish our
yeah, he's our punching bag.
He's here to sharpen your swords.
Yeah,
he's an intellectual masochist. He likes to be beat on intellectually.
I think it sharpens my wits.
Matthew, as you can see, I posted 52 minutes after the hour. Could you please give me a response to that? I'd like to hear your...
oh, yeah. So, Conrad, you said you had a question for me. Let's see, 53 after the hour?
52 minutes after the hour, yeah. Please read through that and give me your explanation or response, your globe side argument for that.
I'm still trying to find
Okay,
it.
so it's a PDF that you want me to download? Conrad?
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, that's actually a website.
It's a website. It shouldn't be a PDF. You should be able to read through it without downloading.
You can probably even put it
in a
to
Word
Google download.
Oh, it says you have to sign in to download the PDF. Would you have any other link that would say the same thing, so I don't have to like sign into this sort of sketchy website?
It's academia.edu. That's an edu website, bro.
That's true. I'm just a little bit leery of new places like that.
You mean school?
I can read it like right here. It's right there. Why can't you read it?
Okay, yeah, the
here?
first sentence. I can see that first sentence.
Yeah. How you I can't read it all. There's like a lot of stuff there. I'm on a tiny cell phone. I can see all of it. But I don't really care to read it. Just say.
Well, if it's really going to be quiet, again, he claimed multiple times physicality of just an optical thing. That's just that's a problem for you, Matthew.
Don't physical things have optics? Can't you see things?
But for example, Matthew, if I'm going to measure a part at work, I can't do it from a distance, Matthew. I can only have an angular size relationship to it, especially if it was floating in free space with no reference, Matt. You have none of that. You just have an image in the sky. That's all you got.
There are ways using trigonometry to do measurements at a distance, even if you can't slap a ruler.
It's
I agree.
apparent.
As long as you
It's
don't
not physical.
I agree. As long as you don't assume the ball. I'll agree with your calculations.
Yeah, like you could get like the area of a rectangle, but first what comes first, the measurement or the calculation?
The measurement first,
right.
measurement,
So
period.
without the measurement, you can't calculate anything.
Hey, gentlemen, I just want to say hello. I just chimed in, and so I'm just jumping into this conversation. Just wanted to say hi and want to listen in and wondering what y'all are talking about.
Hey, man. Welcome.
Hi, sir.
We started talking about the eclipse on Sunday and measurements and calculations and proofs.
I think we were listening to Matthew tell us that he proved the shape of the Earth by looking at something that was 238,000 miles away, in his opinion.
Well, I think I was actually waiting for a response. If he doesn't want to open up that link and read it, respond to it, I can take screenshots and post it in the live text. If that's too hard to read a link.
I saw the
That's the case, can I ask Matthew a question then? Because this is something that's been bugging me. Because I watched the whole thing.
As soon as he responds to what I show.
Okay, sure.
I can just save you guys some time. What he did was he proved the shape of the Earth by assuming the shape of the Earth. That's all he did.
Conrad, I don't know much about axial precession, and so I won't be able to answer too much about your question about that. It is sort of like this weird way that if you spin a top, it kind of wobbles a little bit. And so the current theory is the same thing happens with
Right. Yep. I knew you wouldn't. That was exactly what I was expecting from you, to just completely hand wave that, and not even try, not even make an attempt. But yeah, go ahead.
Well,
you guys, I'm done talking.
If I may, for just a minute, I would just like to ask a question and pose a question about what I witnessed during the eclipse. And I mean, it's just an honest question something that I witnessed, and I'd like an honest answer from anybody that has an opinion on what I saw. If when you guys are done,
yeah, go
and
for
you
it.
can
I'm
come back to
interested.
me. That's fine.
Yeah, we're at a good place. Go for it.
Okay, so from my perspective of what I saw when I was outside and watching the whole thing, was I assumed that the lunar eclipse was supposed to be the shadow of the Earth, right, blocking the sun's rays, the sun's light that supposedly shines from the moon, and so it should completely block out the moon. I mean, that's my understanding. It could be wrong. I don't know. But that's not what I witnessed. What I witnessed was something completely different. Was this not completely shadow, but this like smoky object that sort of blocked the moon, but the moon's light somehow still shined through this smoky image or mirage or whatever it was. I still saw a light emitting from the moon, even when it's completely supposedly eclipsed by a shadow. And I don't know, from my understanding of a shadow, like a light doesn't eclipse through a shadow. I mean, a shadow is darkness. I mean, I'm outside right now and I'm looking at a million shadows all around me, and there's no light that I can see coming through any of these shadows. So I don't understand how the Earth can block the sun's light. That supposedly
really quick, Paul. They're going to say the umbra and penumbra.
Well, I don't want to hear no like refraction or atmospheric
They're
bullshit.
They're going to say the umbra, which is the main part of the shadow, and then the penumbra, which is where
Can we see one of those diagrams? Because those aren't parallel rays.
No, I know, I know. But that's what they're gonna say. You know that's what they're gonna say, Sonny.
Yeah.
Well, they're talking
Okay,
about
so
both
Paul, I
sides
have two
at the same
answers.
time.
Well, and the other thing too is I have two different cameras.
Hold on, he's about to give an answer, Paul.
I have a Nikon P1000, and I have a very good Canon camera. I can't remember exactly what it is, and I tried to capture exactly what my eyes were seeing with both these cameras, and I couldn't do it with either one of them. All the pictures that I took, neither one of them actually depicted what I was witnessing with my eye, which bothers me too. I don't know if anybody else has that issue, but I did.
I 100% agree with that. my cameras suck, but I 100% agree with you.
Okay, so Paul, I have two answers. The first answer would be from my understanding of most flat earthers' perspective would be to say that what happened with the moon, we don't know, and why should we look at the sky to determine the shape of the Earth anyway? And it's sort of a mystery, and we don't even know what the moon is. The Glober answer would be that shadows aren't perfectly black, and even if the sun isn't directly lighting something, there may be something else lighting it. And in this case, it would be the sunsets and sunrises on all the Earth glowing slightly red would be enough to light the landscape of the moon. It's similar to the image. It's similar to the image that I just posted. The sand in the shadows is not completely black, even though the sun is completely blocked because there's other light coming onto the sand.
I don't know if anybody else saw this either, but as I was staring at the moon I'm in south central Wisconsin. So when I was watching the event, the moon was in the southerly sky, south I want to say southwest. Or no, I'm sorry, southeast. And something when I was observing this, something told me to turn around, look behind me, and I turned around and looked to I think at the north, and I seen for the first time in my entire life, which at the first time I didn't realize at first what I was seeing, but I saw what they call Starlink, which I thought was very odd. The timing I thought was very odd. That all of a sudden I saw Starlink cruising across the sky at the same time that this eclipse was going on. And then I noticed at the same time, because I rushed back into my house to grab all my cameras, and this is like at 9:40 something my time, and the power went out, which again confused me. And I thought, wait a minute, what is the odds that I'm standing outside just smoking a cigarette, listening to everybody on Discord and watching the eclipse, and it wasn't a full eclipse yet. It was about 3/4 of the way eclipsed, and then I turn around, I saw Starlink, and I was like, I gotta go grab my cameras. I need to get that. And then, so of course, as soon as I got them and I came back out, Starlink, I couldn't see it anymore. And then, it went to shit from there. None of my cameras would capture what I was viewing. And I tried to chime in that night on Discord and say, hey, everybody look to the north. If you're in my viewing area, do you see what I'm seeing? Do you see that train of stars moving across the sky? And I got I got shuttled down. I'm sorry,
why
what?
is those shadows? Why is those shadows not red? Matthew.
The shadows are the color of the other ambient light. In this case, it's mostly white light and blue sky and stuff like that. But if they're a red light, then their shadows would be red.
Have you ever seen a red shadow on Earth?
Yes.
Where?
On stages, mainly when there's like different colored lights.
No, natural. Have you ever seen any natural
though,
shadows
right?
In
that are
nature,
red?
what about in nature? Like a tree
That's called a
shadow.
The whole problem with your shadow argument is that it's invalid because it assumes a globe.
Okay, even use a man-made object then if you want, but use a building or a tree or something like that.
Oh, was there ever a scientific experiment done that validated the claim that the moon is red because of a shadow?
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense, man.
Hey, Matthew, you said a little while ago, you said you couldn't answer a certain question because it's not your area of expertise. So I'm going to hold your feet to the fire, dude. I asked you a question directly correlating with your area of expertise. You sent me a paper on it. In the paper, at the very end of a bunch of random problems that I told you, I've only graduated. I mean, I didn't graduate from high school. I got kicked out of high school. So I'm assuming you'd be able to break it down in layman's terms or terms that somebody could equate, right? But at the end of your answer, you brought it right back to the beginning of my question, which was very Hegelian dialectic of you. I give you that much. If it was a paper written for Hegelian dialect, then you got an A+ on it. But as far as an answer to the mathematical question I asked you, come on, it was just you went and threw a bunch of numbers in there that have nothing to do with anything. It should be able to be broken down into like common multiplication because the numbers aren't big. The numbers aren't anything bigger than like 4-digit numbers or 5-digit numbers, Matthew. You didn't need to put all that E equals MC squared crazy stuff in there. But you know what I'm talking about? I posted the paper right now on Livestream. It might be a couple texts back. The question was, you have a tennis ball. You have water. I see when you spin the tennis ball, water flies off of it. But you said if the Earth is so big though that it changes the way that the elements react. Actually, they act almost the opposite, right? So I said, how much bigger would the tennis ball have to be all the way up to the size of the Earth, and how fast would it have to be going for water to behave completely differently? And that was the answer you gave me right there. And then you brought it all the way back to the tennis ball, saying something about the speed of the tennis ball, which at the end of it, I like how you brought the end of your answer back to the beginning of my question. Very Hegelian dialectic of you. I'm just saying though.
So whatever we witnessed, right, is not what. It's obvious that it's not what we're told it is, because from the start, it was not it was not this dark, ominous shadow that was blocking sun rays that are supposedly what makes the moon have its light, because that wasn't from the start. That didn't happen. The moon never didn't have its light. The moon always still had its light, but something filtered the light, right?
Of course,
isn't that what I mean? That's what I saw with my eyes. Am I the only one?
Yeah, it was some bizarre illuminations, but yeah, it wasn't a shadow. And if I had a red shadow, I'd be worried.
Yeah, of course it wasn't a shadow. That requires a globe.
Well, that's the other thing. From my perspective, where I am, it wasn't ever red. It never looked red. I don't know where they're getting this. No, honestly, it didn't. It wasn't red at all. It maybe orange.
Yeah,
but it was never red. It was never this red that they're talking about. I didn't see that at all. Not at least here where I live.
So yeah, most people described it as sort of like a dark red. I mean, orange would be another way to describe it. I think
orange isn't red. Orange is orange.
Red with blood.
Right. I did not see that at all. The other thing I thought was queer was when it was, I mean, like half eclipsed, and then 3/4 eclipse. It almost, well, I guess that's just how light works, though, because it looks, you see the light shine brighter than what it's eclipsing, so it looks larger. I don't know, fellas. I'm sorry. I'm rambling and I'm just spitballing, and I got nobody else to talk to about this. But my experience is not what I believe that I'm told what I witnessed, because what I witnessed is completely opposite of what I'm supposed to believe. That shit doesn't compute in my brain. I'm sorry. Maybe I'm fucking retarded, but that shit that I'm told, it doesn't compute. A shadow, the shadow of the earth eclipsing the sun and shining the shadow on the moon. That shit, I'm sorry, that don't work for me.
But
can we please get back to? Can we please get back to putting Matthew on a spit and roasting him?
Yes, please. Been waiting for that.
Sorry, fellas.
You really are a masochist.
I think it's important for people to talk to people who have different ideas as a way of growth.
Yeah, we've never heard a different idea, Matt. We've never even thought that the Earth might be a globe. You're so fucking original. Thank you.
Right.
Good evening, everybody. Good evening.
Hey, Flat Earth Dude. Good to hear you.
Hey, it's our radio host. This guy has the best voice.
You do.
Okay. I hope everybody's having a great day.
Yep. Candy.
Yep. I got a big smile.
Sonny. I love that song, man. You hear that song once in the morning, it sticks in your head all day long, man.
Or your whole entire life.
Or your whole entire life. I wish we could play that song on here, man. Oh, it's such a good song. It's a happy song, man. It's very happy. Well, there's a lot of people in here, man. I looked at the list and went, man, there's
Every time I hear Flat Earth Dude come in the channel, I just keep waiting for him to say, fuck off.
fuck off.
The catchphrase. No, you've had a bad influence on me, because I've been telling people that in my life. I'll be talking to somebody and they'll say something. I channel you and I say, man, fuck off. And then I realize, shit, I'm getting that from Flat Earth Dude.
I'm sorry.
I need to chill out.
I'm here to take a piss.
Fuck off. No, I do have to tell the demons and shit to fuck off, and that's how you got to do it. Like, fuck off. Best. You know what I'm saying.
I want to actually. I mean, you should monetize that and make a T-shirt. Just say "fuck off," and you laughing. I'm fucking serious.
Drummer, right? I watched a video last week. There's a drummer. They had that
I've been
shirt.
catching myself telling a lot of people to fuck off, and I'm thinking, why do I keep saying this? Where am I getting this from? And I remember, oh yeah, Flat Earth Dude.
A bad influence. Damn.
Bad and good at the same time.
Yeah, the over in the UK they tell you to piss off. I'm like, nah, we gotta take
it. UK, I don't fuck with it. They have a bunch of pussies over there anyway.
We're taking it to
piss off.
Piss off.
Piss off, mate.
I'm pretty sure that's Australian.
That's definitely Australian. Definitely.
Is it Australian? They're all the same to me. I don't give a fuck.
So yeah, it was somehow, I don't know. I didn't catch any of the conversations today.
Did you catch?
We're trying to talk to Matthew, And
So let's
if
get on
you
it.
want to get back to burning the witch, I've got a map.
That's funny.
Is Matthew the fag
Why
that
are
we're
you
burning?
picking on Matthew?
Or can I? Oh, is that
Because
that
I'm the token glober.
Don't be picking. Hey, Matthew, man, on the 18th of June,
yeah,
we're having a beach party, flat Earth meetup, man. Please come.
Shut up. Where?
We're gonna have
it
it.
like Seal Beach again.
It's not. It's gonna be at Renee's house this time.
I want to go to Seals Beach.
It's gonna be
There
in
won't-
Sunset Beach, actually.
There won't be any kids for you to molest, Matthew.
Sunset Beach.
Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Leave Matthew alone.
That's
No,
Is there going to be some snow to plow through?
I'll be putting together some videos and some promos and stuff to get some people out there. But I got the green light today to get the flat earthers out there. We're calling it the Flat Earth Wins.
Flat Earth wins.
So yeah, the 18th. The 18th is Saturday, like in the evening
Saturday,
or day.
all day and then all the way through the night if you want to. We're gonna have like beach fire. We're gonna have fire. We're gonna have a big fire pit. We're gonna have food. We got music. It was right on the water, dude. We're right on the sand.
Have
Hey,
you
Renee-
met Matthew before, Flat Earth?
Twice. I met him twice. Yeah.
Yeah, send me the details when you get finalized up.
Yeah. And we're it's like, whatever summer solstice kind of party.
Start working on those flat Earth bodies.
Oh, nice.
The bodies. Yeah. Where do we?
Did you?
Did
you
those
say
bodies?
summer sausage?
Yeah.
Yeah, summer solstice is like around the 18th, 19th, 20th, 19th, 20th.
What's up, Flat Earth dude?
Saints, yeah, you got to come down too, man, for the party.
Yeah. Hey, so it's tomorrow? Oh no, June 18th.
June 18th, yeah.
Smack dab on Juneteenth day.
Right? Juneteenth, baby.
So today, this Juneteenth is the Queen's 75th Jubilee. That's what it is. That's what it's called. And it has the same timing, like everything is like the Black Juneteenth or Black Lives Matter because they say that. Right, calm down. My lady's yelling me to get off on this exit. So they say like that that's the date of the what do you call it?
Emancipation of blacks in the South. Yeah, everybody knows that.
Here. Right, anyway, they're both called Juneteenth, and they're both within like 2.5 weeks of each other. I'm just saying though. Peace. All right.
Interesting.
Hey, let me ask a Flat Earth dude. You remember I've been coming on here for a while, and I used to talk to this dude a lot. He used to be on here all the time. His name was Battle Mod. I haven't talked to him in months. Did he chime off? Did he log off? What? Do you know who I'm talking about? And what happened to that dude?
Battle Mod has his own server now.
Oh, so he's doing his own
on.
thing.
That he's
What?
never on.
Oh, okay. So he'll
that's
come on here no more.
Apparently not. But he's got his own server. I was supposed to get an invite. I never did. I don't think.
Yeah, I didn't
Don't worry,
either. 'Cause
nobody's ever
I mean,
there.
I used to be in communication with him, and then all of a sudden I just noticed it stopped, and I was like, "What?
Hey,
What happened to Bottleman?"
Flat Earth Reality. Just check the VIP partners. Easy to find.
That's what it is.
Oh,
But what do you say?
I'm a Discord retard. So
It's in
flatter
the VIP partners.
VIP partners. Okay,
yeah,
I'll check. All right.
So yeah, I don't know what that means. Anyway,
I didn't even know there was a VIP thing, man. Sure.
but yeah, I didn't even try to message him, and then I realized my message was going nowhere, and like his whole like whatever on here was gone. I was like, "What the fuck happened to this dude?"
Yeah, I went to his channel or thing a couple times. He invited me, and I went. And there's a couple people, there's a few people on there. But then last week I got a message saying like something about a band thing about Tartaria, and I was like, I wasn't on that. I freaked out, got all paranoid, and deleted every single one of my Discord accounts or invite things that I'm on, except for this one and like the encyclopedia. So I don't even know. I can't even go back there if I want. But I did get an invite, and I was in there a couple times. It's pretty cool.
Okay, well, I'm trying to get in there. I'm sorry, I just got swooped by a fucking owl. This owl almost just took my fucking scalp off.
Get out of here.
That
That's
was you
awesome.
saying, whoa, whoa.
Man,
that
there's a
was
big
you.
ass fucking owl. Holy shit!
You got to come down to the Friday party on the 18th, man. I'll pay
Yeah,
for
yeah,
your.
for sure.
I'll pick you up, man. Wherever. Tell me where. I'll come get you.
Hey, so it's in Orange County?
June 18th in California.
Yeah,
No,
Southern.
is it Orange County, dog?
Fly me out. I'm there. Fly me out.
Yeah, fly
We're
out.
gonna-
Drive out. Fly
Yeah,
out.
no, you fly me out.
Fly out. Where are you?
Orange
I'm
County,
not
dog?
getting on no plane, man. I'm done with playing.
Butter.
I can't hear you, man. Your mic's a little funky. What? Saints?
I said it's in Orange County, right?
Sunset Beach, Orange County, yes.
Okay, yeah,
Seal
okay.
Beach. Seal Beach, man. It's right next to Seal Beach, man. Right next
Okay,
to
cool.
Seal Beach.
All right. I got you.
I can't
Look,
find this
Flutter,
flat earth.
Flutter, dude. I'm on. Let me put this.
Where the hell
Put
is
this
it?
Flutter,
lightly.
can I bring a girl?
I'm on.
You can
Is
bring
it
your
close to the
mother,
river
your
or
sister,
on the
your
other
Why
side
dad.
of the
couldn't you
river?
bring girls? Stop asking dumb questions. First of all, let me ask a real question.
She's a Glober, man.
Can I bring a girl? Shut the fuck up. You don't even have a
Dude,
girl.
we
Get the fuck out of
always
here.
talk.
Can
We
you
always
bring your mom? Yeah, you can bring your mom. God damn, shut the fuck up.
What the hell?
Flatter dude.
Yes.
I have a real question.
Mhm.
You said June what? 18th
18th, yes.
this year.
Right in a month from now, yes.
Okay. Because I have actual real problems on like these people. I can bring a girl, but
Oh my
where I
God.
live, I'm on
Oh.
paper.
That's not very nice, dude.
I'm on paper.
I can't find
So-
this server, man.
Why would you have to bring in a girl, dog? You know what I mean? It's just
Hey,
something
real
that
quick.
is, you know?
I'm trying to ask a question.
The fact that you just asked that tells us everything that you need to know.
Shut up, Paul.
What's the hell?
Hey,
Shut up. Oh, you shut. Oh, I'm gonna shut up.
Shut up.
No, you shut up.
Shut up, Paul.
No, you shut
the
up.
fuck up,
No,
Paul.
you shut up. No, you shut up.
Okay, that's really easy, Paul. We can play this game. There you go. Okay, Flat Earth dude.
Yeah.
So, is it close to the river or on the other side of the river from Seal Beach?
It's
How close it is to the river? You'll know
the-
when you get there.
on the-
God damn.
Paul, shut up.
South of the river. South
It's
of
south
the river.
yeah, so it's on the other side of the river from Seal Beach.
Yeah.
Oh, glad we know that. Okay, it's everybody is south of the river.
Paul, just because you don't know the area, don't mean it doesn't make sense. What I
It's irrelevant. How's
I
it
crashed
relevant?
It's not irrelevant.
I crashed my moped on that bridge one time. I'll never forget it. So there you go.
I used to ride my bike across the world.
Oh, he used to ride his bike.
We're talking about. We got a big Flat Earth meetup happening on June 18th down here in Southern California, and it's right on the beach, man. At our Flat Earth friend Renee's house, and it's gonna be great, man. It's just gonna be great. All night, all day, and all night, man. On the beach.
Will you have directions, like specific directions where it is?
If you don't have tiki
I'm gonna have the
I'm not-
address.
fuck
It's
you
on
and your
19th,
party.
it's on 19th and PCH. And,
Okay, that's close enough.
And
Is there gonna be Globers that we can actually slap for real?
I'll be
Instead of
there.
just gloves.
Well,
I mean,
Matthew will be
slap with
there.
our hands in the face for
I'll
real.
just
I want to.
Matthew one good one for you guys.
Can we actually really slap a Glober?
Hey, why is he saying something like that, dog?
Matthew's gonna be there.
Matthew will be
you coming?
We can
We're
take.
not
I'll
gonna
take
slap you,
turns
Matthew.
slapping Matthew
I put
once.
it on my calendar. Sure, I could come for some.
Everybody just talk at the same time. That way I can hear everybody perfect.
Okay, Rook, man. We'll just keep talking. Everybody talk all at once. Everybody ready to go?
Hell yeah!
There you go.
Well, it's a great thing. We're gonna follow me up and we're gonna do a thing.
Hey, I
hell, Sonny,
and
man.
whoever I was talking to, you know, it's all fun and games, man.
Helio, what's going on, man? God rocking.
Yeah, fuck Helio. Helio too
Muck
serious all the fucking time.
More curvature.
Helio's
No
always
curvature.
2 fucking comments behind.
Dixon Mud.
Hey, don't pick on Helio, man.
Dude, there's so many
Hey,
Discords, man. I'm so glad I got
He-
this one. I don't need any other
Don't
one.
pick on God Rockin' either. Those are my friends, man.
I can't find it. I can't find mods.
I'll tell you what. I mean, I'd love to make it to California, but there's no possible way I can do that.
It's not going to happen.
I'd love to meet you guys, and if Matthew's going to be there,
Helio,
holy
man,
shit,
you
that
can
would
just hop
be
on the
fucking
back of
great.
my
You gonna
bike,
get out of
bro.
work, Helio?
Helio,
You can ride on the back of my bike, bro. I'll come pick you up.
We'll be live streaming.
Really? And so you're gonna come from Texas, and we're gonna bitch ride the whole fucking
you're
way
gonna hold
from
him the whole
Texas
way with
through
your penis to
Arkansas
his
to
butt.
California.
I'll go from Wisconsin to Arkansas to pick Helio up, and he'll hate me the entire way.
We'll be leather daddies. We'll be leather daddies.
I'm driving. I'm not getting on no fucking plane. Nowhere. But
No,
Helio
but
will hate
hey,
my ass
that's
the
great. I
entire
mean, if you're gonna set up a good meetup, and if Matthew's gonna be there, I want you guys to like tell us all about it and shit. I mean,
I'll
I
be
set up
live
meetups here too, man. Yeah, I mean,
I'll
it's
be
just like fucking California is so far away from where I am.
live
There's no
streaming it.
fucking possible way I can.
I'll be live streaming it, Helio.
Oh,
It's
fun.
gonna be far away. But you know it's not too far away is to hear
Where?
him sing I've seen skies of blue.
Clouds of white.
Yeah, good. Come on, man. I need to hear that tonight.
This day,
The only way-
I'm singing at night, and I think to myself, what a wonderful world.
Nah, come on, put your heart into it. Yeah, get your heart into it. Oh, shit, is that another hour? Damn, what the fuck is going on?
See, I'm forgetting the words. Otherwise, I would be.
I was
You
looking
forgetting
like
a
a
word?
snack to that owl.
Yeah, I hear babies cry. I
Oh, come on,
watch them
don't. If
grow.
you're not gonna do it, don't do it.
Yeah,
Don't.
I mean, I have to be ready. I mean, you have to let me know I'm going to do it.
I'm sorry. I put you on the spot. I put you on the spot. I'm sorry.
You don't have.
I mean, I can kind of do. You know, I can kind of recreate the gravelly.
You don't have
but I have to know. I have to know ahead of time.
You don't have to.
Helio, did you witness the event or no?
Which one?
The lunar eclipse. The lunar eclipse.
Oh well, yeah, it was cloudy skies here. I couldn't see it at all.
Oh, okay.
But I saw the last one last year. I saw it. It was freaking awesome. It was cold as fuck though. It was like 5 degrees outside, so I was out like shivering watching a freaking blood moon.
Were you listening when I was talking earlier? It's not at all right what you expected. It's not at all what you expect to see from what you're told, right?
Dude, I was totally that last time I watched the blood moon, bro. I mean, it was clear skies, and it was a full moon. And when it started happening, just like I said, it was really cold, so I couldn't stay out there the whole time.
Yeah,
just watching it, I was just like, "This is
it's surreal, right? It's super
badass,
surreal,
bro." I wish it was warmer because it was really cold. It was like under 10 degrees Fahrenheit here.
That's why I was so fortunate for this
so
last one to actually see it.
Okay,
I mean, for where I am in Wisconsin, because usually I hear about these things
a lot
all
of
the
people
time.
in Florida saw it. I've seen a couple of people post some footage from Florida that saw it. So
Mm-hmm.
A bunch of us got
I
together.
couldn't see
There's
it
like
at all
50
in
of us.
Arkansas. I couldn't see where I'm in Arkansas.
Well, that's another thing that proves that the Earth is flat, right? If so many people can see it from so many different locations, as long as the sky is clear, I mean, obviously, hello, that's a red flag right there, right? Like,
is that
no
my
shit, right?
Minnesota, yeah, I saw it.
Is that my picture?
There you go. You're only a couple states away, and you can see the whole thing. I couldn't see shit. I was out there looking for it, man. I couldn't see it.
Keep it as original as possible. But yeah, I did a little bit of tweaking to your photographs last night.
I organized an event, and we watched about 50 of us watched it on top of a parking structure at school. We turned off the lights and saw the whole thing.
Matthew, would you come to a Flat Earth meetup?
Yeah,
June 18th, Sunset Beach. I'll be there again.
Okay.
It's the same place, right? Same.
I don't know, but do you know karate? That's my other question.
I guess I better learn, huh?
You're gonna learn today.
I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
Sunset Beach,
I know
baby.
judo. You
No,
don't know if I got a gun.
I was there
You
before.
don't know if I got a knife.
We're at Boca Chica Beach. It's a little farther north. We're going to come.
No,
about.
yeah, but this place, PCH and 19th Street sounds familiar. I was there once before.
At a house. You were at a house?
Yeah, it was a house on the beach, same place.
Okay,
Were
that's
you buying meth?
Shut up.
They were fresh out. I asked and they had just gone out.
They only had crack. They didn't have any meth.
But I had to smoke. I needed
Crack
some.
sucks
If I was going
compared
to
to
keep
meth.
believing in the globe, I needed some more crack to start.
Right. That's why they were out of meth, man. They were totally out. Hilarious.
How close to the pier is that?
There's no
It's
pier.
nowhere near the pier. It's
There's
nowhere
no-
near a pier.
It's Sunset Beach. It's in between Huntington and Seal Beach. It's kind of.
Oh, it's over by
It's
the Huntington
here.
Harbor. That's right.
It's like across
I
the
mean,
street.
Huntington Harbor. Exactly. We're really close to We're just across the street from Huntington Harbor on the sand. It'll be great, man. It's gonna be
And you
guitar.
can still get peed on if you want to. You want to go under the pier and get peed on? That can still happen.
What?
Yeah.
There's no pier.
Oh, there's plenty of pee fetishes out there.
There's
I'm trying
There's
to
no
let them
pier.
know.
Wait a minute.
Sound like
there's
you
no
peed on.
pier?
That can happen.
Wait, hold on a second.
I'm
This is
praying
how
sometime.
far. This is how far behind I am. There's no pier anymore in Huntington. There used to be a big.
no. There's
pier.
still Huntington Beach still has a pier, but they're nowhere near Huntington Beach.
We're
Like you have
about
to walk like an hour.
we're 10 miles.
That's what he said,
We're about
yeah.
8
Go ahead.
about 8 miles north of Huntington Beach.
Sunday, I DM'd you.
So, Flat
No
Earth
homo.
dude, let me know this. I'm ready to take a well, I need to wait 18 months. But as soon as these 18 months is up, I'm gonna take this trip and I'm gonna try to hit the old highway. I'm gonna go north. I'm gonna jump through the Dakotas and go all through Wyoming until I hit California. And my whole mission is to hit Northern California because I feel like that's what needs to be seen, right? Everybody talks about where they want to go to Rodeo Drive and go to LA and all that shit. I'm like, fuck that. I don't want to see any of that. But so is there anything that should make me want to swing down and go to Southern Cali? Like why?
I mean,
and what is the safe?
La Jolla is pretty bitchin', man.
Okay.
It's so cool.
But I want to avoid LA and all that bullshit, right? Like, there's nothing to see in LA.
No,
as a tourist and being
LA.
22 hours to get there.
All of Big Sur, like
22
PCH,
hours.
north of LA is fantastic.
You can do it, Larry. You can do it.
Man, I don't know if I could do it. I'd have to bring my wife. I need a co-driver.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, I thought
What?
you were picking up Helio.
Right. Pick up Helio and swing
Yeah.
down.
I'll pick up Helio in a second, but Helio ain't gonna last in no car with me.
And that thing is a month
Handle that
away, not
car
18
for me.
months away. You got a whole probation to wait.
Yeah, you got a little time. Right.
Well,
You've never rode a motorcycle for that long.
I can.
You ain't ready.
Oh, well, look here. It's not like I'm not been somewhere. I'm talking about
I
my
got
own
Mustang
personal
Sales.
vacay. I'm not for some flat earth shit. I'll skip on some shit for that.
You man,
that's
do that.
important.
Do not do that.
That's important.
Do
That's
not do
important.
that. That's a bad idea.
Yeah,
Don't do it.
whatever that
Flat Earth
means,
meetup.
don't do it.
I'll risk some time
Bad idea.
for some flat earth.
That's why
meetup.
you're going through the Dakotas, because you know you won't get caught.
No, you get caught up there too. Don't get it twisted.
All right. We got any newbies in here? No. Damn.
Yep, I'm new.
You're not new. You're no newbies. So how'd it go in here today, man? Any fun stuff in here today? I was totally putting together a drum set today, man.
Well, Matthew, we
crazy.
had Matthew's attention just now.
Yeah, and you keep on fucking that up, but that's okay.
Ooh, that's
Sleep in a tent
Who called you out? You
in the
you
middle of
fucking it up.
June.
I'm gonna have to put my headphones on here. I can't hear you guys.
In California, can you really sleep in a tent with no air
What's his
conditioning?
Yes.
In
You want to
June?
fall asleep with no air conditioning?
Yes.
I don't know.
Yes, you
It
can.
depends on how close you are to the ocean. The temperature
Apparently in
difference is
Oregon, you
not
can do
so
that.
much. It's basically how close you are to the ocean. There can be a 20-degree difference.
What's he talking about?
How much time have you spent in tents?
Do you live in California?
I live in California. I was
Dude,
answering Larry's question.
I've never slept in a tent. I sleep on the ground with a bag if I go camping because fuck it.
Oh, you don't want to do that
You like bugs, do
on
you?
the beach, dude.
You like bugs?
Sound like
Why?
sand
Somebody
fleas.
come up with, like, is the dolphin going to beach itself and hump my leg?
No, dude, you got sand flies, sand fleas. You don't want to do that.
Yeah, the sand fleas alone would be
You
enough.
lay down a blanket or something, man. It might be all right. Yeah. I don't know.
You got sand flies,
I roll
sand
up in a
fleas,
tarp.
sand bees.
I thought
I'll
sand
get
flies and
you.
sand fleas were the same fucking thing. It's
You
not.
also
There's two
got
different.
They are the
That's two
same
different
thing.
things.
They're two
Precautionary.
different modes of one thing.
worse yet. You got sand globers. I mean, those fuckers will get you.
Sand globers.
Have you guys ever
all
seen?
the all the seats laid down.
Hey, have you
If
guys
I
ever
bring my
seen a
vibe,
sand?
all the seats.
Have you
Go
guys
ahead.
ever seen a sand bee?
Uh,
They're green.
I mean, I've seen a bee on the sand.
No. A sand bee. They like live in
They
the
live
sand.
in the sand.
I
They
got
dig
stung
holes
by
in
a
the
bee.
sand.
I got
They're
stung by a
big, like
bee on
they're
the
almost the
sand,
size of a bumblebee, but they're like green bottle, fly colored, kind of rainbow looking things.
and they're actually bees.
Yeah.
And they sting too.
Yeah.
They sting, but they're not
Yeah,
really
they
honeybees.
sting
They're
like a
just
son of a bitch.
they're a type of
They're
bee.
like
Holy
wasps.
shit! I just won. Hey guys, I just won my auction, my eBay auction.
You win.
I just bought.
What'd you
I
buy?
just bought the the entire 5-disc compilation on DVD unopened of the Shogun Assassin. I mean, complete anthology. What is it? 5 films for $250. Hey, look at me.
I'm not sure that was
$250.
worth it.
For
Damn.
what now?
It's out of
Okay,
print.
cool.
Shogun Assassin. You don't. Oh fuck! Please don't tell me you guys have never seen Shogun Assassin.
I
We
probably have.
are.
Yeah,
I'm
that
happy
wouldn't
for
make
you.
me. Like even
We're
if my
normies.
favorite movie, The Crow, or one of those movies that I like was had a special edition, I don't think I'd pay that much for it.
The Crow. The Crow's not. No, this movie's out of print. They don't. They're not.
So it's the
Well,
Crow.
okay. I
But
understand.
is it the crow though, Paul?
It's just a movie.
No, no, you're right. It's not the Crow. Shit. Now I feel dumb. But
I'm
no,
not saying The Crow's better. I'm just saying even if it was even if it was one of my favorite movies, like The Crow is one of my favorites. I just like the storyline. But I'm saying
it sounds a
even if it
lot.
was
It
that,
sounds
I
like
don't
a
know that
lot.
I'd pay that much.
But to buy it unopened, and it's actually 5 films.
But you're gonna open it, right?
I'm sorry, that sounds stupid.
But you're gonna
Yeah,
open
you
it.
gotta
Watch
open
it.
it so you can watch it.
Okay, well,
Oh
yeah,
no,
but
yeah,
then
I'm gonna
there goes
fucking open it.
the
That's why I
value of
bought
it.
it. You can't. I've been
Why
trying
don't you
to
buy an open
find it
version? I
in the
don't get
local video
it.
stores for the half
Holy
price.
shit! One at a time.
Right?
Yeah, no, I've been trying to find it, but it's a really good film.
What does it taste
It's
like?
a good movie, man. But it tastes like fucking.
No, right on.
I'm not gonna be vulgar. I'm sorry. I don't.
Gummy
like
bears
cellulose?
or like sweet tarts?
Cellulose sweet tarts.
I think you mean
Well,
cellulose.
this is a different type of. It's a different type of film. I guess if you like film and you like, certain stories of that.
Did you go to
ilk.
school for film, Paul?
Did I?
Yeah.
No, myself, I did not. No.
Okay.
But I am a fan of film. But did I go to film? I have a friend from high school that went to film school, but
Yeah.
and he actually got me in a movie as an extra one time that was filmed here, but I don't think I'm actually even.
when somebody has like that much love for a medium, it's usually because they're educated in it.
Oh well, I mean, what do you consider educated? I mean, I've seen every fucking
You can
movie.
be self-taught.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm self-taught, and I've like I said, I have a close personal friend that is in the
write it all?
industry. Do I
Your own
write?
self-
What do you consider writing? Yeah, I do actually.
Like a book, a script.
Not a book or script, but I've
Do
written
you
songs.
write things in the steam on your mirror in the bathroom?
I've never done that. No,
That's
but
technically
I
writing too, isn't it?
I've written like poems and try to be a songwriter. And like I have a relative that he thought he was a musician, and just on a whim, one time I gave him a couple of things that I wrote, and he turned them into a song. And I actually was disappointed and didn't like what he did with it. But
Do you like John
whatever.
Wayne?
Do I like John? Of course, I like John Wayne.
John Wayne? Why are we talking about any of this stuff, guys?
I don't
Look at his
I don't know.
picture. Why are
I
you
was
asking?
asking
Paul? Why are you
Look at his-
jelly?
I like,
Glad?
yeah,
'Cause
I
we're
like
not
John
talking-
Wayne.
talking to
Who
you.
don't like John Wayne?
What's wrong, Glad? Are you
American
jelly?
hero.
Yeah, what? Did we get to it?
John Wayne's American hero. Who don't like John Wayne?
You know, he had a bunch of impacted feces in his colon, like 8 pounds of it
Oh, nice.
when he died.
If he would've just
died?
taken
Yeah,
it,
he
that
died
would've
of
been
colon
fine.
cancer.
And what does that
Whiskey
mean?
and red
What?
meat. That's what it was. Whiskey and red meat. What?
Really?
That makes him a bad person? Is that what you're trying to say?
What? No. What?
Oh, I was
Where'd you
just
get
asking. I
that?
don't know.
Bro.
Why would you even bring that up?
Put
And who
your
even
feelings
who
back.
said that? Who
That is
verified
funny,
that? Can you
Chris.
verify that? Can you
No, man.
verify
I'm just
that
talking
John
shit.
Wayne-
Unless you guys want to talk about how the Earth measures flat.
Oh,
Well,
yeah.
that we
Good
can
defense.
verify.
Good defense, Clat. Why
Yeah,
would
we
you
can
bring up
verify
that he
that. That's something we
died
can talk
Don't
about.
you just
of
love it
red
when somebody
meat
ruins
with
your
the-
ruins your
pounds
conversation,
of
but he does it
fecal
in the way
matter
that really
in his
makes you
Damn it,
feel
Glad.
good?
I'll bet cigars had something to do with it, too.
Really?
Holy shit.
That's why Bob Hope
Well,
and whatever his name died too. Because
what about George Burns?
having a smoke.
George Burns?
Yeah,
George Burns
Yeah,
smoked a
George
cigar
Burns,
for...
he was a human cigar. Like that guy.
They said
wow.
he died from smoking at fucking 98 years
At
old.
902 years
Right.
old, yeah.
Exactly.
You
But
don't die from
smoking is
anything at
bad for your
98
health.
years old, do you? You just die.
Matter of fact, is George Burns, he's still alive, ain't he?
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yes,
There's no
yes.
way.
No, they faked his death. I saw him.
Oh, come on.
They didn't need to fake it. They just had to wait.
Are you sure he wasn't killed? I think Hillary Clinton killed George Burns, actually.
Yeah, he was. He was found in a fucking duffel bag, dismembered. He did it to himself.
Shot
that's
himself twice in the head.
Did it
before he
to
did it.
himself. Yeah, what's up with those people, man? Wow. Anyway, they have death around them everywhere. The music and the
that is bizarre, isn't
Hollywood
it?
and all that, and in the government, like they're all like dying everywhere. All the suicides. What's up with that?
Man,
it makes you
your
wonder: are they
religion-
really dying?
when your religion revolves around sacrifice, you will soon become the sacrifice for your religion.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what it is.
Got it. Hey, yeah. I mean, true words. All right.
So how's that feel, Matthew? That you're on the side that still does human sacrifice?
You really are, man.
Do you understand that, Matthew?
Matthew,
Do you know what that means?
I didn't realize Matthew was still in the chat. I'm sorry to.
No, you're good. You're good. It's not like he has anything to
interrupt
provide.
Matthew. We need to hear more from Matthew.
We're basically done with it. We're just
It's just so hard to give a shit anymore about Matthew.
Were they like the people in the pews
Oh,
at the
come on,
Notre Dame when they were
give
beheading
a
people by the hundreds every day? That's the type of
Shut
people?
up, flat Earth dude. You're just a Fed.
I'm not flat Earth, dude.
No, I'm
Damn. Why you
I'm
call
sorry,
flat
sorry.
Earth? Holy
accusing
shit!
me of
Hold
being
on, that's a
flat
whole new.
Wait, who called him a
Wait
Fed?
a minute, this guy just called. First of all,
I called him a Fed.
person.
I called flat Earth dude a
No,
fag.
no. I don't mean that. I'm not talking about that. I don't care. You can call him a fag. I don't care. But I thought you was talking about the wrong person.
I know Sonny was talking. I was just talking over him. Sorry. I know it wasn't flat Earth. I know Sonny was talking. Sorry.
No,
Because
that's
Flat
not what I was
Earth
talking
dude
about.
Flat Earth dude is Fed. F-E-D.
Fed.
Well, maybe he's a fag too. I don't know. Shit.
And
Flat
I'm
Earth dude, chime in.
I'm FEC.
Fed.
Earth
I'm
consciousness.
Fed, man. F-E-D. Fed.
Oh, Flat Earth dude.
Are the end of my sentences just stopping or something?
Listen, Sonny, when you start talking, it makes me want to start talking, okay?
You motherfuckers. I'll get
Hey,
you.
look,
You make him excitable, Sonny.
I'm gonna get you.
Hey man, it's good. We can laugh with each other like this though. That's good. That's healthy.
We got Jacob Rothschild who just joined. Why the lie?
And you got nothing to say, dude.
You guys got that? I take it.
Jacob Rothschild just joined the chat. Oh, hi.
Yeah, we got a few questions.
That's a fake name. Jacob Rothschild is in the chat.
Wake up, Jacob.
Jacob's in the chat.
Where's he at?
Jake.
Rothschild.
Barack Obama just showed up in the chat. Holy mackerel! Well, you do have time.
Let me get better than 2% interest on my savings account.
I guess I do have some time. I decided I do have some time to speak with the Flat Earth Society.
Oh shit!
French Revolution.
Trying to do a parody.
French Revolution was the first.
I screwed it up.
Well, somebody's trying to say something. French Revolution.
Yeah,
what?
I was trying to. The French Revolution was the Jacobin Revolution. It was the first communist revolution, and they were still decapitating people with blonde hair and blue eyes all the way into the 1960s. And they recently found more. They found more catacombs, right? So it was the blonde hair and blue-eyed people that had to die because apparently Marie Antoinette allegedly once said, "Let them eat cake." So all the blonde hair and blue-eyed people had to die.
Holy shit! So how does that leave people with blue eyes and red hair?
God damn it, Jake.
When people with red hair and blue eyes, how do they fare in that situation?
Yeah,
They kill
everybody
two.
knows that.
It was
Everybody knows that Irisher.
Please, one at a time.
Everybody knows.
It was in France.
Yeah, the redheaded people are okay because everybody knows that redheaded people, you know, they're basically lower class.
Devils.
You know what Marie said on the way to the gala?
I've been told that my whole life. I got red hair, so there's something wrong with me. So for some reason I got red hair and blue eyes, so I'm a product of the devil somehow. I'm an abomination. I've been told that my whole life.
Don't listen to that shit. I'm
a mutant. I'm a mutant.
Don't listen to that shit. 3% of the world has red hair. 3% of the world has blue eyes.
Yeah, just listen.
3% of the world has green
33.
eyes. 5% of the world has blue eyes. Sorry.
The opposite.
The funny thing is, though, my hair isn't really red. It's more. The older I've gotten, the darker it gets. My hair actually is changing color the older I get. It's not. When I was super young, when I was like 8 years old, I had red hair. Now I'm 40 something. My hair is more like dirty. It's like a. it's more of like a reddish brown, to be honest.
What's your favorite
But my
color?
pubic hair is still red, which is weird.
What's your favorite color?
My favorite color?
I'm just kidding.
No, I have a favorite color. I'll tell you.
At least you still have hair, unlike Jacob Rothschild.
Yeah, that's what a lot of animosity comes from too, because I still have a beautiful head of hair and it's gorgeous and it ain't gray.
Yeah, like the opposite, whatever they say, is like good stuff.
I was wondering why.
My favorite color though is green, and I'll tell you why. Because green is, I feel like, the color of life. It's like springtime, green. Everything turns green, and not because it has nothing to do with money. Fuck money. That means nothing to me.
I agree. Green is great. I'm green.
But green, it's like I feel like that's. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead,
whoever was chiming in,
go ahead,
chime
Sonny.
in.
You want to talk over him? Go ahead.
Sonny,
go ahead. Talk over him.
He rage quit because we kept talking over each other.
Well, yeah. Well, regardless, yeah, whatever. But you heard what I had to say. My favorite color is green, but because it has nothing to do with money, nothing to do with monetary shit.
All right,
it's about life, and the earth is beautiful.
Just a real quick NASA bust, and it happens to be this picture I just dropped at 9:49, and if you look at where the moon landings were, all the supposed moon landings, they're all facing Earth, man. There's no Earth on any horizon, man. Earth would be only directly overhead. This picture is totally impossible on a fucking NASA moon landing. Okay? Don't believe me.
Well,
all right.
I agree,
That's
and I'm a Glober.
fucking massive.
What was that?
That's some bullshit.
It's impossible. Yeah.
I agree that photograph is
It's
impossible.
impossible to be on the moon and take a
Thank you,
fucking
Maggie.
picture to begin with. I mean, imagine how hard it is to take a picture on Earth with light exposure and all that bullshit, and how hard you have to conceal film. And when you go to you have to go into a dark room and do all this shit. And you're telling me they can take a camera to the fucking moon?
Yeah.
Well, hey,
And
I want to address something. Where did you get that picture from, Flat Earth?
Okay. I know, isn't it? I've been looking for that picture for a long time, dude. I
don't think it's on NASA's website anymore, but they used to have something like that.
I got it from there. But it's no, you can't find this picture anymore, dude.
Yeah, because every single moon landing site they claim,
you can check
is,
I got
dude,
that.
the Earth, just like you said, would be directly above their head. They would never capture that.
They could never
from
capture
the moon.
No.
Some of the images they say, oh, that was from the lunar orbiter. That's how they captured the Earth rise, is because of the lunar orbiter. When they dropped them off on the moon, and then it was coming back around again.
2011.
This is for the people of the sun. Not bad.
No,
that's some Rage Against the Machine, but anyway.
Really, we didn't know. Nobody knew that.
Your mama.
Well,
probably didn't
I could totally play the devil's advocate from the Globies' point of view, is when we're only seeing a portion of the moon lit up. The other side, what we call the dark side of the moon, is being lit up by the sun. So they say. So, I'm just putting that out there from their point of view.
Well, I'll tell you what, Shanna, what I'm getting at is where they say these people were, the landing sites on the moon that they went to.
Yes, I know. That's totally true. You're right.
The Earth would be directly above their head and would be enormous.
Because they landed.
They would never be able to capture this. From a landing site.
Because they say they landed on a spot where we can actually see the moon, what we can see. So I 100% agree with you, but I was just
sure. But a lot of people don't realize that, and when they see something, an image like this, they're like, "Oh yeah, well that's plausible." Not if they're on the moon.
On the face
of one of these landing sites that they claim, it would be directly above their head, and it would look enormous in the sky.
The best way to clarify that, not if they're landing on the side of the moon that we can see. Okay.
Well,
that's the best way to say that.
But we're only going by their claims. If they're on one of the landing sites that they claim they landed on, the Earth would be directly, 90 degrees directly above their head.
And I 100% agree with you.
Check this out.
100%. I was just saying.
Check out this picture, man.
If some Glober says they landed somewhere else, but they tell us where they landed on the moon.
Yeah,
they tell us beside the craters or wherever. We know exactly where they landed.
There's 5 different major landing sites that they went to. Yeah, we already know where they say they landed. The Earth would be enormous, and it would be directly above their head.
And
it would be huge. It would be huge, and they never captured it. So anyway,
yeah, I agree. I agree. I was just poking.
That's right.
Hey, Shauna.
I'll tell you what. Does somebody like that picture of Flat Earth posted? That somebody might. Most Globers probably think, "Oh, well, that's plausible." What?
What about this? Check out this one, man.
What do you want to say, Pav?
I just wanted to ask you if you jump down to the biblical channel with me real quick, because I've been waiting for you to chime in for a minute, because a conversation we had like a few weeks ago has got me thinking, and I've been doing a little research, and I wanted to pick your brain about something that we had talked about a while ago.
Yeah, I'll jump over there with you. I had to pop out for a little bit because I had my mother-in-law called me, so
Okay.
Anyway.
Yeah, well, I'll go there now if you. Let's say just get a couple minutes.
Yeah, the
And if you got
biblical.
something else to do,
Is it? It's below this, right? The biblical chat.
yeah. I mean, yeah, you gotta know where to.
Yeah, I'll be right there. I'm leaving here right now.
All right, I'll be there.
And they went riding off.
Hey, everybody who keeps on talking shit about my Bigfoot pictures, it's evidence. If a picture
Bigfoot.
is evidence, my Bigfoot pictures are evidence.
Bigfoot.
And my big toe is evidence of a baller.
That one with the bald dude facing forward and it was like it's eating his head. That one's pretty freaky.
I thought that was a scientist.
It took me a minute to. I was like, "What the fuck are you posting?"
I thought that was a paleontologist or archaeologist.
It might be. It's like I found Bigfoot. Oh,
That's what happens when you make out with Bigfoot. That's what happens. You go out on a Tinder date, and all of a sudden you get
your face gets
I'm
eaten
going to
off
tell you what
by
happens to
Bigfoot.
anybody who tries to catch Bigfoot. They realize they caught some dumbass in a costume.
Wow. So you're saying my pictures aren't evidence?
Well, if you want to say they are, you can believe it, but you're not going to convince me with it. I'm sorry.
I mean, the picture of the Earth is evidence of a globe Earth, so the pictures of Bigfoot
Is it?
is
I don't accept that as evidence. Maybe some other
Wow.
people do, but
They do.
Matthew
What's
does.
that old show? If you
And I-
guys
and I
are
honestly don't believe
near
anything
my
I see on the
age, you remember
television.
that
I really
picture
don't.
pages, picture pages. What is that song?
I don't know. I don't know
No,
why.
it was an
why you're-
old little
Helio,
kid
Helio,
TV shows like
Helio,
picture
why are
pages.
you so programmed that everything relates to either a song or a movie with you? Stop
Dude,
being
I'm an
programmed.
artist, man. Music is in my bones. I fucking
No, it's
music
not.
and entertainment is my
Music
bones.
doesn't live in the bones, and pee doesn't live in the balls.
Bone?
Hey, wait a minute.
Okay, well, it's in my mind then. How about that? Was that better?
This room 101 is contaminated.
See,
Is it where I
I'm
posted
not as
that?
crazy. See, Sleepy Joe got me. He knows what's up. Picture pages. Oh,
There's
find
Bigfoot
mine.
right
I ain't
there.
crazy.
There's Bigfoot right there. Tell me that's not Bigfoot.
You remember that shit, don't you, Sonny?
What?
Now that's
Picture
definitely
pages.
Bigfoot right there.
Presented by Bill Cosby. Yay.
I remember
Yeah.
what?
Picture pages. Yeah, it's Bill Cosby.
Funny.
That's
That last
Stop
picture
being
there's more
programmed,
likely to be
dude. Why does
Bigfoot.
everything have to relate to something with pop culture? Come up with an original idea.
Don't remember it.
Don't be a
think that-
party.
Oh, don't even
think that
fucking
part-
start with me.
I think
Come
that
up with
part
an
of my
original
memory-
idea.
I think that part of my memory might be a little crispy around the edges.
Well, I mean, you're a little bit older than me, so maybe it wasn't. I guess.
Let me guess. That
He
picture
is
is your
stored in the
grandson
lungs.
or your
That's
son
what
dressed
Abraham
up in
Lincoln
his
said.
costume hiding in the woods, right?
No, bro. She's looking for her lost child. Once they grow up, they lose the hair, turn into her.
Oh, I see. I'm sorry. I
What
didn't.
the fuck is that? He is stored in the lungs.
Yeah, Abraham Lincoln said it. Prove me wrong. Prove Glot wrong.
In other words, he's saying that when you open your mouth, it's when you contaminate the world. It's kind of the same thing the Bible says. Open mouth, insert foot, basically, is what it's the same.
Yeah, that looks
Same
nothing
thing.
like Abraham looked.
Yeah, there you go. That's what happens. Because Lord knows they don't have a bladder, right? So they couldn't have to go pee at all, could they?
See, Abraham Lincoln's still alive. There he is. He just looks like Einstein.
If it's stored in the lungs,
Abraham
how
Lincoln.
come it makes your tummy hurt? There you go.
There's her getting married.
There's a real picture right there. Look at the size of those hands.
Bigfoot wedding.
That'll make it look small, though. I'll tell you that.
Represent.
Dude, that's a crazy video, Hank.
I bet. Oh, this one here.
That's a crazy ass video, dude.
Yeah, it is. It's awesome. I saw it earlier.
Did you take that?
Slowed down,
Hank?
right? That was slowed down, right?
Yeah, I took that on the night of the eclipse. I was pissed off I couldn't take the eclipse, and I just decided to get some really good lightning footage.
It didn't stay lit like that, did it? Really? Or was that time lapse?
It's high speed.
Yeah, so it slowed down. High speed, slow down.
Oh, okay. I was just making sure. I was gonna say, damn, that was pretty badass. I've never seen a lightning bolt stay in the air that long.
Slow-mo.
I got some pretty good lightning, even though I live in California. You're supposed to not even see it.
There was only one time I remember in the whole entire time I've been in San Diego since 1985. Only one huge storm and lightning storm, and they were hanging pictures, photographs of that lightning, like in all the restaurants for decades. It was such an event. Like it blasted down like 100-year-old trees and stuff in neighborhoods that like never get that kind of weather.
Riddle me this though, Sonny. Why did you pronounce San Diego wrong? I'm joking.
Santiago, you're funny, Anchorman.
Yeah,
we're gonna have to get Hosey in here
It's
to
an
actually tell
Anchorman
us.
reference. Wait, I just caught him.
It was an Anchorman reference, and you did catch me making a fucking movie reference. You're right.
My bad. Should have said nothing.
Take a look at that thing I posted.
Okay, I guess we pissed Glat Flobe off, and he just mute deafened. And anyway,
who cares?
Who cares?
What do you mean you pissed him off?
Who gives a shit?
Yeah, no, I love that.
As soon as you talk about something he doesn't like, he's gonna be like, "Well, what about the curve? I'm a fucking flat Earth Jenny. You can't talk about anything but what I want to talk about. Fuck off." I hate people like
Here's
that.
a question
Wow,
for
bro.
you. You know,
Yeah,
this
but he's
is
kind of
Some
right.
people are
Did you read that on
cunts.
the Facebook version?
Listen, this is a
Yeah, but
biblical question, so I won't take too long. But why would they take Noah's great grandfather out of the Bible?
Enoch?
Yeah.
Because he
Because
saw too much. He saw too much truth.
if you read the book of Enoch, you'll know why.
No, I have. I
I don't know,
just
because he was black.
I've already read it.
Okay, then you know why. He knew too much.
I knew why when I asked it. I knew why already.
He was black.
Yeah, because literally, like Enoch chapter 38, it describes the heavenly bodies as going in and out of like different like gates.
Portals?
I can't remember if they said gates, portals, or
It said
sesame.
portals.
Yeah, portals. But all three of those words are basically the same thing. So it talks about like the different, like pathways of the sun, the moon, and it's really interesting from like a flat Earth perspective to like read this book from like way back in the day, because it's totally against like the heliocentric model or the eccentric.
Especially when they start talking about the ones that are in the South Seas.
That's ugly, man.
The South, because we know there seems to be something going on in the South over there in that one area that is really just like wide open area. And there's been speculation of that there's land down in there somewhere, that there's an opening.
Anomalies.
Hey. He was trying to talk.
Dude.
Hey.
I was hearing what he was saying. Yeah, I was just trying to, just throw something in.
Shut up.
Anomalies in the South. Yeah, I was freaking trying to support his
Is
argument.
my Discord fucked up, or is Sunny really, really low?
No, Sonny's
Am I
low.
low?
Yeah, you were low for his.
Sonny's talking?
All right. I'm trying to not, because before it was way too high, and I gotta.
I appreciated what you were putting down.
No problem.
Too, and that's what I was saying. I was just saying there's some anomalies in the South.
Helio, please.
Shut your fucking mouth, bitch.
I knew this was coming.
It's about damn time you told him off. Shit.
Shut up, rookie.
You shut up.
You've been sniping me all fucking night. Calm your tits.
What the fuck are you talking? What are you talking about?
You've been
Sniping? What are you
sniping me
talking
all
about?
fucking night. I see you.
Name one thing I sniped you on. Go ahead. Name it now. Go.
When I was talking about Glat and how he's a little bitch, and also when I said
I don't
something
remember
to
that.
fucking, I do.
I always defend everybody. Don't you know me? You should know me better.
Not well
This is
enough.
the roundhouse, Deuce Vault roundhouse roulette flat earther. He's gonna spin the tile and see which flat earther it lands on.
He's gonna be like, "Who the fuck went next?"
It's your turn this time.
Shut up, Sonny. Just kidding.
Shut the fuck up. Anyway, who are we talking to now? Not Deuce Vault.
Santiago.
Well, I tried to get you guys to talk to a new person, but they left before you guys shut up long enough, so we
Oh,
could talk.
not again. The XO. Good
Oh, no.
evening, brother.
Hey, buddy.
There goes the neighbor.
He's not talking. Okay.
Yes, he is.
Yeah, it's all over.
Okay.
Where's he at?
For some reason, they also forgot Jarod's Mahalokenan, Enos, Seth, Methuselah, and Lamech's Bible too. I don't know what happened, guys. Yeah.
Bunch of stuff, huh?
Did they write anything?
Including Enoch. No. Thanks.
Well, I've
Okay.
heard there could have been up to 500 books now. I don't know, like how you would source that.
Oh, there's 20,000 actually. The problem is none of them are God's word. There's only one God's word. He preserved it, and everything else, if it was God's word, it would have been preserved. The only thing that holds any credibility would be the Maccabees.
Okay, so you're down with the Maccabees.
We better not get too far into this.
No. I'm interested.
Well, the Maccabees does not contradict the Bible, and it actually was considered historical text. We know
Careful,
this because it's in
Glass
the
still in
Septuagint.
Who cares?
We know this
I don't
because
give a
it's
shit.
in the Septuagint, so they actually had the Maccabees in a credible light. Now, 5 days
Okay.
ago, Now You See,
Happy
you know who
Meal.
Now You See
Who's Happy
TV
Meal?
is?
No.
They just released another study on Enoch, and they actually admitted and pointed out why it's not Bible and why it has many problems, and they use it. So I was shocked to see that even people that use it know that it can't be divinely inspired. There's actually one text where they accidentally called Enoch Noah. So it's like this wasn't really proofread, just so you guys know.
Really quick, doesn't it have to be backed up by 2 witnesses or 3 witnesses? Like it has to be in order to be inspired.
Well, if it's
There's like a
inspired,
rule.
it's going to be it's going to be used by the apologies, by the
think it's
by the
2.
fathers, right? By the priests.
Okay.
Now there are some rules of thumb. I'm not sure about all the rules of how to make sure Scripture is canon. However, if I can just find a flaw, I know it's not. Like if I can find a contradiction in some apocrypha, I know it's not Bible, and that's why apocrypha is so sketchy, because there are many issues. Now, is there some good things in it? Yeah, but are there better things in the Bible? Yes. Like if you're talking about other books having more flat Earth references in the Bible, then you're not reading the Bible, because the Bible has like over 5,000, and people say 200. Well, that means you're not reading. So the fact, like if somebody says, "Oh, this other book has better inklings when it comes to heaven," no, the Bible goes over all that. That's the whole point. Like the Bible has it all. I don't need any other book.
So do you think Maccabees is inspired text?
I would say yes, because it's in the Septuagint.
Okay, I'm glad to hear that, because I really like Maccabees, and I was just wondering, like,
Right. It's the only one though, because as all the other things that I read, I can find errors left and right. I look at the Maccabees, and it's a continuation. It doesn't conflict, and it reads as if it's inspired. There's a difference. I mean, I don't know how you are, Deus, but some of these books I'll read, and immediately I can tell they're not of God. I can just tell.
some of them sound like they're written by children.
At best.
Which has always bothered me by somebody calling it inspired when it sounds like it's written by children, and anything I read that is inspired sounds like something I couldn't think of. So, in a way I couldn't think to speak. Like, not unlike trying to acclimate to iambic pentameter.
Well, the main problem is that people don't realize that 2,500 years ago, or even 3,000 years ago, there was a lot of fiction. People wanted to read other things besides the Bible. I mean, it was called fan fiction. They were fictional stories that were based off of real characters, like the movie Saving Private Ryan. That might be a real place, Omaha Beach. Those might be real machine guns. That might be the uniform, but that's still fiction. Even though there's a lot of truth in Saving Private Ryan, it's 100% fiction, and that's how Apocrypha is. Yep.
Right. I don't mind consuming these things because I understand that they may not be historically accurate. I'm glad to hear that. You call them private. I'm glad to hear that you think or that you believe that Maccabees is because I really like that story. So
it's one of the most
interesting.
I saw Happy Meals light up. I'll let you could speak in a minute. I think it's one of the most interesting subjects about history that there is, the writing of that and the whole background of it, of Jesus and the Old Testament. It's fascinating, like and how all the writings, whatever happened to them, we'll never know fully, I don't believe, but I could be wrong. I'm not any kind of scholar.
Well,
so
I hate it when people say that because truth will out. The truth will be known at some point. All things that are unknown will become known. Period.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I'm thinking more and more. We're probably gonna see here.
Yeah, you won't have a choice but to know the truth. That's for sure.
I have this deep inner feeling that we're in the middle of this.
Yeah.
And I never had that feeling before, and